The good news is that Wen Ci, after charming a multitude of male leads, has finally passed the test of the succubus. The bad news is that his first task during the internship is to return and eliminate the darkened values of the male leads. Wen Ci, there's an unsettling feeling that something precious is about to slip away. System 8848, I've got this, it's waist down. Unyielding, Wen Ci protests and appeals, only to find himself cast back into the miniature world. Chapter 1. The capture of that beta. Wen Ci has always believed that communication among succubi should be straightforward, such as the current situation. If they want him to be killed by those corrupted male protagonists in the task world, they could just say, so that there's no need to threaten him with an internship certificate, truly. Sigh. Wen Ci had lain on the hospital bed for an hour, ultimately forced to accept this reality. Wen Ci, a fledgling succubus who had barely passed the assessment. His first assigned task was to return to the task world and eliminate the corruption levels of those male protagonists he had previously entangled with. Of course, Wen Ci did have some choices. Before him lay two paths. One was to abandon the internship task and return to the Succubi Academy, where he would have to retake those tedious and trivial classes. After 3 years, he would face another graduation assessment and then re-enter the task world to seduce another 10 unfamiliar male protagonists. The second option was to complete the internship task, reduce the corruption levels of these male protagonists, and, upon confirmation, enjoy a stable job with benefits, including meals, accommodation, and task assignments. For Wen Ci, this merely represented a difference between an early demise and a delayed one. Having previously seduced these 10 male protagonists and raised their favorability to the maximum had already drained all his energy. If he were to do it again, he might not encounter such easily seducible and appealing male protagonists again. However, his system was a malicious cannon fodder system, and the role he played in these task worlds was also that of a vile cannon fodder. He was the kind of cannon fodder that the male protagonists loathed. To have him return to eliminate the corruption levels was no different from sentencing him to death in a task world. Wen Ci thought despondently. Well, at worst, he would just be pressed down once. If once wasn't enough, then twice. After all, he was a succubus. Such matters were nothing to fear. After all, it had always been their kind that drained others dry. He had never heard of a succubus truly being killed because of such matters. No matter how madly the male protagonists went after their corruption, they would surely not be able to kill him in bed. Right? The more Wen Ci thought, the more resolute he became. Thus, seizing the moment of his newfound courage, he sat up from the hospital bed. With a swift motion, he threw off the covers and prepared to seek out the male protagonist of this world, Succubus. This was Wen Ci's first task world. Moreover, it was a world that, apart from male and female, included 3 other secondary genders, Alpha, Beta, and Omega, known as an ABO world. In this world, the male protagonist was not only the eldest son of the CF family, but also a rare S-class alpha, a true paragon of privilege. Wen Ci's identity in this world was that of the male protagonist counterpart, a young master of the Wen family. The Wen and CF families were on good terms, yet he was merely an inconspicuous beta. Not long ago, Wen Ci's false identity as a young master had also been exposed. The antagonist of this world, Wen Mo, an alpha disguised as an omega, had been recognized as the true young master of the Wen family. In the storyline, Wen Ci had to obediently follow Wen Mo's orders to remain in the Wen family. He was to deliberately approach Succubus and scheme against him. Ultimately, when the plan was revealed, Wen Ci, fearing retribution, fled the country overnight, only to perish in a plane crash without a burial place. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Wen Ci had already maxed out Succubus' favorability. He had repeatedly savored Succubus as if he were his sustenance. What was originally a betrayal of a friend had become a betrayal of a beloved. Wen Ci mused that this might be the true reason for Succubus' corruption. But the moment he was sent back to this world was precisely when he had just begun to approach Succubus. This accident was a crucial turning point. To protect Succubus, Wen Ci had injured his legs. Although not serious, the life-saving grace led to a complete change in Succubus' attitude towards him, inviting Wen Ci to attend his birthday banquet in half a month. Wen Ci took a moment to collect his thoughts. Nothing had yet happened. Everything was still within reach. Bang! Hiss. The sharp pain from falling to the ground engulfed him, causing Wen Ci to draw a cold breath. His already somewhat sickly face turned pale instantly, and a thin layer of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, propping himself up with his hands, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at his legs. Wait! He remembered that his legs hadn't sustained significant injuries in this accident. A sense of foreboding welled up within Wen Ci. His legs had lost all sensation. Xiaobao, what's wrong with my legs? Wen Ci forced himself to remain calm as he inquired within his mind to the system 8848. A faint electrical sound resonated in his head, followed by the cheerful voice of 8848. Wen, this is a random punishment given to you in this world. But don't worry, as long as Xieji's corruption levels decrease, your legs will regain their normal function. Wen Ci. Huh. Seeing Wen Ci's bewildered expression, 8848 further explained. You see, other succubi could part ways amicably with the world's male protagonists during their assessments. Yet, after you left, all those male protagonists became corrupted, and some nearly destroyed the small world. Thus, when you enter the task world, you will face a random minor punishment. As long as the male protagonist's corruption levels decrease, the punishment will vanish. In this world, your legs have lost sensation. As for what the next world will entail, I am uncertain. Wen Ci. Is this correct? This cannot be right. At this early juncture, he hadn't even begun to seduce Xieji. How could Xieji have such high corruption levels? Wen Ci asked suspiciously, is Xieji's corruption level really high right now? Having completed numerous tasks alongside Wen Ci, 8848 was well aware of his thoughts and spoke with a hint of sympathy. No need to doubt. Xieji's corruption level is indeed at 100, for he has been reborn. Wen, you can do it. I'll support you spiritually. Reborn? Reborn. Those two words echoed and magnified in Wen Ci's mind until they exploded. Wen Ci's eyelids twitched, feeling a chill creeping up his spine and spreading to his limbs, his heart racing. Xieji had been reborn, and his corruption level stood at 100. This meant that the current Xieji was extremely dangerous, capable of committing any number of reckless acts. With the protagonist's halo in effect, whatever Xieji endeavored would likely succeed. Wen Ci slightly raised his head, letting out a forlorn sigh, tears brimming in his eyes. His false identity as the young master had just been exposed, his legs were immobile, and Xieji had been reborn with a corruption level of 100. This was nothing short of a hellish beginning. Dap, dap, dap. Familiar footsteps echoed from outside the ward. The moment the door swung open, Wen Ci's heart skipped a beat. He was still awkwardly slumped on the floor, unable to move due to the loss of sensation in his legs, and could only stiffly turn his head to regard the figure standing in the doorway. It was Xieji, his face clouded with a frown. Trailing behind him were doctors and nurses. This brought a sigh of relief to Wen Ci. With others present, Xieji likely wouldn't do anything to him, right? Mr. Wen, your leg is injured, and you're not yet able to leave the bed. The doctor and nurse were taken aback upon seeing Wen Ci collapsed on the floor, quickly rushing to assist him and conduct a thorough examination. Amidst the flurry of activity, Xieji remained silent, his gaze dark and unwavering as it fixated on them. Even though Wen Ci did not deliberately focus on Xieji, he could not disregard the penetrating stare that fell upon him, that gaze as chilling as that of a specter. Chapter 2. The plunder of that beta. Wen Ci reclined back on the hospital bed, the doctor and nurses having departed, leaving only the two of them in the ward. A gaze lingered upon him, starkly different from the tenderness he remembered, imbued with an air of probing scrutiny. Wen Ci silently sighed within. The reborn, darkened male lead was indeed rather challenging to handle. Yet, having reached this juncture, he could only confront the man before him, no matter the difficulty. Siegu. Wen Ci swiftly adjusted his emotions, his slightly hoarse voice shattering the eerie silence of the room. Xieji stood by the window, clutching a medical report in his hand. His gaze was lowered, meticulously examining each word and sentence on the page, repeatedly and earnestly. Can't move? How could that be? Such capable legs, how could they possibly be immobile? Xieji absently traced the report with his fingertips, coming to his senses only when he heard Wen Ci call out to him. He turned his head to regard the youth lying on the hospital bed. The boy lay there, clad in a cream-colored turtleneck sweater, the soft, fluffy ends of his hair slightly curling upwards, his porcelain skin betraying a hint of illness. Though merely a beta, Wen Ci's appearance was exquisitely beautiful. Particularly striking were his eyes, which sparkled with a clean brightness under the sunlight, rendering him seemingly innocent and harmless. Being gazed upon by such eyes often instilled in others a delusion that he was wholly preoccupied with them. A mere hint of tears was enough to evoke deep sympathy. Siege momentarily lost himself in thought, recalling events from his past life. He remembered how Wen Ci would clutch his shoulders, warm tears cascading into the crook of his neck. There was a tiny mole on the tip of Wen Ci's nose, one that Siege could never resist kissing. He remembered every small mole on Wen Ci's body, akin to some clandestine switch, not to be touched lightly. For once it began, it would be difficult to cease. Siege, could you fetch me a glass of water? Wen Ci was oblivious to Siege's thoughts. However, as a succubus, he could distinctly sense Siege's desires. In his memories, Siege had always been gentle and restrained, even during special times. Yet just moments ago, he had felt the unambiguous stirrings of Siege's desire for him. This ignited a secret thrill within Wen Ci. For Succubus, when the chosen prey harbors desire for them, it is undoubtedly a sign that the prey willingly submits to being consumed. It was difficult for Wen Ci not to feel exhilarated and elated by this. This was an instinctual emotion driven by his nature as a succubus. Yet, he soon regained his composure. The Siege before him was no longer the one he could easily coax into bed with a few casual words. Desire is a fundamental human instinct, not necessarily intertwined with love. Siege's desire for him did not imply that he still held affection. It could merely stem from an instinctual response. A succubus never doubts their allure. Even if Siege harbored deep-seated hatred for him, he still possessed an inherent desire for him. In Wen Ci's perspective, it seemed entirely reasonable. With a slight curve of his eyes, he offered a sweet smile to Siege. Siege gazed at Wen Ci for quite some time before pouring him a glass of warm water. "Thank you," Wen Ci said gratefully, sipping the water delicately. Siege sat by the bed, fixated on the movement of Wen Ci's throat, lost in thought. After drinking, Wen Ci felt a measure of relief in his throat. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Siege's hand pressing against his leg through the blanket. "Brother Siege, will my leg ever recover?" Wen Ci's once bright eyes dimmed, his voice tinged with bitterness and disappointment. Before Siege could respond, Wen Ci continued softly. "It should be possible, right?" Siege's hand paused slightly, his gaze deepening. In his past life, Siege had contemplated breaking Wen Ci's legs to ensure he could never leave him again. However, he was unable to capture Wen Ci in time, and instead received the devastating news of the plane crash and Wen Ci's death. Siege had spiraled into madness for a long while, searching for Wen Ci, refusing to believe he was truly gone. This little deceiver had tricked him countless times. How could he possibly die so easily? In Siege's eyes, Wen Ci's trust had long since diminished to nothing. He did not believe a single word from Wen Ci, not even now when the doctor informed him that Wen Ci would never stand again. Siege tightened his grip, his alpha strength augmented by his training as an S-class alpha. Wen Ci was delicate, at least in Siege's view, as he could hardly endure even the slightest pain. Regardless of the task, a hint of discomfort would lead Wen Ci to cling to him with a pitiable demeanor. Yet, Wen Ci remained unresponsive. It was only now that Siege could confirm. The legs that had once playfully teased him were indeed devoid of sensation. A subtle smile curved Siege's lips as he pulled Wen Ci into his embrace, stroking his soft hair with gentle reassurance. "Do not fear, Siege. You were injured while saving me. I will always be by your side, taking care of you." Wen Ci tilted his head slightly, and in Siege's eyes, there was only affection and concern, his touch consistently tender. This version of Siege bore no resemblance to someone whose dark side was at its peak. Yet, the very tenderness that enveloped him sent a chill through Wen Ci's heart. Wen Ci had once successfully garnered Siege's affection, as he understood him well. Xie was never the gentle type. He merely concealed his darker nature in the presence of those he cared for. In the past, Wen Ci relished this unique tenderness, but now he felt nothing but unease. He was uncertain of what awaited him, but he knew it would not be anything pleasant. However, since Xie still held desire for him, perhaps he could exploit that for his advantage. At the very least, surviving by Xie's side would allow him to devise a way to diminish the darkness within him. Fortunately, his current task merely necessitates the eradication of Xie's corruption value, without the need to traverse the narrative. He is not required to revisit the events embedded within the storyline. Wen Ci nestled into Xie's embrace, her arms encircling his waist, exuding a demeanor of utter trust and reliance. Yet her voice emerged muffled. "Xiego, I believe in you, but my legs." Xie's soft lips brushed against Wen Ci's earlobe, the warmth of his breath cascading over her neck as he murmured, "It will get better, Ci." Although his tone was imbued with tenderness, it resonated in Wen Ci's ears with an unsettling hint of madness. "If recovery proves elusive, fret not. I shall remain by your side." Xie's hand gradually pressed against Wen Ci's waist, moving lower. "Wherever you wish to go, I will take you there," he whispered gently. "Whatever you desire to do, I shall assist you." Taking advantage of Wen Ci's legs, which had succumbed to numbness, he acted with reckless abandon. The pheromones of a premier alpha are a lethal temptation for an omega, especially Xie's pheromones, which could induce a willing descent into madness. Yet, Wen Ci was a beta. No matter how alluring the pheromones, they wielded no effect over her. Xie's gaze lingered on the smooth expanse of Wen Ci's nape, his mind consumed by a singular thought. If only I could mark her. Ci, from this day forth, I shall be your legs. Chapter 3. Seizing that beta, Wen Ci's eyelids twitched. Though her legs were devoid of sensation, her vision remained intact. Where exactly was this fellow placing his hands? Was he truly under the impression that she was oblivious to it all? As she scrutinized Xie's neck, she pondered the feasibility of taking a bite. At that moment, the alert from 8848 chimed. Ding! Xie's corruption value 10, current corruption value 90. Wen Ci was momentarily taken aback. Xie merely squeezed her, and his corruption value plummeted by 10? Was it really that simple to eradicate corruption values? If only she could repeat this process several times. Wouldn't the tasks in this world be swiftly accomplished? As though sensing Wen Ci's thoughts, 8848 cautioned. 1-1, according to system detection. Xie's corruption value only decreases because he firmly believes your legs are truly immobile. Wen Ci replied. So he intends to render me useless, does he? 8848 responded. After all, he bears the memories of his past life. Have you forgotten the things you did to him? Wen Ci fell silent. 8848 continued. At his birthday party, you drugged him, almost leading to his ruin. You also assisted Wen Mo in extracting numerous secrets from Xie, resulting in losses amounting to at least several billion. Moreover, Wen Mo had you administer a potion that would destroy his glands. With a resigned sigh, 8848 lamented. Wen, although I exchanged the favorability detector for a corruption value detector and cannot ascertain his current feelings toward you, it is clear that after your repeated betrayals, Xie must harbor a deep-seated hatred for you. Wen Ci leaned into Xie's embrace, disregarding his subtle movements. He closed his eyes, concealing the emotions that lay beneath, and pressed his lips together. Xiao Ba, do not forget that my mission was to play the role of a malicious pawn. I was merely following the script. Clearly, after my betrayal, he ought to have grown stronger. Yet who could have predicted his descent into darkness? Wen Ci had not forgotten the deeds he had committed. At the birthday banquet, he did indeed administer a drug, but he also took away Xie. Thus, in the end, only the rumors orchestrated by Wen Mo tarnished Xie's reputation without truly ruining him. The significant loss of over 10 billion was a necessary plot point for him. He even found opportunities to compensate Xie, doubling the amount from other sources. Even the final agent that harmed the glands was not truly injected into Xie. Instead, it was quietly swapped for a common suppressant. Xie was the first male lead he had chosen, and his visage genuinely appealed to him, even if he was to follow the narrative. Wen Ci was reluctant to see Xie Ji suffer excessively. Who would have imagined that Xie Ji could succumb to darkness in this manner? 8848 was at a loss on how to explain the complexities of human emotions to a little demon who was devoid of genuine feelings. After a moment of silence, he spoke. When friends and boyfriends are not the same. Humans have a saying, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. I believe Xie Ji embodies this. The love he once held for you has transformed into an equal measure of hatred. Therefore, upon learning of your incapacitated legs, his descent into darkness would naturally diminish. Wen Ci pondered this, choosing not to respond, for he found truth in 8,848's words. As a malicious pawn, it was expected he would commit vile acts to instigate hatred from a male lead. Yet now, with his legs rendered useless, the darkness had only receded by 10 points. How much torment must he endure to entirely eradicate the darkness? Wen Ci envisioned himself imprisoned and mercilessly tortured, ultimately lying breathless in a dark room. He instinctively clutched Xie Ji tighter. No, he couldn't bear it. Surely there must be another way. Unbeknownst to him, Xie Ji's gaze towards him had shifted, and he was oblivious to the hand resting on his leg that had ceased its movement. His mind raced, contemplating his next course of action. Xie Ji despised him, suspected him, guarded against him, yet still harbored desire. This was not entirely unfavorable. At least it provided an avenue for breakthrough. However, he could not overtly alter his demeanor, as that would only deepen Xie Ji's suspicions. Wen Ci silently deliberated, resolving to make Xie Ji discern that he was not the same Wen Ci from his memories. Since it was the Wen Ci who had repeatedly betrayed him that elicited Xie Ji's disdain, this time he would present himself as a figure of unwavering trust, dependency, and permanence. Brother Xie, could you carry me to the restroom? Wen Ci's voice trembled faintly, as if he had exhausted all his strength to utter those words. Upon finishing, he tugged at Xie Ji's clothing, burying his head in his embrace, exposing the vulnerable nape of his neck and his flushed ears before Xie Ji's gaze. Xie Ji was momentarily taken aback, yet he slowly curled the corners of his lips into a smile. All right. With remarkable ease, he lifted Wen Ci into his arms. She felt remarkably light, prompting an almost imperceptible frown from Xie Ji. In their past life, despite not publicly declaring their relationship, countless nights were spent entwined together. He personally prepared meals daily, ensuring Wen Ci ate properly, even indulging in occasional feeding, which had barely allowed her to gain a bit of weight. Now, returning to those days, the person in his embrace felt far too light. This left Xie Ji feeling somewhat unsettled, and he found the embrace uncomfortable. She was too thin. It was only upon truly recognizing Wen Ci's fragility that Xie Ji experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. It gave him the illusion that this person would never leave him again. Yet, he understood that if Wen Ci desired to escape, even if her legs were incapacitated, she would find a way to run. Only by completely locking this person by his side could he ensure her compliance. A renewed desire to mark Wen Ci surged within Xie Ji. Unfortunately, Wen Ci was a beta. In their previous life, no matter how hard he tried to leave his pheromones on her, they would fade away within a couple of days. This had always left Xie Ji deeply dissatisfied, especially whenever Wen Ci returned to the Wen family, where she would inevitably carry the scent of Wen Mo's pheromones. Ironically, Wen Ci herself remained oblivious to it. Xie Ji would seethe with jealousy each time, but he refrained from expressing it, fearing it would displease Wen Ci. Reflecting on his past self, now seemed utterly ridiculous. What strange coincidence could that be? It was clearly a deliberate act by when Xie Ji lowered his gaze, concealing the mockery in his eyes. He worried about the awkwardness of Wen Ci's identity being revealed within the Wen family, fearing she might be ostracized by Wen Mo. Little did he know, Wen Ci had approached him precisely because of when Xie Ji gazed deeply at Wen Ci. The person in his arms appeared somewhat flustered due to what had just occurred, gripping his clothing tightly, a faint blush adorning her cheeks, her lips pressed together in silence. Xie Ji suppressed his swirling thoughts and smiled gently. What are you shy about? He leaned down, their breaths intertwining, their noses nearly brushing against Wen Ci's brow. Just then, it seemed Wen Ci wanted to say something, lifting her head. I'm not. Chapter 4, Capturing That Beta. Their soft lips unexpectedly met. The warm sensation enveloped the room in silence. Wen Ci's pupils flickered slightly, bewildered and at a loss as she stared at Xie. He too was momentarily stunned, caught in the gaze of her innocent and confused eyes, as the pheromones he had painstakingly reined in spiraled out of control once more. Wen Ci's eyelash trembled, and after a prolonged moment, she finally regained her senses. She raised her hand to push Xie away, stammering, I am not shy. This was the unfinished thought she had just uttered. Upon finishing her sentence, Wen Ci's face flushed deeper, her lips slightly pursed, her gaze wandering and evasive. She seemed perplexed, shy, and frustrated, wrestling with her emotions, yet there was not a trace of disdain or rejection to be found. So obedient, Xie thought, a slight smile gracing his lips, as a singular desire filled his mind. He wanted to kiss her. He had not tasted Wen Ci's lips for far too long. This thought quickly took root in his heart, stirring a restless desire within Xie. He recalled the image of Wen Ci, tearful and bullied, a sight that tugged at his heartstrings. In moments of despair, Wen Ci appeared both pitiable and endearing, crying to the point of forgetting himself, utterly drained of strength. Xie and Wen Ci had shared a long period of warmth together. Such a Wen Ci effortlessly evoked their cherished memories, those beautiful, longing recollections. Ding. Xie's darkening value. 5. Current value. 85. Wen Ci's eyes narrowed slightly at the sudden notification sound. It seemed Xie did not entirely despise him. That made things easier. Before Wen Ci could rejoice in this realization, his phone began to ring. Instinctively, he glanced at the phone resting on the bedside table. It was Wen Mo. A slight stiffness crept into the corners of Wen Ci's lips, his eyelids fluttering as a sense of dread enveloped him. Sure enough, the next moment brought another system notification from 8848. Ding. Xie's darkening value. 5. Current value. 90. Xie's darkening value. 10. Current value. 100. Wen Ci slowly closed his eyes, reluctant to open them, hoping it was merely a figment of his imagination. Before he could devise a response, Xie had already seated himself beside the hospital bed, cradling Wen Ci as he answered the call. With one hand holding the phone and the other supporting Wen Ci's waist, Xie remained silent yet observant. Wen Ci felt a chill in Xie's smile, but he had little time for contemplation as Wen Mo's indifferent voice came through the line. Ci, I heard you were in an accident. Is it serious? Wen Mo's tone was casual, leaving it unclear whether he was unconcerned for Wen Ci or simply assumed he would not be gravely injured. Wen Ci opened his mouth, intending to respond, yet Xie cut him off, abruptly ending the call. Xie smiled faintly, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Apologies. My hand slipped. Perhaps you should call back? Wen Ci leaned against Xie's shoulder, his voice muffled as he replied, No need. I have nothing to say to him. A flicker of light danced in Xie's gaze, his thoughts unknowable. Oh, I thought you two had a good relationship. Brother Xie, they never liked me because I'm a beta. Wen Ci's gaze fell to his legs, and he suddenly spoke. Now that I am a cripple, they will have even less reason to keep me. I don't want to go back. With his eyes cast down, a faint air of sadness enveloped him as he dejectedly asked, Can you take me away? Anywhere will do. Xie fell silent, taken aback that Wen Ci would request him to take him away. It was not how things had been in their previous life. Was it because Wen Ci's legs were now incapacitated? Xie's eyes narrowed in contemplation, a sliver of doubt creeping into his mind. He felt that Wen Ci was somehow different from the man he had known in the past, given that he had already experienced the extraordinary event of rebirth. He should have pondered more deeply about such a transformation in Wen Ci. Yet, Xie harbored not an ounce of doubt regarding Wen Ci. He was resolute that Wen Ci remained unchanged. Could it be that Wen Ci had also been reborn? A deeper uncertainty and inquiry flickered in Xie's eyes, but he swiftly dismissed the notion. If Wen Ci had indeed been reborn, such an attitude towards him would be utterly implausible. The only transformation between this life and the last had been Wen Ci's legs. Xiazi's palm pressed against Wen Ci's legs, a vague caress imbued with meaning. Perhaps it was indeed due to those legs. After all, he had later discovered that the very accident was orchestrated by Wen Mo, intended to bring Wen Ci into his orbit, compelling him to owe a debt of gratitude. Wen Ci likely never anticipated that this calamity would render him crippled. Xiazi found a rationale that could convince him. However, an inexplicable surge of jealousy soon arose. In such peril, Wen Ci had chosen to push him away, opting to risk his life for another man. How deeply must Wen Ci care for that Wen Mo? So much so that he could confront the architect of his own suffering with such composure, not uttering a single reproach. And what was he then? What did it mean for Wen Ci to speak to him now? Was it an act of defiance against Wen Mo? Or was this merely a component of their original scheme, an attempt to secure a place by his side? Subsequently, would it unfold as it had in their previous lives, entwining him in despair, only to depart without a trace? Jealousy, anger, and resentment flooded Xiazi's heart. Emotions so bitter they nearly obliterated his reason. He found himself responding in a voice imbued with an unfamiliar tenderness. "Very well, I shall assist you. If you do not wish to return, then remain by my side. As I have promised, from this day forth, I shall be your legs. I will care for you, protect you, and remain with you always." Xiazi grasped Wen Ci's hand, their fingers entwined with unyielding strength, each word laden with sincerity. His gaze nearly reverent in its fervor. It felt akin to an oath, or perhaps a curse. Wen Ci's fingertips curled slightly, an unsettling chill creeping up his spine. He had intended to sever ties with Wen Mo, to stay alongside Xiazi, seeking opportunities to mitigate his own darkness. Yet now, regret began to seep in. But Xiazi afforded him no chance for regret or retreat. The following day, he completed the discharge procedures and carried Wen Ci out of the hospital. Wen Ci was uncertain whether Xiazi had forgotten or acted with intention, having arranged everything except for a wheelchair. Thus, he was cradled in Xiazi's arms, subjected to myriad gazes, occasionally catching snippets of whispered commentary. While Wen Ci felt no embarrassment, he feigned a mix of shame and helplessness, burying his head in Xiazi's embrace. Just as Xiazi had declared, he had become Wen Ci's legs. Wherever Wen Ci wished to go, he could only rely on him. Just when Wen Ci believed that Xiazi intended to hold him thus indefinitely, Xiazi carried him into the estate's villa and opened a door. Wen Ci beheld the wheelchair that Xiazi had meticulously prepared for him. His pupils quivered, and he tightened his grasp on Xiazi's sleeve. "What does this mean, Brother Xia?" In a spacious chamber, a row of wheelchairs stood in parallel, each distinct in its design. Yet, in comparison to the other furnishings within the room, these modified wheelchairs appeared trivial. Wen Ci's heart raced. As a succubus, he inherently understood the purpose of these items. What unnerved him, however, was the realization that some of these implements were entirely unfamiliar to him. It was evident that Xiazi had gathered them all. Such a feat could not have been accomplished in a single night. The former Xiazi would never have undertaken such preparations. Had this begun only after his rebirth? Were these items intended for his own use? Wen Ci forced himself to quell his thoughts, unwilling to ponder further. At that moment, he would have preferred if Xiazi truly harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, seeking to torment him as retribution. As he had previously stated, no succubus had ever met their demise in bed. Should Xiazi employ these devices upon him, he would undoubtedly become the first. Wen Ci could already envision how other succubi would mock him. "Brother Xia, have we entered the wrong room?" He continued to struggle within himself. Upon entering this villa, he had wondered why there were no servants. Now, the reason was clear. Not only were there no attendants, but the estate was also perched on a mountainside, isolated from others. Even driving down would take 2 hours. In his current predicament, unless he relied on Xiazi, escape was utterly impossible. Xiazi observed the shifting expressions on Wen Ci's face. Near the window loomed a grand bed, sunlight streaming through the panes, which should have infused warmth into the space. Instead, the bed's linens were an oppressive black, and even the floor was adorned with a dark velvet carpet. Despite the splendid sunlight, an inexplicable sense of oppression hung in the air. "You haven't gone astray," Xie said with a gentle smile, guiding Wen Ci towards the bed. "Did you not wish to leave the Wen family? Then you shall reside here. Rest assured, I shall ensure they do not trouble you." Wen Ci thought to himself, is this about whether the Wen family will seek to trouble him? I have long desired this. Xie, he declared as he placed Wen Ci upon the bed. Observing the flustered and disoriented expression on his face, a satisfied smile graced his features. "Previously, I indulged you too much. Only in this manner will you stay obediently by my side." With astonishment flickering in Wen Ci's eyes, Xie grasped his ankle. Seated upon the bed, Wen Ci resembled an exquisite porcelain doll, his unfeeling legs at the mercy of Xie's whims. He felt no sensation, nor did he possess the strength to break free and escape, though he had anticipated and prepared for the possibility of being confined in a small dark room. He was, nonetheless, compelled to confront the reality of his situation. However, the contents of the small dark room were entirely different from what he had envisioned. He had not anticipated that Xie would act so swiftly against him. Just yesterday, he could still feign indifference, yet today he found himself confined. Could it be that the phone call from Wen Mo had provoked such a reaction in Xie? Wen Ci pondered the reasons behind Xie's actions. But now is not the time for such thoughts. Regardless of why Xie had suddenly turned against him, the most pressing concern was to soothe his emotions. Wen Ci was acutely aware that he was in a position of complete vulnerability. Every aspect of his existence was under Xie's control. If he failed to calm Xie, he might very well depart this world in a manner both absurd and ludicrous. As a succubus, failure was acceptable, but dying in bed was utterly intolerable. When Xie leaned down towards him, Wen Ci did not hesitate, instinctively wrapping his arms around him and planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. To be precise, Wen Ci merely brushed his lips lightly against Xie's face. Yet this simple gesture caused Xie to momentarily stiffen, halting all movement. Clinging to Xie, Wen Ci buried his face in the crook of his neck, his voice trembling with emotion as he choked out, "Xie, do you think that without the Wen family, I can be bullied at will?" Tears fell onto Xie's neck, striking him like stones against his heart, leaving behind a burning imprint. "I am neither an alpha nor an omega, so you all perceive me as easy prey. Xie, I thought you were different from them." Wen Ci gradually released his hold on Xie, gazing up at him with tear-filled eyes that reflected a subtle disappointment. This expression momentarily softened Xie's heart. He stared at Wen Ci for a prolonged moment before suddenly letting out a sigh accompanied by a smile. With a gentle chuckle, he retrieved a red silk ribbon embroidered with rose patterns to cover Wen Ci's eyes. Xie pressed a kiss to the tip of Wen Ci's ear and softly spoke. "Little deceiver, I almost believed your words again. Isn't this precisely what you desire? If you wish to remain by my side and earn my trust, you must have been prepared to pay the price." Noticing that Wen Ci seemed fearful, Xie's touch softened. "What are you afraid of? Ci, tell me. Who occupies your thoughts right now? Are you worried for yourself or for Wen Mo?" His tone retained an eerily gentle quality. Yet he nearly bit down on the name. Wen Ci had not expected Xie to be so difficult to placate. He attempted to align himself with Xie, subtly conveying his feelings, but Xie remained unconvinced. He then tried to resist, but his numb legs rendered him incapable of any substantial opposition. No matter what he attempted, Xie effortlessly pulled him back. Xie had complete dominion over Wen Ci's every action, and Wen Ci finally realized that for the irrational Xie, no matter what he said or did, it would all be deemed erroneous. The unfortunate little succubus struggled to fully comprehend the intricate emotions of humanity, leading him to believe that Xie either harbored hatred towards him or still held affection. Unbeknownst to him, for humans, love and hate can coexist simultaneously, entwined in a tumultuous dance that brings forth profound anguish and inner conflict. Such was the plight of Xie at that moment. He loathed Wen Ci for his betrayal, for his abandonment. Yet, upon embracing the lighter Wen Ci for the first time after his rebirth, His mind wandered to thoughts of purchasing Wen Ci's favorite dishes the following day. Ci found himself utterly unable to resist the allure and charm of Wen Ci. He was acutely aware of this truth and understood that facing Wen Ci would inevitably lead him to a state of awakened surrender once more. Thus, while he still possessed the resolve, he would go to any lengths to keep Wen Ci by his side, even if this plan was far from flawless. Retaining this individual in his proximity was paramount. This tumultuous battle of emotions raged on for an indeterminate duration. In moments of hazy consciousness, he seemed to hear the sound of his darkening value diminishing. Yet at that juncture, he could not muster the strength to even lift a finger, let alone devote a fragment of his thoughts to the task at hand. Just before he succumbed completely to unconsciousness, Wen Ci silently cursed the madman in his heart. Ci was nothing short of an incomprehensible lunatic. Fully aware that he was merely a beta, this individual still gripped the nape of his neck, incessantly questioning him in a whisper. "Why can't you mark me?" Chapter 6. Seizing that beta when Ci awakened, daylight had broken anew. He lay languidly upon the bed, gazing up at the chandelier above, his pupils slightly unfocused, lost in thought. The linens had been replaced with a fresh set, and he was wrapped in a new robe. "Wen, are you all right?" 8848 inquired with palpable concern. "Shall we abandon this task? Ci is exceedingly difficult to manage. At worst, we can return to retrain for 3 years. Wen Ci finally stirred his eyes, responding in a low tone, and then, once the 3 years have elapsed, I could return like the Dragon King, yes? Wen, I've told you to refrain from reading such nonsensical books, 8848 replied. Hearing 8848's voice uplifted Wen Ci's spirits, albeit he still suppressed the slight upward curve of his lips. According to the experiential manuals of his predecessors that he had just perused, this room was surely laden with surveillance. Ci was likely behind those monitors, scrutinizing him from every angle, observing his every move. Wen Ci could only converse with 8848 in his mind. "Do not worry, I am fine. Ci still possesses a sliver of conscience. He hasn't truly attempted to harm me." Upon seeing the various items in the room, Wen Ci was genuinely alarmed. There was no escape, and he remained unaware of what awaited him next. However, most of the items appeared to be mere decor, likely intended by Ci to intimidate him, rather than to be employed against him. Yet, for a succubus, human desires were the most delectable of sustenance. To Wen Ci, the fact that Ci did not push him to his limits rendered everything he received akin to sustenance. Yet, even the most exquisite delicacies can overwhelm when consumed in excess, which is why he currently felt somewhat unwell. By the way, 8848 interjected, since yesterday, the fluctuations in Ci's darkening value have been quite evident, resembling a roller coaster, rising and falling dramatically. Wen, I believe I must retract my previous statement. Ci likely does not harbor such intense hatred towards you. After a night's rest, his darkening value has dwindled to merely 75, and it continues to decrease gradually. Upon hearing matters pertinent to his mission, Wen Ci's interest was piqued. How much has it decreased? Every hour it diminishes by 0.01, a figure so minuscule it can be deemed negligible, 8848 replied. Then there is no need to relay such details, Wen Ci stated dismissively. However, based on system analysis, it appears that Ci does not despise you as much as one might think. His animosity is primarily directed towards Wen Mo. I suspect Wen Mo is the root of his darkness. Wen Ci longed to roll his eyes, but restrained himself, considering that Ci might be observing him. Isn't that self-evident? Wen Mo is the antagonist. Compared to Wen Mo, my actions are mere trifles. Currently, Wen Mo was being heralded as the true young master of the One family, publicly claiming to be an S-class Omega. In reality, the genuine Wen Mo had perished long ago. The individual now assuming his identity was Yi Chun, a villain who had usurped Wen Mo's place within the family. Years ago, the CF family had thrived in both legal and illegal enterprises, gradually cleansing their reputation over decades. However, this did not signify their complete departure from the gray areas of society. Yi Chun, impulsive and ruthless in his youth, had encroached upon CF family businesses multiple times, only to be dealt with by Siege. He lost not only his territory, but also his subordinates, many of whom were captured or fled. In recent years, Yi Chun had offended numerous individuals, and when he fell from grace, all of his enemies converged upon him. The real Wen Mo had long since met his end at Yi Chun's hands. In a bid to evade assassination and exact revenge on Siege Yi Chun returned to the Wen family under the guise of Wen Ci, cast as the malicious cannon fodder false young master. Served as a weapon for Wen Mo in his early schemes against Siege Yi. Given his limited role, he was merely a cruel pawn, hardly qualifying as a significant antagonist. Ordinarily, Wen Mo's true identity would be unveiled later in the narrative. However, Wen Ci harbored a deep aversion to the character of Wen Mo. The way that man looked at him was unsettling, infused with a complex desire. Thus, upon his departure, Wen Ci discreetly packaged Wen Mo's identity and actions and sent them anonymously to Siege Yi. Should Siege Yi utilize this information wisely, he could circumvent considerable troubles and eliminate Wen Mo, the most formidable adversary. Pondering this, Wen Ci felt a tinge of melancholy. He wondered what transpired after his departure and whether Siege Yi had perused the evidence he had sent. When one, perhaps he might attempt to reconcile with Siege Yi. After some reflection, 8848 suggested, there exists an item in the system shop known as the Dream of Yellow Millet, which allows the user to weave dreams for others. Since he harbored a greater animosity towards Wen Mo, let us simply shift the blame entirely onto Wen Mo, 8848 sincerely suggested. Moreover, it is indeed Wen Mo who has been orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Wen Ci replied, thank you, but if you wish for me to remain alive, do not remind him of the connection between Wen Mo and myself. 8848 acquiesced. All right. Wen Ci recalled the words spoken by Siege Yi, which implied an intimate relationship between himself and Wen Mo. He could not fathom why Siege Yi would harbor such a misconception. However, he understood that he must refrain from mentioning Wen Mo in front of Siege Yi, even in dreams. Siege Yi was in a particularly volatile state, teetering on the brink of losing his sanity. Intuition told Wen Ci that Wen Mo was the catalyst for Siege Yi's sudden decision to confine him. The tools for weaving dreams could indeed be utilized, but not at this moment. Wen Ci closed his eyes, reflecting on his past actions and everything that transpired upon his return to this world. Playfulness aside, his tasks must continue. During his time at the Demon Academy, Wen Ci was the type to complain daily about not wanting to attend those utterly tedious classes, yet he never missed a single one. The same applied to his current missions. Though he lamented his duties, he understood they were unavoidable. Just when 8848 presumed Wen Ci had drifted into slumber, he suddenly inquired, Xiaoba, can you detect the locations of the surveillance cameras in this room? Let me check. 8848 responded. To their astonishment, even 8848 couldn't help but curse. When there are over 100 surveillance cameras in this room, monitoring you from every conceivable angle. This revelation was expected. Wen Ci exhibited little reaction to the news. He merely opened his eyes once more, mustering the strength to sit up from the bed, trembling hands lifting the covers. His gaze fell, breath coming in soft gasps, as if this singular motion had drained all his energy. He slowly shifted, struggling to drag his legs towards the edge of the bed. The dark crimson robe he wore was excessively large, loosely enveloping him, with the sash carelessly draped around his waist. As he moved, the robe slipped further, causing a moment of panic as he instinctively grasped it to cover himself once more. Wen Ci's body trembled uncontrollably as he turned his head, lifting his gaze slightly to behold his legs. Once so beautiful, they now lay immobile, marred by ambiguous marks that revealed the experiences of their owner. Biting his lip, Wen Ci cast his eyes downward, tears cascading down, dampening the small mole at the tip of his nose. He laid bare all his vulnerability and helplessness before the watchful eyes of Siege Yi through the surveillance. Wen Ci mentally calculated the passage of time, his mind echoing with 8848's voice. When Siege Yi cannot remain still. Chapter 7. the plunder of that beta. Wen Ci did not respond to 8,848. Instead, immersing himself entirely in the emotions he had just begun to cultivate. A silent, restrained weeping ensued. When Ci heard the door to the room creak open, yet he did not turn nor pause. Siege slowly approached from behind, enveloping him in an embrace. Gently brushing away the tears at the corners of his eyes with his fingertips, his voice tender. "Do not cry." When Ci bit down on Siege's wrist, his body trembling violently. The formidable physique of an S-class alpha meant that even with Wen Ci's significant effort, he merely left a faint bite mark on his wrist, without even a trace of blood. Why? Why do this to me? When Ci leaned against Siege's chest, his muffled sobs laden with questions. He gradually lifted his tear-stained gaze, his eyes, red from crying, pleadingly searching Siege's face. Brother Cie. Confusion, helplessness, grievance, and disappointment shimmered in his eyes, piercing Siege's heart. His fingertips trembled, his expression inscrutable as he stared at Wen Ci, lost in thought. Regaining his composure, Cie lifted Wen Ci effortlessly, soothing him gently. "As Ci must be hungry, right? I prepared your favorite dishes. Let us eat something first, shall we?" he inquired, kissing away the tears from Wen Ci's eyes. Yet, it was clear that he was indifferent to Wen Ci's desires, as he took it upon himself to carry him out of the room. The dining table was adorned with all of Wen Ci's beloved dishes, yet only a single chair awaited him. After being toyed with for so long without food, Wen Ci indeed felt a pang of hunger, especially with the fragrant and tempting meals spread before him, all to his liking. Siege seated Wen Ci at the table and picked up a piece of pork chop, still coaxing him gently. "Be good, open your mouth." Wen Ci internally lamented, forcing himself to avert his gaze from the delectable spread before him, fearing he might snatch the chopsticks from Siege's hand. Turning his head away, he hoarsely spoke. "Siege, do you intend to keep me locked up here forever?" Siege did not respond to Wen Ci's words, but instead planted a kiss on the small mole at the tip of his nose. "Don't you like it? Then let us start with some soup." Wen Ci fell silent, yet remained obstinate about eating. Siege discerned Wen Ci's resistance and aversion, his gaze still gentle, devoid of impatience. Nevertheless, he filled the bowl with soup and, with an insistence that brooked no refusal, fed it to Wen Ci. Ci, do not gamble with your health. Eat a little more." Siege noted the tremors in Wen Ci's body. Despite his evident rejection and resistance, he felt powerless, merely leaning against Siege, allowing him to manipulate the situation, unable to resist or escape. This sensation, the complete dominance over Wen Ci, was palpable. Ding! Siege's dark value. 2. Current dark value. 73. Upon hearing the familiar notification, Wen Ci's expression remained unchanged, yet relief washed over him internally. It seemed this time he had wagered correctly. Siege harbored hatred, yet craved him, desiring absolute control. Wen Ci struggled to comprehend these intricate emotions, choosing instead to probe cautiously, piece by piece. Siege, for the moment, did not trust him, thus his attempts to appease and please would yield no effect. Perhaps it would only deepen Siege's suspicions, a notion that necessitated a delicate balance of rejection, one that could only be surrendered to his control. This was the only way to ease Siege's concerns. If Siege wished to witness him struggle in vain, then he would indeed put on a show of resistance. To coax someone, one must cater to their desires. When Ci, feeling quite satisfied, was compelled by Siege to consume a plethora of his favorite delicacies. Siege's warm palm gently kneaded his abdomen. Ding! Siege's darkening value. 1. Current darkening value. 72. When Ci's spirits lifted, resembling a contented cat nestled in Siege's embrace, though his expression feigned a semblance of exhaustion. His voice, no longer as hoarse, yet still muffled, inquired, "Siege, what must I do for you to release me? Why do you not wish to let me go? Is this not what you desire?" 11e replied nonchalantly, "Assis, I understand your reasons for approaching me. It matters not. As long as you remain obediently by my side, I can overlook both past and future transgressions. Assis, I can provide you with everything you seek, You need only stay with me. His mood was buoyant, joy permeating his tone. He carried Wen Ci from the villa to the garden, where the air was infused with a gentle floral fragrance, and clusters of pale, pink blossoms danced in the sunlight. Wen Ci's gaze was soon captivated by a swing nestled among the flowers, and for a fleeting moment, he was lost in thought. In times past, he would nestle in Ci's arms, where discussions of their future and the concept of home would ensue. Yes, home. Neither he nor Ci lacked wealth. Acquiring property was a trivial matter. Yet, a home was something altogether different. They did indeed create a home, one that Ci had meticulously arranged as a surprise for him. However, by that time, he was already on the brink of departing this world, rendering the notion of sharing that home together a futile dream. Yet, he knew of its existence and had clandestinely visited. It was indeed beautiful and resonated with his heart's desires. Identical flowers, the same swing. When Ci slowly spoke, "What do you intend to do now?" Ci placed Wen Ci on the swing, standing behind him and leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek, asking, "Do you not like it?" Wen Ci fell silent. The swing swayed gently, his legs instinctively moving with its motion, yet he could only observe, devoid of any true sensation. He could not articulate the nature of this feeling, but instinctively tightened his grip on the ropes binding the swing. Ci's gaze fell upon Wen Ci, fixated on the nape of his neck, his eyes darkening with an intense longing. He yearned to bite, to mark him. The scent of his pheromones from yesterday had faded, nearly imperceptible unless one was attentive. This stirred a sense of irritation within Ci. He desired Wen Ci to be imbued with his essence, inside and out, even if this individual was already confined beside him. Even though they had engaged in deep conversations numerous times, there always remained a slight disconnect that irked Ci. Ding, Ci's corruption value. 2, current value. 70, 88, 48 cheered exuberantly. Wonderful, Wen. Ci's corruption value has increased again. Ci's corruption value. 10, current value. 80, 88, 48, elated for merely 3 seconds, was taken aback as the corruption value surged once more. When Ci heard 8848 emit a rather peculiar sound and nearly burst into laughter, he restrained the corners of his mouth. "Little 8, please calm down. Do not make me laugh." 8848, feeling vexed, pondered. What on earth is Ci thinking? The corruption value diminishes steadily at times, yet skyrockets inexplicably at others. But you haven't done anything wrong. The more 8848 thought about it, the more agitated he became, ultimately managing to utter, "He has a problem." Chapter 8. Seizing that beta 8848 snorted, expressing his discontent. "At this rate, I fear we shall never complete our mission in this lifetime." He had anticipated that, given their previous actions, Ci's corruption value would be challenging to dissipate. However, he had not expected such relentless fluctuations. Moreover, these fluctuations occurred without any discernible warning. They were utterly clueless as to what they had done to provoke Ci's recurrent corruption. This was far too capricious. The confidence 8848 initially possessed had been severely undermined by Ci's unpredictable behavior over the past few days. When Ci stared vacantly at a point in the air, while calmly inquiring within his mind to 8848, "What about Wen Mo? Has there been any activity from him in the past couple of days?" Wen Mo had just returned to the One family and was devising ways to erase any traces of his previous actions to avoid being hunted down by enemies. The malicious male counterpart had yet to make an appearance. This faux young master was currently Wen Mo's only viable weapon. Naturally, Wen Mo could not truly disregard him. His phone and the necklace he carried contained tracking devices and listening devices that Wen Mo had installed. However, now that he was confined to this manor by Ci, he had been stripped of all his belongings, making it impossible for Wen Mo to remain oblivious. The plot had already diverged, and it was uncertain how Wen Mo would proceed next, or whether he would prematurely connect with that malicious male counterpart. Having been diverted from the topic, 8848 disregarded his frustration regarding the corruption value. "I see that Wen Mo is contacting some of his former subordinates to utilize the One family's influence to arrange an escape route for them. It appears he is still unaware that you're being held captive by Ci. Wen Ci contemplated. It is also possible that he simply does not care. After all, he was the only weapon that person could currently wield. It was implausible for one to be unaware of a weapon slipping from their grasp. However, for Wen Mo, arranging an escape route for those individuals and conserving strength was of utmost importance. After all, Wen Mo was acutely aware that he was not the true young master of the One family. Those individuals were his genuine trump cards. So what should we do next? Are we to remain trapped here indefinitely? The anxious inquiry of 8,848 emerged. Although this time we need not traverse the storyline, nor forcefully extricate ourselves at the narrative's climax. We cannot truly remain here for eternity, can we? Given the current developments, 8,848 harbored profound doubts that even if Wen Ci were to linger here indefinitely, Cie's darkness would not entirely dissipate. Understanding 8,848's concerns, Wen Ci maintained his composure. There is no need to fret, little Ba. For the next few days, you needn't accompany me. Go keep an eye on Wen Mo instead. The insights gleaned from the plot had become exceedingly scant, and to grasp the happenings beyond, it was imperative for 8,848 to monitor them personally. I am rather uneasy about your well-being, 8,848 replied. Cie could imprison someone without a hint of forewarning. And the mere thought of what he might do in 8,848's absence was unsettling. The mission was indeed vital, yet Wen Ci's safety was equally paramount. With a sigh, Wen Ci reassured, rest assured, if he truly intended to harm me, he would have acted long ago. In these days, I shall merely endure his antics. As long as he does not push me to the brink, I shall manage. More than his methods of tormenting me, I am presently more concerned about the CF family. I recall a significant project of theirs recently encountered a mishap. Last time, I was by his side to assist him in resolving it. He refrained from intervening, aware of the situation, yet oblivious to its intricacies, and now he continues to fixate on me. I fear something may go awry. Wen Ci lowered his gaze, concealing the turmoil within. He pondered how to discreetly alert Cie without revealing too much. Presently, Cie held a measure of distrust towards him, and he could not afford to exacerbate that suspicion. To be fair, Cie had treated him exceedingly well. With no narrative tasks to pursue that would infringe upon his interests, Wen Ci genuinely wished for Cie's prosperity. Unbeknownst to Wen Ci, 8848 murmured softly, "Why are you worried about this? After all, he is the male lead, endowed with the male lead halo, and is unlikely to encounter any significant troubles. In my opinion, this presents a splendid opportunity. Should the CF family truly face difficulties, your chances of departing would significantly increase. Moreover, you could use this occasion to comfort him, rekindling his fondness for you." The more 8,848 articulated, the more logical it seemed, and its voice grew animated. Indeed, when we can orchestrate troubles for him, leading him to rock bottom, and you can then return to his side to provide warmth. Surely, he will come to adore you once more, and his darkness will surely diminish. Wen Ci remained silent. At times, he genuinely wished to dismantle 8,848's mind to discern the codes within. Cie's darkness was already formidable. He had no desire to amplify his own challenges. Your suggestion is commendable. However, I advise against further recommendations. With a subtle smile, Wen Ci unflinchingly declined 8,848's proposal. Now, be a good assistant and watch over Wen Mo. Should he make any moves, inform me immediately. With a sigh of resignation, 8848 fell silent, obediently focusing on Wen Mo. Without 8,848's incessant chatter, Wen Ci felt a sense of clarity wash over him. The swing had come to a halt, and he instinctively glanced up at Cie. He remained clad only in a thin robe, but the sun shone brightly today, making the chill bearable. "Achi, do you like it?" Cie asked abruptly. Wen Ci, bewildered by the suddenness, chose silence. Cie leaned in, placing a gentle kiss on his collarbone, his fingers caressing the nape of his neck. "Ci, may I mark you?" The familiar phrase made Wen Ci's eyelids flutter. Gathering his strength, he delivered a light but firm slap to Cie's face. Cie seized Wen Ci's wrist, his gaze dark and penetrating, without granting CSZ a chance to speak. Wen Ci's eyes reddened as he clenched his jaw, trembling as he spoke. CSZ, even if you despise me, there's no need to humiliate me like this. The imprint of CSZ's grip left a ring of red on Wen Ci's wrist, tears glistening as his body quaked more violently. I am a beta. If you wish to mark someone, find an omega. Anger and frustration surged within him, and his eyes reflected endless disappointment and bitterness. You know perfectly well that a beta cannot be marked. CSZ cut him off, swallowing his words with a low, resonant voice close to his ear. It can be done as CI. Be good. Let me mark you, and I will let you go. A sudden gust of wind rustled the petals, swaying the swing. Instinctively, Wen Ci shrank into CSZ's embrace. I despise you, he murmured weakly, leaning against CSZ, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. He sensed CSZ's heart racing. Without 8,848's presence, Wen Ci was unsure whether CSZ's darkened disposition had lessened. But he was acutely aware that his emotions were entwined with Wen Ci's. Exhausted from emotional turmoil, Wen Ci soon drifted into slumber in CSZ's arms. Noticing the steady rise and fall of Wen Ci's breath, CSZ pressed a soft kiss to his forehead, his tone tender. Not enough. Mere dislike is insufficient. Wen Ci, I want you to hate me. Hate me for a lifetime, yet never be able to leave me. Chapter 9. The plunder of that beta Wen Ci was the most adept liar. Any affection expressed from the lips of such a little deceiver could not be trusted. Only hatred rang true. He craved Wen Ci's animosity, for only such a version of Wen Ci could provide him with a semblance of authenticity. Yet, gazing at the sleeping figure who instinctively curled his fingers around CSZ's, a tumult of emotions churned within him, stifled and unresolved, causing him great discomfort. He longed for Wen Ci to loathe him, as only in that state could he feel a flicker of reality. However, CSZ had witnessed Wen Ci's adoration. His eyes filled with nothing but him, clinging to him with playful affection. The disparity was overwhelmingly vast. No one can refuse the affection of Wen Ci, even if it is but a facade. CSZ took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Yet, it was futile. At this moment, Wen Ci had yet to make any move, merely beginning to approach him. However, he had already enclosed the individual, committing the most egregious of acts. There was no going back. He could not struggle alone in agony. He intended to drag this little deceiver down with him, to share in the descent. CSZ's fingertips traced the contours of Wen Ci's brows and eyes, a shadow passing through his gaze. When Wen Ci awoke, it was upon a bed, not in the previous room cluttered with various implements, but in a warmly adorned chamber. The entire room was bathed in soft, buttery yellow hues, with a plush carpet enveloping the floor, even the corners being swathed in its comforting embrace. Stuffed toys lay scattered across the ground, while exquisite ornaments adorned the shelves upon the walls. It was a stark contrast to the room he had previously occupied. His attire had been changed as well. He now wore a loose, comfortable dark red shirt that accentuated his fair skin. The collar was embroidered with rose patterns, hinting an unspoken claim of ownership. However, he found himself without trousers. Wen Ci thought, well, if there are no trousers, then so be it. After all, the room was sufficiently warm, and he felt no chill. Awakening in this chamber, Wen Ci experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, nearly convinced he was ensnared in a dream. This illusion shattered when the door creaked open, and CSZ entered, carrying a glass of water. Awake? First, have some water, he said, settling beside the bed, his tone perpetually gentle. Wen Ci turned his head away in silence, a wordless protest. CSZ, unperturbed, enveloped him in an embrace with an insistence that brooked no refusal, then softly inquired, "Do you wish for me to feed you?" As he spoke, he brought the cup to Wen Ci's lips. Wen Ci swiftly snatched the cup from his hands and drank. A warm current surged within him, and he felt a flicker of unease as he sensed the change in his body. It could not be as he feared, could it? He had just awakened. Surely, CSZ was not mad enough to escalate matters to such extremes. Stealing a furtive glance at CSZ, he pondered the implications. The unique constitution of a succubus meant that as long as he was not truly at his limits, recovery would be swift. Thus, rather than fret over his own condition, Wen Ci's concern lay with Succubus. He found himself willing to indulge in further encounters. Yet could Succubus truly withstand it? Would he not be rendered incapacitated? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the warmth within him dissipated, leaving only a lingering ache at the nape of his neck. Betas could not mark, nor did they possess glands. Yet it seemed Succubus was earnestly intent on marking him. Observing that Wen Ci had obediently consumed the water and remained silent, Succubus lifted the covers. His warm palm clasped Wen Ci's leg. Wen Ci felt nothing, merely cradling the cup of water, watching him knead gently. Succubus suddenly asked, "Do you truly feel nothing?" Wen Ci was puzzled by this inquiry. Was this not what he desired? Despite knowing that his legs were incapacitated, he remained in high spirits, even as his dark aura diminished significantly. Wen Ci lowered his gaze, his voice gravelly yet calm as he spoke. "Succubus, you should be more aware than I am. Jizi inordit silently." Wen Ci pondered the truth in the words of 8,848. This person was indeed unpredictable. He could not fathom Succubus' thoughts and chose to remain silent, avoiding unnecessary words that could lead to missteps. Wen Ci had anticipated that Succubus would, like in the previous days, engage in a variety of antics to torment him. However, to his surprise, for several days thereafter, Succubus had considerably restrained himself, refraining from imposing any further trials upon him. Each night, he would embrace Wen Ci, striving in myriad ways to leave his unique pheromones on him, along with personally bringing him a glass of water each day. Wen Ci had harbored doubts about the water's integrity, yet he found himself unable to escape. Even if he refused to drink, Succubus possessed 100 ways to ensure he would. Succubus still relished biting the nape of his neck, whispering repeatedly in his ear about marking him when the moment grew intense. Yet, when Ci dismissed such words, a beta could never be marked. He lacked the glands and could not even perceive Succubus' pheromones, let alone entertain the notion of being marked. Initially, Wen Ci would retort, but eventually, he ceased to engage in the matter. However, as he calculated the timeline of the incident concerning the CF family project, a sense of agitation settled within him. Logically, since Succubus had been reborn, he should have eradicated such threats in their infancy. Yet, during this period, Succubus remained fixated on him, showing no inclination to address that pressing issue. What was a Ci contemplating? Sitting by the window, Wen Ci gazed out at the flowers, finding no joy in their beauty. Before he could fully register the sounds behind him, a faint yet familiar scent wafted into his senses, reminiscent of Succubus' pheromones from the narrative. This left Wen Ci momentarily dazed. A beta could not be marked. Even if pheromones lingered on their skin, they would dissipate swiftly. Perhaps it was due to Succubus' relentless efforts during this time, as he consistently left new traces of his scent before the previous ones could vanish. Surprisingly, Wen Ci could still detect a hint of pheromones, albeit solely belonging to Succubus. Succubus enveloped Wen Ci from behind, resting his head on Wen Ci's shoulder, his eyes curving into a gentle smile as he said, "I prepared your favorite red braised beef and sweet and sour ribs. Let us dine." With practiced ease, he lifted Wen Ci into his arms. Instinctively, Wen Ci wrapped his arms around Succubus' neck. In the initial days, he would voice his desire to leave, but now he merely nestled obediently in Succubus' embrace, maintaining his silence. Like an exquisite figurine awaiting manipulation, he allowed Succubus to play with him. Even when subjected to harsh treatment, he would only shed a few tears, his once bright eyes gradually dimming. It seems as though he has completely abandoned the thought of leaving this place. Succubus has attained what he desired, a compliant and obedient Wen Ci, who will no longer stray from his side. Yet, Succubus remains unable to find joy. Wen Ci, perplexed, cannot fathom the source of Succubus' discontent. He has seemingly granted this person what he yearned for. From initial struggles to eventual submission, Wen Ci believes that Succubus desires him in this manner, capable of avenging the grievances of their past life while simultaneously satisfying his desires. Is this not correct? Wen Ci, finds himself in a labyrinth of confusion. Although he is unaware of the current state of Xieji's darkening emotions, he can surmise a fraction of it from the latter's demeanor. The more he contemplates, the more despondent he becomes. Yet, even Xieji himself is oblivious to the reasons behind his own unhappiness. How could Wen Ci possibly unravel it? Nevertheless, Wen Ci never burdens himself with such matters. He refuses to cling to thoughts that elude understanding. A glass of water is routinely placed in his hand, but he merely holds it, gazing absently at his reflection upon the surface. The pressing concern remains. He must find a way to remind Xieji of the project's issues. The shift in Wen Ci's demeanor does not escape Xieji's notice. His smile gradually fades. His fingers curl slightly, tapping rhythmically on the table, pulling Wen Ci back from his reverie. "Why aren't you drinking? Do you not like it?" "No," Wen Ci responds, coming to his senses, softly uttering a word before obediently drinking from the glass. In truth, aside from tormenting Wen Ci during certain moments, Xieji treats him well otherwise. Over the past few days, he has been well nourished by Xieji, his complexion having gained a healthy glow, yet he still presents a listless appearance. Xieji brings a piece of meat to Wen Ci's lips. "If you don't like it, I shall cease offering it from tomorrow." Wen Ci pauses, bewildered, gazing at Xieji. The morsel rests against his lips, and he instinctively opens his mouth. Sitting on Xieji's lap, he readily accepts the offered food. It is only when Xieji's fingers brush against the nape of his neck that he halts his actions. Xieji speaks slowly. "I have already found a suitable gland." A sudden tightness grips Wen Ci's heart. What does Xieji mean by this? Is it possible that he wishes to transform him from a beta into an omega? Chapter 10. The Plunder of that Beta. Wen Ci harbors no doubts about Xieji's capability to execute such a transformation. Their time together has made it abundantly clear how fervently Xieji wishes to mark him. Even though Xieji has imprisoned him, he continues to present himself as he always has, especially in those gentle, passionate eyes that easily ensnare one's soul. It is only when the subject of marking arises that a trace of terrifying madness and obsession flickers within those eyes. The more Wen Ci contemplates, the more he feels a chill descend upon him. He has considered the possibility of becoming an omega, allowing Xieji to mark him. Could it truly be possible to diminish the darkness within? Yet ultimately, he dismissed the thought, for the fear of pain lingered, and the aspiration to transform into an omega was no simple endeavor. "Gz." Wen Ci's eyes brimmed with tears as he tightly grasped Xieji's wrist, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Please, do not treat me this way." Xieji gazed tenderly at him, gently caressing his hair. Noticing Xieji's silence only heightened Wen Ci's anxiety. He released Xieji's hand, instead encircling his neck, and initiated a kiss, urgent and inexperienced. Yet this apparent clumsiness was delightfully pleasing to Xieji, illuminating the truth that Wen Ci had not betrayed him in any manner. Wen Ci remained blissfully unaware, lacking in both knowledge and experience. All the emotions and desires he possessed were gifts from Xieji. A subtle smile crept upon Xieji's lips as he continued nonchalantly. "However, such successful instances are exceedingly rare. I hesitate to let you take that risk." His gentle voice brimmed with affection as he fixed his gaze on the nape of Wen Ci's neck, his thoughts clouded with uncertainty. He could not afford to lose Wen Ci, not even a fraction. Wen Ci's voice was hoarse as he inquired, "Then what do you wish to do?" Xieji sighed lightly. "Ah, Ci, there is no need for you to know. Just remember, I will never harm you, and you must not leave me." Another silence enveloped them. As Xieji watched the sunlight streaming through the window, he suddenly spoke. "Ah, Ci, do you still wish to go outside? Do you long to return to the Wen family? Do you wish to see Wen Mo?" Xieji's calm voice fell upon Wen Ci's ears like a devil's whisper. Wen Ci knew that if he dared nod in affirmation, he would not need to return to his room. The dining table would become a battlefield. He tilted his head, resting against Xieji's shoulder, obediently stating, "I will always stay by your side." Xieji's fingers caressed Wen Ci's waist, though he heard the answer he desired. It only stirred greater turmoil within him. This was not how it should be. When Mo intended to take action against me, seeking to leverage that project in area to force my hand in releasing you. CSGE rarely mentioned Wen Mo and Wen Ci's presence, as if avoiding the subject could somehow alter their reality. Yet now, he found himself repeatedly bringing it up, leaving Wen Ci surprised. However, since CSGE had broached the topic of Wen Mo, certain truths needed to be articulated. Onzième spoke slowly. Ainsi, your relationship with him is rather remarkable. He even abandoned his facade for you. No wonder you sought to approach me because of him. Such a profound bond truly evokes my envy. When Ci tugged at CSGE's clothing, his gaze lifting only to reveal eyes once again shimmering with tears. He managed a bittersweet smile, his voice choked with emotion as he confessed, "CSGE, I admit, my initial intentions in approaching you were fueled by ulterior motives. I simply feared confronting them, uncertain how to face him. It is I who have taken everything from him. Had it not been for me, he would have been the cherished young master of the Wen family, spared from the hardships of the world. All of this is my fault, and I yearn to make amends. I'm deeply sorry. These missteps are entirely mine." When Ci sensed the rigidity in CSGE's body, yet he merely closed his eyes slowly, tears cascading from the corners of his eyes, and with a feeble voice, he confessed, from the very beginning, "I have been the one in the wrong. Therefore, whatever you choose to do to me, I shall accept." CSGE felt the dampness on the back of his hand, his heart tightening in response. When Ci had wept too many times in recent days, the corners of his eyes perpetually tinged with a faint red, evoking deep sympathy. CSGE's fingertips trembled as he heard Wen Ci slowly continue. "But my relationship with him is not as you perceive. He despises me and seeks to manipulate me. I'm aware of this. I merely wish to atone for my transgressions. Hearing that familiar address once again, CSGE's thoughts began to waver. Wen Ci's soft lips nearly brushed against his cheek, warm breath whispering in his ear. "CSGE, I like you." CSGE's pupils constricted suddenly, his body freezing entirely. Even his breath stilled, his mind a blank slate. Almost immediately, he felt his heart racing uncontrollably. His thoughts were consumed by Wen Ci's declaration of affection. The words "I like you" had echoed in his mind far too many times in a past life. "CSGE, how can your cooking be so delicious? I truly adore you. Of course, I will always cherish you, forever, for a lifetime. I will love you the most. Rest assured, CSGE, I only like you. I have no interest in other alphas, omegas, or betas. CSGE, I like you." Memories surged like a tide, nearly overwhelming CSGE. Yet, he understood that all of it was a facade. Those declarations were merely words of deceit spoken by Wen Ci to draw closer to him, to gain his trust. Once his purpose was fulfilled, once he was of no further use, that little trickster who professed to love him would undoubtedly withdraw without hesitation. Having fiercely invaded his world, turning it upside down, he would leave him standing alone. Yet, this little deceiver now dared to utter words of affection. CSGE felt a bittersweet ache in his eyes, but he merely scoffed, a hint of sarcasm lacing his words. "Wen Ci, do I appear to be some gullible fool, easily deceived? Do you truly believe that a mere fleeting declaration of affection will absolve you in my eyes? Let me make it clear." Gripping Wen Ci's wrist tightly, his pheromones spiraled out of control. With gritted teeth, he articulated each word with conviction. "Impossible. Your leg is incapacitated. You cannot go anywhere. Wen Ci, you shall never escape from me. Never." Wen Ci, observing onzième zes émotionnel turmoil, let out a soft laugh near his ear. His tender lips brushed against the tip of CSGE's ear as he leaned against his shoulder, whispering gently, "I am not deceiving you. CSGE, I truly like you. I believed you to be unlike the others." Wen Ci's voice grew increasingly faint, eventually dissolving into a mere whisper of self-dialogue, his dimmed eyes reflecting disappointment. Had it not been for the proximity to CSGE's ear, he would have barely understood the words being uttered. "I was wrong. You're just like them. I have lost everything, and you all wish to bully me. You're all the same. Yet, I do not blame you. It has been my fault from the very beginning. CSGE, I am so weary. GZE, I am sorry. GZE." In Chapter 11, The plunder of that beta. Wen Ci's hand slipped from the confines of Succubus. It was as if he had suddenly lost all strength, his body limply collapsing into Succubus's embrace. Wen Ci. Succubus's voice was hoarse as he awkwardly lowered his head to gaze upon the person cradled in his arms. Just moments ago, Wen Ci had been perfectly fine, obediently eating and professing his affection. Now, he lay unresponsive, utterly devoid of consciousness. Wen Ci. Wen Ci. Panic engulfed Succubus as he held Wen Ci. His composure shattered. A profound terror enveloped him, rendering him helpless, his eyes wide with alarm, his voice trembling. Wen Ci. Wen Ci. Wake up. Please wake up. Despite Succubus's frantic calls and desperate shaking, Wen Ci remained unresponsive. He felt an overwhelming need to seize the opportunity to shatter the bizarre barrier between them. He had no intention of remaining trapped in this situation forever. The name Wen Mo loomed between them like a taboo. Since Succubus had brought up Wen Mo today, Wen Ci was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Initially, Wen Ci had merely intended to feign unconsciousness, but he ultimately succumbed to a genuine slumber in Succubus's arms. When he finally awakened, it was in a private hospital room. His throat felt parched, and he slowly raised a hand to shield his eyes, murmuring, "Succubus." In the next moment, his hand was grasped tightly. The person leaning by his bedside, still with eyes closed, instinctively tightened his grip upon hearing Wen Ci's voice. The warmth of his palm felt almost searing. "Achi. Achi. You're awake." Succubus's voice quivered, laced with urgency and a hint of caution. Wen Ci stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Succubus, in this state, appeared rather disheveled. His once handsome face had drained of color, dark circles shadowing his eyes, and the gentle gaze was now marred with bloodshot veins. During this time, Wen Ci had accompanied Succubus through tumultuous moments. Though as a succubus, such experiences did not greatly affect him. The lack of rest had taken its toll on his body. He felt he had slept deeply, a rare and restorative slumber. Yet, he was taken aback to find Succubus in such distress upon awakening. This left Wen Ci feeling uncertain. Was Succubus on the brink of death? Unaware of Wen Ci's thoughts, Succubus hurriedly summoned a doctor and had him undergo a series of examinations. After the ordeal, Wen Ci finally received an answer. He is not destined to perish just yet, but should the torment continue, his fate may very well change. An alpha cannot mark a beta. Yet Succubus repeatedly endeavors to mark Wen Ci, inundating him daily with an abundance of pheromones. While Wen Ci remains oblivious to the potency and richness of Succubus's pheromones, his body is unable to endure the strain. Wen Ci, So he isn't merely fatigued? Regardless, he must exercise restraint. The union of alpha and beta is inherently fraught with difficulties, and his current behavior is untenable. The doctor gazed at Succubus with a serious expression, offering a mild reprimand. Fortunately, this time the intervention was timely. If it continues like this, his body will suffer irreparably. For the next month, both of you need to abstain. As an S-rank alpha, you should possess some measure of self-control. Succubus merely lowered his gaze, obscuring the emotions swirling within his eyes. He listened to the doctor's words, nodding slowly, "I understand." As for his condition, the doctor glanced at the examination report in his hand. "I have already conducted a pheromone clearance. There are no significant issues now. During this period, take him home to rest properly, minimize his exposure to pheromones, and ensure he maintains a positive state of mind to avoid further stimulation." Succubus looked at the report handed to him by the doctor. "I understand." The doctor's gaze then fell upon Wen Ci, who sat on the bed with a bewildered expression. He hesitated, ultimately letting out a sigh, shaking his head as he turned to leave. In the ward, only the two of them remained. Wen Ci recalled the day he first returned to this world. He had been confined by Succubus in the estate, completely severed from the outside world, losing track of time. As Wen Ci contemplated how long he had been back, a desperate voice echoed in his mind. "Wen, thank goodness. You finally awakened. Oh, and by the way, Wen Mo is already on his way here. Wen Ci. Wen Montag. Shouldn't he be occupied with arranging his people? What brings him to the hospital?" A sense of foreboding arose within him, but upon glancing at Succubus approaching, He forced himself to remain calm. 8848 spoke with a hint of despair. Wen Mo is coming for you. This hospital is a private establishment of the CF family. Yet they also have their personnel here. Thus, as soon as CSE brought you in, he was promptly informed and arrived. With a sigh, 8848 continued. Additionally, there is another matter. Based on my observations of Wen Mo during this time, along with his recent actions, I suspect he has also been reborn, though I cannot detect any anomalous fluctuations within him. Upon hearing this, Wen Ci could no longer suppress his emotions, his eyelids twitching. Although his current mission targeted only CSE, allowing him to disregard the antagonist Wen Mo, the fact remained that Wen Mo and CSE were arch-rivals. This undoubtedly complicated his task of diminishing CSE's darkening tendencies, adding considerable difficulty to his endeavor. Moreover, this renders the plot points he previously acquired utterly devoid of reference. Suddenly, Wen Ci recalled the words spoken by CSE in a manner. Wen Mo intended to coerce CSE into releasing him. Initially, Wen Ci believed CSE merely spoke those words idly, without any serious intent. However, it now appeared to be genuine. Yet, he could not comprehend why Wen Mo would risk exposing himself to ensure CSE set him free. Even if Wen Mo had been reborn, to him, Wen Ci was merely a useful tool in the initial stages. Furthermore, the reason for his demise in that plane crash was orchestrated by Wen Mo from behind the scenes. Wen Mo was undeniably a ruthless villain. Once he became obsolete, Wen Mo would promptly arrange for his demise to eliminate future threats. How could such a Wen Mo jeopardize his own secrecy for his sake? An unsettling feeling stirred within Wen Ci regarding this matter. However, before he could ascertain its significance, he was drawn back to reality by CSE's inquiry. What is wrong, Ci? Do you still feel unwell? Chapter 12. The predation of that beta when Ci found himself embraced by CSE. The warmth of his breath cascaded over the nape of his neck, inducing a tingling sensation that caused him to instinctively shrink away. It was excruciatingly sensitive. A mere touch overwhelmed him, let alone such treatment. CSE observed Wen Ci's reaction, misinterpreting it as aversion. This realization tightened his chest. Nevertheless, recalling the doctor's earlier admonition, CSE resisted the urge to press his hand against Wen Ci's nape. He offered a glass of water to Wen Ci, continuing in a gentle tone. After sleeping for so long, you must be hungry. Have some water first. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you. Wen Ci gazed at the water in his hand, remaining motionless. CSE assumed he was hesitant to drink, ruffling his hair and softly coaxing him. Don't worry. It's just a bit of ordinary nutritional supplement, nothing else. Wen Ci glanced at CSE and, while drinking, communicated with 8,848 in his mind. Little 8. How is CSE's darkening value looking? He sensed that CSE's emotions had stabilized considerably. Given the recent events, CSE likely harbored less animosity towards him. The darkening value should have decreased, he thought. 8848 chuckled awkwardly. CSE's darkening value fluctuated significantly. It had dropped to 50. However, following your incident, it nearly surged to a breaking point. 8848 expressed a hint of melancholy regarding this matter. He had been diligently monitoring Wen Mo, witnessing CSE's daily decline in darkening value, and thus had not been overly concerned about this situation. To him, the rapid reduction in CSE's darkening value indicated that Wen Ci had managed the situation adeptly. Yet, just as he believed their task would soon reach completion, CSE's darkening value inexplicably soared uncontrollably. 8848 encountered an unprecedented situation that nearly caused his central processing unit to malfunction. Upon his return, he found Wen Ci ensnared in a state of unconsciousness, unresponsive to his calls. This state of oblivion persisted for 2 full days. Silent tears flowed down 8,848's cheeks, as he harbored no doubt that if Wen Ci remained in this stupor, the world would inevitably descend into chaos under the influence of the darkened CSE. He had prepared himself for the impending failure of his mission. Fortunately, Wen Ci awakened at last. 8848 succinctly recounted the events that transpired during Wen Ci's unconsciousness, then sighed. I once thought he harbored hatred towards you, but it appears that his affections remain. After all, he Wen Ci have succumbed to such darkness merely due to your unconsciousness. However, it is a relief that since your awakening, his dark tendencies have subsided, stabilizing now at a value of 80. Wen Ci cradled his cup, his emotions a tangled web. Unable to resist, he cast a glance at Xie beside him. What's wrong? Have you decided what you wish to eat? Xie had been fixated on Wen Ci, and upon meeting his gaze, their eyes locked. Wen Ci pondered briefly: sweet and sour pork, spicy chicken cubes, poached fish, braised pork. Very well. Xie, devoid of hesitation, replied, Rest well. I shall prepare it for you right away. Just as he stood to leave, Wen Ci fixated on his retreating figure and suddenly called out, Siego, I do not wish to return. Xie halted, his back turned, responding in a calm tone, Very well, then we shall not return. Tomorrow, I will escort you back to the Wen family. 8848 interjected, Wen, you should embrace him. I sense he is on the verge of breaking. Wen Ci spoke slowly, I have told you, the Wen family does not favor me. They have long ceased to desire my presence. Xie, you have transformed me into this. You cannot abandon me. Xie's pupils constricted slightly. His body stiffened, and he refrained from turning back. With a voice that trembled yet feigned calmness, he inquired, Where would you like to go? I will make the arrangements. Rest assured, they will not trouble you. Wen Ci turned his head, speaking in a muffled tone, I do not know. Regardless, you must take responsibility for me. Wen Ci's words were uttered softly, but every syllable was crystal clear to the attentive Xie. Almost instantaneously, the system notification from 8848 echoed in his mind. Ding, Xie's dark value decreased by 3. Current value 77, Xie's dark value decreased by 2. Current value 75. 8848 stared in disbelief at the 5-point drop in dark value triggered by Wen Ci statement. Wow. Wen, am I experiencing a system glitch? When did Xie become so easy to placate? The astonishment in 8848's tone was palpable. In truth, the moment when Ci uttered the word responsibility, the corners of Xie's lips had not returned to their neutral position, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable joy and delight. During Wen Ci's 2-day unconsciousness, Xie had contemplated extensively, yearning to keep Wen Ci forever by his side, regardless of the cost or the despicable and ruthless means employed. He had already lost Wen Ci once. Given the chance to start anew, he vowed that he could never allow himself to lose Wen Ci a second time. Yet, he did not wish for any misfortune to befall Wen Ci. Although he could forcibly transform Wen Ci into an Omega and subsequently mark him, thereby binding him to his side indefinitely, such a course of action was fraught with the potential for unforeseen complications. In his past life, it was precisely an unexpected turn of events that had prevented Xie from seeing Wen Ci for the last time. Consequently, in this lifetime, Xie became particularly sensitive to such matters and ultimately relinquished that thought. No one knew how Xie managed to convince himself to let Wen Ci go. Even he struggled to recall the reasoning behind it. While waiting outside the operating room, only one thought occupied Xie's mind. As long as Wen Ci could survive, as long as he could live well, he would be willing to do anything, even if it meant sending this little deceiver back to that person. As Xie reflected on those moments, his gaze flickered and his emotions became somewhat convoluted. He felt no strength left to persuade himself to abandon the idea of a second chance. This was the only opportunity he could offer Wen Ci to leave. Yet now, Wen Ci had taken the initiative to ask him to take responsibility and remain by his side. Ding, Xie's darkening value, 10. Current darkening value, 65. 8848 was at a loss for words. Wen Ci was also somewhat taken aback that Xie's darkening value had decreased so significantly due to a single statement. Xie turned to look at Wen Ci. His expression was remarkably calm, yet the warmth that once resided in his eyes had vanished. Within the depths of his dark gaze swirled an undercurrent of madness and obsession, as if a tempest was brewing, ready to consume all in its path. Xie fixed his gaze upon Wen Ci, attempting to reaffirm. As Ci You are well aware that I am not a good person. I will only grant you this one opportunity to leave me. If you truly wish for me to take responsibility, then I shall never let you go again. Regardless of what transpires. Siege resembled a wolf fixated on its prey, the madness in his eyes deepening. Yet, the more frenzied his gaze grew, the calmer his tone became, even imbued with a touch of gentle amusement as he uttered each word. Even in death, do not think you can escape from me. Chapter 13. The seizure of that beta Wen Ci did not respond directly to Siege. Instead, he merely reclined back onto the bed, pulled the covers over his head, and wrapped himself tightly, mumbling incoherently. Tomorrow, I want corn and pork rib soup, and I want to eat mushroom and chicken. This could be interpreted as an implicit acknowledgement of Siege's words. Siege's heart skipped a beat, and the madness in his eyes faded, replaced by a smile. He softly replied, "All right." Ding. Siege's darkening value. 5. Current darkening value. 608848. Witnessing this astonishing decline, was so overjoyed that he nearly cried. However, fearing a malfunction in his system, he stifled his tears. Wen, this is truly remarkable. The darkening value has finally reached 60. 60 represents a remarkably stable threshold. Beyond this range, Siege is prone to succumb to frenzied thoughts of destruction. Driven by such madness, he may lose his rationality and act upon these impulses. As the protagonist of the world, Siege is graced with an aura of success, enabling him to achieve his endeavors more effortlessly than others. This explains why 8848 previously held such confidence. After all, his dark inclination had diminished, and who could predict its resurgence? However, the situation has improved. Siege's dark value has finally decreased to 60, bringing a sense of relief to 8848. Wrapped in his blanket, Wen Ci displayed little reaction upon hearing the reduction of the dark value. It wasn't until the door behind him clicked shut, confirming Siege's departure from the ward, that Wen Ci inquired with a hint of seriousness, "Xiaoba, where is Wen Mo?" "Huh?" 8848 momentarily faltered, his joy over the drastic decline of Siege's dark value momentarily clouding his thoughts. He almost forgot that the antagonist, Wen Mo, was on his way. "I'll check right now." 8848 responded, feeling a pang of anxiety as he swiftly sought out Wen Mo's whereabouts. Suddenly, a sharp exclamation pierced Wen Ci's mind. "Oh no! Wen Mo is approaching. He should arrive at your ward in about a minute." With a trembling voice, 8848 continued. "Is it too late to call Siege back? The arrival of this perverse individual surely bodes no good," Wen Ci replied, his gaze flickering momentarily. However, in contrast to 8848's agitation, he remained remarkably composed. "Isn't that fortuitous? Siege's dark value has diminished, yet his inner turmoil remains unresolved. If this issue is not addressed properly, his dark value will inevitably rise again. The ward must be equipped with numerous surveillance cameras. This would be an opportune moment for him to witness the nature of my relationship with Wen Mo." Wen Ci's nonchalant demeanor left 8848 momentarily speechless. Eventually, he managed to utter, "I checked earlier. There are 13 cameras in the room." "Ah, as expected," Wen Ci replied, for when Siege was at the manor, a single room could accommodate over 100 cameras. 13 seemed trivial in comparison. 8848 fell silent. Wen Ci closed his eyes, withholding a thought from 8848. He suspected that this was also Siege's intention. Otherwise, a standard ward would not be equipped with such extensive surveillance. Moreover, this hospital belonged to the Xie family. Even if Wen Mo had arranged for someone here, it would not be so easy for them to locate this place swiftly. Unless Siege wished to use this opportunity to test their reactions, intentionally allowing for such a breach. Nevertheless, even if he was overthinking it, as long as the monitors captured today's events, it would serve as an effective tool for alleviating Siege's dark value. Before long, a rhythmic knock echoed through the air, deliberate and patient, neither rushed nor hasty. When Mo returned to the Wen family, he would knock on Wen Ci's door every night in a rhythmic manner. Although Wen Ci discerned Wen Mo's probing, he chose to remain unresponsive. After 3 knocks, Wen Mo pushed the door open directly. He glanced at the lump under the covers on the bed, a smirk playing on his lips. He casually locked the door behind him and approached Wen Ci. Ci, I'm here to take you home." Wen Mo's nonchalant voice fell upon Wen Ci's ears. Yet, Wen Ci remained indifferent. Wen Mo sat down beside the bed, his hand resting on the quilt. With a swift motion, he lifted the covers. Leaning closer to Wen Ci's ear, he murmured, "Sweetheart, don't sleep any longer. Your brother has come to take you home. If you don't wake up soon, I might just carry you back myself." Wen Ci grasped Wen Mo's hand, which was pressing down on his waist, and finally opened his eyes. He gazed at Wen Mo with a calm expression, his voice steady. "What do you want?" Wen Mo feigned innocence, "Of course. I'm here to take you home." "My dear Ci, you Wen Ci truly have developed feelings for that person named Xia. Would you?" Wen Mo grinned. "Don't forget, you owe me so much. You haven't repaid it yet, and you cannot fall for anyone else." Though his eyes sparkled with mirth, his words sent a chill to the very core. Wen Ci threw off the covers and sat up, glancing at his legs with an air of irritation. "Isn't this enough?" Wen Mo paused. "What?" Wen Ci let out a sardonic laugh. "These legs of mine are useless. I can no longer stand." He continued, "Wen Mo, that incident was merely an accident. At that time, I was powerless and ignorant. I do not consider myself a victim, and I owe you nothing. I'm just a beta, with my legs now incapacitated. I can't assist you in any way. There is no need for you to seek me out anymore." Wen Ci noticed Wen Mo's increasingly grim expression as he stared at his legs, and suddenly smiled. "However, you are right about one thing. The reason I agreed to get close to Xie, it was not only to make amends for you, but also because I liked him." He lifted his gaze towards the sunlight streaming through the window, his voice softening. "I've liked him for a long time. He is different from others. He wouldn't disdain me for being a beta. I've liked him since childhood, but he is far too good and from the CF family. So I dare not appear before him. If it weren't for you, I might never have." "Enough." Wen Mo interrupted sharply, his tone cutting through. Wen Ci turned to look at him, only to realize his expression had soured dramatically. Wen Mo reached out to caress Wen Ci's face, speaking slowly, "Sweetheart, you must listen to me. How could you possibly like him? You're still young and don't understand what love is. Those alphas during their sensitive period are like rabid dogs." With a smile, he forcefully pulled Wen Ci into his embrace. "You don't love him. You've merely been led astray. However, it matters not. My brother shall no longer allow you to linger by his side. You have usurped his identity. Yet he bears you no grudge. Come now, let us return home. The debt you owe him may be repaid in another manner, if you will." Chapter 14. The plunder of that beta something is amiss. Wen Ci sensed an overwhelming dissonance in the current situation. He was not merely an observer with the advantage of narrative foresight. He had genuinely existed within this world. He understood all too well that, to Wen Mo, he was but a useful tool. When this tool ceased to serve its purpose, it would be discarded without hesitation. It was precisely this realization that left Wen Ci perplexed. What did Wen Mo intend now? He recalled vividly that upon his return to the Wen household, Wen Mo had firmly established his false identity as the true scion of the Wen family, even inciting the family to expel him and sever all ties. Later, perceiving his utility, Wen Mo had leveraged this situation to coerce him into approaching Xie. Yet now, he was embracing him, claiming he wished to take him home. Initially, he sought to exploit Wen Ci against Xie. Now, with their relationship having progressed markedly, Wen Mo's intent was to remove him from Xie's side. How could this be right? It felt profoundly wrong. Wen Ci gazed at Wen Mo with a complex expression, then forcefully pushed him away. Perhaps Wen Mo had not anticipated that Wen Ci would suddenly shove him aside. Caught off guard, he staggered back a few steps. Once he regained his footing, surprise flickered in his smiling eyes before his demeanor turned somber. He fixed his gaze upon Wen Ci and slowly inquired, "Why did you push your brother away? Do you not wish to return home with me?" As he rummaged through his pockets, he stepped closer to Wen Ci, speaking in a calm, almost self-reflective tone. "But Ci was pleading with me before, expressing a desire to remain with the Wen family. It seems I should not have allowed you to approach him. The CF family has truly led you astray, making you forsake your home." There was a cold undertone to Wen Mo's words. However, it was of little consequence. Such occurrences would no longer transpire. Wen Ci yearned to understand what had transpired to transform Wen Mo from a ruthless antagonist into this version of himself. Yet, it was evident that Wen Mo would not afford him the opportunity to voice his inquiries. Previously, Wen Ci had not considered his immobile legs to be a grave issue. For Siege, he had always held him close. Even aside from the mission, he found great enjoyment in such affection. But now he realized the precariousness of his situation. On the surface, Wen Mo was an omega, yet he was, in truth, an alpha. Wen Ci was merely a beta, although he was not susceptible to Wen Mo's pheromones. He could not match Wen Mo in strength, not to mention that his legs were currently incapacitated. Wen Ci struggled to shift backward on the bed, yet Wen Mo effortlessly seized his ankle, dragging him back once more. Forced to look up at Wen Mo, Wen Ci could only silently call out to 8848, little 8. Quickly find a way to notify Siege. 8848 replied with a hint of despair, Wen, it's not that I don't want to help you. When Wen Mo knocked on the door, I already informed Siege. But now, Siege is completely preoccupied with cooking for you, eager for you to eat, and hasn't even glanced at his phone. Wen Ci lamented, how careless of me. Had I known, I would have simply asked for a bowl of noodles. As he gazed at Wen Mo's increasingly twisted smile, it began to converge with the ruthless demeanor he recalled from memory. His eyelids twitched with annoyance. Originally, he had assumed that Wen Mo had been deliberately placed there by Siege to test the integrity of his relationship with Wen Mo. However, he was taken aback to discover that Siege was truly unaware of anything. One might say that Wen Mo, living up to his villainous reputation, had managed to infiltrate Siege's hospital room right under his nose. Wen Mo was oblivious to Wen Ci's inner turmoil. Observing Wen Ci's vexation, he leaned down and effortlessly lifted Wen Ci into his arms. Don't worry, your room at home has been prepared. I'll take you back now. Since the very first day when Mo returned to the Wen family, there had been no room for him in the family villa. Wen Mo had merely mentioned in passing that seeing him at home reminded him of the suffering he had endured in the past. The Wen parents had promptly decided to expel him. Ironically, Wen Mo claimed to want to see him every day, curious about how he would live if he had followed his original path. Thus, even without a room, Wen Ci returned to the Wen family daily. Yet now, Wen Mo asserted that a room had been prepared for him anew. A peculiar sensation deepened in Wen Ci's heart. He was uncertain whether this was a butterfly effect caused by Siege's rebirth and dark transformation. However, his intuition warned him against returning with Wen Mo. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Wen Ci was forcibly lifted by Wen Mo. As he was about to be carried away from the hospital room, he took a deep breath, his gaze lingering on the tie around Wen Mo's neck. Strangely enough, despite merely visiting the hospital, Wen Mo was dressed impeccably, complete with a tie and a hint of cologne. Nevertheless, Wen Ci paid no heed to such details. He only yearned to break free from Wen Mo's grasp. With a frigid glare, he seized Wen Mo's tie. His movements were swift. Before Wen Mo could comprehend what had transpired, the tie was already in Wen Ci's grip. He tightened the tie around Wen Mo's neck, the sudden constriction catching Wen Mo off guard, causing him to collapse to the floor. Wen Ci found his legs immobilized, his body pressing down heavily on Wen Mo. He tightened his grip, his voice cold as ice. Wen Mo, I owe you nothing anymore. The Wen family does not want me, and I have no intention of returning. I only wish to remain by his side. Do not force my hand. Wen Ci raised his voice, intending solely to ensure that the surveillance would document his actions. In that fleeting moment, a frenzied thought crossed his mind. What if he were to eliminate Wen Mo? Would that not reduce Siege's darkness level? Wen Mo was undoubtedly the person Siege despised the most, and he would undoubtedly continue to cause Siege considerable trouble in the future. If he were to eliminate the source of this trouble now, and hand over his own leverage to Siege, it might bring him closer to Siege, easing his mind. Surely, Siege's darkness level would decrease significantly, wouldn't it? After a moment of contemplation, Wen Ci found this notion plausible. A hint of crimson flickered in his eyes as he tightened his grip. However, the nearly asphyxiated Wen Mo remained oblivious to the brink of death he teetered upon. He fixed his gaze on Wen Ci, a manic smile curling at the corners of his lips, his eyes filled with a morbid obsession. "Dear me," Wen Mo gasped, releasing a torrent of pheromones, speaking each word deliberately. "Such little strength cannot take my brother's life." Wen Ci's body weakened, a sudden realization dawning upon him that he could barely muster any strength. "Little 8, what is happening?" he thought. "Why can I suddenly not exert any force? And what is happening to my body?" Chapter 15. The plunder of that beta. Wen Ci breathed softly, nearly collapsing into Wen Mo's embrace. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to remain alert. Damn it, why could he not summon any strength? The scent of blood lingered between his lips and teeth. Yet even so, Wen Ci found it increasingly difficult to endure. 8848. Your current physical condition is dire. You have grown accustomed to Xieji's pheromones, came the voice, tinged with despair. However, Wen Mo has just released a significant amount of pheromones, which your body cannot tolerate, resulting in this situation. Wen Ci. Huh, but am I not a beta? Wen, be careful. Wen Ci wished to inquire further, but the sharp sound of 8848's alarm resonated in his mind, causing a throbbing headache. Suddenly, a deafening roar enveloped him, plunging his mind into an abyss of emptiness. Stiffly, he turned to look at Wen Mo. More accurately, he gazed at the substance that Wen Mo had forcibly injected into his body while he was distracted. Wen Ci was unaware of the nature of this substance, but he understood its potency was swift and fierce. With his already weakened physique, he nearly instantaneously succumbed to a complete loss of strength, collapsing entirely into Wen Mo's arms. A wave of profound fatigue surged over him like a tide. No matter how he struggled, he could not pry open his heavy eyelids. Just before he lost consciousness entirely, he caught a glimpse of Wen Mo's infatuated and frenzied smile, accompanied by a whisper in his ear, "My dear, let us return home together." Meanwhile, Xieji had just finished preparing the meal he wished to share with Wen Ci. As he pushed open the door to the hospital room, ready to call Wen Ci to dine, he was met with an empty space. The familiar scent of minty pheromones lingered in the air. It was Wen Mo. The smile that graced Xieji's lips faltered, his gaze darkening in an instant. His expression remained impassive as he retrieved his phone, poised to adjust the surveillance settings when a message from an unfamiliar number suddenly appeared. During this time, do take more care. When I have the chance, I will certainly come by to express my gratitude in person. However, since ACI is homesick, I, as his elder brother, will take him back for now. Xiezi's face darkened as he read the message, his grip tightening around the phone to the point where it felt as though he might shatter it. His eyes, dark as ink, were stormy with rage as he muttered, "One, Montag, fraud." He berated himself for having placed his trust in that little deceiver. At that moment, Wen Ci felt an overwhelming urge to raise his middle finger in defiance, whether directed at the utterly useless 8848 or at the inexplicably erratic Wen Mo. When he regained consciousness, he found himself back at the Wen residence. The reason for his clarity was evident. He had returned to his own room. This room had originally been assigned to Wen Mo upon his return. It had been transformed by Wen Mo, leaving no trace of his previous existence. Yet now, Wen Mo had reverted the room to its former state, reinstating everything that had been discarded in his presence, whether by the servants or by Wen Mo's own hands. Lying on the bed, Wen Ci appeared utterly drained, devoid of energy. Not only had he been forcibly returned to the Wen household by Wen Mo, but he had also been placed back into his former room. This realization prompted him to sluggishly raise a hand to shield his eyes, unwilling to open them, hoping it was merely an illusion. When you finally awakened, the hesitant voice of 8848 echoed in his mind. "Are you all right?" Wen Ci replied. "Do I look like I'm awake?" "In truth, I have already departed for some time." "Come now, Wen, there's no need for jokes at a time like this," 8848 urged. Wen Ci retorted, "You initiated the jest. Do I appear to be in good spirits?" Fully aware that his legs had been rendered useless, he had still been shackled. His entire body felt weak and limp, with the last remnants of his strength devoted solely to lifting his hand. Wen Ci felt akin to a piece of candy, visually appealing yet easily squished by anyone. Honestly, I hadn't anticipated he would carry medication on him, 8848 admitted, sounding increasingly guilty. Wen Ci smiled faintly. Then what have you been observing during the time I instructed you to keep an eye on him? He regretted not having eliminated the threat before when Mo had the chance to react. It had been a squandered opportunity. Perhaps he had the medication on him before I began watching him. But let us not dwell on that. 8848 quickly redirected the conversation, sensing his own culpability. Now, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Wen Ci spoke with a serene demeanor. Please share the relatively less dire bad news first. For him, good news was a concept that felt entirely unattainable. Well, 8848 began. The good news is that Ci's darkening value currently stands at 70. Wen Ci responded. Wen Ci, have you finally been driven to madness as well? He was not only forcibly abducted by one Mo, but also the darkness within Ci surged. What good news is this? Wen Ci could no longer afford to be angry with 8,848. He consoled. It's all right. Isn't it common for workers to go a little mad? 8848 added somberly. Although his dark value has risen, this time it is not because of you. Ci was initially furious upon learning that you had left with one Mo. He believed you had deceived him again, and his dark value soared to 90. However, he checked the surveillance footage. At this point, 8848 expressed a hint of astonishment. I never expected that under such circumstances, he would actually check the monitors. Suddenly, his dark value plummeted. Upon hearing your confession, it had already dropped to 30. When Ci, intrigued, asked, so how did it rise again? 8848 replied, of course. It was because you were taken away by one Mo. Thus, this time, the increase in dark value is not entirely your fault. As long as you return to his side, it will undoubtedly decrease. 8848 seemed to envision the moment they would complete the task, feeling quite content. I believe we will finish our mission soon. When Ci interrupted 8,848's daydream, his eyes brightening. If that is the case, it does sound like good news. What about the other minor piece of bad news? Initially, he thought there would be a significant misunderstanding this time. Unexpectedly, being taken by one Mo inadvertently resolved Ci's emotional turmoil. 8848 hesitated for a while before speaking. While you were unconscious, Ci had already come once. He initially intended to take you away, but now that both one father and one mother are not home, the one family is entirely under one Mo's control. No matter how Ci threatened or tempted, one Mo would not relent, and since your household registration remains with the one family, Ci could not forcibly take you away. This is also why, despite having resolved his emotional turmoil, his dark value has increased so rapidly. When Ci fell silent. Well, this truly is a troublesome matter, especially now that he is unable to move his legs. Wanting to leave becomes even more complicated. He wondered if there were any items in the system shop that could be of use. Observing his silence, 8848 hesitated, then quietly said, actually, there is another matter. Chapter 16. The plunder of that beta when Ci had already lowered his hands, gazing vacantly at a point in space, signaling for 8848 to continue. 8848 chuckled awkwardly. I can confirm that when Mo has definitely been reborn. When Ci glanced around his room, thank you for sharing this information that I already knew. Was there even a need for confirmation? It would be better to inform him why when Mo went mad after his rebirth. Was it that in the previous life, after his death, Ci did something that convinced when Mo of Ci's deep care for him? Thus, it is with great urgency that he seeks to bring him back, solely to threaten Ci? When Ci pondered silently, considering the possibility was not entirely unfounded. That lunatic when Mo would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had finally seized upon Ci's vulnerability. Without a doubt, when Mo would go to any lengths to keep him close and under surveillance. 8848, oblivious to Wen Ci's thoughts, continued speaking. Moreover, he has already established contact with Lin Jinghe, who is currently chatting with Wen Mo in the living room downstairs. Wen Ci responded calmely. Although Lin Jinghe should not have been present at this moment, both the antagonist and the protagonist had been reborn. It was not beyond belief that Lin Jinghe had merely returned to the country early. Even if he were told that Lin Jinghe had been reborn, it would be an acceptable notion. 8848 added, "They're discussing your previous engagement with Lin Jinghe." Wen Ci's emotions became somewhat convoluted. Lin Jinghe, the eldest son of the Lin family, an A-grade alpha, also represented the vile male counterpart in this world. Prior to Wen Mo's return to the Wen family, there indeed existed an engagement between him and Lin Jinghe. Although the Lin family was respectable, they paled in comparison to the Wen family. To gain an advantage over the CF family, the Wen family had hastily arranged the engagement with Lin Jinghe. Even though Wen Ci was merely a beta, such distinctions became irrelevant in the face of binding interests. In the original narrative, when Mo returned to the Wen family as an S-grade Omega, naturally redirecting the Lin family's ambitions towards him. After all, when Mo possessed superior qualities, bearing the identity of the true heir of the Wen family and being an S-grade Omega, anyone with discernment could see the choice that lay before Wen Ci and Wen Mo. Yet, Lin Jinghe desired both, the top-tier Omega Wen Mo and his childhood companion, Wen Ci. In the original storyline, Lin Jinghe should have been abroad at this juncture. By the time he returned, Wen Ci had already ensnared Xie twice. Lin Jinghe, deliberately vacillating between them, had privately made several ambiguous statements to Wen Ci, intending to marry Wen Mo while keeping Wen Ci on the periphery. However, after his own misfortune, Lin Jinghe had no other option but to bind himself to Wen Mo, becoming merely another weapon in Wen Mo's arsenal. Once, the Lin family had fallen short compared to both the Wen and CF families. Yet through collaboration over the years, the Lin family had risen in stature. After being suppressed by Xie, Wen Mo grew wiser. The once reckless wolf had transformed into a cunning serpent lurking in the shadows. He no longer took matters into his own hands, but instead selected a series of weapons for himself. His intention was to incapacitate Xie before finally reeling him in. Nonetheless, the antagonist remains an antagonist. Regardless of how intricate the scheming, failure is inevitable in the end. The narrative he now holds bears no relevance as a reference point. Thus, with regard to the matter of Wen Mo and Lin Jinghe establishing contact ahead of time, Wen Ci remained rather indifferent. However, once they began discussing his affairs, he found it necessary to intervene. Suddenly, 8848 spoke up. Wen Mo has gone upstairs. Before long, Wen Ci heard the sound of a door opening. Wen Mo stood at the threshold, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, Ci, you're awake? Would you like something to eat? Brother just had some dishes prepared that you enjoy. As Wen Ci contemplated feigning sleep, another familiar voice, long missed, resonated in the air. Ci, I'm back. Lin Jinghe gazed at Wen Ci, his eyes filled with tenderness and concern, his tone laced with guilt. I was merely abroad for a brief period. How could you let yourself get into this state? He eagerly moved to approach Wen Ci, only to have his wrist seized by Wen Mo. Wen Mo's gaze fell on Lin Jinghe's feet that had crossed the threshold, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes. The carpet was dirty. It would require replacing. Suppressing his emotions, Wen Mo let out a resigned sigh. Then, lowering his voice to a whisper only they could hear, he cautioned, do not disturb him. He is in a fragile state, and your presence will only agitate him. I never anticipated that Xie would commit such madness, Wen Mo continued. As Lin Jinghe absorbed Wen Mo's words, hatred welled in his eyes, and the hands at his side clenched into fists. Xie, Lin Jinghe nearly ground his teeth in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage. How dare he? How could he treat Ci in such a manner? Wen Mo noted his reaction and guided him out of the room, deftly shutting the door behind them. You have seen him now. I will arrange for his meal to be brought over shortly. Let him rest for the time being. Jinghe, I am aware of your feelings for Ci. I regard him as my own brother as well. The past was merely an accident, and regardless of what outsiders may think, to us, Ci will always be a member of the Wen family. Wen Mo placed a hand on Lin Jinghe's shoulder, patting it casually, and continued, should you wish to continue your relationship with him, it will not hinder the collaboration between the Wen and Lin families. Lin Jinghe stood momentarily stunned, a flicker of doubt surfacing in his heart. He had indeed felt a deep concern for Wen Ci, for he had genuinely cared for his childhood betrothed. Yet, Wen Ci was not the true heir of the Wen family. Furthermore, he was now disabled and a beta. If he were to persist in his unwavering choice of Wen Ci, Lin Jinghe hesitated. Their circle prioritized self-interest above all, particularly the Lin family. Otherwise, they would not have arranged for Lin Jinghe to marry a beta to secure an alliance with the Wen family. Now, with more advantageous options available, the Lin family likely wished to reconsider their marital arrangements, and such thoughts had inevitably crossed Lin Jinghe's mind. Why the silence? When Mo released a hint of his pheromones, the refreshing scent of mint snapping Lin Jinghe back to reality. Do you not wish to be with Ci? When Mo inquired softly, his brow furrowed. Jinghe, from our very first encounter, I sensed a striking affinity between us. To speak candidly, I hold a deep affection for you as a friend and feel entirely at ease in trusting Ci to your care. The bond you two share since childhood is well known to me. Even before my return to the Wen family, I had heard of your fondness for him. However, I trust you would not contemplate breaking off the engagement simply due to Ci's disability. When Mo did not intend to emphasize it, yet the words double-leg disability escaped his lips with an unusual weight. Lin Jinghe slightly turned his head, attempting to evade Wen Mo's penetrating gaze, concealing the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. I would never consider breaking off the engagement for such a reason, Lin Jinghe asserted, his eyes shining with earnestness as he gazed at Wen Mo. My affection lies with Ci, and it is not contingent upon his status. I am aware he is a beta, yet my feelings remain unchanged. Even if the Wen family were to abandon him, or should he be unable to stand again, my love for him would endure. As Lin Jinghe spoke, he cast a longing glance at the closed door, his deep emotions nearly spilling over. Yet I believe Ci would not wish to live like this indefinitely. The one at fault is Ci. It is unjust to punish Ci for his transgressions. Therefore, I am resolute in finding the finest doctor to treat Ci's legs, ensuring he will stand once more. His tone was unwavering. Were it not for Wen Mo's understanding of Lin Jinghe's character, he might have been swayed by the earnestness of his demeanor, suppressing his annoyance and disdain. Wen Montag chuckled lightly. Jinghe, I truly did not misjudge you. However, it is getting late. Allow me to escort you home. He continued, Ci's condition is precarious. He has only just awakened, and I wish to converse with him further to prevent any despair. With a sigh, Wen Mo slightly tilted his head, hesitating as he turned back to Lin Jinghe. I have only just returned to this household, and my relationship with him cannot possibly compare to yours. Would you be able to visit him more often in the coming days? Just to talk with him? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Jinghe replied, Of course. I returned primarily for Ci. Indeed, Lin Jinghe had returned for Wen Ci. However, prior to his return, he was only aware that Wen Ci's false identity had been exposed and that he had been involved in an accident, completely unaware of his disability. Nor did he realize that the true heir, Wen Mo, was an exceptionally outstanding S-Class Omega. As Lin Jinghe pondered these thoughts, he followed closely behind Wen Mo, lagging half a step, his gaze fixed on the nape of Wen Mo's neck, his thoughts wandering. A few days prior, when Lin Jinghe returned to the country, it was also Wen Mo who had come to greet him. That was their first encounter. Initially, Lin Jinghe felt little affinity for the true heir, as his heart belonged to Wen Ci, his childhood companion. He genuinely wished to be with Wen Ci forever. Thus, he instinctively felt a measure of aversion towards the heir who had disrupted his future plans. Yet, on that day, as Wen Mo stood amidst the crowd, cradling a bouquet of Lin Jinghe's favorite flowers, his gaze, brimming with joy, met Lin Jinghe's own. Wen Mo maintained a polite distance as he presented the flowers before him, his eyes curving into a gentle smile as he spoke. At last, I have awaited your return. At that moment, Lin Jinghe felt a sense of disorientation. The flowers were indeed beautiful, yet Lin Jinghe found them utterly eclipsed by Wen Mo's radiant smile. What reached Lin Jinghe was not merely the fragrance of blossoms, but a faint scent of mint pheromones. The refreshing aroma of mint lingered in his mind, to the extent that he still kept a few mint candies tucked away in his pocket. With his hand buried in his pocket, Lin Jinghe toyed with the mint candies, unable to resist stealing another glance at Wen Mo as he boarded the vehicle. He still cherished Wen Ci and was willing to care for Wen Ci for a lifetime. However, he could not deny the accelerated rhythm of his heart, stirred by Wen Mo. After bidding farewell to Wen Mo and closing the car door, he popped a mint candy into his mouth, contemplating calmly. Wen Ci was the one he adored, yet Wen Mo was the omega most suited to him. It was entirely reasonable for him to feel a flutter for such a kind-hearted and exceptional omega. Initially, he had assumed Wen Mo would not take kindly to Wen Ci, as rumored. Yet, unexpectedly, Wen Mo regarded Wen Ci as a younger brother. Lin Jinghe turned his gaze to the scenery outside, his eyes glimmering with calculation. It was evident that Wen Mo was an emotional person. He could also sense that Wen Mo harbored some affection for him. However, this affection could not be openly acknowledged due to his relationship with Wen Ci. With the current predicament surrounding Wen Ci, it was even less feasible for him to suggest an annulment of their engagement at this juncture. Otherwise, Wen Mo would undoubtedly find it impossible to accept him in the future. And then there was Xie Ji. Presently, the Wen and Lin families, united, were not inferior to the Xie family. Yet, over the years, the three families maintained a delicate balance, occasionally experiencing minor skirmishes, but nothing of significant consequence. Perhaps this incident could be utilized to challenge the Xie family. However, the Xie family was not merely a plump target. It was a tough nut to crack. The combined strength of the Wen and Lin families would not suffice. They would need to ensure that others also had a share of the spoils. Lin Jing had departed, burdened with intricate schemes. After his departure, Wen Mo personally went to the kitchen to fetch the meal, pushing open Wen Ci's bedroom door. "All right, brother, I know you're awake. Let's get up and have something to eat," Wen Mo said casually, placing the food on a nearby table and walking over to the bedside. He paid no heed to Wen Ci's reaction, directly lifting the covers and scooping him up effortlessly. Had Lin Jinghe entered the room moments ago and lifted the covers, he would have discovered that beneath the soft blankets, two slender chains were fastened around Wen Ci's ankles. These chains were long enough for Wen Ci to move about the room with ease. Upon realizing this, Wen Ci nearly laughed in exasperation. "Wen Mo, what on earth do you intend to do?" His tone conveyed a hint of disdain, yet his current weakness rendered his words feeble. Wen Mo cradled him gently, placing him on a cushioned chair, and with a cheerful smile, he said, "Don't be angry, dear. In the past, it was I who erred. I merely wished to make amends." As Wen Mo spoke, he lifted a bowl of porridge to Wen Ci's lips. "Open your mouth obediently. Your brother is feeding you." Wen Ci cast a deep glance at Wen Mo, ultimately refraining from resistance. Although he harbored disdain for Wen Mo, he was unwilling to punish his own body. With Wen Mo's feeding, Wen Ci felt less hunger but still lacked strength. Slowly, Wen Mo set the bowl down, remarking, "It seems the effects of the medicine have not yet worn off." Wen Ci scoffed, "Wen Mo, do you find this amusing? Don't you believe my legs are truly incapacitated? Must you even chain me?" Wen Mo seemed to recall something, lifting the chain with a sorrowful sigh. "I did not foresee your legs failing you. However, since preparations have been made, they must be utilized. After all, you feel nothing now. Consider it merely an ornament." As he spoke, he tugged at the chains. Wen Ci coldly replied, "Wen Mo, do you intend to keep me shackled like this forever? Even if they do not favor me, they would never allow you to commit such an act." The Wen family prized interests and appearances. As a beta, Wen Ci held little value for them beyond a means to secure advantageous unions. Thus, they had never cared for him and had little affection. With the emergence of the more promising Wen Mo, they directed all their love and patience towards him, for he could yield greater benefits. They cherished and indulged Wen Mo, which granted him considerable power within the Wen family, allowing him to act with impunity. However, they would never condone Wen Mo's disgraceful act of imprisoning his brother. Wen Mo did not respond immediately, seemingly contemplating Wen Ci's words. Finally, he tugged at the chains, a twisted obsession gleaming in his eyes as he smiled and said, "It seems that keeping you locked away might not be so bad. This way, you won't run to that person named Xie." Wen Ci was taken aback. clearly unprepared for Wen Mo's declaration. Based on his understanding of Wen Mo, he recognized that every word spoken was earnest. Wen Mo genuinely intended to confine him here for a lifetime. This man was truly deranged. Why the long face? Did you not use to smile at your brother the most? Wen Mo sighed, rising to embrace Wen Ci. He held the back of Wen Ci's neck, forcing him to lean against him, their bodies intimately close. This position rendered Wen Ci wholly dependent on him. He could distinctly feel Wen Mo's heartbeat, steady and powerful. Grasping Wen Mo's hand that touched his neck, he heard a soft sigh from him. If only you were an Omega. Wen Ci understood the insinuation in his words and smirked. What a pity. I am merely a beta. What was happening to everyone? Why did they all wish to mark him? Siege was one thing, but what was Wen Mo's intent? Wen Mo had forcibly taken him from Siege. Had he not done so to exploit him against Siege? Wen Ci found Wen Mo's thoughts increasingly inscrutable. However, intuition warned him that this was undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune. His only recourse now was to find a way to establish contact with Siege, but prior to that, he must avoid provoking the deranged when Mo unfazed by Wen Ci's sarcastic remarks. When Mo lowered his head, gently rubbing his face against Wen Ci's soft hair. It matters not if you are merely a beta, as long as you remain by my side eternally. You must heed your brother's words, for he will never harm you. That man named Xie is no good. He will only bring you ruin. And the one named Lin is equally untrustworthy, professing affection while secretly seeking to replace you with me. When Mo leaned down, whispering into Wen Ci's ear like a devil, only your brother shall love you forever, and he will never bring you harm. Ci, be obedient, and you must remain by your brother's side eternally. Wen Ci thought to himself, Little 8, are you certain that Wen Mo is merely reborn and not deranged? Is this truly the same antagonist from his memories? Why does it seem that Wen Mo's demeanor towards him is even more unhinged than Siege's? Little 8 responded, I cannot ascertain. I am unable to detect Wen Mo's data. The conclusion that he is reborn is merely inferred from his actions. However, Wen 1, I suggest you acquiesce to him for now. Safeguarding yourself is of utmost importance. Wen Ci replied, such matters do not require your reminder. Can you assist me in contacting Siege? Little 8 reassured him. I can certainly facilitate contact, but extricating you from the Wen family may prove somewhat troublesome. Rest assured, Siege will undoubtedly find a way. Last time he sought to take someone, Wen Mo refused to relent, and he has already resorted to dealing with Wen Mo's subordinates. Yet it appears Wen Mo has no intention of safeguarding them, as he has already established connections with Lin Jinghe, orchestrating Lin Jinghe's premature return to the country. Listening to Little 8's words, Wen Ci felt a pang of headache. It led him to question whether he could successfully complete the forthcoming tasks in those worlds. To Wen Ci, it seemed he was merely traversing the plot while inadvertently engaging with the male protagonists, although it was merely an assessment task for him as a succubus. Out of a rare sense of conscience and guilt, he endeavored to make amends with those male leads before his departure. After all, they had gained far more than they had lost. Despite the considerable losses depicted in the narrative, they always managed to rise again, often emerging even stronger. Why then? Did it seem that they all fell into darkness upon encountering him? The male lead's corruption was already troubling enough, and now even the antagonists were joining the fray. Wen Ci dreaded to think what would become of the future worlds if they continued in this vein. Perhaps he should simply return and start new. Little 8 observed Wen Ci's melancholic expression and offered further consolation, but at that moment, Wen Ci was unable to absorb a single word. Vain Montag, oblivious to Wen Ci's thoughts, merely gazed at the compliant figure in his arms, noting the absence of previous resistance. A trace of amusement flickered in his eyes as he affectionately nuzzled Wen Ci's cheek. Rest assured, dear one, your brother will swiftly resolve this matter. Once he deals with that person named Xie, no one shall obstruct us again. Wen Ci spoke in akamtone, iam tired. How could you be tired after sleeping for so long? Wen Mo raised his hand to gently touch Wen Ci's forehead, his concern evident as he inquired, is there anything else troubling your body? Without waiting for Wen Ci's response, he continued, it seems the medication has malfunctioned. Fear not, dear one. Tomorrow I shall ensure that the hands of that person are delivered as compensation. Shall we? Wen Mo's eyes brimmed with tenderness. Yet his words sent a shiver through Wen Ci's heart. Indeed, he was still that madman from his memories, appearing even more unhinged than in the past life. However, Wen Ci could not fathom why he had become entangled with this lunatic. Their previous interactions had been minimal, and even the incident that led to his departure had been orchestrated by Wen Mo. What was his intention now? It seemed he was not merely seeking to exploit him against Xie, but rather had genuinely fixated upon him. Was this development truly as it appeared? Wen Ci silently mused. Wen Ci was not a virtuous individual, nor did he concern himself with the fate of the unknown pharmacist. Yet, to avoid waking up the following morning to find a pair of bloodied hands by his bedside, he managed to force a smile, albeit a hollow one, and replied, "No need, I'm not really that tired." Wen Mo's spirits lifted at this, and he immediately lifted Wen Ci into his arms, cheerfully exclaiming, "Since you're not very tired, let us chat for a while." He carried Wen Ci to the window and sat down, at which point Wen Ci noticed a wheelchair stationed nearby. Gently, Wen Mo placed him in the chair and knelt before him, unfastening the chains from around his ankles. Wen Ci stared at him in confusion, unresponsive. In the next moment, a faint click echoed as 4 locks sprung from the wheelchair, causing his eyelids to flutter. He was now bound to the chair, his hands and feet restrained, rendered entirely devoid of freedom. He could neither struggle nor resist, only gaze at the architect of his predicament. Wen Mo watched Wen Ci with a beaming smile, but soon the mirth in his eyes faded, leaving only a shadowy madness behind. Wen Ci's reaction was disturbingly calm. He exhibited none of the panic or anger Wen Mo had anticipated. Even when treated in such a manner, he merely observed him quietly, as if the shackles did not bind him, but rather, he was an indifferent spectator to his own plight. How could this be? He had exposed himself prematurely, yet he was determined to forcibly bring Wen Ci back. He had completely surrendered to this obsession. How could Wen Ci remain unscathed? "Dear one," Wen Mo murmured, his gaze fixated on Wen Ci's face, his fingertips tracing the contours of his features, madness brewing beneath the surface of his eyes. "I have already sent someone to procure suitable glands." Chapter 19. The plunder of that beta. Trust me, you will soon transform into an omega that solely belongs to me. Wen Mo chuckled softly. "When the time comes, I shall mark you thoroughly. No one will be able to take you from my side." Wen Ci pondered. Are we certain he has entered an ABO world and not some wild animal realm? He began to doubt that he was encountering humans at all, but rather rabid dogs. For how else could they all desire to mark him? Observing Wen Mo's serious demeanor, Wen Ci smirked and remarked, "Wen Mo, if you are so eager to mark, why not simply seek out an omega? Have you forgotten who once said that I am merely a beta, best suited to be by Xie's side? What? Have you forgotten your own words so swiftly?" Wen Ci knew that his foremost priority was to safeguard himself, and he endeavored to appease Wen Mo as much as possible. Yet he found it impossible. If it were Xie treating him this way, he would acquiesce without resistance. But he harbored no fondness for this madman, Wen Mo, and despite his efforts to restrain himself, he could not help but provoke him a little. "Should I remind you how you once spoke to me? You mentioned that as a beta, I had little use beyond that." Wen Ci paid no heed to Wen Mo's increasingly grim expression, casually continuing, "You even told me not to worry. After all, you can't mark me." Before Wen Ci could finish his sentence, Wen Mo grasped his neck. The smile on Wen Mo's face turned ominous, appearing to Wen Ci as a blend of madness and perversion. Wen, do not anger him further. If you die now, our mission will surely fail." 8848 emitted a sharp cry, lamenting consider our points your internship certification and the arduous journey of reducing Xie's dark value. Wen Ci ignored 8848, his gaze fixed on Wen Mo. He recognized that Wen Mo's grip was not excessively forceful. He discerned that Wen Mo merely intended to issue a warning, not to take his life. So, he smiled once more, raising an eyebrow as he taunted, "What? Do you wish to kill me? Then go ahead. Wen Mo, if you have the capability, strangle me to death now. Do not allow me to look down upon you." After a prolonged moment, when Mo gradually released his grip. Wen Ci gasped for breath, a rosy hue blooming on his fair face, while a distinct red mark marred his slender neck. As when Mo beheld this sight, he seemed to be lost in thought, his fingertips gently tracing the imprints he had just left behind. Wen Ci tilted his head slightly, attempting to evade, but being utterly bound, he found no refuge. Ultimately, he was once again grasped by the nape of his neck by Wen Mo. "How pitiable," Wen Mo murmured, his gaze fixated on the red mark on Wen Ci's neck. "Ci, do not attempt to provoke me. I have laboriously brought you back to my side. No matter what you say or do, I shall not let you go." Despite having just endured Wen Ci's sardonic remarks, he felt an inexplicable sense of elation from Wen Mo's current mood. Wen Ci tugged at the corners of his lips, internally cursing, indeed, a capricious madman. Wen Ci originally believed that the actions taken by Yi were already quite insane. After all, he never anticipated that someone like Yi would resort to imprisoning him. However, understanding the underlying reasons, one could certainly empathize with such behavior. In comparison to Wen Mo, Yi appeared almost benevolent. As Wen Ci pondered these thoughts, he was jolted back to reality by Wen Mo, who had settled beside him, holding a box of ointment. "Be good, stay still, let me apply this for you," Wen Mo said, gently spreading the cool balm on his neck. Although the red marks had not vanished, the pain had undeniably subsided significantly. Wen Ci was certain that such items were not present in his room. They were all meticulously prepared by Wen Mo. It seemed that Wen Mo had been ready to tend to him long before this moment, much like the manner that Yi had orchestrated. Yi represented an obsession from a past life, and there indeed existed a bond between them. Yet what of Wen Mo? Wen Ci pondered this enigma, unable to comprehend why Wen Mo had set his sights on him. Perhaps it was merely a rivalry with Yi, or perhaps it was a fleeting whim. What reason did a madman require to act? Thus, Wen Ci decided to let go of his perplexity. When 8848 observed that Wen Ci was no longer in mortal peril, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that the unhinged Wen Mo might strangle Wen Ci in that very moment. Although for them, death within the realm of their mission did not equate to true demise, merely signaling a failure of the task. The scene had nonetheless startled him. Wen Montag, having elicited the desired reaction from Wen Ci, felt his spirits lift considerably. He held Wen Ci's hand, chattering away incessantly. And even in the absence of any response from Wen Ci, he continued unabated. As night fell, when Wen Ci was once more cradled back into bed, he felt somewhat numb. He listened to Wen Mo's rambling, which consisted largely of trivialities. Yet, amidst the idle chatter, he gleaned some pertinent information. As he contemplated this, a heaviness settled in his heart. Wen Mo had not explicitly divulged the truth of his rebirth, yet Wen Ci had managed to piece together fragments from his words. Wen Mo's return to life had occurred earlier than Yi's, and he had commenced his strategic maneuvering well before the latter. Following that fateful accident, Yi had devoted much of his attention to Wen Ci, thus providing Wen Mo with an opportunity to act. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Wen Mo to brazenly abduct him right under Yi's nose. Wen Mo had withheld considerable information from Wen Ci, leaving him unaware of any contingencies. Just as Wen Ci sighed and prepared to sleep, an unexpected noise outside the window abruptly roused him. His eyes flew open, and his mind sharpened instantly. The security system of the one family villa was exceptionally robust and had been further upgraded by Wen Mo. Anyone capable of breaching it at this hour was undoubtedly no ordinary person. A nagging suspicion took root in his mind, and the next moment, 8848's words confirmed his fears. "Do not be afraid, it's Yi." The voice of 8848 carried a hint of joy and excitement. Yi must have come to take you away. You no longer have to confront that perverse Wen Mo. Indeed, Wen Ci was reluctant to face Wen Mo. However, recalling the words Wen Mo had uttered that afternoon, along with the implications they bore, a wave of concern washed over him for Yi. He pondered whether Yi's arrival was merely another facet of Wen Mo's intricate scheme, another trap laid by him. Such thoughts only deepened Wen Ci's anxiety. Yet, before he could dwell on it further, The window was flung open. Though the room was shrouded in darkness, Wen Ci discerned the figure standing by the window, illuminated by the moonlight. "I see." Ci gazed at the person he had longed for, his eyes sparkling momentarily. He hurried to the bedside, his gentle voice trembling slightly as he called out, Ci. Ci bent down, enveloping Wen Ci in his embrace, swift yet gentle, as if fearful of causing any pain to the one he held. Wen Ci could feel Ci's entire being quaking, as though he had finally clasped his precious treasure, lost and now regained. Hesitating briefly, Wen Ci slowly raised his arms to encircle Ci's waist. Their bodies drew closer, and though they had shared more intimate moments before, this simple embrace felt like the most profound connection. In the ensuing silence, a prompt echoed in Wen Ci's mind. Ding. Ci's dark value decreased by 5. Current dark value 65. Observing the diminishing dark value. 8848 chirped with delight. I knew it. As long as Ci sees you, his dark value is bound to decrease. 1-1. You must return with him. This will surely expedite the clearing of his dark value. The anticipation of completing their mission made 8848 nearly giddy with excitement. Wen Ci, however, remained silent, for he felt the warmth of tears at his neck. Ci was crying. This realization momentarily stunned Wen Ci in his memories. Ci had always been smiling. Whether genuine or feigned, he had never before held him while weeping. Ci's voice trembled as he softly apologized. I'm sorry. I see. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I should have trusted you, Ci. I should have believed in you. Wen Ci was unsure whether Ci was apologizing for his previous coercion or for allowing Wen Mo to take him away. Ci continued to murmur apologies, repeating them as if he were expiating a lifetime's worth of regrets. Brother Ci, please don't cry, Wen Ci consoled him. I told you this matter was my fault from the very beginning. My approach to you indeed had ulterior motives. So no matter how you treat me, I cannot hold it against you. The fact that you still wish to see me brings me great joy. As he spoke, Wen Ci gently released Ci, cupping his face and bestowing a soft kiss upon his lips. Ci stared blankly at Wen Ci, his ears suddenly flushed with crimson. Ding! Ci's corruption value 3. Current corruption value 62. Wen Ci could not help but smile slightly. How could this fellow be so endearing? A mere kiss made his ears turn red, just like in the last life, stirring a sense of longing within him. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the current situation, he would truly wish to tease him a little. Do not be afraid, Ci. I will take you back right now. Ci tilted his head, speaking as he lifted the covers. Rest assured, I have arranged a little trouble for him. He will not return tonight. Ci's movements momentarily halted as he gazed at the chain wrapped around Wen Ci's ankle, his expression darkening instantly. Gritting his teeth, he trembled as he exclaimed, How dare he? Chapter 20. The plunder of that beta. Ci grasped the chain, his eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson light. A tumult of frustration and regret surged within his heart. He loathed Wen Mo for treating Wen Ci in this manner, and he despised himself for failing to protect him. A potent and lethal pheromone emanated from him, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Cough, cough. Wen Ci could not perceive Ci's pheromones. Yet, his body was exceedingly sensitive at this moment, especially in the presence of Ci's pheromones. The richness of the pheromones caused a faint blush to rise on Wen Ci's face, rendering his body somewhat weak. Clenching Ci's clothing, he attempted to pull him back to his senses. Damn it, that scoundrel Wen Mo truly has no humanity. Knowing full well that my legs are incapacitated, he still shackled me. But could Ci not be a bit more lucid? It had not been long since he had forgotten the doctor's words. Was his current physical condition capable of enduring such intense pheromones? Ciye. Wen Ci gazed up at Ci, his heart brimming with resentment. Yet his eyes glistened with a hint of unshed tears. Upon seeing Wen Ci leaning against him, Ci's pupils quivered, and he immediately retracted his pheromones. I apologize. I forgot. The room was saturated with the scent of Ci's pheromones. The longer Wen Ci remained there, the more uncomfortable his body felt. Fortunately, Ci had regained his composure. When Ci gently shook his head, "I am fine." Ci's gaze returned to the two chains. One end of the chain was buried beneath the bed, while the other was connected to two mechanical rings encircling Wen Ci's ankles. Ci refrained from touching the mechanical rings. Instead, he enveloped the chains with his mental energy, preparing to forcibly destroy them. This would take some time, but with Wen Mo unable to return tonight, he had all the time in the world. When Ci leaned against the bedside, breathing softly. As Ci worked on the chains with his mental energy, he comforted him. "Ci, do not worry. I will take you away from here shortly. You wished to taste my cooking, did you not? When we return, I shall prepare it for you every day. I will provide you with everything you desire." Crack! The sound of the chains breaking echoed through the room. Ci's eyes brightened. However, in a moment unnoticed by them all, as the chains broke, two needles shot forth from the mechanical rings. The serum was injected into Wen Ci's body. Yet, his legs remained utterly numb, and he did not even realize he had been administered the drug. Soon, he lost consciousness entirely. Just before darkness enveloped him, he heard Ci's panicked voice calling out, "Ah, Ci." He wished to respond, to offer comfort to Ci, but in reality, he could not utter a single word, as if he had plunged into an abyss of endless darkness. When Ci bitterly mused to himself, was this not a form of retribution for his previous pretense of feinting to deceive Ci? What on earth was happening? How long had he been back in this world, only to be subjected to such turmoil repeatedly? I see. Ci's eyes brimmed with alarm. He could not comprehend why when Ci had suddenly collapsed. Yet his instincts told him this incident was undoubtedly tied to Wen Mo. Just as Ci clenched his teeth, preparing to lift Wen Ci and depart the Wen household, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was an unfamiliar number. Nonetheless, Ci recognized the caller as Wen Mo. With a grim expression, he glanced at the unconscious Wen Ci in his arms and ultimately chose to answer the call. "Surprise! Young Master Ci, are you satisfied with the gift I sent?" Wen Mo's cheerful voice echoed from the other end, accompanied by the cacophony of battle, interspersed with screams and explosions. Ci was acutely aware of Wen Mo's current location and the chaos unfolding, so he was not taken aback. However, he still questioned with a cold demeanor, "What have you done?" Wen Mo chuckled lightly, leisurely replying, "That does not seem to be the crux of the matter." Bang! When Mo swiftly shot an alpha, attempting to approach him, exploding the head of his assailant. He turned and stepped into the darkness, disregarding the flames and bloodshed around him, his tone remaining buoyant. "I know you wish to take Ci with you. Unfortunately, you cannot have him." Ci gazed at Wen Ci, whose complexion grew increasingly pallid, a wave of profound unease and agitation surging within him. Yet he managed a cold smile, saying, "Wen Mo, you can only speak like this if you return alive today. Do you truly believe you can stop me?" Wen Mo kicked aside a nearby corpse, a flicker of disdain in his eyes, and continued at a leisurely pace. "I certainly cannot prevent you. With your capabilities, young Master Ci, you could take him from the Wen household right now. But what then?" Ci discerned the veiled threat in Wen Mo's seemingly nonchalant words. A hint of crimson flickered in his eyes, but fearing for Wen Ci's well-being, he struggled to restrain the nearly uncontrollable surge of his pheromones. Biting his lip until it bled, a metallic tang filled his mouth. Observing the silence on the other end, Wen Mo continued, "I believe with your prowess. You will undoubtedly find an excellent apothecary to concoct an antidote. However, he only has 1 hour left. If my antidote is not provided within that time, he shall perish. Ci, if you merely desire a lifeless body, I shall certainly not impede your wish." Bang! Crash! The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground mingled with the shattering of glass. Wen Mo traversed the narrow alleyway, arriving before the sleek black Maybach. He opened the car door, a deeper smile illuminating his eyes, even tinged with a hint of pleasure. "Do not be angered. The choice lies in your hands. It is entirely up to you whether to allow him to remain by my side, continuing as the young master of the Wen family, or to take away his corpse. Ci, he is one of us. Unless he breathes his last, he shall never escape my grasp in this lifetime." Ci felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, enveloped by a bone-chilling cold. His breath hitched, and even his heartbeat faltered for a moment. For Ci, whether it be love or hate, no one could possibly matter more than Wen Ci. As long as Wen Ci was slightly coquettish and pliable, he would compromise everything for him. As long as Wen Ci could live well, he would acquiesce to any request. Ci inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes. The encounters of 2 lifetimes had made him acutely aware that when Mo, this madman, was capable of anything, that which he could not possess, he would indeed destroy. When Mo leaned against the car window, his gaze piercing through the narrow, dark alley. He reveled in the madness woven from the intertwining flames and blood on the opposite side, straining to hear the screams and anguished wails. An obsession gleamed in Wen Mo's eyes. Ci had truly prepared a grand gift for him. Those he had painstakingly preserved were now meeting their demise one by one this very night. However, it mattered not. The pool of potential allies extended beyond merely these individuals. When Mo withdrew his gaze, although he felt a tinge of regret, exhilaration surged within him. At least he could now ascertain one thing. The confusions of this period had finally found resolution. Ah, has young Master Xie not yet departed? When Mo spoke with a smile. Didn't you say you would take a Ci away? I still require at least 50 more minutes to reach the Wen residence. You possess ample time to whisk him away and conceal him in a place where I cannot find him, without fear of my return to thwart you. Ci suddenly interjected, interrupting Wen Mo's words. He gazed tenderly at Wen Ci, who had been gently placed back onto the bed. Yet his voice remained cold as he stated, "This time, I was negligent. Next time, I shall personally retrieve him." Ci had not been oblivious to the doubts regarding the authenticity of Wen Mo's words. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that Wen Mo had contacted him. He could not afford to gamble, nor did he dare to. Ci's gaze fixated on the 2 mechanical rings encircling Wen Ci's ankle, gritting his teeth. It was his own carelessness. He was solely preoccupied with hastily bringing Wen Ci back. He aimed merely to drive Wen Mo away, ensuring that he could not return. Little did he expect that within such a short span, Wen Mo had prepared other contingencies. Or perhaps, Wen Mo had long been ready. Ci's body trembled uncontrollably. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes, burying all the grief and resentment within. He should have anticipated this. He should have foreseen it. Since he possesses the ability to be reborn, it follows that Wen Mo may also have the same potential for resurrection. Wen Montag chuckled softly, the madness in his eyes showing no sign of retreat, and with a tinge of regret, he remarked, "Very well. I shall await your next personal visit to take ACI away. Of course, I may not allow you to survive until that moment." Ci, with an expressionless demeanor, ended the call. On the other end, Wen Mo merely clicked his tongue at the disconnected line. What a pity. Such a splendid opportunity to eliminate him had been squandered as Ci had chosen to save Wen Ci instead. Wen Mo opened the chat interface, the madness in his gaze unwavering. Regrettably, Ci still lacked the ruthlessness required. He was still too concerned for Wen Ci's life. The thought of having once been dragged to mutual destruction by such a person stirred a crimson hue within Wen Mo's eyes. The scent of a top-tier alpha's violet pheromones instantly filled the vehicle. Even though the driver was a beta and the partition had been raised long ago, there remained some impact. A bloodthirsty intent gleamed in Wen Mo's eyes. Having missed this opportunity, he would not grant Ci a second chance to inflict harm upon him. Ci gazed tenderly at Wen Ci on the bed, his expression softening as he carefully adjusted the blanket. "ACI," he whispered, placing a restrained kiss on Wen Ci's forehead. His voice trembling as he murmured, "ACI, I am sorry. Wait for me. I will surely bring you away from here, safely. I promise." Chapter 21. Seizing that beta Wen Ci was awakened by a sharp explosion of sound. "Please, not so loud. Let me sleep a little longer," he murmured, pulling the blanket to turn over and adjust to a comfortable position to continue his slumber. However, the immobility of his legs jolted him awake. Wait. It seemed he was still on a mission. Wen Ci abruptly opened his eyes, and upon recognizing the familiar room, he fell into contemplation. He tried to recall the events of the previous day, remembering only the last glimpse of Cie's face and the sound of his panicked voice. After that, he had completely lost consciousness, sinking into darkness and experiencing a lengthy dream. Wen Ci had forgotten the contents of his dream. Yet now he was more curious about why he was still in Wen residence. Confusion filled his mind. Hadn't Cie said he would take him away? Why was he still here? Did Wen Mo discover him? What had become of Cie? In an instant, a multitude of questions flooded Wen Ci's mind. The mere thought that Cie might be in danger tightened his heart. Xiao Ba, how is Cie now? Is he all right? Wen Ci inquired anxiously, receiving a feeble response from 8848. When he is doing quite well. You should focus on yourself for now. Upon hearing this, Wen Ci sighed in relief. As long as he is fine, at least his current situation could not worsen. However, before Wen Ci could fully relax, he heard 8848's voice, tinged with melancholy, adding, Cie is indeed a fine individual, but the situation is rather dire. His darkening value has soared to 99. He is but 1 point away from a complete breakdown. The only reason he has not succumbed to chaos is your presence. Wen Ci exclaimed, What on earth? Did you, little Ba, sneak off to the underworld last night to take on private jobs behind my back? With a smile that barely concealed his irritation, Wen Ci continued, What kind of hellish joke are you making this early in the morning? I painstakingly managed to pull his darkening value down to over 60, and now, just as the mission was nearing completion, you tell me it has shot up to 99 overnight. Wen Ci nearly ground his teeth in frustration, his beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. Even 8848, who had partnered with Wen Ci for quite some time, instinctively recoiled at the sight of him. A hint of fear crept into 8848's demeanor as he cleared his throat and hastily began to explain, Wen, please don't be angry. This is all due to Wen Mo. He tampered with those 2 mechanical rings, and should any destructive action occur, the agent inside will be injected into your body. That agent can cause your life to swiftly wither away, and without an antidote within an hour, you shall perish instantly. As 8848 spoke, his teeth clenched in anger. Cie was about to take you away, but because Wen Mo threatened him with your life, he had no choice but to leave you here. That despicable scoundrel. He truly deserves to be damned. Even though 8848 was aware of Wen Mo's ruthless nature, the events of the previous night had left him so shaken that he could not help but curse Wen Mo again. Initially, 8848 assumed that since Wen Mo harbored feelings for Wen Ci, he would refrain from causing him any harm. Yet, he was taken aback by the lengths Wen Mo had gone to prepare for such a scenario. Now, regardless of whether Wen Ci wished to escape or he sought to rescue him, without the antidote in Wen Mo's possession, and if he did not return to his side within the hour, Wen Ci was doomed. Upon learning of the events that transpired during his unconsciousness, Wen Ci's expression darkened. He gripped the blanket tightly, taking a deep breath in an attempt to calm his tumultuous emotions. How infuriating! He wanted to twist Wen Mo's neck into a bow. He had worked so hard to soothe him. He had finally managed to placate Cie. Yet, upon awakening, he found himself thrust back to a value of 99. Just then, the door to the room swung open. Even without looking, Wen Ci knew it was Wen Mo entering. He lay on the bed, expressionless, staring at the ceiling. A Ci, Wen Mo began, calling out Wen Ci's name. In response, a pillow, hurled by Wen Ci, flew toward him. Wen Montag deftly zidesteppet, and the pillow landed softly on the carpet. As another pillow came flying his way, he evaded it as well, not angered in the least. Instead, he smiled warmly as he placed the food he had brought on the nearby table, then approached the bed and forcibly lifted Wen Ci into his arms. With a sudden bite, Wen Ci sank his teeth into Wen Mo's neck, an action that finally altered his expression and elicited a sharp intake of breath. Wen Mo gazed at the person in his arms, his eyes clouded and inscrutable. His throat convulsed as he chuckled softly. Are you hungry, Ci? Let us have something to eat first. The sunshine today is splendid. Later, I shall take you outside to bask in it. Staying cooped up in this room is not a solution. Wen Ci remained unmoved, his mind consumed by a singular thought, to sever this man's throat. If it came to that, they might as well perish together. After all the effort he had expended to pacify him, Wen Mo's provocations were driving him back into darkness. The more he pondered, the more enraged he became, and the more furious he felt, the harder he bit down. The metallic tang of blood filled his mouth, making him nauseous. Yet, Wen Mo's touch was gentle as he softly patted Wen Ci's back, his tone indulgent, as if soothing a wayward child. There, just have a little something to eat. Sensing Wen Ci's intentions, Wen Mo's gaze remained permissive. With your current strength, you cannot kill me. Today, Lin Jinghe is coming to see you. Do not worry, brother knows you do not like him. Wen Mo tenderly stroked the top of Wen Ci's head, smoothing down the rebellious strands of hair that had sprung up. You need not pay him any mind. Just stay obediently by my side and say nothing to him. Of course, if you wish to cry for help, you may try. After all, it would only mean one less person in this world. Wen Mo's fingers lingered at the nape of Wen Ci's neck, causing his body to stiffen slightly. Oh, so it's here? Noticing the subtle shift in Wen Ci's eye, a deeper mirth glinted in Wen Mo's eyes. His tone languid. He pressed his fingertip against Wen Ci's neck. The scent of violet pheromones permeated the room, intertwined with delicate notes of mint. Wen Ci, oblivious to the phenomenal aroma, found himself enveloped in its embrace. Unable to resist the instinct of his body, he trembled slightly, ultimately releasing Wen Mo. Wen Ci emitted a soft sound, blood from Wen Mo's neck staining his lips. A faint blush crept to the corners of his eyes, while his blood-tinged lips exuded an oddly enticing allure. What a pity, I was a step too late. Wen Mo murmured, had I known he had returned, I would not have taken so long to prepare. I should have brought you back sooner. But it is not too late now. The madness in Wen Mo's eyes receded as he continued to smile. All right, darling, you've made a fuss and played enough. It is time to eat. Brother will feed you. Wen Mo paid no heed to Wen Ci's feelings or the blood still trickling from his own neck. He focused solely on feeding him. Overwhelmed by the potent pheromones, Wen Ci found himself unable to resist, obediently consuming the food. The sensation of swallowing porridge mixed with blood was far from pleasant. He watched the blood on Wen Mo's neck, cursing him silently as a madman. After finishing feeding him with a smile, Wen Mo rose to tend to his wound before carrying him to the bathroom for a cleaning. Wen Ci was dressed in a set of exquisite and luxurious garments, as if being adorned like a porcelain doll. The resplendent gown, adorned with layers and embellished with gemstones, was something he would never don. He preferred garments that were light and comfortable. However, it was evident that Wen Mo was indifferent to his preferences. After dressing him, Wen Mo positioned him in a wheelchair, expressing his satisfaction with a remark, "How exquisite!" As he spoke, he produced a violet brooch and adorned Wen Ci's chest with it. He knelt before Wen Ci, gazing up at him with eyes filled with obsession, a hint of madness flickering within. My dear, the moment I laid eyes on this dress, I knew it was meant for you. Wen Ci found himself once again bound hand and foot, unable to thwart Wen Mo's actions. He could only maintain a calm demeanor and watch as Wen Mo knelt before him, assisting him in donning shoes and socks. Beneath the lavish attire, his restraints were nearly imperceptible. Wen Ci surmised that this was indeed Wen Mo's intent in dressing him so extravagantly. The thoughts of a madman are the most elusive. Professing affection while simultaneously possessing the capacity to bring about his demise. Just last night, his life had been perilously threatened, yet today, Wen Mo was kneeling before him, helping him with his footwear. Even if, in the next moment, Wen Mo were to produce a fruit knife and plunge it into his body, he would not be taken aback. Wen Ci was taken to the garden. The sunlight was indeed delightful, and the clusters of purple and white flowers harmonized beautifully with his attire. After leading Wen Ci to the garden, Wen Mo departed swiftly. However, with the assistance of 8,848, Wen Ci was still able to monitor Wen Mo's movements. Lin Jinghe has returned and is currently watching you from behind. Wen Mo is deliberately avoiding him, likely to afford you both some time together. 8848. But I fail to understand how he can truly allow you to be alone with him. Wen Ci smirked in derision. Perhaps it is because Lin Jinghe is more concerned with his own interests. Even if I were to inform Lin Jinghe of Wen Mo's actions towards me, He would do nothing, merely pretending to be unaware. 8848. Well, you are not mistaken. They were both acutely aware of the type of person Lin Jinghe was. Thus, without needing Wen Mo's warning, Wen Ci had no illusions regarding placing his hopes in Lin Jinghe. Instead, he was more curious about the nature of the drug Wen Mo had administered to him. Little 8. Can the potion Wen Mo used on me be resolved? If it could not, would he be bound to Wen Mo for eternity, intertwined in life and death? Wen Ci gathered his thoughts. He understood that Xieji's current descent into darkness stemmed from his absence. Yet, as long as he returned to Xieji's side, reverting the corruption should be a trivial matter. 8848. Apologies, but the system store does not carry an antidote. However, rest assured, Xieji is already searching for the whereabouts of the apothecary. I'll find a way to relay this information to Xieji. He will undoubtedly resolve it. Wen Ci nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. A shadow cascaded from above, enveloping him as a familiar voice echoed behind. ACI, I have returned. Chapter 22. The plunder of that beta Lin Jinghe's eyes sparkled with delight as he placed a bouquet of exquisite pink roses into Wen Ci's embrace. His gaze lingered on Wen Ci's face, his tone gentle as he spoke. It has been quite a while, ACI. I specifically chose these flowers for you. Do you like them? Wen Ci remained unmoved, his expression indifferent, not even making an attempt to touch the bouquet. In fact, his hands were bound, rendering him unable to reach for the flowers. He held no affection for Lin Jinghe. Previously, he would graciously accept Lin Jinghe's gifts to maintain his facade and fulfill his mission. However, now his objective was to mitigate Xieji's dark tendencies, and thus he had no inclination to engage with Lin Jinghe. Noticing Wen Ci's utter disregard, Lin Jinghe's smile faltered slightly, his eyes narrowing as he forced a smile, asking, "What is it, ACI? Do you not like them?" Receiving no response from Wen Ci, Lin Jinghe continued, speaking to himself, "I shall bring you something else tomorrow. By the way, I have prepared a gift for you as well, a brooch you had long desired. I managed to acquire it for you." As he spoke, Lin Jinghe produced a beautifully wrapped gift box. He had intended to adorn Wen Ci with the brooch, only to notice that Wen Ci was already wearing a violet brooch. The warmth in Lin Jinghe's eyes dimmed further, the violet brooch glaring in his sight, as if something that once belonged to him had been usurped by another. He could not comprehend why such thoughts surfaced, yet the sight of that brooch left him unsettled. It had been ages since he had seen Wen Ci. Their last encounter was merely a fleeting glance from outside Wen Ci's room and hardly constituted a meeting. The Wen Ci who once trailed behind him, smiling and calling him Jinghe Gu, now gazed at him with a bland expression, akin to viewing a stranger entirely unconnected to him. Lin Jinghe felt a constriction in his chest, his mouth agape with myriad words yearning to be spoken, yet none found their way out. Before visiting Wen Ci, Wen Mo had cautioned him extensively against inquiring about the events between Wen Ci and Xieji, fearing it might provoke Wen Ci. Lin Jinghe understood that he could not blame Wen Ci. It was all Xieji's fault, and Wen Ci was merely a victim. He cherished Wen Ci and was indifferent to his past. Yet, being met with such coldness from Wen Ci was disheartening, a stark contrast to their previous rapport. If Xieji was indeed to blame, why should he be treated with such indifference? ACI, allow me to adorn you. Lin Jinghe suppressed the tumult of emotions within. He approached Wen Ci, kneeling before him to fasten the diamond brooch. His gaze was tender as he regarded Wen Ci, the depth of his affection nearly spilling over. ACI, do you like it? Wen Ci gradually lifted her gaze, her eyes landing on a figure not far away. Wen Mo had appeared there at some unknown moment and had seemingly been observing them for quite some time. The two exchanged a fleeting glance in the air. Although Wen Mo disguised his feelings well, Wen Ci could still sense his current displeasure. She averted her gaze and turned to Lin Jinghe, who was looking at her with eager anticipation for her response, and with a soft chuckle, she said, "I really like it. Thank you." Lin Jinghe's smile returned. "I'm glad you like it. CI, rest assured, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side." He stood up and affectionately ruffled Wen Ci's hair. Wen Ci lowered her eyes slightly, allowing Lin Jinghe, to tousle her hair. In a place unnoticed by others, a trace of barely perceptible annoyance flickered in Wen Ci's eyes. She disliked having her head patted. However, to onlookers, the scene appeared exceedingly intimate and affectionate. Wen Mo watched quietly, suppressing the curve of his lips. Then, he adjusted his angle, expression impassive, capturing the moment on his phone and sending the photos to Ci. Ci, I know you saw this. Everyone stop pretending. It's exhausting. Since you've returned, you should know that Ci and Lin Jinghe are betrothed. They grew up together as childhood companions, and their engagement has not been dissolved. Lin Jinghe doesn't care about Ci's leg. Ci, how do you expect to compete with him? The remarks that Wen Mo casually sent were nothing less than blatant provocations. Yet he understood that such overt taunts would be most effective against Ci. More precisely, it was leveraging Wen Ci to provoke Ci that would yield the best results. A series of photos, rendered ambiguous due to perspective distortion, were sent forth. Wen Mo could even imagine the fury that must have engulfed Ci on the other end. He knew all too well how much Ci cherished Wen Ci. In their previous life, he had exploited Wen Ci to ensnare Ci more than once. Whenever matters concerning Wen Ci arose, Ci easily lost control. Presumably, this time would not disappoint him either. Wen Mo did not feel anxious about not receiving a response from Ci. However, upon lifting his gaze again, he found himself unable to tolerate Lin Jinghe's desire to embrace Wen Ci any longer. Wen Mo's expression shifted, his smile vanishing. He tucked away his phone and strode toward them, his voice preceding his arrival. Ci, Jinghe, so this is where you are. Almost instantly upon hearing Wen Mo's voice, Lin Jinghe immediately withdrew his hand, which had been reaching for Wen Ci, and took a small step back, creating distance between them. Wen Ci looked at the man who had just wanted to embrace her, but had now turned to stand beside her, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. This was quite the act. However, Lin Jinghe seemed oblivious, his entire focus now on the approaching Wen Mo. He looked at Wen Mo with a smile and inquired, Mo, didn't you say you had documents to handle? What brings you here? Just a moment ago, Wen Mo had mentioned that he would come to keep Wen Ci company while he still had some files to attend to. Thus, he dared to be so close to Wen Ci, bold enough to utter those words. Yet, he did not anticipate Wen Mo's swift arrival. Lin Jinghe's heartbeat quickened. Over the past few days, he had come to a resolution. No matter how deeply he cherished Wen Ci, the only suitable partner for a union would be Wen Mo. He was uncertain when Wen Mo had arrived or how much he had witnessed. It seemed that Wen Mo remained oblivious to the convolutions within Lin Jinghe's heart. Simply approaching Wen Ci's side, it was nothing of great importance. He had just concluded some matters before coming over. Observing Wen Ci's tousled hair, Wen Mo's cold yet gentle gaze swept over Lin Jinghe's wrist, his expression still adorned with a tender smile. Have I interrupted you? Lin Jinghe quickly responded, of course not. Wen Mo sighed in relief. That's good. I was worried I might be disturbing you. By the way, I just had some dessert prepared. Would you like to try them together? Lin Jinghe's eyes brightened slightly. Really? That sounds wonderful. Wen Ci found himself sandwiched between these two, witnessing their dramatic performance as his lips twitched in amusement. Xiao Ba, can you provide me with a gun to eliminate both of them? Wen Ci earnestly inquired, feeling overwhelmed by these two individuals. Wen, while I wholeheartedly support your sentiments, regulations prohibit such actions, came Xiao Ba's reply. The thought of enduring such days for an undetermined duration gave Wen Ci a headache. What surprised him further was that Wen Mo, who evidently disapproved of Lin Jinghe's advances, had proactively suggested that Lin Jinghe stay over, ostensibly to foster better interaction between them and to allow Lin Jinghe to spend more time with him. Lin Jinghe readily acquiesced without much hesitation. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired at that moment. Lin Jinghe had some matters to attend to at home and initially intended to gather a few belongings to bring back. Yet on his way home, he was ambushed and captured in a sack. When Wen Ci received this news, he was taken aback. He inquired of Xiao Ba, who was responsible for this. Ci or Wen Mo. The only two individuals he could think of were those two. Xiao Ba chuckled with glee. Both were involved. Wen Mo's men were the ones who captured Lin Jinghe and beat him severely, almost incapacitating his hand. Xieji's people intended to teach him a lesson as well. But Wen Mo's men arrived first, so they merely took advantage of the situation to deliver another beating. Xiao Ba paused briefly, glancing at Lin Jinghe slumped on the sofa, unable to suppress a remark. However, this A-level alpha has remarkable physical resilience, having been assaulted by 2 groups consecutively, yet still managing to sit here. Wen Ci, positioned in his wheelchair on the 2nd floor, gazed down at Lin Jinghe. Perhaps it's because Lin Jinghe still holds some value. After all, he is the treacherous male antagonist, not so easily vanquished. Lin Jinghe's voice trembled with rage. His eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Let me find out who did this. Otherwise, I will not let them off the hook." Wen Mo sat beside Lin Jinghe, gently applying medicine to his wounds. A flicker of concern shone in his eyes as he softly inquired, "Does it still hurt? Perhaps we should visit a hospital." Lin Jinghe did not wish to reject such a favorable opportunity to remain with the Wen family and cultivate a bond with Wen Mo. His expression softened as he shook his head in refusal. "There's no need. My constitution is robust, and I recover quickly. A bit of medicine will suffice." "Very well." Wen Mo sighed, a hint of self-reproach in his voice as he said, "I'm sorry. I never anticipated that something like this would occur." Lin Jinghe's eyes reflected compassion as he replied, "Mo, please don't say that. It is not your fault." Wen Ci, seated above them like an observer, took in the entire scene. Perhaps his gaze was too overt, for both of them soon became aware of his presence. Wen Mo raised his eyes to Wen Ci, arching an eyebrow, a smile dancing in his gaze. Lin Jinghe's eyes met Wen Mo's for a fleeting moment before he quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat uncomfortably. "Mo, my hand cannot move these days. I may need to trouble you." Wen Mo fixed his gaze on Wen Ci and replied with a cheerful demeanor, "It's no trouble at all. I've already arranged for your room to be tidied up. Let us take you there now." "All right, thank you, Mo." After escorting Lin Jinghe back to his room, Wen Mo immediately sought out Wen Ci. Although Wen Ci's hands were bound to his wheelchair, he could still maneuver it. As Wen Mo approached, Wen Ci instinctively recoiled. Wen Mo halted, maintaining a distance as he looked at him, then lowered his gaze to his phone, tapping the screen several times. Soon, Wen Ci's wheelchair began to move on its own, returning to Wen Mo's side. Wen Ci lifted his eyelids, regarding Wen Mo in silence. Wen Mo leaned slightly, placing his hands on either side of the wheelchair, effectively encasing Wen Ci within his embrace. He scrutinized Wen Ci and spoke slowly, "What's wrong? Are you displeased to see me getting close to him?" Such proximity felt excessively intimate and ambiguous. Wen Ci turned his head, attempting to evade Wen Mo's closeness, his expression unperturbed. "Who you choose to associate with is of no concern to me." Wen Mo sighed, Ci, you really are not being obedient. You used to follow him around, calling him Brother Jinghe, and with your betrothal, I thought you held a fondness for him." Wen Ci replied impatiently, "If you only wish to discuss this, it is unnecessary. I do not harbor feelings for Lin Jinghe. My previous closeness was merely due to our engagement and our family's collaboration." As Wen Ci felt Wen Mo's warm breath against his neck, he likened it to being ensnared by a damp, slithering serpent. He paused before continuing, "You know they have not treated me well. Though Lin Jinghe is involved due to our family's partnership, he has been decent to me, which is why I have been somewhat close to him." "Oh," Wen Mo raised an eyebrow, "but I recall you saying you have feelings for Xieji." At the mention of Xieji, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of Wen Ci's lips before he quickly suppressed it. He chose to evade answering the question. Yet this subtle reaction fell into Wen Mo's eyes, sufficiently igniting the flames of jealousy within him. He chuckled softly. "It seems you truly have feelings for him. However, it matters not. I have stated that regardless of whom you favor or disfavor, you shall remain by my side." Concealing the emotions swirling within his gaze, Wen Mo donned a cheerful facade once more. "Come, let me escort you back to your room." As he spoke, he offered Wen Ci no opportunity for refusal, directly pushing the wheelchair to return him to his quarters. "Oh, by the way," Wen Mo remarked nonchalantly, "he'll be staying in our home for the next few days, so you will inevitably have some interactions. But since you do not like him, it would be wise to maintain your distance. A CI will obediently listen and not approach those wild men who provoke my ire, correct? When CI had no desire to engage with Wen Mo, when no answer was forthcoming, Wen Mo abruptly halted. Leaning down, his nose nearly grazed Wen Ci's earlobe as he smiled and reiterated, "A CI will obediently heed my words." Yes? A chill coursed through Wen Ci, reminiscent of the initial days with Succubus. During that period, though CS spoke with tenderness and laughter, there was nary a glimmer of mirth in his eyes. It perpetually sent a shiver of cold dread up his spine, as if being scrutinized by unseen eyes, leaving him utterly powerless to resist or escape. Yet these two were not entirely alike. Succubus resembled a damp specter, perpetually watching, observing his every move. At the slightest disturbance, he would ensnare him, leaving no opportunity for escape. Conversely, when Mo bore the likeness of a venomous serpent coiling around his neck and body, should he fail to satisfy Wen Mo's desires, the serpent would constrict his throat, sinking its sharp fangs into his flesh, dragging him toward a shared demise. Wen Ci nodded deeply, regardless of his inner turmoil. He managed to force a strained smile. He heard himself respond, his voice almost squeezed through clenched teeth. Understood. After all, he had little inclination to engage with Lin Jing or that scoundrel who sought to play both sides. Wen Mo, satisfied with the response, ruffled Wen Ci's hair and nodded. "Now that is a good boy. Rest assured, he won't linger by your side for long. For now, he still serves a purpose. Today, he disheveled your hair. But next time, I shall simply sever his hand and present it to you as a gift, shall I?" Wen Ci thought, how twisted, how deranged. He recalled that in his previous life, Wen Mo had not been so unhinged. How is it that he now speaks of severing another's hand as a gift? The most alarming part was the certainty that he would indeed follow through. After Wen Mo departed, Wen Ci maneuvered the wheelchair to the window, gazing out at the scenery. Unable to resist, he retrieved his device and queried, "Xiao Ba, do you think Wen Mo might one day wake up and find my hands displeasing enough to cut them off? What could have possibly spurred this behavior?" I recall that in the previous life, despite his madness, he was quite adept at putting on a facade. Or perhaps these words are merely a threat, a warning to him? Wen Ci pondered this carefully and deemed it highly plausible. 8848 remarked, "I believe it is because he perceives you as his possession, someone belonging solely to him. Hence he feels no need to feign anything in your presence." Wen Mo, in earlier times, exhibited a similar madness in front of his trusted confidants, but later adopted a guise to conceal his identity. 8848 continued to analyze in the past life. He regarded you as a mere tool. Should the tool become faulty, it could easily be replaced, which is why he never revealed his true self in your company. However, now that he harbors feelings for you and wishes to possess you, he has abandoned the pretense. Wen Ci quipped, "I truly appreciate this perverse honesty. Perhaps I should maintain some semblance of decorum in his presence. It is rather unsettling for him to sporadically mention offering human organs as gifts. The crux of the matter is that Wen Mo is indeed capable of such deeds." Wen Ci mused as he was returned to his room by Wen Mo. What about Succubus? Compared to Wen Mo, Wen Ci was more concerned about Succubus' situation. 8848's tone turned grave. The project where incidents were anticipated has been resolved by Succubus, yet two other projects under the CF family have encountered issues. Moreover, the CF family has been gradually cleansing its reputation. Although Succubus has nearly achieved this, there still remain some gray industries. Wen Mo has taken action against those gray enterprises, and Succubus, while attempting to rescue you, finds himself in a predicament. Wen Ci's pupille trembled, finge curling tightly, nails digging into his palm. How can I assist him? Little 8, you mentioned that Succubus is the protagonist of this world. He possesses the protagonist's halo and should not encounter any significant troubles, correct? 8848 did not respond immediately, but instead inquired with a hint of confusion. 1-1. Are you worried about him? Wen Ci blinked. Shouldn't I be concerned? If he encounters trouble, our mission will be thwarted. Ci currently serves as my proof of internship. Having come this far, I cannot afford to fail my mission in the first world. 8848 hesitated. What I mean is, you're worried about him, not merely about our task. Wen, could it be that you have genuinely developed feelings for him? Wen Ci remained silent. Assuming Wen Ci's silence indicated acquiescence, 8,848 grew anxious and earnestly advised, Wen, be sensible. No matter how admirable Xie may be, he is merely our target. In our line of work, the greatest taboo is to fall in love with the mission objective. You are but a transient in this world. Regardless of whether the mission succeeds or fails, we shall ultimately depart. If you truly develop feelings for him, it will certainly complicate your eventual departure. Listening to 8,848's incessant rambling, Wen Ci's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly interjected, that is simply not the case. How could I possibly develop feelings for him? Rest assured, Xiao Ba, I'm fully aware that a relationship between him and me is utterly impossible. My concern for him ultimately stems from our mission. Do not overthink it. 8848 remained uncomforted by Wen Ci's words, still engulfed in worry. Wen Ci sighed. Xiao Ba, I can assure you, I will not be swayed by anyone. Whether it be Ce or Wen Mo, my feelings for them will merely oscillate between fondness and aversion, but my heart shall remain untouched. After a prolonged silence, 8848 reluctantly accepted Wen Ci's words. All right, do not fret about the situation with Xie. As the male lead, he will handle these matters adeptly. Wen Ci nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. However, later that night, as he prepared for slumber, he heard a faint sound. Uncertain of who it was, his instinct told him it was Xie. His heart raced, yet he feigned sleep beneath the covers, feeling a familiar presence envelop him. Wen Ci instinctively nestled closer to Xie. Xie's body stiffened momentarily, but his gaze softened. A Ci, he murmured, his voice hoarse and somewhat dry. Wen Ci could sense the immense strength of Xie, as if he wished to merge him within his very essence, to become one. Wen Ci nodded softly, surrendering to Xie's gentle kiss upon his forehead. His consciousness began to fade. Initially plagued by insomnia, he now found solace in the thought that slumbering in Xie's embrace felt infinitely safer. Xie's fingers brushed against Wen Ci's face, his gaze tender and yearning. Yet, upon noticing the slender chains before him, his demeanor abruptly turned cold. A Ci, do not worry. I will soon come to retrieve you. Xie spoke softly, carefully placing Wen Ci back onto the bed. Though reluctant, he tucked the covers around Wen Ci before turning to depart, leaving behind only a trace of his scent as proof of his presence. Not long after Xie's exit, the door creaked open, allowing the corridor's light to spill into the room. Alongside it entered Wen Mo, who stood at the bedside, his gaze fixed intently upon Wen Ci. Chapter 24. The Beta's pursued his hand lingered upon Wen Ci's delicate neck, so fragile that a mere exertion of force could easily snap it. In his slumber, Wen Ci seemed to sense the suffocating presence, instinctively furrowing his brow and emitting a faint whimper. Ultimately, ven Montag relented, loosening his grip but still regarding Wen Ci with a malevolent gaze as he spoke softly. Ci, you truly are disobedient. You promised me you would maintain distance from these wild men. After a prolonged silence, Wen Mo sighed in reluctant concession, continuing, it is all Ci's fault for being so irresistibly charming, drawing one suitor after another. Nevertheless, it matters not. One day, you shall come to understand that I alone cherish you the most. Wen Mo's cool fingertips grazed Wen Ci's brow and eyes, lingering softly upon his tender lips, a gentle, yet deliberate caress. Suddenly, he broke into a laugh, an insane and obsessive chuckle that resonated hauntingly in the darkness. His tone was languid and unhurried, akin to softly whispering ambiguous sweet nothings. Look, that fellow surnamed Xie claims to adore you, yet he merely seeks to survive with your presence. Despite my offering him this opportunity, if he were willing to depart with your lifeless body, I would let him go. He ultimately chose to abandon it, unable to accept your remains, all while professing his love. But I am different. No matter what form you take, my dear Ci, I shall embrace it. Even if you were but a corpse, I would find you endearing. The figure on the bed offered no response, appearing to slumber peacefully. Wenn Montag pauset momentarily. Yet if that mouth could no longer utter words, if those eyes could no longer behold me, it would indeed be a pity. Only after when Mo departed did Wen Ci finally exhale in relief. His eyelashes fluttered, yet he did not open his eyes, maintaining a facade of deep slumber. In his heart, he silently envisioned inflicting torment upon Wen Mo. The pain in his neck served as a stark reminder. He had come alarmingly close to being choked to death by that madman. As Wen Ci contemplated abandoning this mission, even considering the notion of twisting Wen Mo's neck into a bow, the system's notification soothed his agitated spirit. Ding! CSZ's darkening value. 10. Current darkening value. 89. The darkening value has decreased? Well, that being said, this task is not beyond redemption. In the latter half of the night, Wen Ci found himself restless, fervently imagining a diminutive figure of Wen Mo enduring hardship. It was not until dawn that he finally succumbed to slumber. Awakening to find it already noon, he discovered that the meals had been delivered by Wen Mo himself. When Wen Mo gazed upon him, his smile was gentle and kind, personally feeding him, utterly unrecognizable as the man who had nearly strangled him the night prior. Furthermore, Wen Ci realized that as long as he remained in his room, he would scarcely encounter Lin Jinghe. Lin Jinghe's intent was to cultivate a rapport with Wen Mo, seeking an opportune moment to discuss the matter of a marriage alliance. Wen Mo was acutely aware that although he had created considerable trouble for CSZ over the past couple of days, he was not the only one endowed with the gift of rebirth. CSZ would never show mercy in matters outside Wen Ci. And resolving these petty nuisances was merely a matter of time. Wen Mo aspired to utterly dismantle CSZ, necessitating the collaboration of the Lin and Wen families to contend with the CF family. His desire to utilize Lin Jinghe meant he would not rebuff any overtures from him. Consequently, Wen Ci spent these days sequestered in his room, significantly reducing his interactions with Wen Mo, which he found exceedingly satisfactory. Since that fateful night, he had not crossed paths with CSZ for several consecutive days. Even though 8848 assured him that CSZ, endowed with the protagonist's halo, would not encounter any misfortune, Wen Ci still felt a twinge of unease. When Wen Mo went on a rampage, he was capable of anything. CSZ lacked such ruthlessness and disregard for consequences. Even with the protagonist's aura, he might not stand a chance against Wen Mo. This sense of worry and disquiet accompanied Wen Ci. So when he received news from CSZ again, he was somewhat taken aback. To be precise, it was not only CSZ's message that surprised him, but also the sudden return of Wen's parents. Even when Mo appeared astonished upon seeing them. "Mom? Dad? What brings you back?" Wen Mo inquired with a smile, approaching his parents as he observed the servants bustling around. Wen's mother scanned the surroundings and spoke in a measured tone. "Mo, I heard Wen Ci has been crippled. You actually brought him back?" Wen's father casually handed his coat to his servant, fixing a serious gaze on Wen Mo as he demanded, "Where is he? Bring him out to see me." The smile on Wen Mo's face faded slightly, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing his eyes. In an instant, he deduced the reason for their unexpected return. The individuals he had positioned around them had not relayed any information. Only CSZ could accomplish such a feat. A cold smile crept across Wen Mo's heart. Did CSZ truly believe that by retrieving these two, he could take Wen Ci from him? How naive. Wen's parents were individuals who prioritized their interests. The Wen family had long harbored intentions to divide the CF family assets alongside the Lin family, but had never found the right opportunity. Now, he had presented this opportunity to them on a silver platter. Naturally, they would not let the chance to seize the CF family slip away. Ci is still resting upstairs. His condition is not good, and he is unaware of your return, so please do not blame him. Wen Mo said with a faint smile, "I will have someone bring him down immediately." At that moment, Lin Jinghe, hearing the commotion, descended the stairs. "Uncle, Aunt, what brings you back?" Lin Jinghe's eyes reflected a hint of surprise, but more so, joy. During this period of recuperation, he had been spending time alone with Wen Mo. He could sense Wen Mo's affection for him and was eager to replace his intended fiancée with Wen Mo, eager to announce it to the world. This would tighten the bond between the Wen and Lin families, enabling them to tackle the CF family together. However, with Wen's parents absent, suitable opportunities have been scarce. Their sudden return was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for Lin Jinghe. Wen's parents seemed taken aback to find Lin Jinghe present, but after a brief moment of surprise, they quickly regained their composure. Wen's mother looked at Lin Jinghe with a warm smile. "Ah, Jinghe, are you here to see I?" Lin Jinghe hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Wen Mo, then cleared his throat and succinctly recounted the recent events. What? Such a thing actually happened? Wen's mother grasped Lin Jinghe's hand, examining it with concern. Does it still hurt? Wen's father spoke in a low voice. Have you found those people? Lin Jinghe shook his head. The surveillance at that location was down. We couldn't find anything. With a sigh, Mother Wen gently patted Lin Jinghe's hand, her eyes filled with tender compassion as she said, Good child, as long as you are safe, that is what matters. Those who have committed such deeds will eventually be found. Wen Montag, feeling little inclination to witness their performance of harmonious coexistence, directly interjected, Mom, Dad, you must have had a tiring journey. I have already arranged for your rooms to be prepared, so why don't you take some time to rest? Father and Mother Wen exchanged glances before agreeing. Very well. AMO, please take good care of Jinghe and have Wen Ci wait in the living room. We have something to discuss with you later. All right. Wen Mo replied with a smile, watching as their smiles gradually faded while they ascended the stairs. Standing beside Wen Mo, Lin Jinghe suddenly spoke. Now that Uncle and Aunt are back, I believe we should discuss the matter of our union. Wen Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, you have been abroad for some time, but now that you have returned, it is time to properly arrange the engagement ceremony with Wen Ci. Lin Jinghe looked at Wen Mo with a complex expression, hesitating for a moment before his eyes reflected a mix of warmth and urgency. Mo. Wen Mo tilted his head in confusion and asked, What is it? Are you unwilling to care for Wen Ci? Of course not. Lin Jinghe quickly retorted, his voice softening. I would gladly care for Wen Ci for a lifetime. He gazed at Wen Mo with deep affection, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Mo, I know you have always regarded Wen Ci as your own brother, and you might find it hard to accept what I am about to say, but I still want to tell you, Mo, I like you very much. I grew up alongside Wen Ci, and everyone told me that he would one day be my wife, so I have always treated him as such. As he spoke, a bittersweet smile graced his lips. He slightly turned his head, sighing wistfully. I always thought I loved him. So even though he is a beta, and despite his leg injury, I was willing to care for him. Yet, during my time with you, I have come to understand the true meaning of love. My feelings for Wen Ci stem from a sense of responsibility and habitual affection. He felt more like family than a romantic partner. Listening to Lin Jinghe's words, Wen Mo crossed his arms, a smile that was both knowing and teasing playing on his lips. Lin Jinghe, I recall you saying that your affection for him had nothing to do with his identity. Even if you were not a part of the Wen family, you would not break off the engagement. So what do you mean by saying this to me now? Do you wish for me to usurp my brother's engagement? Lin Jinghe fell into a brief silence before looking at Wen Mo with earnest intensity. Mo, rest assured, my intention in sharing this is not to compel you to accept me. If you are unwilling, I would never impose upon you, for love is a solitary affair. I simply thought that if I did not express my feelings now, I may never have the chance again. Regardless, I will take good care of Wen Ci, but only as a brother should. Mo, the one I truly love is you, and thus I cannot offer him more. I will speak with uncle and aunt to clarify the matter of the annulment. Lin Jinghe, seemingly fearing that Wen Mo might misunderstand, hurriedly clarified, Rest assured, I will not involve you in this. I would rather remain unmarried than be with someone who is not you. A crisp sound of applause resonated from the second floor, prompting both individuals to glance upward instinctively. Wen's parents had returned, and to avoid arousing their suspicion, Wen Mo swiftly unfastened the restraint on Wen Ci's wrist, granting him freedom of movement once more. At that moment, Wen Ci was upstairs, clapping for them, a ceramic cup cradled in his hands. He leisurely sipped his drink, his ambiguous gaze shifting between the two. With a dismissive laugh, he remarked, What a splendid performance. I see. Lin Jinghe instinctively took a couple of steps towards Wen Ci's direction. Yet, a waft of minty pheromones that floated his way abruptly halted his advance. I apologize. I realize that my words may wound you. A flicker of pain and struggle appeared in Lin Jinghe's eyes before he spoke again in a low voice. But I only see you as a brother. The one I truly adore is IMO. Do not blame him. It is I who am enamored with him. Before I met him, I had no notion of what love entailed. I mistook familiarity for affection. I owe you an apology. Whatever compensation you seek, I will provide. As Lin Jinghe professed his fondness for Wen Mo, his gaze towards Wen Ci was fraught with agony and conflict, portraying an image of forced inevitability. Wen Ci's disdain was unmasked. Compared to the relentless villainy of Wen Mo, he found Lin Jinghe's duplicitous nature even more repugnant. Gazing down at Lin Jinghe from above, Wen Ci seized the ceramic cup and hurled it at him. With a sharp crack, the cup shattered into countless fragments. Lin Jinghe dodged just in time, escaping injury. However, the piece of debris grazed Wen Mo's cheek, leaving a faint trace of blood as he maintained a soft smile throughout the ordeal. Slowly, Wen Mo lifted his hand to wipe away the blood, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. Ci, only I love you the most. These men are nothing but scoundrels. Just last night, they professed their love for you, only to turn around and declare their feelings for another. When Mo gazed at the blood on his fingertip, his eyes lowered, a light chuckle escaping his lips. When Ci, indifferent to Wen Mo's reaction, turned to Lin Jinghe, whose eyes were blazing with anger, and coldly retorted, Lin Jinghe, if you had simply stated that you desired an Omega rather than a Beta like me, who is physically compromised, I might have regarded you with a modicum of respect. But now, your contradictory desires are rather nauseating. Lin Jinghe's expression darkened, and he sought to defend himself. When Mo approached him, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of consolation, Enough, Jinghe, I will seriously consider your words. ACI may simply be struggling to accept the situation, particularly as he now has only us. Please do not harbor anger towards him. However, if you find it impossible to accept ACI, it would be prudent to clarify matters with them and annul the engagement. Nonetheless, let us keep this matter discreet. I do not wish for ACI to feel disheartened, understood? When Mo sighed with an air of helplessness, yet a subtle smile graced his lips. His efforts over the past days of maneuvering with Lin Jing and Zhou had finally borne the desired fruit. Although Wen's parents returned early, it did not disrupt his plans. It was time to inform Xie about Lin Jing and Wen Ci's impending engagement. However, mere entanglement of interests would not suffice. To ensure a firmer grip on the situation, he needed to incite a rift between Xie and Lin Jing. Should Xie take action against Lin Jing, the previous incident would no longer require concealment. After all, Xie's associates had indeed acted. In this scenario, even if Lin Jing were to have reservations, he would inevitably become a mere instrument in Wen Mo's hands. The servants swiftly cleared away the shards from the floor and vacated the living room, wary of lingering too long. When Mo ascended the stairs to bring Wen Ci down, whispering into his ear, ACI, do you see? I told you they are unworthy of you. Therefore, you must behave and heed my words. Your betrothal to him should have long been dissolved. Please refrain from uttering anything that might provoke my ire. This matter had become an established fact, immutable regardless of Wen Ci's actions. Nonetheless, Wen Mo chose to issue a caution. Wen Ci merely lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at Wen Mo without uttering a word. Wen's parents returned to the living room after a brief tidy-up of their room. The atmosphere in the living room was decidedly peculiar. Wen Mo and Lin Jing occupied opposing single sofas. Wen Mo appeared engrossed in his phone, seemingly messaging someone, while Lin Jing fixated his gaze upon Wen Ci. Seated in his wheelchair, rested one hand on the armrest, his head propped upon it. His eyes were cast down, lost in thought, giving the impression that he might be dozing. When Wen's parents glanced at Lin Jing, a hint of satisfaction was evident in their expressions. Yet, upon their gaze meeting Wen Ci, a brief pause was followed by a flicker of disdain and indifference. They had never favored Wen Ci and were unwilling to accept that an A-grade alpha and an A-grade omega had produced nothing more than an ordinary beta. Previously, they had treated him with mere indifference. However, with the emergence of the S-grade omega, When their indifference had morphed into outright contempt. To them, Wen Ci, this ineffectual beta, was a source of embarrassment. Yet, recalling the information they had received, Wen's parents exchanged glances and suppressed their disdain, replacing it with a facade of warmth and kindness as they approached. "Why is ACI alone over here?" Wen's mother inquired, still in a daze. Wen Ci failed to respond, his expression one of mild surprise as he stared at her. This marked the first occasion on which Mother Wen smiled at him with such tenderness, resembling a genuinely caring mother. Yet the eyes betray the truth. The disdain concealed within her gaze ran deep, yet Wen Ci was still able to perceive it. Clearly, she was putting on this facade for a reason, likely because she had some need for him. Such thoughts coursed through Wen Ci's mind, though his expression remained one of indifference. Father Wen took a seat beside Wen Ci, clearing his throat to draw everyone's attention before slowly speaking. "Amo, no matter what, ACI is your brother. Given the current circumstances, you must take good care of him and not bully him." Mother Wen, holding Wen Ci's hand with concern, added softly, "My poor ACI. I only stepped out for a short while, and I never anticipated you would sustain such severe injuries. How can I rest easy knowing this?" As she spoke, her voice trembled and tears welled in her eyes. "Rest assured, dear, I will ensure you receive the best medical care. There must be a way for your legs to stand again." Wen, uncertain of their thoughts but aware they were plotting against Wen Ci, felt a surge of impatience. If not for the necessity of leveraging the Wen family's influence and his own precarious position within it, he would have relished the thought of reducing these two to ashes. Such an act would eliminate any obstacles between him and Wen Ci. Regrettably, he found himself unable to act on this desire just yet. "Indeed, I will fulfill my duties as an elder brother and care for ACI well," he declared, his gaze shifting back to Wen Ci. A smile plastered on his face as he awaited the next words from Father and Mother Wen. He was keen to discern their true intentions. "By the way, Mom and Dad, did you not mention there was something important to discuss with us?" Wen Montag interjected. "Now that everyone is present, please speak freely." Father Wen exchanged a glance with Mother Wen. Slowly, she withdrew her hand from Wen Ci's, turning to Lin Jinghe with a gentle smile. "Jinghe, although there was an engagement between you and ACI, it was predicated on the fact that he is the only child of the Wen family. Our families have maintained a good relationship, and this engagement was established even before your births. However, given the current situation, since ACI is not our biological child, perhaps it would be best to dissolve the engagement." Lin Jinghe's smile faltered slightly. He did wish to annul the engagement, but he believed it should be a matter he raised himself, as Wen Ci was the one in a position of vulnerability. He had not expected Mother Wen to request the dissolution of the engagement on her own. Meanwhile, when Mo's fingers had embedded themselves into his palm, his gaze darkening as an ominous premonition washed over him, Father Wen spoke solemnly. "This situation is our fault, but Mo is our biological child. He has endured hardships for many years outside. This engagement rightfully belongs to him, and it is time for it to return to its rightful owner." Mother Wen grasped Wen Ci's hand tightly, as if fearing he might react impulsively. Wen Ci, sensing her trepidation, could not help but scoff inwardly. Certainly, the timing is impeccable. He has just confessed to Mo, who did not refuse, and it seems they are meant to be together. Wen Ci spoke languidly, yet his seemingly trivial words caused a palpable shift in the expressions of everyone present. Fortunately, Wen's parents were unperturbed by this. In fact, Wen's mother appeared somewhat pleased. "Let this matter rest as it is. I shall visit the Lin family tomorrow to discuss with Jinghe's parents," she declared. Wen's father glanced at the time and added, "As for Ci, there is no need for concern. We have already selected a more advantageous marriage proposal for you." A sense of foreboding crept into Wen Mo's heart, and the smile that had graced his face vanished entirely. Likewise, Lin Jinghe's smile dissipated. His pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately stood up in protest. "No, uncle, aunt, how can you arbitrarily arrange a marriage for Ci?" Lin Jinghe, he was acutely aware of the nature of Wen's parents. Given Wen Ci's current situation, the marriage they proposed would merely be a means to exchange Wen Ci for some benefit. In such an exchange, what quality of partner could one expect? Moreover, His desire was to unite with Wen Mo, not to relinquish Wen Ci. If Wen Ci were to marry another, what would become of him? Wen's father, taken aback by a younger generation's rebuttal, wore a displeased expression. Wen's mother interjected with a smile. Jinghe, what are you saying? Regardless of the circumstances, a Ci is our child. We would never casually arrange a marriage for him. Just then, Wen's father's phone vibrated, and a message appeared, softening his countenance somewhat. Yet, he still scoffed. The person has already arrived. Chapter 26. Seizing that beta, Wen Ci's heart raced. Not due to his father's cryptic remarks, but because of the jubilant voice of 8848. Wen, it's Xie. Upon receiving this startling news, Wen Ci's pupils quivered, and though he maintained a calm facade, he tightened his grip. 8848 exclaimed, Xie has come looking for you. I knew the male lead would be fine. A subtle curve formed at the corners of Wen Ci's lips, though faint. It did not escape the keen gaze of Wen Mo when Mo discerned Wen Ci's thoughts and felt a cold smirk emerge within him. How disobedient! After all these days, he had not learned to behave, so eager to leave with another. Unaware of the unfolding drama, Lin Jing, he instinctively turned at the sound of approaching footsteps. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, his expression changed dramatically. Uncle Aunt, what does this mean? Do you intend for a Ci to marry him? Lin Jing, he pointed accusingly at the approaching Xie, a cold smile gracing his lips. If it weren't for him, a Ci wouldn't be in this state. Are you trying to ruin a Ci by marrying him off to that man? Lin Jing, he was genuinely beside himself with anger. He had anticipated that they might casually arrange a match for Wen Ci, as long as it could yield some benefit. The identity of the partner would be of little consequence to them. However, he never imagined that the person they had chosen for Wen Ci would be Xie. Anyone else would suffice, and he would have the means to ensure the other party relinquish their claim. Why must it be Xie? Lin Jing, he was filled with such intense disdain for Xie that the mere sight of him ignited a fury that obliterated his reason. Had he retained even a modicum of clarity, he would have recognized the intricate web of interests at play. Instead, he stood there like a madman, questioning Wen Fu and Wen Mo. Enough. I understand that you and a Ci have grown up together and share a close bond. But this is a matter concerning our family. Don't you think you're overstepping your bounds? Wen Fu slammed his hand on the table, suppressing his anger. Wen Mo, equally displeased, reminded him, Jinghe, your uncle and I have watched you grow up. We know you are a good child. But how can we trust you to take care of Mo when you behave like this? This outburst from Wen Fu finally brought Lin Jing his reason back to him. He opened his mouth, yet found no words to counter, meeting Wen Mo's teasing gaze. He could only flush and apologize. I'm sorry, I just feel that this is unfair to a Ci. After all, it is a Ci's marriage. He should be allowed to make his own decisions. As he spoke, he turned to Wen Ci, awaiting a response from the other principal in this affair. Wen Ci merely looked at Lin Jing, he as if he were a fool, remarking to 8848, Little Ba, I've decided to retract my previous assessment of him being both demanding and insistent. Wen Ci continued earnestly, he is clearly both foolish and malevolent. No wonder the antagonist treats him like a pet. 8848 concurred when one, you're absolutely right, but there is good news for you. Wen Ci inquired, what is it? 8848 replied, when Xie saw you just now, his darkening value decreased significantly, and it has dropped quite a bit in one go. Now his darkening value is only at 75. 8848's tone was laced with excitement and anticipation. Wen Ci simply gazed at Xie deep in thought. He remembered how challenging it had been to reduce Xie's darkening value at the beginning. It would only diminish slightly each time and was prone to fluctuating. However, after all they had been through, it seemed to have become remarkably easier to alleviate Xie's darkening value. It appeared that as long as he saw Xie in good spirits, Xie was already quite content. This realization stirred something within Wen Ci. Uncle Wen, Aunt Wen, it's been a while. Xie had approached them, disregarding the earlier quarrel. He looked at Wen Fu and Wen Mu with calm eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Oh dear, how is it that you arrived so early? Wen Mu promptly stood, walked to Xie, took his hand, and guided him to a nearby sofa. She even deliberately chose a seat next to Wen Ci, allowing them to sit close together. When Mu settled on the opposite side of Xie, her smile warm and inviting, "Your uncle and I were just discussing your marriage with the CI." Lin Jinghe, feeling completely overlooked, wore a grim expression. Yet, he had regained his composure. Despite the simmering anger within, he would not resort to the foolishness of earlier. When Mo's gaze remained fixed on Wen Ci, observing the sight of the two individuals seated together was painfully glaring. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, I believe that Jinghe has a point. After all, this is a significant matter in ACI's life, and we should respect ACI's wishes." Wen Mo gazed at Wen Ci with a cheerful smile, adding that ACI had expressed her fondness for her brother and her desire to accompany him for a lifetime. She is still quite young, and there is no need to rush into marriage. Lin Jinghe quickly echoed, "Indeed, ACI is still young. Marrying now would be premature." Xieji's gaze swept over the two, and he spoke calmly. "There is certainly no rush for marriage, as a wedding requires ample preparation. However, we can proceed with the engagement. Uncle Wen, Aunt Wen, I reiterate, I've already made arrangements for the engagement banquet. If you are willing to entrust ACI to me, I will see the Bai Shui Wan project to the Wen family." Upon hearing Xieji's words, Wen's parents displayed a glimmer of joy. They were well aware of recent events and understood that Wen Ci's legs were injured in her effort to save Xie. Thus, when they learned of his desire to marry such a beta as Wen Ci, they were surprised but quickly accepted the situation. Initially, they hesitated to agree, as the relationship between the Xie and Wen families had not been particularly amicable. Yet, the benefits Xie offered were too significant to ignore. Trading a beta, whom they held no emotional ties to, for the Bai Shui Wan project was an undeniably advantageous deal for them. However, others held a different perspective. Wen's father glanced at the son he had just reclaimed, his smile waning slightly, yet he still asked Wen Ci symbolically, "ACI, he is a good boy. He is willing to make such sacrifices for you and will surely treat you well in the future. Of course, our family has also treated you well over the years. Even though you are not our biological child, we will never mistreat you. ACI, please consider this carefully. Do you wish to be with him?" As he urged Wen Ci to contemplate the matter, there was a hint of warning in his eyes. To them, Wen Ci's opinion was of little consequence. Even if she were to refuse today, they would ensure she found herself in Xieji's bed by tomorrow. Before Wen Ci could respond, she heard Wen Mo chuckle lightly. "I have heard that the Xie family has encountered several difficulties recently. If they were to abandon the Bai Shui Wan project, I fear it might become rather challenging for them. Xie, while I know you care for ACI, it is unwise to use such matters lightly. If the Xie family struggles, I trust that Uncle and Aunt Xie would not be pleased, and they might direct their frustrations toward ACI." Xieji remained composed, replying, "The Xie family will not falter over a single project like Bai Shui Wan." He then paused slightly, continuing, "By the way, a few days ago, I happened to encounter some acquaintances of the esteemed young Master Wen. They were searching for him, but have been unable to locate him." As he spoke, he boldly grasped Wen Ci's hand in front of everyone, intertwining their fingers in a manner that conveyed both possession and assertion of claim. Beside them, Lin Jinghe was flushed with anger, and Wen Mo's countenance was similarly troubled. Xie continued to speak lightly. "This matter is not one I should concern myself with, but I have considered that, in the future, with ACI becoming part of our family, your friend shall also be mine. Therefore, I have arranged accommodations for them, allowing you to reminisce at your convenience." Though Xie smiled, there was a distinct lack of warmth in his eyes. Wen Ci listened to their verbal exchange, observing the tension that hung in the air as their gazes met, laden with an unspoken tension. Both Wen father and mother sensed the peculiar atmosphere. When mother cleared her throat, redirecting everyone's attention to Wen Ci. "ACI, what are your thoughts? Rest assured, mother will honor your wishes." Wen Mo added with a smile, "ACI must contemplate this seriously. Do not deceive your brother, or he might be upset." Lin Jinghe urged, "ACI, marriage is no trivial matter. You must consider it earnestly." Xie also looked at Wen Ci, awaiting his response. Wen Ci could feel the seemingly composed Xie's grip tightening around his hand. Despite having the upper hand and accurately gauging the couple's sentiments, Xie was still anxious, eagerly anticipating Wen Ci's reply. Wen Ci chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling as they met Xie's. Under such a gaze, one might feel as though he was entirely captivated by them. In this moment, Xie was indeed overcome by that illusion, leading to a fleeting disorientation amidst the tense atmosphere. Xie heard Wen Ci's cheerful voice. Of course, I am willing. Ding! Xie's darkening value increased by 5. Current value 70. Upon hearing the familiar system notification, the smile in Wen Ci's eyes deepened as he continued. After all, I have liked Brother Xie for quite some time. Ding! Xie's darkening value increased by 5. Current value 65. Unfortunately, I was bound by a prior engagement and dared not express my feelings. Thus, I concealed this affection within my heart. But now, since we share mutual feelings, I can finally be with Brother Xie. Wen Ci disregarded the grim expressions of the two individuals. He gazed quietly at Xie, his eyes shimmering with joy and anticipation. Anyone witnessing this would perceive his genuine affection for Xie and his sincere desire to marry him. Xie felt his heartbeat quickening, his breath becoming uneven and heavy. Even though he had known about Wen Ci's feelings for him for some time, the experience of holding hands and being looked at with such affection was an entirely different sensation. Ding! Xie's darkening value increased by 10. Current value 55. Chapter 27. Capturing that beta 27. Go 1-1. Xie's darkening value is plummeting, now reaching a safe zone. In the mind of Wen Ci, 8848 was excitedly screeching with joy. How wonderful! Our mission is finally nearing completion. The raucous noise made Wen Ci's eyelids flutter, nearly betraying his composed facade. What was the reason behind this fellow's exuberance? Wen Ci tightened his grip on Xie's hand, yet he still managed to smile, his eyes curving delightfully, as he turned to his parents, expressing, I like him, and I am certainly willing to be with him. Lin Jing, he had slumped onto the sofa, his gaze vacant and bewildered. How could this be? Why was this happening? Why was Wen Ci choosing to be with Xie? Shouldn't the one Wen Ci cherished be him? They had grown up together, always knowing that they would be each other's companions. Lin Jing, he had always believed that Wen Mo was the most suitable match for him. Yet, he had never considered relinquishing Wen Ci. He had even envisioned that after marrying Wen Mo, he would arrange for Wen Ci to have a place of his own. Although Wen Ci had a disability, he would never regard him with disdain, vowing to care for him for a lifetime. But now, Wen Ci had declared that the only person he had ever liked was Xie. What did that make him? What did their years of shared affection signify? Uncle and aunt. Lin Jing, he could hardly bear to accept this reality. What was even more unbearable was hearing those words come directly from Wen Ci's lips. He understood Wen Ci and recognized the sincerity behind his declaration. The truth was that Wen Ci truly favored Xie. This realization drained the color from Lin Jing his face. He stood up, inhaling deeply to regain his composure, yet his voice trembled uncontrollably. He looked at Wen Mo, mustered a strained smile, and softly spoke. Mo, I suddenly remembered that I have some matters to attend to at home, so I shall be leaving now. Uncle and aunt, I will visit again another day. Without waiting for a reaction from the others, Lin Jing, he turned and departed, his posture resembling one fleeing from disaster. Wen Mo regarded him with a penetrating gaze. In the past, he would have personally seen Lin Jing he off. However, his own mood was equally dismal, rendering him indifferent to Lin Jing his departure. When father observed Lin Jing his hurried exit with a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. Yet he ultimately remained silent. When mother, on the other hand, was quite pleased with Wen Ci's stance. Whether Wen Ci genuinely adored Xie or was merely feigning affection, it sufficed that he could maintain a semblance of dignity. With a warm smile, when mother remarked, "That is wonderful indeed," Xie then interjected, "Since a Ci also likes me, I shall take him home today. After all, I have nearly arranged everything for the engagement banquet, and there are still some procedural details we need to discuss thoroughly." When father showed no concern, replying, "That is well. You both indeed ought to cultivate your relationship." When mother smiled gently, saying, "Ji, you are a good child. We trust you with a Ci, so please take good care of him." Xie rose to his feet, pushing Wen Ci's wheelchair, and replied with a smile, rest assured. I shall never allow anyone to bully Ah Ci. As he uttered these words, his peripheral gaze subtly swept over Wen Mo. The latter's expression was somewhat somber, yet he understood that the circumstances had reached an irretrievable point. Wen Mo had never anticipated that amidst the numerous troubles caused by Zi within the CF family, he would still manage to find the energy to seize his weaknesses. A deep resentment brewed within Wen Mo, wishing he could shatter Zi's bones. But he maintained a facade of cordiality as he stood up, saying, "Then I shall escort you." This time, Wen's parents did not intervene. Wen Mo attempted to take the wheelchair from Zi, but the latter did not afford him the opportunity to touch it. Zi pushed Wen Ci forward, lowering his gaze as he softly spoke. "Ah Ci, I promised I would come and take you home. I apologize for making you wait so long." Wen Ci smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "It's all right. I knew you would come for me, so it doesn't matter how long I waited." A gentle chuckle escaped Zi's lips. Wen Mo observed this glaring scene, tugged at the corners of his mouth, and retracted his hand that had lingered in midair, following suit. Zi intended to lift Wen Ci into his car, but as he crouched before her, he noticed 2 rings clasped around her ankles, reminiscent of the chains from that fateful night. Zi's movements came to a halt, and at that moment, when Mo approached them, with arms crossed and a mocking smile dancing on his lips, he taunted, "Did you not say you would take him home? Why the hesitation?" With only the 3 of them present, Wen Mo saw no need to maintain his pretense. His fingers glided over the wheelchair, ultimately resting on Wen Ci's shoulder as he nonchalantly remarked, "Zi, I told you, Ah Ci can only remain by my side. Unless you are indifferent to carrying his lifeless body back, he shall belong to me for eternity. Of course, if you doubt my words, you could attempt to forcibly break those 2 rings." A glimmer of madness flickered in Wen Mo's eyes as he continued, "To me, Ah Ci is cherished whether as a living being or a corpse." Wen Ci interjected, "Must you say such things in front of him? I knew that lunatic Wen Mo would not easily let me go." Wen Ci spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Xiao Ba, why do I feel that today is destined to be the day of my failure?" 8848 reassured, "Do not worry. Zi has already located the pharmacist hidden by Wen Mo," Wen Ci replied. "But then again, why did you not inform me of such a crucial matter earlier?" 8848 responded, "Ah, did I not mention it? Perhaps I spoke too much, and you forgot." Wen Ci remarked, "You've been playing dead lately." 8848 chuckled, "Ha well, that might be because I forgot." Suddenly, a loud clap resonated as Zi struck Wen Mo's hand away with force. The overwhelming pressure and pheromones of an S-tier alpha surged toward Wen Mo. Zi coldly warned, "Do not dare to touch him with your filthy hands." Although Wen Mo was also an S-class alpha, he had injected himself with a serum to fully disguise himself as an omega. The sudden fury of Zi caught Wen Mo off guard, causing his legs to weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. With remarkable reflexes, Wen Mo managed to steady himself by gripping the wheelchair, but this only added to his evident disarray. He glared at Zi with resentment, his teeth clenched. It had been a long time since he had felt so vulnerable, especially since his rebirth. Relying on the memories of his past life and his knowledge of many future events, he had effortlessly plotted against Zi. After rebirth, Wen Mo always carried a sense of superiority, believing everything was within his grasp. Even after realizing that Zi was also reborn, this feeling of superiority did not fade. Instead, it transformed into exhilaration. After all, he could not ascertain whether the current Zi still had feelings for Wen Ci. However, the reborn Zi would undoubtedly compromise for Wen Ci. As long as Wen Ci remained by his side, he would hold Zi's fate in his hands, grasping his vulnerabilities. Yet now, even within the confines of the one family estate, a thin sheen of cold sweat had emerged on Wen Mo's forehead. Zi showed no signs of restraint. He merely raised his hand, and unable to withstand the alpha's pressure, Wen Mo was thrown to the ground. Zi looked down at the gasping Wen Mo, stepping on his hand, his tone icy. "Wen Mo, you should be grateful that you are still in the Wen family. Otherwise, I would ensure your legs are rendered useless." The failure of the previous arrangements to incapacitate Wen Mo's legs had always left Zi feeling regretful. However, it mattered not. One day, he would personally ruin those legs. Wen Mo seemed oblivious to the searing pain in his palm as he turned to look at Wen Ci. Smiling, Ci, Cie is no good person. Do you think that by leaving your brother, you will escape being bullied? The corners of Wen Mo's eyes narrowed. Look at him, he is just as much a madman as I am. Even if I tell him that leaving me will lead to your demise, he still wishes to take you away. It appears he does not care much for your life. Being with him is far worse than staying by your brother's side. Cie's expression shifted slightly as he kicked Wen Mo aside. Watching Wen Ci's flustered attempts to explain, Ci, I am not. Wen Ci grasped Cie's hand, his eyes filled with trust and reliance. Ciego, I believe in you. As long as I can be with you, I can accept any outcome. Cie's fingers curled slightly, feeling his heart race once more, responding with a soft, affirmative sound. Seizing the moment, Wen Mo stood up, casually brushing off the dust from his clothes. However, before he could utter a mocking retort, he saw Cie produce a vial of serum. The blue-purple liquid shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting a dreamlike glow. Asi testama. Cie gently caressed Wen Ci's hair and handed him the potion. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Ci drank it, feeling a wave of warmth surge through his body. Immediately after, he watched as Cie, employing tools he had prepared in advance, forcibly dismantled the 2 rings on his ankle. Almost instantaneously, as the restraints were destroyed, the potion was injected back into his system. However, this time, the lethal concoction bore no effect. Wen Ci felt nothing. He simply allowed Cie to lift him effortlessly. Ignoring Wen Mo's displeased expression, they climbed into the car. Witnessing this scene, Wen Mo could no longer maintain his composure. He glared intensely at Wen Ci, his eyes filled with resentment and a sense of betrayal. Cie fastened Wen Ci's seatbelt, placing a tender kiss on his forehead, his voice soft. Let us go home. Chapter 28. The plunder of that beta Cie returned to his villa with Wen Ci, the place he frequented most. Initially, it served the purpose of convenience for business. But now it was for Wen Ci. He carefully placed Wen Ci onto his custom-made wheelchair. His eyes filled with tenderness and guilt as he gently pressed on Wen Ci's legs, preparing to apologize. Ci, I'm so sorry. Enough, Ciego. I don't wish to dwell on those matters any longer, and I have never held it against you. Wen Ci extended his hands, signaling for an embrace. Cie willingly leaned down, allowing Wen Ci to envelop him, burying his face in his shoulder. The fact that I approached you initially with ulterior motives can be considered settled. Let's not speak of it again, shall we? Wen Ci's softened voice carried a hint of playful affection. Cie inhaled the familiar scent and warmth of Wen Ci, finally feeling as though he truly possessed him once more. In a moment of nostalgia, Cie recalled the events of their previous life, remembering how Wen Ci had betrayed him time and again, ultimately casting him aside when he deemed him useless. In this life and the next, the same visage stood before him. Cie tightened his embrace around Wen Ci, closing his eyes. When he reopened them, all remnants of struggle had vanished. Surely, there were matters from his past life that he remained unaware of. His Ci was so good, so fond of him, so trusting. How could he ever doubt him? It must have been when Mo's doing, the machinations of that man. A glimmer of cold determination flickered in Cie's eyes as he transferred all the resentment carried over from his past life onto Wen Mo. He would not let Wen Mo escape unscathed, but for now, the priority was to restore Wen Ci's health. The engagement banquet had long been arranged. Even if it was not a wedding, he aspired to offer Wen Ci the very best. The doctor had previously advised that Wen Ci's body could not withstand heavy pheromones at this time. It was clear that Wen Ci had suffered considerably while being near that madman, Wen Mo. Cie's eyes were filled with tenderness and pity as he gently kissed the small mole on Wen Ci's nose. Ci, you have lost weight. Wen Ci continued to cling to him in a playful manner, replying, yes. I've been so worried about you during this time apart that I couldn't eat a thing. I miss your cooking. In a previous life, Wen Ci would have never dared to be so unabashedly affectionate with Cie, openly seeking his attention. Regardless of the outrageous demands Wen Ci made, Cie would never refuse. Now, he merely smiled and acquiesced. All right, Whatever you wish to eat is yours. Wen Ci felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. Cie's dark tendencies had stabilized, no longer tormenting him as before. He had also managed to temporarily distance himself from that madman, Wen Mo. If only Lin Jinghe would cease his incessant messages and calls, it would be even better. Wen Ci felt a surge of irritation as he once again blocked Lin Jinghe's number. He was somewhat vexed. His current phone and SIM card were both newly procured by Ce. How could Lin Jinghe still find him? Moreover, Lin Jinghe truly possessed an unwavering persistence. Although he wished to forge a union with Wen Mo, ever since Ce took him away from the Wen family, Lin Jinghe had also moved out. Even after being blocked time and again, he continued to acquire new numbers to harass him. 8848 looked at Wen Ci, who was lying on the bed, and sighed. In truth, it's all Wen Mo pulling the strings behind the scenes. With his capabilities, uncovering your current number is hardly a challenge. Wen Mo does not intend to confront Ce directly, hence he has pushed Lin Jinghe to act on his behalf. Wen, you must be cautious. Wen Mo might be plotting something nefarious in the shadows. After a moment of contemplation, 8848 continued. Ce has arranged your engagement banquet for a week from now, and this has already been widely publicized. Based on the countless novels I've read over the years, Wen Mo will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to create chaos. Wen Ci found himself in agreement. From his understanding of Wen Mo, it was certain that he would cause trouble at the engagement banquet. However, it was unlikely that he would take matters into his own hands. He would probably find a way to incite Lin Jinghe to act. During this period, Ce had been busy with family affairs, leaving little time for Wen Ci. He knew that the announcement of their engagement was still fresh, and the Wen family would not dare to act at such a critical juncture. Yet Lin Jinghe could no longer contain himself. The Lin family had not gained any advantage from this union, and under Wen Mo's instigation, Lin Jinghe's parents began to worry about a potential alliance between the Wen and Ce families. If such a union were to materialize, would there still be a place for the Lin family? Thus, when Lin Jinghe sought to take action against the Ce family, they chose not to intervene, but rather to acquiesce. Wen Mo further manipulated the situation from behind the scenes, using the Wen family's influence. Certain matters remained unspoken, and the Wen parents turned a blind eye. To them, there are no eternal friends, only everlasting interests. Lin Jinghe has further exploited public opinion online in a bid to ruin Ce. He accused Ce of causing the beloved of his heart to suffer from a disability, all in an attempt to wrest her from his grasp. The tumultuous love-hate relationships among the affluent, combined with the recent hype surrounding the true and false heir, swiftly stirred a storm online. Under Lin Jinghe's deliberate manipulation, the unsuspecting netizens were led astray. Yet, Ce did not rush to clarify the situation. Instead, he allowed the public opinion to ferment. On the eve of the engagement, Wen Ci gazed at the dark circles under Ce's eyes and could not help but ask 8848, little 8. Could you provide me with a copy of the surveillance footage from that day when the incident at the Wen family occurred? Although Wen Ci was aware of the online turmoil, he had refrained from inquiring, believing that Ce would manage it well. If Ce could navigate the obstacles posed by Wen Mo, what could possibly overwhelm him? However, having faith in Ce was one thing. Witnessing his fatigue stirred a different kind of concern within Wen Ci. 8848 replied, Yes, Wen, but it will cost 50 points. I have been monitoring the situation and can indeed send you the footage from that day. However, to ensure credibility and coherence, I need to convert it into a surveillance perspective, which requires 50 points. Wen Ci's points were limited. His previous graduation task had only awarded him 100 points per world. Currently, during his internship, he could only earn 300 points per world. It was only after securing a permanent position that he could obtain a guaranteed 1,000 points per world. Reflecting on the scant points he possessed, he hesitated for a moment before agreeing. All right, but it isn't urgent right now. Let's first see what gifts they plan to send tomorrow. Wen Ci watched as Ce drifted into slumber beside him. His gaze softened as he gently cradled Ce's head and pressed a tender kiss to his forehead. During this period, Ce's darkening aura had shown no signs of change. Uncertain of Wen Mo's next move, he realized that this situation could not persist. After contemplating, he inquired again. By the way, little 8, last time you mentioned an item in the system store called Dream of Yellow Millet? 8848 responded, indeed, when one, it costs 100 points. Would you like to use it now? 100 points. Wen Ci felt as though his heart were bleeding, as if he could hear his wallet being emptied. Yet, thinking of his mission and the moments they had shared, he gritted his teeth and chose to purchase. Yes, use it tonight. Ding. Purchase of Dream of Yellow Millet successful. Usage of Dream of Yellow Millet successful. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wen Ci felt a twinge of regret. Those points were all his hard-earned credits. Having already spent 100 points, he mused that the task in this world must succeed. With a sense of indignation, he reminded 8848, make sure to craft a splendid dream for him, and shift all the blame onto Wen Mo, to ensure that Wen Mo is deprived of any opportunity to sow discord. 8848 reassured, rest assured, when one, having read novels for so many years, such trifles are well within my capabilities. Satisfied with the response, Wen Ci adjusted himself into a slightly more comfortable position in Sieji's embrace and drifted off to sleep, knowing that their engagement banquet awaited them the following day, which would undoubtedly be a lively affair. Sieji found himself in a dream, reliving events from his past life. He envisioned the deceitful little trickster, whom he believed had abandoned him time and again, secretly performing acts of kindness in his absence. He watched as Wen Mo threatened Wen Ci, deceiving him, and ultimately driving him abroad through underhanded means that led to Wen Ci's tragic demise in a fateful accident. Even in his last moments, Wen Ci clutched the brooch Sieji had gifted him. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Sieji's cheeks as he could only bear witness to the haunting carousel of memories. His heart ached for the Wen Ci in his dreams, yearning to embrace him. His heart bled, a tumultuous mix of regret and sorrow saturating his very core, an emotion named remorse engulfing him entirely. Yet, he remained powerless. I see. Sieji jolted awake from the nightmare, gasping for breath. His pupils dilated, a fine sheen of cold sweat glistening on his forehead, remnants of tears lingering at the corners of his eyes. His throat felt parched and raw. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was barely 5 a.m. The person he could not reach in his dream now lay beside him, arm draped across his waist, sleeping soundly. This sight softened Sieji's expression. With great care, he enveloped Wen Ci in his arms, tenderly kissing the corner of his lips as if cradling a long-lost treasure, trembling as he whispered, Ci, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. I should never have doubted you. The dim light of the bedside lamp illuminated their faces and the burdens of the past life, which Sieji had deliberately chosen to ignore, finally unraveled in this moment. Reflecting on his actions toward Wen Ci since his rebirth, all that remained was a profound sense of regret. Tears fell onto Wen Ci's face, causing him to furrow his brows and murmur softly, instinctively leaning closer into Sieji's embrace. This subtle, instinctive movement shattered Sieji's heart into a million pieces. Thank goodness, he thought, relief washing over him. Thank goodness I have this chance to start anew. Thank goodness Wen Ci is still by my side. Thank goodness Wen Ci is willing to grant me the opportunity to make amends. Ci, I am so sorry. Ci, I love you. Chapter 29. Seizing that beta Wen Ci, lost in dreams, faintly heard the system's notification chime. Yet, he was far too exhausted to open his eyes, let alone ponder what was occurring. He was roused awake by Sieji's kiss, the soft, moist sensation, and the gentle coaxing whisper, Ci, it is time to rise. As Wen Ci found himself completely enveloped in Sieji's embrace, he allowed himself to be toyed with, dressed, and groomed at the whims of his companion. Throughout this, he maintained an air of lethargy, surrendering entirely to Sieji's desires. However, when another kiss landed upon him, Wen Ci finally stirred from his stupor. His gaze, still dazed, met Sieji's as his hands rested on the latter's shoulders. Instinctively, he shifted his posture, wrapping his arms around Sieji's neck, and leaned in to kiss him. This kiss, though fleeting like a dragonfly's touch, was enough to elate Sieji, who could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips, his eyes glimmering with joy. He lowered his head, playfully nudging Wen Ci's nose with his own, patiently coaxing. All right, Ci, it's time to eat. Today is our engagement banquet. Wen Ci, serious yet sleepy, nodded earnestly before leaning back against Xie Zhiyi's shoulder and yawning. But, Brother Xie, I am so tired. Why must the engagement banquet be so troublesome? In the past, he could sleep soundly until noon, or even the afternoon, without Xie Zhiyi minding. Yet, here he was, at the early hour of 8 in the morning, forced to rise and prepare for the day's events. Why must there be an engagement? Was this marriage truly unavoidable? A lament echoed in his heart. Previously, the male leads he had chosen lacked any emotional ties. For a succubus, such relationships were not merely tasks but sustenance. In selecting his food, Wen Ci was quite discerning, which explained his reluctance to revisit previous choices. He could not guarantee that he would find equally satisfying options in the future. Yet, these male leads had never engaged in formal commitments. Even as Wen Ci secretly endeavored to win their affections and shared countless intimate conversations, they had never ventured into the realm of formalities. There had been occasions when male leads sought to define their relationship, but he had skillfully evaded such discussions. Wen Ci had never anticipated the fatigue that accompanied an engagement banquet. If this was merely the engagement, the prospect of marriage seemed even more daunting. This thought flickered in his mind, prompting another internal outcry. Little Ba, must this marriage truly be? Observing Wen Ci, who was being coddled by Xie Zhiyi while struggling to keep his eyes open, 8848 was puzzled by his distress, but offered comfort. Do not be upset, Wen. I have good news for you. Wen Ci lifted his eyelids slightly, nestled in Xie Zhiyi's embrace. Oh, what news? What could possibly be more important than his sleep? Did they not understand how vital a good night's rest was for a succubus? With excitement, 8848 declared. Last night's dream was effective. Xie Zhiyi's darkened aura has dropped to 30. Oh, 30 what? Wen Ci's eyes widened suddenly, the remnants of his drowsiness vanishing completely. 8848 continued with a cheerful tone. Indeed, his dark value has dropped to 30. According to the system's speculation, the remaining 30 is still due to the unpredictable threat of Wen Mo. Thus, all that is needed is to resolve the issue with Wen Mo. This was certainly a piece of good news for Wen Ci. Xie Zhiyi observed Wen Ci, who had recently been drowsy but now appeared suddenly invigorated. He chuckled softly, picking up a tissue to gently wipe the corner of Wen Ci's lips. What has got you so happy all of a sudden? Have you thought of something amusing? Wen Ci then found the time and energy to carefully scrutinize Xie Zhiyi. He was indeed different from a couple of days ago. Although he had been gentle and indulgent then, the affection radiating from his eyes now was unmistakable. Meeting such a fervent and candid gaze made Wen Ci's heart skip a beat. He realized that some feelings could no longer be concealed. Nothing much. Just suddenly remembered that today is our engagement banquet, and I'm a bit delighted, Wen Ci replied, his eyes curving into a smile. Xie affectionately ruffled his hair. I need an excuse to swiftly take you away from the Wen family, so the engagement banquet was prepared in haste. But fear not. When it comes time for the wedding, I shall make it all up to you. I promise to give you the grandest ceremony. Achi, this time I shall not let go. I will ensure everyone knows you are mine. Wen Ci fell silent. He couldn't help but timidly speak. Brother Xie, you can declare it to the world, but could we not make it too extravagant? Under Xie Zhiyi's puzzled gaze, Wen Ci embraced his neck, nuzzling his face against him, murmuring, I don't want to wake up too early. I'm so tired. Given this commotion, I would rather hold you and sleep a little longer. Xie Zhiyi looked at Wen Ci, who resembled a pampered kitten in his arms, and smiled. All right, I'll heed your wishes. Rest assured, I will not let you tire yourself out. With Xie Zhiyi's assurance, the frown on Wen Ci's forehead relaxed. Although the engagement banquet was hastily arranged, Xie Zhiyi had envisioned it since his previous life. While it was somewhat rushed, everything essential was in place. Invitations had been sent out well in advance. To others, this development was utterly unexpected. When the Wen family was exposed regarding the true heir, speculations arose about whether the engagement with the Lin family would continue. Yet, they never anticipated that the so-called false heir of the Wen family would quietly connect with Xie Zhiyi and that their engagement banquet would be arranged so swiftly. Before they received the invitations, not a whisper of it had circulated. Most attendees arrived driven by curiosity and the desire to witness the unfolding drama. They were eager to understand why Xie had suddenly chosen to engage with Wen Ci and were intrigued by how hastily the banquet was organized. Everyone speculated about the implications behind this engagement, especially following the tumultuous storm that erupted online shortly after the announcement of their union. The intricate love-hate entanglements among the Xie, Wen, and Lin families have undoubtedly piqued the curiosity of many. Thus, despite the sudden arrangement of this engagement banquet, numerous individuals made a concerted effort to attend. After all, the Lin family is not to be underestimated. All present are seasoned players in the business arena, well aware that the online speculation is likely orchestrated by Lin Jinghe behind the scenes. They cannot fathom that Lin Jinghe would passively observe this engagement banquet. Wen Ci, oblivious to the motives of others, found himself in a unique position as it marked his first encounter with such a gathering since his return to this world. The engagement banquet was hosted at a splendid estate, a gift from Xie to Wen Ci. The hydrangeas bloomed vibrantly, while the roses, specially airlifted, were meticulously arranged. Crystal chandeliers cast a dazzling glow, rendering the entire estate a realm of opulence and fantasy. Xie knelt partially before Wen Ci, personally fastening his tie. He gazed up at Wen Ci with gentle eyes, his voice soothing as he spoke. "ACI, there may be some complications at today's engagement banquet, but fret not. I shall resolve them." Wen Ci observed that Xie seemed to relish this half-kneeling position, looking up at him with admiration, a notion he did not find unwelcome. Adjusting Xie's attire with focused intent, Wen Ci replied earnestly, "Brother Xie, I have faith in you. Regardless of the circumstances, I will always believe in you." He had resolved to offer Xie his complete trust, assuring him he would not abandon him. With great care, Xie lifted him into a wheelchair, pushing it toward a grand floor-length mirror. The reflection showcased their elegant appearances, striking looks adorned in matching black and white formal attire, complemented by ties and brooches of the same color palette. It was evident to all that they were the stars of the day, an undeniably perfect pair. This was the engagement banquet Xie had anticipated for 2 lifetimes. Beep, the notification chimed. Xie's darkening value, 5. Current darkening value, 25. Xie leaned forward, his voice a whisper. "ACI, I have arranged for a live broadcast today, and information will also be disclosed online." A flicker of surprise crossed Wen Ci's eyes as he turned to Xie. The latter pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek, continuing, "This situation may have repercussions for the Wen family. Therefore, after this engagement banquet, you must remain by my side. I fear they may take action against you otherwise. ACI, I promise you, once this matter is resolved, I will accompany you wherever you wish to go. I do not wish to constrain your freedom again, but I cannot bear to lose you once more." Xie's gaze bore a hint of anxiety as he watched Wen Ci, apprehensive that he might be upset. In reality, given Wen Ci's current state, even if Xie had chosen not to disclose these matters, Wen Ci likely would remain oblivious. Nonetheless, he opted to lay all his plans bare, for the dream had been hauntingly vivid. A subtle sensation lingered in Xie's heart, one that hinted at the truths of a past life. Thus, he was determined to prevent any misunderstandings with Wen Ci this time around. Wen Ci, upon realizing the endeavors that had occupied Xie's attention lately, let out a light chuckle. "All right, I understand." Inwardly, Wen Ci felt a delightful exhilaration. The moment Xie mentioned the live broadcast, he had already surmised his intentions. Their thoughts aligned perfectly, yet it was evident that Xie had prepared extensively. It was a peculiar feeling that uplifted Wen Ci's spirits. Meanwhile, those who initially sought mere spectacle were astonished upon encountering the meticulously arranged estate, their surprise evident. Prior to arriving, many had speculated about the dynamics at play, yet few regarded the possibility that Xie genuinely harbored affection for Wen Ci. A premier alpha, the heir of the Xie family, and an ordinary beta, the purported young master of the Wen clan. How could Xie possibly fall for Wen Ci? However, each individual who had wished to enter the estate soon dismissed such notions upon witnessing its grandeur. Chapter 30. captivating that the engagement banquet had yet to commence formally. Yet the guests were eager to seize the moment, gathering in clusters to converse. As the host, Ci was naturally preoccupied. He wished to spare Wen Ci from undue fatigue, hence he refrained from keeping him constantly at his side. Instead, he stationed several bodyguards near Wen Ci to ensure his safety while he attended to other guests. Wen Ci stood on the balcony of the third floor, surrounded by clusters of purple and white hydrangeas, savoring exquisite desserts, with several bodyguards silently standing behind him. He gazed down at the elegantly dressed individuals mingling below. Among them, he could always spot Ci at a glance. When Ci communicated with 8848, "This is a splendid opportunity." Curious, 8848 inquired, "What kind of opportunity?" Wen Ci replied, "Les ourli." An opportunity to draw near. Those individuals are clearly trying to ensnare Ci, rendering it difficult for him to return to my side anytime soon. As he consumed the last morsel of dessert, a spark of interest ignited within him. Guess who might come looking for me? After a moment's contemplation, 8848 suggested. It should be Lin Jinghe. Wen Mo has already positioned Lin Jinghe as a pawn. He certainly wouldn't make an appearance himself at a time like this. When Ci raised his hand, and a nearby bodyguard respectfully offered him a glass of juice. Sipping through the straw, his eyes narrowed. Indeed, it will surely be Lin Jinghe. After all, Wen Mo is still watching over there, and he won't be able to arrive anytime soon. When Ci's words caught 8848 off guard, it belatedly noticed another villa within the estate designated for guests to rest. At the top of that villa, a room revealed Wen Mo standing and fixated on Wen Ci. Wen Mo, adorned in an exquisite gown reminiscent of Ci's attire, leisurely swirled a glass of red wine in his hand. Upon sensing Wen Ci's gaze, he merely met his eyes from afar, smiling as he raised his glass. Wen Mo's lips moved, but Wen Ci could not discern his words, nor did he care to. 8848 spoke earnestly. Wen, it appears today will be quite lively. Ci is broadcasting this engagement ceremony, and the online uproar has already begun. The CF family has yet to make their entrance, yet numerous netizens have already turned against them. Wen Ci replied coolly, "No need to rush. This is merely the beginning. The matters I intend to unveil today are likely intertwined with my interests. The ensuing public opinion will undoubtedly sway in our favor, affecting more than just the Wen family." 8848 sincerely commented, "I have been closely observing Lin Jinghe these past few days. He is far too impulsive. Not only is he manipulating public sentiment online, but he is also confronting the CF family directly on multiple fronts, likely revealing several weaknesses in front of Ci. It is rather strange, though. If Wen Mo considers him a useful tool, one would expect a reminder to temper his approach." Confused, 8848 pondered why Wen Mo had not advised Lin Jinghe. Wen Ci fell into a brief silence. Perhaps it is because both Wen Mo and Ci have been reborn. Although both men had experienced reincarnation, their circumstances diverged. In the previous life, Wen Mo had viewed Lin Jinghe as a blade at his disposal, with the Lin family serving as his ally. His understanding of the Lin family may not surpass that of Ci. Hence, Wen Mo could no longer afford a gradual approach, urging Lin Jinghe to confront Ci swiftly, fostering a scenario where both could suffer mutual destruction, allowing Wen Mo to reap the benefits. 8848's thoughts circled without clarity, but soon his attention shifted. When Lin Jinghe has truly arrived, as 8848's words echoed. When Ci turned to the sound of footsteps, Lin Jinghe had not been faring well lately. Despite efforts to conceal it, dark circles still marred his eyes, and they appeared slightly reddened. Although Lin Jinghe was not unattractive, his fragile demeanor would evoke sympathy in others. However, when Ci merely maneuvered his wheelchair, turning to face him with a calm gaze, his expression indifferent, still holding a glass of juice. Upon catching sight of Wen Ci, Lin Jinghe's eyes sparkled with brightness. He stumbled forward, urgency evident in his voice as Ci, "I have finally found you." Yet, the bodyguards positioned by Ci around Wen Ci were not easily deterred. They promptly stood in front of Wen Ci, allowing Lin Jinghe no opportunity to approach him. The lead middle-aged man spoke with a blend of coldness and politeness. Sir, are you lost? You may take the elevator on your left to exit. The bodyguards assigned to Wen Ci by CSE were all trained A-class alphas. If it were not for CSZ's admonition to never release pheromones unless absolutely necessary, they would have immediately deployed their pheromonal warnings to expel Lin Jinghe upon his approach. Although both were A-grade alphas, Lin Jinghe stood no chance against their collective presence. As he beheld the formidable group of bodyguards that nearly shielded Wen Ci completely, he was compelled to halt his advance. Gritting his teeth, his eyes brimmed with indignation. Ci, I have come to realize my mistakes. Ci, I know you don't genuinely harbor feelings for him. It must be that he has threatened you, hasn't he? Lin Jinghe implored, his eyes reddening with desperation. Ci, the person you once cherished was undeniably me. You promised that once we reached the appropriate age, we would obtain our license and marry. How could you ever like him? The one you love is me. Ci, are you merely sulking? Is it because I chose Wen Mo? But I love you. Ci, you are the only one I cherish. Wen Mo is merely a means to an end for me. The bodyguards exchanged glances, some looking skyward while others cast their eyes downward. They understood what words were to be heeded and which were to be disregarded. However, their primary duty was to ensure Wen Ci's safety, preventing anyone from nearing him. Thus, even though they recognized the inappropriateness of the current situation, they remained steadfast, feigning indifference while secretly eavesdropping. It is only natural to be intrigued by gossip and drama. Wen Ci maneuvered his wheelchair, navigating through the two bodyguards positioned before him. Lin Jinghe's eyes brightened instantaneously as he hastened to stand before Wen Ci, his trembling hand reaching out to touch Wen Ci's face. I see, you have lost weight, but the tender words were caught in his throat. During this period of care from CSZ, Wen Ci had not only maintained his weight, but had even gained some. He no longer appeared frail and now bore a healthier complexion. His hand hovered in the air, captured firmly by a bodyguard's grip. The bodyguard smiled, yet his words carried an unmistakable warning. Sir, regardless of your relationship with Mr. Wen, please conduct yourself appropriately, or we shall have to escort you out. It became evident to them. This was not merely a tale of a former lover seeking reconciliation. This was a story of a scoundrel straddling two worlds, yearning to return to the past. The disdain in the gazes directed at Lin Jinghe intensified, as they viewed him as a quintessential cad. Truly, he was a disgrace to alphas. Yet, Lin Jinghe remained unfazed by the judgment of others. He gritted his teeth, breaking free from the bodyguard-esque grasp, and gazed earnestly at Wen Ci. His voice softened, yet laced with pleading. Ci, please do not proceed with the engagement. If you refrain from marrying him, I can take you as my bride, and I will care for you for a lifetime. CSZ does not truly love you. His engagement is merely a means of revenge against me, exploiting you. Ci, you are still young. Do not be deceived by him, for you will not find happiness with him. Lin Jinghe's voice trembled softly, and tears began to fall. Wen Ci merely gazed at his performance, occasionally offering silent critiques of his acting in her mind. Lin Jinghe, noticing Wen Ci's continued lack of response, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. His voice, hoarse, pleaded, Ci, come with me. Wen Ci, with a semblance of a smile, fixed her eyes upon him and slowly replied, So your purpose for coming here today is to take me away? Lin Jinghe, in a rush, insisted, I simply do not wish for you to marry someone who does not truly love you. I just want to ensure your future happiness. Leaning back languidly, Wen Ci replied with a nonchalant demeanor, Oh, I had thought you wished for me to leave with you, thus turning Brother Xie into the laughingstock of this engagement banquet. Lin Jinghe appeared taken aback by Wen Ci's forthrightness, his eyes flickering with a hint of guilt as he softly countered, Ci, how could you think of me that way? Wen Ci yawned, biting her straw and leisurely sipping her juice until the glass was empty. L'ingénieur Preston, Ci, please come with me. This is the best opportunity, and if we delay any longer, it will be too late. The bodyguards exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that this audacious man dared to speak of taking away their employer's fiancée in front of them, just as they were about to unleash their pent-up frustration. Wen Ci finally spoke. Why is he still here? Did you not say you would escort him out? Her slightly puzzled voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. Lin Jinghe's expression stiffened. The bodyguards, with a barely concealed smirk, moved in unison. Apologies, Mr. Wen, it was our oversight. We shall escort this gentleman out immediately. The lead middle-aged bodyguard sincerely apologized, raising his hand. Two bodyguards swiftly approached Lin Jinghe, one on each side, restraining him and covering his mouth, while another pair lifted his legs. Achi, emme. They offered Lin Jinghe no opportunity for resistance, forcibly removing him from the scene. Wen Ci sighed softly at last. It is quiet. 8848 remarked. Wen, do not rejoice too soon. I sense this is merely an appetizer. Wen Ci casually glanced back, realizing when Mo had already vanished. Let us see what other surprises they have in store for my engagement. Chapter 31. Seizing that beta until the engagement banquet commenced. Wen Ci had yet to see Wen Mo. In fact, he had not encountered any member of the Wen family. In such a grand affair, both families were expected to be present, yet only the parents of the Xie family appeared. The haste of the engagement banquet meant that Mr. and Mrs. Xie had returned on short notice. Initially, Wen Ci felt an unusual sense of nervousness. This was the first time in both his lifetimes that he would meet the parents of Xie. Individuals from affluent circles often looked down upon ordinary betas. And given that this was their first official meeting, it was taking place amidst the engagement festivities, leaving Wen Ci with lingering concerns about the Xie family's perception of him. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. Xie was merely his task target. He only needed to concern himself with Xie's darkening value. Why should he care about his parents' opinions? Wen Ci did not dwell on this issue for long, as it was not as difficult or cold as he had imagined. Mr. and Mrs. Xie were exceedingly warm towards him, especially Mrs. Xie, who held his hand tightly, repeatedly calling him a good child and showering him with compliments from head to toe. If that rascal Xie dares to bully you, you just tell Mom, and I'll teach him a lesson. The more Mrs. Xie looked at Wen Ci, the more satisfied she became, her eyes brimming with admiration and warmth. As she remarked somewhat nostalgically, we always knew he liked a beta, but we never expected it to be you. Who knows what that boy is worried about? We're not the type to insist he enters into a marriage. He hid you away so deeply, thinking he could keep his beloved hidden for a lifetime. Yet here he is, quietly preparing for the engagement banquet. Mr. Xie, standing nearby, cast a light glance at Xie and snorted, "Humph, at least you have some conscience. No one to call us back for such an important matter." Xie replied calmly, "Aren't you having a great time out there? The Xie family has been a bit chaotic lately. Coming back would only trouble you." Ever since they delegated authority to Xie, he had been traveling the world. Had it not been for wanting them to meet Wen Ci, he would not have mentioned this matter to them. The relationship between the Xie and Wen families was strained, with both sides unable to stand each other. Yet, this did not hinder their fondness for Wen Ci. What Mr. and Mrs. Xie found most unacceptable was how Mr. and Mrs. Wen treated their own child as a mere tool for transactions. They were not oblivious to the hardships Wen Ci faced as a beta in the Wen household. However, it was ultimately the Wen family's affair, and they could not interfere too much. Now that Wen Ci was with Xie, they could not care less. All they felt was compassion and pity. Just look at how well-behaved and understanding this child is. Yet he has been bullied by the Wen family. Especially after learning that Wen Ci's legs were injured while saving Xie from a car accident, Mr. and Mrs. Xie's heartache and guilt for Wen Ci reached an extreme. Surrounded by several people, Wen Ci felt as though he were in a daze. He had initially thought that Mr. and Mrs. Xie would at most be lenient towards him for Xie's sake, but half an hour later, he found himself lost in contemplation as he stared at the thick stack of property certificates in his arms, a full box of car keys, and the share transfer documents. They were merely engaged. Surely they wouldn't bestow upon him such extravagant gifts? Giving a car was one thing, but why a whole box of car keys? Mr. Xie patted his shoulder, smiling warmly. We rushed back this time, and didn't have the chance to prepare a proper gift for you. Next time, we will make it up to you. Wen Ci looked at Mr. and Mrs. Xie with bright eyes, feeling as though they were bathed in a golden glow in his sight. He held tightly to the object in his arms, his smile radiating warmth and charm. "Thank you. Mom and Dad, I truly adore it. Cursed be the human traffickers. How could anyone mistake this for the parents of Ci? He recognized them at a glance. When Ci finally understood why the Bureau had stipulated that items from the task world could not be brought back, it was unfathomable to think what joy it would bring if he could take all of these treasures back to his own world. He would be a delightfully happy and exuberant little demon. Tears of bittersweet joy streamed down his cheeks, filled with both elation and sorrow. So much money. Why could he not bring all this wealth home? When Ci lamented internally, planning to use these property deeds as his pillow tonight, Ci observed his reaction, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Leaning down, he whispered softly in Wen Ci's ear, "Once we're married, everything I have will be yours. You can have as much as you desire." When Ci felt a pang of heartache. Enough, don't say that. The mere thought that he could not bring all these possessions back was already distressing, and Ci's teasing only heightened his turmoil. 8,848 discerned his feelings and offered solace. It's all right, Wen. Look on the bright side. Although you cannot take everything back, we are free from narrative constraints now. You can spend a lifetime in this world with Ci, and you can still make use of all these things, can't you? However, this will slow down your progression considerably. Wen Ci paused, contemplating. He gazed at Ci, lost in thought. His mind had been consumed with the tasks at hand. The idea of remaining in this world with Ci for a lifetime had never crossed his mind. Yet, Ci had indeed treated him well. Perhaps residing in this world alongside him was not such a bad idea after all. Moreover, after his last departure, Ci had succumbed to darkness. If he were to lower Ci's corruption value, only to have it rise again due to his absence, Wen Ci considered the likelihood of such a scenario. The chances were significant. However, he could not accept this outcome. He certainly did not wish for Ci to revert to his former self. In his heart, Wen Ci devised a perfect rationale for himself. He subtly resolved that once Ci's corruption value had diminished completely, he would remain in this world to accompany him until the end of his days. It's about time, Ci, let us proceed. Ci spoke gently as he pushed the wheelchair forward. Ci's father and mother, as elders, made a few polite remarks on stage before transitioning to the main event of the day. Ci wheeled Wen Ci onto the stage, where nearly all lights and gazes converge upon them. In that instant, the individual Ci had arranged for the live broadcast erupted with excitement. This scene spread wildly across the internet, with the comments and bullet screens descending into madness without any orchestrated rhythm. Just then, Ci's associates began to leak information online about Lin Jing's duplicity. The previously one-sided criticism of the CF family began to reverse. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for attending the engagement banquet of ACI and myself. Ci smiled with a gentle grace. His eyes filled with affection as he gazed at Wen Ci, his voice soft and tender. Secondly, regarding the recent discussions circulating online, I find it necessary to clarify a few points. Ci, Lin Jing's voice resonated with barely contained fury, reverberating throughout the hall. The moment he appeared, he captured the attention and gaze of every individual present. Unfazed and unperturbed by the interruption, Ci merely regarded Lin Jing with a smile, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Lin Jing strode purposefully towards them, ascending the staircase adorned with rose petals. In a chilling tone, he addressed Ci. I know you disapprove of me, and if you have grievances, direct them at me. However, you must never, under any circumstances, harm ACI. He sacrificed his own legs to save you, and yet you still dare to exploit him. Lin Jing's words were imbued with passionate sincerity, tinged with barely suppressed rage. Wen Ci stared at Lin Jing in astonishment. He had anticipated some form of disruption from Lin Jing today and had prepared himself to observe the unfolding drama. Yet, he did not expect Lin Jing to confront Ci so brazenly. Such recklessness was astonishing. The attendees here were far from ordinary. Many held affiliations with the Lin family. Regardless of their private opinions, they were obliged to maintain a facade of decorum. Lin Jing's current conduct showed a complete disregard for the potential repercussions. It was likely that the Lin family's former partners would hesitate to continue collaborating with someone so emotionally volatile. Wen Ci furrowed his brow. despite Lin Jinghe's foolishness and malice. He could not fathom such folly. The revelation struck him. Lin Jinghe sought to exploit their past relationship to remove Wen Ci from the equation, intending to make Xie Zi a laughingstock. After being reprimanded by bodyguards, Lin Jinghe had indeed regained some composure. However, not long ago, when Mo had administered a prohibited substance to Lin Jinghe, one capable of manipulating emotions. Though Lin Jinghe appeared lucid, he was, in truth, controlled by the escalating fury within him. Wen Ci sighed inwardly, realizing, it seems when Mo intends to leave no escape route for Lin Jinghe. With today's incident, regardless of Lin Jinghe's willingness, he was irrevocably positioned as an adversary to the Xie family. Yet Lin Jinghe continued to gaze earnestly at Wen Ci, his voice trembling as he implored, "ACI, I know you are still angry with me. However, you must not gamble your entire future in a fit of pique. Xie Zi does not truly care for you. The one he genuinely loves is an Omega hidden away in the Beijing manor." As Lin Jinghe spoke, he noted a subtle shift in Xie Zi's expression, mistakenly believing he had struck a nerve. He let out a cold laugh. His desire to marry you is merely a means to exploit you. Xie Zi, do you dare claim you are unaware of the issues surrounding the Baishui Bay project? Your proposal to wed ACI is nothing more than an excuse to rid yourself of this troublesome burden. The audience erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, excitement, shock, and schadenfreude. No one could assert that they had reached this juncture with completely unblemished hands. However, bringing such matters into the open was an entirely different affair. Wen Ci tilted his head slightly, a bemused smile dancing on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Xie Zi. With evident intrigue, he inquired, "Oh, it appears that Brother Xie has been concealing an Omega outside?" "Of course not. I have always had only you, never another Omega," Xie Zi instinctively defended himself, momentarily pausing, his gaze shifting awkwardly as he lowered his voice. "Beijing Manor is the place where we previously resided." Wen Ci was confident that Xie Zi would not betray him by nurturing another Omega in secret. Yet, Lin Jinghe's audacity to make such claims in front of so many indicated that he must possess some form of evidence. What began as mere curiosity for Wen Ci had unexpectedly turned into a personal affair. Lin Jinghe appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for their calm reaction. At that moment, he sensed an unsettling anomaly creeping into his mind, yet the tumult of emotions clouded his judgment. "ACI, do not be deceived by him. He is full of lies, and I have evidence of his relationship with that Omega." Lin Jinghe glared at Xie Zi with a fierce determination. "Lin Jinghe, come down here." "Jinghe." At this juncture, Lin Jinghe's parents rushed to the stage, intending to pull him down, only to be intercepted by several bodyguards. Their faces were ashen, blocked from advancing. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Jinghe became the subject of ridicule among the crowd, particularly Lin father. Witnessing his son, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, engaging in such reckless behavior without regard for the consequences, felt a sharp pang in his chest, nearly collapsing into Lin mother's embrace. The bodyguards, upon witnessing this distressing scene, promptly escorted them away. The commotion stirred a wave of panic, yet it failed to capture Lin Jinghe's attention. His mind was solely focused on projecting the so-called evidence onto the big screen, eager to unveil Ci's true nature to Wen Ci. Hoping he would sever ties with him, he remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding with his parents in the audience. Nor did he realize that this spectacle was being broadcasted live across the internet. Regardless of his previous statements and actions, the very audience members who had initially rallied to his side began to turn against him. Wen Ci, informed of the events through the online platform 8848, leaned lazily against his wheelchair, propping his head with one hand as he observed Xie Zi. No wonder he had been so busy these past few days. It seemed he had been clandestinely entangled in numerous affairs. This was the same person who, upon returning to this world, had clung to him relentlessly, wanted to be by his side at all times. In recent days, aside from the nights spent cradling him to sleep, Xie Zi had not engaged in any other actions towards him. Wen Ci curled the corners of his lips, his gaze flickering momentarily. "Ah, He truly was growing fonder of the male lead in this world. What a pity. The last time he visited this realm, he had entirely regarded Ci as his sustenance. More often than not, his thoughts revolve around savoring and creatively preparing meals. Yet now, setting aside his passion for cuisine and food, he found himself genuinely liking Ci. However, this affection was swiftly overshadowed and dismissed. Ci did not intervene in Lin Jinghe's nearly frenzied actions. Instead, he quietly maneuvered Wen Ci's wheelchair aside, creating distance between him and Lin Jinghe, shielding him behind his own presence. Lin Jinghe, after a flurry of activity, gazed excitedly at the large screen behind him, eager for everyone to witness Ci's true nature. A voice in his mind clamored wildly. Look, once a Ci discovers Ci's true colors, he will return to my side. Yet simultaneously, a greater sense of anxiety and unease burgeoned within him. Ci, a Ci, belongs to me. No matter the means you employ, he can only be mine. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Lin Jinghe fixed a cold smile upon Ci, his bloodshot eyes appearing frighteningly crimson. He lowered his voice, nearly grinding his teeth as he issued a threat. Ci, do not think that your family can easily cleanse their name. Do not believe that your past actions remain unknown. Today, I shall reveal to all the dirt that stains your hands. Ci maintained his composed demeanor, which only accentuated Lin Jinghe's descent into madness. Public opinion online had undergone a complete reversal, yet Lin Jinghe, the very individual at the center of it all, remained oblivious. Despite the turmoil surrounding Lin's parents, Lin Jinghe continued his raucous display. However, the rest of the Lin family was not to be underestimated. By the time Ci orchestrated the dissemination of the Lin family's clandestine misdeeds online, the Lin family had already begun to take action. Some members were en route, intending to forcibly take Lin Jinghe away. Yet, the estate chosen by Ci was situated far from the city center, making it difficult for the Lin family to arrive promptly. A faction was desperately working to salvage the situation, suppressing trending topics and attempting to close the live stream. Families of their stature often held considerable dirt on celebrities. Typically, during such crises, they would release damaging information to divert public attention. After all, the internet has no memory. Even if the uproar is severe at the moment, with a forced redirection of focus, normalcy could eventually be restored. However, this time was different. The live stream could not be entirely shut down. Just as they managed to suppress the scandal after much effort, new content emerged within the live stream. It was not images of Ci in an intimate embrace with another Omega, as Lin Jinghe had personally displayed on the big screen. The evidence of the CF family's unscrupulous methods over the years is not the issue at hand. Rather, it concerns the information that the Lin family has painstakingly suppressed from circulating online. Each instance, each matter, reveals that tax evasion is merely a trivial offense amidst the darker enterprises of the Lin family. There are even instances where the Lin family resorted to extreme measures to secure certain projects, resulting in loss of life. The audience below stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. Although they themselves were not free from guilt, they had never retained such incriminating evidence, let alone released it so brazenly. It was clear, with a modicum of contemplation, that Lin Jinghe had undoubtedly been set up. Yet, no one dared to voice this suspicion. The expressions of the crowd towards Ci transformed from mere curiosity to profound reverence, and the murmurs around them diminished significantly. Soon, the entire hall was enveloped in a suffocating silence. Wen Ci, observing the composed Ci beside him, earnestly addressed 8848, little 8. I realized my previous concerns about him were entirely unfounded. Indeed, a character worthy of being the protagonist is far from ordinary. 8848 replied with a knowing hum. I had already assured you that there was no need for excessive worry. When Ci attempted to justify himself, he has never behaved this way in front of me. When MO is quite the lunatic, it's only natural for me to be concerned about his well-being. 8848 responded with a hint of mischief. People in love behave like this. He cares for you and will make concessions, but he will remain unchanged when faced with others. When Ci fell silent, 8848, reveling in the unfolding drama, continued. By the way, when I just caught a glimpse of those from the Lin family who rushed over. They were utterly flabbergasted by Lin Jinghe's actions. A strange sensation stirred within Wen Ci, yet 8,848's gleeful remarks quickly diverted his attention. Meanwhile, Lin Jinghe, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, was engulfed by a foreboding sense of dread, especially upon witnessing the crowd's reactions, which heightened his anxiety to an unbearable extent. He stiffly turned around to gaze at the large screen behind him. No, this is impossible. How could this be? This is not my doing. Lin Jinghe's eyes fixated on the screen, draining him of all color, his face turning ashen, lips trembling, and beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. He could not believe that the content displayed was what he had just unwittingly released. Yet, all the evidence was evidently the handiwork of Wen Mo. Lin Jinghe's heart skipped a beat, and he was overwhelmed by a cacophony in his ears, his mind blank and buzzing. The veins on his temples throbbed, and he gasped for breath, nearly collapsing under the weight of his despair, his pheromones spiraling out of control. CSZ, who had been as calm as an observer until now, lost his interest in the spectacle upon sensing the intense pheromones. His expression shifted, and, raising his hand, the bodyguards below immediately surged forward, restraining Lin Jinghe and forcibly administering a suppressant. These individuals cared little for Lin Jinghe's fate. Their sole concern was to hasten the containment of his uncontrollable pheromones. Lin Jinghe's pheromones were forcibly suppressed, an unbearable sensation that left him with a splitting headache. His mind echoed with two words, Wen Mo. Wen Montag. It was all about Wen Mo. Lin Jinghe was pinned to the ground, his gaze fixed on the screen where the incriminating evidence continued to play, his eyes wide with fury, teeth clenched. He bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood spreading between his lips, jolting him into full awareness. Tears streamed down his face as he finally comprehended the panic that had gripped him moments before. If he had been clear-headed, he would have recognized the truth. This was CSZ's domain, surrounded by the bodyguards he had arranged. CSZ knew full well that Lin Jinghe would release damaging information about the CF family. How could he possibly allow it to continue? Unless CSZ had anticipated what Lin Jinghe would reveal from the very beginning. Unless CSZ simply did not care. But now that Lin Jinghe had regained his senses, it was too late for regrets. The evidence was sufficient to obliterate the Lin family, leaving no chance for redemption. Moreover, it was he who had unwittingly unleashed it. Beneath the overwhelming anger lay an abyss of despair. This evidence had been meticulously gathered by CSZ since his rebirth. He had returned with the singular aim of keeping Wen Ci by his side at any cost, yet he had never intended to spare Wen Mo and Lin Jinghe. Wen Mo's rebirth would pose some complications, but Lin Jinghe was devoid of any leverage. From the very beginning, Lin Jinghe had merely been a pawn in the game between CSZ and Wen Mo. Now, he had become a discarded piece. Meanwhile, Wen Mo, as another player in this game, observed the scene unfold from an unnoticed corner. Crack. Chapter 33. The Plunder of that Beta. Wen Mo's wine glass shattered in his grip. Yet, all eyes were drawn to the stage, rendering such a subtle disturbance imperceptible to others. He allowed the red wine to mingle with the blood seeping from his palm, trickling down his fingers. His gaze remained dark and focused on CSZ on stage. Sensing his stare, CSZ glanced in his direction. Their eyes momentarily crossed in the air, concluding a silent confrontation, or perhaps marking the beginning of another. CSZ discreetly positioned himself to shield Wen Ci, fully concealing him behind his own presence. Wen Mo wore a flawless smile, yet his eyes brimmed with coldness. CSZ had indeed underestimated him. Lin Jinghe, that useless wretch, had already handed over the evidence that could topple CSZ, and yet he had still managed to botch things up. A tumult of thoughts surged within Wen Mo, eventually settling into calmness, the madness within his eyes receding. Well, it mattered not. They still had time. The Lin family had risen through the support of the Wen family, their foundation far from solid. Now, in front of so many witnesses, such a scandal had erupted. Moreover, it was broadcast live across the internet. Even if they wished to suppress it, they could not. This was the beginning of their absolute ruin. The partners of the Lin family seated in the audience exhibited no trace of sympathy. Their primary concern lay in the potential repercussions that their association with the Lin family might impose upon them. Meanwhile, others began to entertain ambitious thoughts. Although the Lin family's influence paled in comparison to that of the Wen and Ci families, it was still significant enough to entice interest. While the crowd feigned expressions of lament, each harbored their own ulterior motives. Their wait was not prolonged, as a group of police officers stormed in. Lin Jinghe, who had just been forcibly injected with a suppressant and was still recovering, was taken away by the officers. Before his departure, Lin Jinghe gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to break free from his restraints, lunging towards Wen Ci. He gazed at Wen Ci with disheveled desperation, clutching at his pant leg. A Ci, Lin Jinghe's eyes shimmered with complex emotions as he choked out, "I have always liked you. You are the one I have always cherished." Lin Jinghe finally comprehended that he had been outmaneuvered by Wen Mo. He could not fathom the rationale behind Wen Mo's actions, and the initial flicker of goodwill he had felt towards him had evaporated entirely. Wen Ci, noticing the dirted state of his trousers, frowned in displeasure and remarked, "You made a mess." Ci bent down, offering a gentle kiss to Wen Ci's forehead, soothingly assuring him, "It's all right. I will take you to change into something clean." Lin Jinghe was forcibly restrained again and fitted with handcuffs. He watched the scene unfold with a frenzy of jealousy and could not help but wonder if he had not sought to replace his intended partner with Wen Mo from the outset. Might everything have turned out differently? Would it be him standing beside Wen Ci, embracing him and planting kisses upon him? After all, Wen Ci's affections belonged to him. Lin Jinghe wept in utter disarray, yet no one paid heed to his emotional turmoil. As he was taken away by the police, the hall fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, Ci's father and mother, who had been observing their son manage the situation from the audience, exchanged glances. When Ci carried Wen Ci off to change clothes, they finally rose to return to the stage to deliver platitudes, seeking to pacify the audience's emotions. Wen Ci draped his arm around Ci's neck, leaning against him. The device whispered to him, "Wen, the public sentiment online has completely shifted. The Lin family cannot withstand this for long. However, Wen Mo will not relinquish easily. I fear he might resort to desperate measures that could directly jeopardize you." After all, Wen Mo understood just how significant Wen Ci was to Ci. Everything Ci arranged today was not only a strike against Lin Jinghe, but also a warning to Wen Mo. If Wen Mo aimed to take action against Ci, the only vulnerable point he could target would be Wen Ci. Wen Ci was acutely aware of this, though he remained uncertain of Wen Mo's approach. Suppressing his swirling thoughts, his eyes curved with warmth as he gazed at Ci's profile, unable to resist leaning in for a kiss. "Brother Ci, you are truly remarkable." Wen Ci's voice lifted slightly at the end, imbued with a playful tone. "So, is this arrangement you mentioned referring to this incident? I had no idea you had gathered so much evidence regarding the Lin family's crimes. Ci, have you collected information on the Wen family?" Wen Ci's eyes sparkled as he gazed eagerly at Ci, his anticipation palpable. Ci shifted slightly, a faint flush creeping to his ears. He coughed lightly, avoiding a direct answer to Wen Ci's inquiry, instead posing a question of his own. "Do you think I've been too resolute in my actions?" Ci awaited Wen Ci's response with a hint of anxiety. After all, Lin Jing had grown up alongside Wen Ci, and the Wen family had raised him for over 20 years. Ci was aware of the Wen family's mistreatment of Wen Ci, yet he remained uncertain about Wen Ci's feelings towards them. Having finally been granted a second chance and resolved all misunderstandings, Ci cherished this opportunity immensely. He was determined to leave no trace of potential discord between him and Wen Ci, no matter how minuscule. Wen Ci's reply came in the form of a kiss that landed softly upon Ci's lips. His pupils quivered slightly. Wen Ci embraced him tighter and, with a sigh, declared, "Ci, I understand your concerns, but I can assure you, I harbor no feelings for them whatsoever. Emotions are inherently mutual. They do not care for me and have treated me poorly, so I would never seek their so-called familial affection." As Wen Ci continued, he paused momentarily, raising 4 fingers before Siege, his gaze sincere and resolute. Succubus, I swear, I truly do not like him. I feel no camaraderie towards him. If anything, I find him quite detestable. He is nothing but a pretender, insufferably hypocritical. In the past, I refrained from confronting him out of respect for the Wen and Lin families. But I am no longer tied to the Wen family. Even if you do not take action today, I will find a way to address him. Wen Ci maintained his gaze on Siege, every word imbued with sincerity. He could sense Siege's heartbeat quickening as he spoke. Siege, the only one I cherish is you, and it has always been you. This was a heartfelt confession. Wen Ci genuinely held affection for Siege. He admired everything about him, his physique, his face, and his skills. Moreover, he appreciated Siege's abilities and methods. Though this affection did not align with that of pure romantic love, it was nonetheless profound. Regrettably, once he departed from this world, he would no longer have the chance to be captivated by someone as remarkable as Siege. Nevertheless, he resolved to cherish the time he had left in this realm. Siege, unaware of Wen Ci's inner thoughts, was entranced by the depth of those eyes, momentarily lost in reverie. He understood that every word Wen Ci uttered was earnest. Siege responded with a gentle acknowledgement and quickened his pace, leading Wen Ci to change into more suitable attire before returning to the Grand Hall. Despite the earlier commotion, Siege had adequately prepared for the engagement banquet, ensuring that the event could proceed uninterrupted. The recent turn of events had caused those who had vehemently criticized the CF family to shift their ire towards the Lin family, while the Wen family found itself struggling as well. Until the engagement banquet concluded, the Wen family remained conspicuously absent. Curiosity about the intricate relationships between Lin Jinghe and the two others led some to delve into the past of Wen Ci and the life he endured within the Wen household. These pieces of evidence had been meticulously prepared in advance by Siege, merely awaiting an opportune moment for their gradual dissemination. The Wen family, perched upon their lofty pedestal, harbored disdain for betas. Even when one of their own progeny belonged to this category, they merely sought to exploit him for their own gain. In a world teeming with betas, their actions undoubtedly incited ire among the general populace. However, with the Lin family drawing attention away, the repercussions they faced were somewhat mitigated. Following the banquet, Siege found himself increasingly occupied. This presented a splendid opportunity for the CF family to ascend to greater heights. CF father and mother returned to assist in managing these affairs, particularly since discussions about the impending marriage were underway. They hoped that Siege could devote more time to accompany Wen Ci, rarely afforded a moment of respite. Siege found himself spending more time by Wen Ci's side. Wen Ci was acutely aware that Wen Mo would likely stir trouble. Yet, as half a month elapsed, there was still no sign of Wen Mo, who had not even made an appearance before them. During this time, Siege's presence resulted in a gradual decrease in the blackening value. One morning, as Wen Ci leaned against Siege, still drowsy and half awake, he instinctively nuzzled closer, then tilted his head to plant a kiss on Siege's cheek. In that moment, he heard the system's notification. Ding, Siege's blackening value 2, current blackening value 19. Congratulations, host, the target's blackening value has fallen below 20. Random punishment has been nullified. Please endeavor to complete your tasks. Initially hoping to snuggle back into slumber with Siege, Wen Ci was abruptly jolted awake by the system's announcement. He opened his eyes wide to meet Siege's gaze, which sparkled with amusement. Did I wake you? Siege inquired gently, smoothing Wen Ci's tousled hair. Wen Ci gazed at him in a daze. He had grown accustomed to being embraced by Siege in all circumstances, just as Siege had once professed. Siege had become his very legs. Now, with the sudden disappearance of the system's random punishment and the restoration of his legs to normalcy, Wen Ci found himself somewhat disoriented. Brother Sia, I wish to drink some water. Wen Ci fabricated an excuse to excuse himself, then sat on the bed, attempting to move his legs. Indeed, they were functional. Yet after such a prolonged period of inactivity, they felt a bit foreign to him. In an excited tone, 8848 exclaimed, So the condition for the random punishment to vanish is for the blackening value to drop below 20. Wonderful, Wen 1. Your legs can move again. As Wen Ci contemplated how to convey this newfound information to Siege, his phone vibrated, revealing an unfamiliar message. Chapter 34. Plundering that beta Wen Ci had yet to open the message when the reminder from 8848 echoed in his ears. He raised an eyebrow, his spirits somewhat lifted by the recovery of his legs. However, that fleeting joy swiftly dissipated as he opened the message. I see. Please return to see Mom and Dad one last time. They miss you dearly. Accompanying this message was a smiling emoji, which, when paired with Wen Mo's words, took on an unsettling quality. Agave expression s'étonne en Wen Ci's face. Wen Mo would not send such a message without cause. An ominous premonition began to stir within him. Xiao Ba, what is the condition of the Wen family's parents? He had not seen them at the engagement banquet and had assumed they chose not to attend. Coupled with the issues surrounding the project that Siege had pushed out, as well as the pressure from public opinion online, it seemed they were too overwhelmed to contact him. It appeared there was more to the situation than met the eye. Since Wen Ci's near-miss incident last time, 8848 had remained by his side, neglecting to monitor anyone else. To 8848, Wen Ci was of utmost importance. The tasks were secondary. Whether it was Lin Jinghe or Wen Mo, 8848 would only glance at them when reminded. Upon seeing the message from Wen Mo, 8848 promptly interjected, Wen 1, do not panic. I will investigate first. As Wen Ci awaited 8848's findings, he replied to Wen Mo, what exactly do you intend to do? The person on the other end had evidently been anticipating his message. Almost instantaneously, he received a reply, do not be angry. I merely wish to see you. I see. Although they have treated you poorly, they raised you for over 20 years. Now that they are nearing death, you must return to see them one last time. Another smiling emoji followed. Gazing at it, Wen Ci's mind was consumed by the image of Wen Mo's duplicitous smile. Before long, 8848 provided a response, its tone unusually grave. Wen Mo directly arranged for someone to run them over, sending them all to the hospital. Wen Ci. Is that so extreme? This did not align with his recollection of Wen Mo's rational demeanor. How could he resort to such violent measures? Noticing Wen Ci's confusion, 8848 elucidated, the Wen family has been in turmoil lately. Xie directly sent the truth about Wen Mo's identity, along with the paternity test report, to the Wen parents. They are now aware that all the turmoil the Wen family is experiencing is due to Wen Mo. They have also learned that not only is Wen Mo not their biological son, but he is also the murderer of their real son. As a result, they have completely severed ties. 8848 spoke with an air of schadenfreude. Originally, they intended to contact the media and police yesterday to expose this matter, while simultaneously shifting the blame for recent events onto Wen Mo unexpectedly. Wen Mo detected their intentions, striking with swiftness and severity, incapacitating them entirely. He had just brought the two of them home, claiming it was for their recuperation. Yet it was clear to me that he had no intention of allowing them the opportunity to speak. After 8848 finished speaking, he scoffed. They deserve it. After all, they were never virtuous individuals. Let them be confined. Wen Mo certainly intends to exploit the two of them to manipulate you back into his grasp. You must not trust his words. Wen Ci remained silent, disregarding the messages that Wen Mo sent afterward. When Siege entered with a glass of water, he instinctively reached out to embrace him. Wen Ci had yet to devise a plausible explanation to convince Siege that his legs had miraculously healed overnight. He chose to bury this news deep within, planning to reveal it to Siege after resolving matters with Wen Mo. Lin Jing and several members of the Lin family were imprisoned, losing any chance of a comeback. Yet, Wen Mo's presence loomed like a ticking time bomb, especially now that he had directly targeted Wen's parents. One could only speculate what reckless actions he might undertake next. Wen Ci initially sought merely a hug from Siege, but was promptly lifted into his arms. Breakfast was ready, and Wen Ci leaned comfortably against Siege, sipping water as he casually inquired, "By the way, Siege, has there been any news from Wen Mo these past few days?" Siege hesitated for a moment. surprised by the sudden question. "Oh, he just messaged me," Wen Ci replied, casually opening the recent messages from Wen Ci, glancing at the messages. Was not particularly surprised, yet he sighed. "I merely disclosed his true identity to the Wen family, never anticipating he would resort to such ruthless measures against them. I see. A person so cold-hearted, you must not meet him." Wen Ci sensed Xie concern, but felt it was unwarranted. He was well aware of Wen Mo's malicious nature. "Rest assured, Xie, I have no intention of going. I harbor no feelings for them, and they merely view me as a tool for their benefit. Their lives or deaths are of no consequence to me," Wen Ci said with a smile, leaning against Xie. Despite his words, an instinctive unease whispered to him that Wen Mo would not relinquish his pursuit so easily. He pondered what further tactics Wen Mo might employ to coerce him. A sense of anxiety gripped his heart as he subtly tightened his hold on Xie's sleeve. Wen Mo's primary objective remained to use him as leverage against Xie, thus he likely would not harm him. During this time, Xie's parents were preoccupied with work, almost residing in the company, surrounded by numerous bodyguards, and always present in crowded areas. Wen Mo had little opportunity to act. Yet, as night fell, another message from Wen Mo arrived. "Ci, why are you not responding to your brother? Do you truly wish to avoid meeting him? Your silence saddens me greatly." Wen Ci rolled his eyes. Why should Wen Mo's sorrow concern him? As he prepared to block and delete Wen Mo before retiring for the night, another message popped up. "But what can I do? Ci has made his brother so sad. So his brother can only have a good chat with Xie. Wen Ci scolded. If Wen Mo truly dared to approach Xie, he would likely be left half dead upon their first encounter. The next message, however, caused a smile on Wen Ci's face to freeze instantly. What if Xie knew that your approach was merely a strategy to conquer him? Would he still want you? Wen Ci's pupils quivered, and his mind buzzed as his phone slipped from his grasp onto the bed. He turned stiffly towards the bathroom, where the sound of running water echoed in his ears. He could distinctly hear the frantic pounding of his own heart. It took him a moment to regain his composure, his voice hoarse and trembling as he questioned his assistant. 8848. How does Wen Mo know about my mission? 8848, panicking, almost in tears, replied, I don't know. Wen, please don't panic. This must be a bug. I will report this issue immediately. To be precise, Xie's reincarnation as the male lead of this world was itself a glitch. However, this was due to Xie's overwhelming obsession and high darkening value, which kept the resulting minor bugs within a controllable range. Wen Mo's rebirth, however, was evidently influenced by Xie. Such a glitch was tolerable. But now, Wen Mo had discovered Wen Ci's identity as the task-bearer. 8848 continued to attempt to soothe Wen Ci. It's all right, Wen. This occurrence is surely a mistake from above. If worst comes to worst, we can simply fail the mission. Yet, Wen Ci could absorb none of it. With an expression devoid of emotion, he grasped his phone tightly. Time, location. Wen, he is clearly trying to use you. 8848 grew frantic upon seeing Wen Ci's reply. This is already a significant bug. Even if we fail the mission, it won't matter. Ignoring 8848. Wen Ci kept his gaze fixed on the phone screen. During the wait for a response, numerous scenes flashed through his mind. No wonder Wen Mo always appeared so calm and collected, regardless of the circumstances. No wonder, even when Lin Jing fell from grace or the Wen family faced turmoil, Wen Mo remained unfazed. It turned out he held such a trump card. Wen Ci tightened his grip on the phone, biting his lip until the metallic taste of blood seeped into his mouth. Don't be so nervous. Your demeanor makes me feel as though we are engaging in some illicit transaction. But brother merely wishes for you to come home. It has been ages since we sat together for a meal. ACI, will you come home tomorrow to have dinner with brother? Another smiling emoji followed. Wen Ci could vividly imagine the expression and tone with which Wen Mo spoke those words. A surge of indescribable anger flared within him. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of darkness glimmered in his eyes. It seemed that keeping the news of his leg's recovery a secret from everyone today was indeed a wise choice. He was uncertain whether there were still individuals associated with Wen Mo nearby, nor was he sure what else Wen Mo might know. However, such concerns had become trivial. The paramount issue now was to eliminate the potential threat posed by Wen Mo completely. Originally, Wen Ci intended to leave Wen Mo for Xie, believing that since Xie harbored such animosity towards Wen Mo, it was only right for him to take matters into his own hands when seeking revenge. Additionally, his immobility had hindered him from taking action. Yet, now that his legs had healed, 8,848 opened his mouth, only to be rendered momentarily speechless by the palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from Wen Ci. When Xie emerged from the bathroom, Wen Ci had already tended to his wounds, leaving only a small lamp on the bedside, cocooning himself in the blanket. Xie remained oblivious to Wen Ci's unusual demeanor as he pulled him close, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Unable to resist, Wen Ci nestled into Xie's embrace and, in a muffled tone, asked, "Xie, if one day you discover that I have deceived you, would you forsake me?" 8848 was correct. Wen Mo was aware of his status as the strategist, which constituted a significant flaw. Even if he were to fail in this world's mission, it would not adversely affect him. However, Chapter 35, plundering that beta, Wen Ci was acutely aware of how much Xie cherished him. The mere thought that Xie might feel sorrow, pain, or even despair upon discovering this truth was unbearable for Wen Ci. He had already assumed the role of a malign pawn and certainly did not consider himself a virtuous person. Yet, Xie treated him with such kindness. He was merely a transient being in this world, capable of accompanying Xie for no more than a century. Even when disregarding the mission, he wished for Xie to experience no sorrow. Xie gently patted Wen Ci's back, and upon hearing his question, his hand paused momentarily as he tenderly inquired, "After all we've been through to be together, how could I ever abandon you? Why do you suddenly ask this? Has someone said something to you? Was it Wen Mo?" Xie recalled the message he had sent Wen Ci earlier that day, regarding Wen Mo, who had also been reborn. His voice softened further, though the ferocity in his eyes was barely concealed. "Ci, dear, Wen Mo is merely insane. Promise me, no matter what he says, do not believe him. In his previous life, he had missed too much, even failing to see Wen Ci for the last time. This time, regardless of what transpired, he would not let go. Xie had always been clear about his desires. Even when he had accepted that Wen Ci was a little deceiver, he never contemplated relinquishing him. Whether or not Wen Ci had deceived him in this lifetime, he would never let go. Wen Ci softly spoke, "I just had a dream, one filled with unpleasant things." Jizi, chocolate lightly. Kissing his forehead, "Dreams are but illusions, do not dwell on them." Ci, I can assure you with utmost responsibility that we are already engaged, and soon we shall marry. We will share our lives together. No matter what occurs, I will never let go of your hand, nor will I forsake you. Xie's expression was one of intense focus, with emotions swirling in his eyes that sent shivers through one's heart, his words spoken with unwavering conviction. Wen Ci stared at him in a daze, then buried his head in his chest, a surge of inexplicable bittersweet feelings rising within him. He could not name this emotion. Yet he tightened his embrace around Xie. "I shall remember what you said today. If you dare to abandon me in the future, I will bind you." Wen Ci spoke earnestly, though perhaps due to a hint of insecurity, he dared not meet Xie's gaze. Thus, he failed to notice the shadowy light flickering in Xie's eyes. "Very well," Xie vowed. "I will never let you go, not even in death." The following day, Wen Ci initially contemplated how to concoct an excuse to send Xie away. However, due to some matters arising with Xie's parents, Xie had to rush off to address them, leaving Wen Ci alone at home. Xie had arranged for numerous individuals to protect Wen Ci both overtly and covertly. It could be said that as long as Wen Ci did not leave voluntarily, even if Wen Mo came with his entourage, they would pose no threat to him. Yet, unexpectedly, Wen Ci ventured outside. No one was aware that Wen Ci's legs had healed, nor did they know he possessed a system. He utilized 10 points in the system's marketplace to purchase an invisibility talisman and then departed from the Xie residence. Upon returning to the one-family villa in a wheelchair, he discovered the entire place was eerily desolate. All the servants had departed, and even the once meticulously tended flowers had withered, evoking a sense of melancholy and decline. As when Ci pushed the wheelchair and raised his hand to knock on the door, it swung open on its own. Ah, Ci has finally returned. When Mo beamed at Wen Ci, his expectation of Wen Ci's capitulation evident. The spacious living room was nearly empty, save for a dining table and a single chair. The table was laden with exquisite dishes and 4 sets of chopsticks. When Mo casually placed the final dish on the table before approaching Wen Ci, his excitement palpable. "You arrived just in time. Come and eat." Wen Ci allowed himself to be guided to the table. "A family should be together," when Mo said with a playful tone. "Wait here. I will go fetch them for dinner." With that, he departed, leaving Wen Ci alone. 8848 sighed. I do not understand. Even if Wen Mo were to inform Ci of this matter, would Ci necessarily believe him? Why do you continue to risk yourself? This was the first time 8848 encountered such a situation, and yesterday had indeed been chaotic. However, upon reflecting calmly, what would it matter if Wen Mo told Ci? Ci loved Wen Ci so deeply. Would he truly question his beloved based on the words of an enemy he despised? Clearly, when Wen Mo forcibly took Wen Ci from the hospital, Ci chose to investigate the surveillance footage to clarify any misunderstandings. What were they now so worried about? When Ci gazed at the table overflowing with his favorite dishes, his expression indifferent. Oh, perhaps it is a desire to avoid prolonged uncertainties. Since it could be resolved sooner, let's not harbor this potential danger any longer. This was the response given by Wen Ci to 8848. Yet, he alone understood his true intentions. He did not wish for Ci to be aware of this matter, not even a hint of it. What if he approached Ci with ulterior motives? A lie, if unchallenged eternally, ceases to be a lie. As long as the one capable of unraveling the deception remains silent, 8848 pondered. Perhaps he found merit in Wen Ci's words, or perhaps it was simply an unwavering support for him. He no longer dwelled on the matter, but instead cautioned. The troubles at the CF family are orchestrated by Wen Mo. He is certain you will seek him out, thus creating an opportunity for you to depart. However, Ci will likely soon realize something is amiss, so you must act swiftly. Otherwise, when he returns and cannot find you, he will surely descend into madness, and his darkening disposition will only escalate. A hint of concern lingered in 8848's tone. The only condition for Wen Ci's legs to function was that Ci's darkening disposition remained below 20. He was uncertain whether an increase in that value would further restrict Wen Ci's mobility. Should that be the case, it would pose an immense danger for Wen Ci. Yet, it was apparent that Wen Ci was unconcerned by such matters. Before long, Wen Mo returned, pushing their parents back to the dining table. Though he had prepared himself, upon seeing his parents, Wen Ci felt his preparations had proven insufficient. The last time they met, these two individuals had regarded him with calculating eyes, intent solely on leveraging him and Ci for greater gain, utterly indifferent to his well-being. Yet now, Wen's father and mother sat motionless in their wheelchairs, enveloped in a stench of blood that even the fragrance of perfume failed to mask. Their faces were ashen, their gazes vacant. Had it not been for the subtle rise and fall of their chests, Wen Ci might have suspected they were already lifeless. Nonetheless, their emaciated appearances bore little distinction from that of the deceased. They merely clung to existence. Wen Mo beamed as he positioned them aside and placed bowls and chopsticks before them. As he drew near, Wen Ci noticed the multitude of tiny puncture wounds on their bodies, particularly on their arms. The glands at the back of their necks had been excised, leaving a gruesome mess that was unsettling to behold. The foul odor emanating from them was unmistakably sourced from there. The atmosphere at the dining table was exceedingly eerie. With a cheerful voice, Wen Mo served a piece of meat into Wen Ci's bowl, saying, Ci, do taste my culinary skills. Knowing your fondness for this dish, I have practiced diligently. It is surely not inferior to what Ci prepares. Observing Wen Ci's lack of response, Wen Mo's smile faded slightly as he inquired in confusion, Why aren't you eating? Do you not like it? Before Wen Ci could respond, Wen Mo continued, Indeed, one's palate does change over time. So, If there is something you fancy, do tell your brother, and I shall learn to make it for you. Wen Fu and Wen Mu sat on either side of him, their expressions vacant as they stared blankly at the meal before them, remaining silent throughout. Wen Ci withdrew his gaze from them, speaking in a calm tone. How did you come to know? Though unspoken, Wen Mo understood the question's essence. He set down his chopsticks with a low chuckle. What do you mean by no? Do you mean that you are not the true Wen Ci? Or do you refer to your purpose in this world? Seemingly aware that Wen Ci could not leave today, Wen Mo showed no intention of concealing the truth. If you mean the former, I knew from the very first time we met. When he first encountered Wen Mo, the latter was merely 16, kneeling before him in supplication, claiming to be the true heir of the Wen family, boasting of his wealth. Wen Mo leaned on the dining table, supporting his head with one hand, while the other twirled his chopsticks as if they were a knife. Reflecting on the past, he spoke nonchalantly. I understood the nature of the Wen family, so I investigated his claims and discovered the incident where you and he were mistakenly switched at birth. Yet, I still chose to kill him. What could I do? I had no shortage of money myself. With a click of his tongue, he added, but I lacked an escape route. At that time, I thought, what if? What if one day I encountered misfortune? This identity would serve as my safety net. Wen Mo paused slightly, stating, as it turns out, I was correct. From that moment on, I had begun to observe you, or rather, the original Wen Ci. I see. You are unlike him. The look in Wen Mo's eyes shifted as he regarded Wen Ci, a smirk gracing his lips. Though he was not favored by these two old fogies, he was nonetheless the sole young master of the Wen family, and his status attracted many eager to curry favor with him. The true Wen Ci was far more ruthless than you. On the surface, he appeared to be an unappreciated son, meek in school. In reality, those who crossed him never met with a favorable end. Wen Ci was not surprised by Wen Mo's assertions. His system was a malicious cannon fodder system, and the character he portrayed was certainly no paragon of virtue. What a pity, Wen Mo sighed, observing Wen Ci's tranquil demeanor. You probably don't recall, but our first meeting was not at the Wen family estate. In fact, you even saved me. Chapter 36. Plundering that beta Wen Ci, huh? When did I ever save him? I have no recollection of that whatsoever. He regarded Wen Mo with suspicion, mentally querying 8848. Wen Mo's expression was far too earnest to be lying, and he had no need to deceive him with such matters. Did Wen Ci save him in the past? Why is there no record of this event in the narrative or my memories? He was certainly not one to meddle in affairs unrelated to his tasks. If he had truly saved the antagonist, there would undoubtedly be a memory of it. The only plausible explanation was that there had been some intersection between Wen Ci and Wen Mo. After all, according to Wen Mo, he had been keeping an eye on Wen Ci for quite some time. 8848. Wen, you may indeed have saved him. The tone of 8848 was intricate. When we first arrived in this world, you truly did save him. This was our initial mission, and at that time, my skills were not yet refined. I failed to provide you with the storyline and character setup promptly, leading to your character's collapse. Wen Ci was taken aback, his thoughts drifting back to that moment. It seemed there was indeed some truth to this. Upon his arrival in this world, he had opened his eyes to find himself besieged by a group of people. Could he endure such an ordeal? Certainly not. Moreover, those individuals were armed with guns, exuding an aura of menace and murderous intent. Wen Ci was certain that if he did not retaliate, he would surely meet his demise at their hands. Thus, he fought back, utilizing his novice tools, swiftly eliminating them all. However, due to this incident, he was returned before even a minute had elapsed in the task world. His character broken. Consequently, a new restriction appeared in the system's shop. Taskers in the normal world could not freely exchange for powerful weapons such as submachine guns. Wen Ci fell into silence. This had merely been a trivial episode, one he had not given much thought to. He had only spent a fleeting minute in this world and had not grasped its circumstances, let alone remembered whom he had inadvertently saved. So at that time, those individuals were not targeting me, but rather you? Indeed, at that moment, the antagonist had not yet assumed Wen Mo's identity to return to the Wen family. His actions were reckless, having made numerous enemies, and being pursued was a commonplace occurrence. Upon seeing Wen Ci finally recollect, Wen Mo's eyes sparkled with amusement, his voice light and joyful. Yes, Although I did intend to use you as a shield to buy myself some time to escape, your reaction was entirely unexpected. You produced a gun out of thin air and eliminated 17 top-tier alphas in a minute. Wen Ci was merely a beta capable of employing some underhanded tactics. He could not possess such prowess. At that time, I was genuinely curious about your identity. When MO continued, tinged with regret. But regrettably, when I sought you out later, I discovered you had reverted to your former self. Initially, I thought it was merely an illusion, until I assumed Wen Mo's identity and returned to the Wen family. Ci, that was not our first meeting, it was our reunion. Alas, it was a reunion only he remembered. Wen Ci was entirely unprepared for the realization that a minor misstep from the past had lingered in Wen Mo's memory for so long. It seemed this was the reason why Wen Mo had become a bug in the narrative. As the antagonist of this world, Wen Mo had never been a foolish individual. Moreover, he had sensed something amiss from the very beginning. As for how he knew you were the protagonist, Wen Mo fixed his gaze on Wen Ci and pondered. In my previous life, after you returned from my side, you resolutely declared your intention to go abroad and requested that I arrange your flight tickets. I attempted to persuade you to stay, but alas, you were unwilling to remain. Ci, at that time I thought if you were to become my Omega, would you no longer wonder? Wen Mo suddenly interjected with a darkened gaze, and before Wen Ci could react, he continued, but you are dead. I merely arranged for someone to keep you confined as soon as you disembarked. My people would await my arrival to find you. Yet, the flight ultimately encountered an incident, as if some uncontrollable factor had intervened, destined to lead to this predetermined outcome. Ci, one cannot conceal their affections. You do not harbor feelings for Ciege. Wen Mo's tone was unwavering, and Wen Ci did not dispute his assertion. After all, he was indeed not captivated by Ciege, at least at that moment. He merely regarded Ciege as a delectable morsel. Wen Mo continued, I also overheard your conversations with your so-called system. I am aware that your purpose in this world is solely to conquer him, which is why I felt at ease placing you by his side. I was only assisting you. Wen Ci's expression shifted slightly. As a novice at his task, he often forgot to communicate internally with 8848. However, even when he did converse directly with 8848, it was always in solitude. The fact that Wen Mo could hear his dialogues with 8848 implied that Wen Mo had been monitoring him from the very beginning. I never anticipated your demise. You are so formidable. You are not the original Wen Ci. How could you perish? Wen Mo spoke with an air of indifference, fully absorbed in his own thoughts. After your death, I have regretted every single day and night. If I had not placed you beside Ciege, if I had confined you directly, perhaps I would not have lost you. He had long desired to take such action. He should have acted sooner. Yet, he chose to manipulate Wen Ci, repeatedly confronting Ciege. To him, it appeared to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. He could eliminate Ciege while Wen Ci completed his so-called conquest task. Eventually, he would keep Wen Ci by his side. He had already been researching methods to transform a beta into an omega. What if Wen Ci did not belong to this world? He would ensure that Wen Ci remained forever in this realm, accompanying him, even if he had failed in his past life. He was determined not to let Wen Ci slip away again. Wen Mo smiled. Fortunately, perhaps the heavens could no longer bear to witness this, thus granting me a chance to start anew. Ci, this time, no one can take you from me, not even your system. Wen Ci had been quietly listening to Wen Mo's narrative, occasionally engaging in brief discussions with 8848 in his mind. Now, upon hearing Wen Mo's words, he couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth, unable to resist responding. Wen Mo, do you comprehend the madness of your proclamations? You acknowledge that I do not belong to this world, yet still wish to forcefully retain me. Do you believe yourself to be the protagonist of this realm? Even Ciege, if he did not wish to remain here, could not be compelled to do so. Wen Ci nearly rolled his eyes. In fact, he did. Nevertheless, now that he had unraveled the reason behind Wen Mo's extensive knowledge, there was no longer a need to keep him around. Wen Mo sighed, my dear, why are you always so disobedient? Why do you persist in provoking my ire? I have been candid with you, yet it appears you remain reluctant to reciprocate. Nevertheless, it matters not. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and I respect yours." As he spoke, Wen Mo rose and laughed softly. He sauntered leisurely to Wen Ci's side, resting his hand upon his shoulder. Wen Ci felt as though he were ensnared by a venomous serpent. Leaning closer, Wen Mo whispered into his ear, "I only wish for you to remain by my side forever. As for the secrets you keep, I am indifferent. My dear, only that which I cherish embodies your true self, and I adore everything about you. What is that Ciege after all? He knows nothing of your true essence, and is unworthy of your affection." Wen Mo's tone was languid as he slid his hand down Wen Ci's arm, firmly grasping his hand. "If Ciege can do it, why can't I? What do I lack in comparison to him? In your past life, you chose him. In this life, will you choose me?" Wen Ci averted his gaze, the angle obscuring any emotion in his eyes from Wen Mo's view, to avoid arousing Wen Mo's suspicion. He had deliberately exchanged for a system item, a bracelet that could transform into a small, sharp blade. Yet at this moment, Wen Mo's hand rested firmly on the back of his hand. Even the ever-watchful 8,848 couldn't help but feel a chill for Wen Ci. Uncertain if Wen Mo had sensed something amiss, he turned his head and suddenly proposed, "Wen Mo, would you like to embrace me?" Wen Mo was taken aback for a few seconds, ensuring he had heard correctly. His gaze fell upon Wen Ci's legs, narrowing his eyes. Yet he proceeded to lift Wen Ci into his arms. Ah, has he finally come to a realization? Wen Mo smiled, although his eyes betrayed no mirth, only curiosity and intrigue. Wen Ci gazed at Wen Mo with a gentle smile, his eyes sparkling innocently. "Wen Mo, you are remarkable and astute, far surpassing Ciege. Since you have been forthright with me, I see no reason to feign in your presence any longer." Wen Ci spoke nonchalantly, reaching up to caress Wen Mo's face, playfully pinching his earlobe. It was an intimate and ambiguous gesture. "Wen Mo, I relish engaging with intelligent individuals, hence I can offer you a chance. If you can provide me with what I desire, I shall consult with my system and forsake Ciege in favor of you." He understood that Wen Mo might doubt his sincerity, yet the mere prospect was sufficient. Wen Mo cradled Wen Ci, the scrutiny in his eyes diminishing slightly. He carried Wen Ci back to his own seat, allowing him to perch on his lap, and with keen interest inquired, "Oh, then tell me, what is it that you seek? As long as you remain obediently by my side, I shall grant you whatever your heart desires." Wen Ci observed Wen Mo's smile gradually bloom, particularly as the light in his bright eyes twinkled with myriad glimmers. No one can maintain their composure under the intense gaze of Wen Ci. This is the unique allure of the succubus. Even knowing that Wen Ci is merely the strategist Wen Mo, he momentarily faltered under such scrutiny, feeling a fleeting illusion that perhaps he was liked. Wen Ci gradually leaned closer, whispering into his ear, "I want you." Chapter 37. The plunder of that beta amidst Wen Mo's dazed anticipation. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Wen Ci's eyes. The hand casually resting on Wen Mo's shoulder transformed into a blade with a mere press of a button on the bracelet adorning his wrist. Wen Ci's thin lips parted to utter two chilling words, "Die." Wen Mo's pupils constricted sharply, his eyelashes trembling as disbelief washed over his gaze. The blade, gleaming with a cold light, pierced through flesh. A searing pain erupted at the back of his neck, cascading through his body, causing his chest to rise and fall uncontrollably. The air thickened with a strong metallic scent of blood, mingled with the uncontrollable pheromones. The refreshing aroma of mint intertwined with violet, creating a bizarre fragrance that danced with the scent of blood. Yet, as a beta, Wen Ci could only perceive the sanguinary odor. A strange red glimmer flickered in Wen Ci's eyes. In the ABO world, whether alpha or omega, the glands are their most sensitive and vulnerable points. The last time he failed to kill, Wen Mo directly had lingered as a regret in Wen Ci's heart. Thus, this time, he must strike with lethal precision, targeting Wen Mo's vital point. After a brief moment of shock, Wen Mo's expression darkened once more. Wen Ci allowed him no chance to react, tightening his grip on the blade and plunging it into his gland. After two strikes, cold sweat coated Wen Mo's forehead, and the once handsome visage drained of all color. Meanwhile, Wen Mo's parents slowly turned their heads to observe him, their expressions vacant, motionless in their wheelchairs. In the vast emptiness of the living room, only the four of them remained. Wen Mo's parents resembled lifeless dolls, positioned without purpose. Wen Ci had deliberately donned a black outfit that day to avoid detection. Yet, his porcelain white, slender hands were stained with blood, droplets trailing from his fingertips. Despite a face that appeared so innocent, his fierce gaze was decidedly unsettling. Even the system observer 8848 could not help but shiver at the sight. 8848 opened its mouth, yet not a single word emerged. Wen Mo's lips curled into a strange arc as he abruptly seized Wen Ci's waist and executed a swift reversal. With a crash, they tumbled to the ground, the chair clattering over. Their positions flipped, with Wen Mo pinning Wen Ci beneath him. Ignoring the pain radiating from his gland and the potential damage it might incur, he gazed at Wen Ci with a manic excitement, his hands gripping Wen Ci's neck, breathless yet tauntingly high-pitched. "Ah, Ci, why can't you behave? Is losing your legs not enough?" Wen Ci once again drew his blade and lunged towards Wen Mo's neck. Suddenly, Wen Mo's tone shifted. "By the way, I have been on a call with Siege this entire time. Every word you uttered has been heard by him quite clearly." Wen Ci's pupille flickered momentarily, as his mind went blank. Yet, he quickly realized something was amiss. If Siege had truly overheard their conversation, there should have been some fluctuation in his darkening value, but he had received no such notification. In that fleeting second of hesitation, Wen Mo seized the opportunity. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he grasped Wen Ci's wrist tightly, his grip so powerful it felt as though he might crush it. Swiftly, he wrested the bloodied knife from Wen Ci's hand. Observing Wen Mo's continued struggle, Wen Ci couldn't help but curse inwardly. This antagonist was truly difficult to kill. He wondered how Siege had managed to bring this fiend down. With a heart full of ire and a face icy with disdain, he bore through the agonizing pain in his wrist and delivered a punch to Wen Mo's face. A beta naturally lacked the strength of an alpha, especially one as deranged and ruthless as Wen Mo. Even in this dire situation, Wen Mo had no intention of taking Wen Ci's life. Or perhaps, if Wen Ci were to obediently comply, he might not care about Wen Ci's fate at all. The difference between a compliant Wen Ci and a lifeless corpse was negligible. Currently, Wen Ci only served to excite Wen Mo, who erupted into a wild, manic laughter. Every drop of blood within Wen Mo was boiling with fervor. Wen Ci was oblivious to the madman's thoughts. At that moment, his sole intention was to eliminate Wen Mo that very day. His legs had regained their strength, allowing for greater mobility. As he lifted his leg to strike Wen Mo, the latter's laughter faltered. Wen Mo had not anticipated that Wen Ci's legs had returned to normal, and in a moment of unpreparedness, he found himself pinned beneath Wen Ci's assault, with every punch landing upon flesh. Wen Ci witnessed the bloodied and bruised visage of Wen Mo, clearly showing signs of disorientation. Just as he contemplated reclaiming the knife from Wen Mo to end him, Wen Mo suddenly chuckled lightly, a hint of obsession gleaming in his blood-flecked eyes. "I must admit, I truly prefer you in this state." During their first encounter, Wen Ci had mercilessly dispatched those alpha hunters before Wen Mo's very eyes. In Wen Mo's mind, Wen Ci was meant to be powerful, unyielding, and even madly devoted to him. Sensing a shift in Wen Mo's demeanor, Wen Ci's actions faltered for a moment as a wave of nausea washed over him. Was it not astonishing that, despite being so brutally beaten, the madman could still find exhilaration? However, the next moment, Wen Mo executed an utterly unexpected move. He took the very knife he had seized from Wen Ci and sliced open his own palm. The metallic scent of blood thickened in the air. Wen Ci could not comprehend Wen Mo's motives, yet an unsettling premonition stirred within him. Suddenly, Wen Mo raised his hand to cover Wen Ci's mouth. Instinctively, Wen Ci attempted to struggle and resist, but soon he discerned something amiss. Despite his intent to fight back, Wen Mo's palm bled profusely, the warmth of his blood forcefully entering Wen Ci's mouth. The rich metallic scent of blood pervaded the space between his lips and teeth. Wen Ci's naturally pale lips were now tainted crimson, and his fair, gentle visage bore traces of blood as well. He paid no heed to the smudges on his face. Instead, a tumultuous sensation churned violently in his stomach. Nausea washed over him, a wave of distress. A fierce heat enveloped his body, and his heartbeat faltered momentarily. Wen Ci felt as though he were losing all strength in an instant, struggling to breathe. This sensation reminded him of the time when Mo had threatened Yi with his life. A terrifying suspicion arose in his mind. He had always believed that Yi's swift discovery of the hidden apothecary and the antidote was due to a protagonist's halo. Yet, it now appeared that the antidote was utterly futile. As long as Mo desired, he could take his life at any moment. The apothecary had been deliberately placed there for Yi by Mo. How exquisite! Mo gazed at Wen Ci, who was slumped in his embrace, breathing softly. He absorbed every nuance of Wen Ci's expressions. Observing Wen Ci's reluctant yet feeble struggles, Mo, with his bloodied hand, cradled his face gently, brushing against it as if staining a pristine sheet of white paper with his own colors. A peculiar sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. "Good boy. Why do you tremble so?" he murmured, enraptured, gradually curling his lips into a smile, his tone light and cheerful. "Do not fear. I shall ensure your safety. Soon, you will belong to me entirely." As Wen Ci felt his strength ebbing away, listening to Mo's frenzied mutterings, his consciousness began to blur. This overwhelming weakness rendered him incapable of uttering even a curse towards Mo. His mind was filled with the urgent cries of 8,848. Yet he absorbed not a single word. His fingertips trembled as he yearned to grasp the knife that had fallen to the ground. Mo, noticing his movement, regarded him as a dying prey. He clicked his tongue and seized Wen Ci's hand, guiding it back to the knife. "Do you still wish to kill me? Let us see," Mo said with a smile, gripping Wen Ci's hand as he plunged the knife into his own chest. He released his hand, his gaze dark and unwavering upon Wen Ci. "As a repayment for saving your life, this is your final opportunity. End my existence, or surrender yourself to me entirely." When Mo spoke thus, Wen Ci had already lost the last vestiges of his strength, his fingertips slipping away. When Mo, unperturbed by the outcome, disdainfully discarded the bloodied knife aside and lifted Wen Ci in a horizontal embrace. Witnessing this scene, the parents of one, who had previously appeared numb and hollow, now exhibited a flicker of fear in their eyes. Mo merely cast a calm glance at them without uttering a word. As his gaze swept over the untouched dishes on the table, he sighed regretfully. What a pity! It was not easy to prepare this. He then lowered his gaze to the person in his arms, resting his chin gently against their forehead. "But it matters not. We shall have ample time and opportunities in the future." Mo embraced Wen Ci as they departed, entering a vehicle that had long been prepared. As the car started, a rhythmically haunting melody resonated within its confines. At the moment the music reached its crescendo, a resounding explosion echoed from the Wen family villa, which they had left far behind. The deafening blast mingled with the music, and the searing flames painted a portion of the sky a vivid red. When Wen Ci awoke once more, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place, his clothing having been completely changed. He lay on a cold operating table, clad in a surgical gown, with his wrists and ankles restrained. Furrowing his brow, he attempted to struggle, only to discover he lacked any strength. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and initiated contact with 8848. "Xiao Ba, I'm here." "Wen, I'm here," 8,848 exclaimed, nearly in tears with joy upon Wen Ci's awakening. "It's wonderful, Wen. You've finally come to." Mo, that madman, nearly scared me to death. He orchestrated an explosion that claimed the lives of your parents. Now, there are rumors circulating online that your parents harbored resentment toward you due to recent events and deliberately lured you back to perish with them. 8848 quickly recounted the events that transpired during Wen Ci's unconsciousness. And then there Yi. His dark tendencies surged dramatically upon receiving news of your death. However, I've anonymously disclosed his actions to him, and he is currently en route. No sooner had 8,848 finished speaking than someone entered the room. Wen Ci turned his head slightly to see Wen Mo, now dressed in clean clothing with his wounds bandaged. "Goodness, you've finally awakened," Wen Mo said, hurrying to Wen Ci's side, leaning in closely and affectionately adding, "Just in time, I have some things to show you." With that, Wen Mo brandished his phone, displaying various news articles and trending headlines, all reporting that he and Wen's parents had perished in the inferno. Following were some candid photos and videos, all featuring one individual, Xie. Images of Xie, nearly frantic at the fire scene, disregarding the protests of others as he plunged into the flames, only to be carried out unconscious, were juxtaposed with shots of him in the hospital, pale and disheveled, devoid of his usual vigor. Even though Wen Ci had been mentally prepared after hearing from 8848, his heart trembled uncontrollably upon viewing these images and videos of Xie. However, he soon regained his composure, withdrawing his gaze from the screen. As Wen Mo observed Wen Ci's calm demeanor, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Yet he could only chuckle lightly. "My dear, everyone knows you are dead now. Apart from me, you cannot escape anywhere. But that is still insufficient. Only by thoroughly marking you can I find peace." Wen Ci, exasperated, rolled his eyes. "I'm a beta." Wen Mo clapped his hands, and a group of individuals clad in protective gear entered the room, holding various instruments. He remained unfazed by Wen Ci's attitude, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "I am aware, but soon that will no longer be the case. Xie lacks the necessary ruthlessness during the time you were by his side. He had ample opportunity to transform you into an Omega. But I am not him. I will not show mercy. Be obedient and become my only Omega." Wen Ci discerned the newcomers, 3 men and 2 women, their expressions grave and their gazes steady. Wen Mo stepped aside, granting them the space to operate, yet he stood nearby, his attention unwavering. He spoke in a placid tone, "Let us begin." Wen Ci's heart tightened. He understood that these individuals intended to transform him into an Omega. However, the transition from Beta to Omega was far more complex than the mere transplantation of glands. If successful, he would merely become a subpar Omega. If it failed, he would perish on this operating table, thus sealing his fate and proclaiming his mission a failure. And Xie, having just emerged from the shock of his own demise, would undoubtedly be devastated should he encounter Wen Ci's lifeless body. Wen Ci dared not contemplate further. As he watched the syringes in their hands, each injected into his body, his heartbeat quickened. Xiaoba. What items remain in the system shop? It no longer mattered. If he incurred losses in points, so be it. He must first resolve the immediate crisis. Is there anything that can restore my strength or teleport me away? 8,848 replied despondently. "1. This world is laden with restrictions, and you lack the necessary permissions. Many items are beyond your reach." Wen Ci pondered. Why do his eyes often brim with tears? Because he is merely an interned succubus at this moment. All he could feel was an increasingly unsettling sensation within his body. Wen Mo observed his reactions from the side, speaking cheerfully, "Do not be afraid. It is merely a normal reaction as you enter your heat phase. The serum being injected now will induce a false heat phase, allowing your body to better accommodate the gland implantation." Wen Mo's voice was filled with delight. "Rest assured, my dear, this is a gland I specially acquired for you. I have searched for it for 2 lifetimes. The compatibility of this Omega gland with you is a staggering 90. Thus, when I mark you, it will not be overly painful." Wen Ci could only sense an increasing disarray within his body, a profound sense of helplessness spreading through his heart. In a daze, it seemed he could hear the sound of his own heart shattering. Bang! Crack! Wait, perhaps it was not merely his imagination. Was there truly something that shattered? Wen Ci had yet to comprehend the situation when a series of explosions and gunfire erupted around him. Achi! A familiar, urgent voice detonated in Wen Ci's ears, momentarily clearing his foggy mind. It was Xie. Despite being under the influence of drugs that rendered him so uncomfortable he could barely open his eyes, he could still ascertain it was Xie. Chaos seemed to engulf the surroundings, with the sounds of combat and clashing instruments ringing in his ears. and a faint glimmer of blood flashing before his eyes. Upon recognizing the intruder, Wen Mo was first taken aback. But then a twisted smile of rage crossed his face as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Siege, it appears you truly wish to meet your demise. If that is the case, I shall oblige you." Wen Mo had initially intended to ensure Siege could not be killed at this moment, planning instead to escape with Wen Ci, leaving Siege to languish in perpetual agony and despair. When he returned, taking Siege's life would be a trivial matter. Yet he was baffled by how Siege had discerned his plan. He had meticulously arranged everything. How could Siege discover that Wen Ci was alive? How could he locate this place? Wen Mo was filled with confusion and instinctively glanced at Wen Ci. Bound upon the operating table, few were privy to this matter, and his own people would not betray him. The only variable was Wen Ci, the strategist endowed with a system. However, Wen Mo had no time to ponder these complexities. Siege had called the police and brought bodyguards, plunging the scene into utter chaos. His thoughts were solely on Wen Ci, who was at the forefront. Siege offered Wen Mo no opportunity for contemplation, launching a powerful punch directly at him. "Vain Montag, how dare you treat him this way? How dare you? GZ, what pretense of virtue do you assume here? Can you claim that during the time you imprisoned him, you did not act upon any vile thoughts?" Wen Mo and Siege were originally evenly matched in strength, both being top-tier alphas, making it difficult to discern a victor amidst their clash. Yet, Wen Mo had been stabbed multiple times by Wen Ci. Although he had tended to his wounds, they did not cease to exist. Under the pressure of Siege's pheromones, the injured Wen Mo found himself at a disadvantage, his movements hindered, even while enduring blows. He glared at Siege with crimson eyes, sneering, "Siege, I merely did what you dare not do. Do you know why you came to find me? It is because I know his secret, Siege. Do you not wish to uncover it?" Wen Mo sought to rattle Siege's composure by invoking Wen Ci, for the latter held immense significance for Siege. Surely, Siege yearned to know more about Wen Ci. This thought lingered in Wen Mo's mind, his eyes filled with mockery and derision. But in response, Siege forcefully threw him to the ground, raining down punches upon his already injured glands at the nape of his neck. Ugh! Siege had succumbed to madness. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the police and bodyguards, Wen Mo would have likely drawn his last breath. The number of individuals he could rely on had dwindled significantly, and those remaining were swiftly subdued by the authorities. A few officers approached cautiously, assisting Siege to his feet while placing handcuffs on the barely conscious Wen Mo. His face was smeared with blood. He gasped weakly, his eyes filled with reluctance and confusion as they sought Siege. How could this be? How could Siege not care about Wen Ci's secret? Wen Mo was unwilling to accept it. He could not reconcile the fact that, even with a second chance, he faced the same disheartening outcome. No, this conclusion was even worse than the previous life. At least in his past existence, he had taken Siege down with him. Yet this time, he would be the only one to perish. The person he had cherished across 2 lifetimes would end up with someone he had loathed for just as long. Resentment and bitterness filled Wen Mo's heart, while Siege did not even spare him a glance. Siege carefully released Wen Ci from his bindings and enveloped him in an embrace. "Achi, achi," he murmured, his demeanor starkly contrasting the frenzy of moments prior. Holding Wen Ci's body, his voice trembled, barely suppressing the urge to weep. "Ci, I found you. I finally found you." Feeling the warmth radiating from the one in his arms, Siege finally believed that Wen Ci was alive. The joy of regaining what was lost washed over him. The heart he thought had perished in that devastating fire began to beat once more. In a world scorched to desolation, life blossomed anew. Tears streamed from Siege's eyes, cascading down to land upon Wen Ci's nose, dampening the small mole there. As long as this person remained alive, he would care for nothing else. Ding! Siege's corruption value 5, current corruption value 65, Siege's corruption value 10, current corruption value 55, Siege's corruption value 5, current corruption value 50, Siege's corruption value. When Ci wished to articulate something, yet he was already feeling unwell his mind plagued by a series of system notifications that only intensified his headache. Thus, he opened his mouth and bit down on Xie shoulder. A gentle laugh echoed in his ear, imbued with a myriad of emotions. However, in his hazy state, Wen Ci was unable to discern much. His discomfort deepened, manifesting as a sensation he had never experienced before. He instinctively raised his hand to encircle Xie's neck, his bewildered eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a faint blush gracing the corners. The sight was utterly heart-wrenching. Xie Wen Ci murmured softly, feeling that the bite he had just taken was insufficient. His gaze then fixated on Xie's lips, which appeared tantalizingly delectable. A thought emerged in the mind of the little succubus, who had long been deprived of a satisfying meal. With longing in his heart, Wen Ci's eyes roamed from Xie's lips to his Adam's apple, and the hand resting on his shoulder began to stir restlessly. Xie, dear brother, I am feeling quite distressed. Wen Ci leaned against Xie's shoulder, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them, her voice rising at the end as she affectionately pressed her lips against the corner of his mouth. This caused Xie's body to stiffen momentarily, quickly realizing that Wen Ci's current state was far from ordinary. He glared at Wen Mo, who lacked even the strength to stand, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity, wishing he could eliminate Wen Mo once more. Yet, a flicker of reason held him back. Wen Mo had become inconsequential. The paramount concern was Wen Ci. Xie entrusted the remaining matters to others and swiftly carried Wen Ci away. He had initially intended to take her to the hospital, but given her condition, how could she endure such a journey? As a succubus, Wen Ci possessed a potent desire for such encounters. During this time, Xie had been preoccupied with various affairs, and despite accompanying her, he had refrained from crossing any boundaries, leaving Wen Ci in a state of insatiable hunger. The medications had merely served as a catalyst. However, Wen Ci still indulged herself, resulting in a complete surrender. The succubus and the apex alpha engaged in a fierce exchange, each striving to assert their superiority. When Wen Ci regained consciousness, it was 3 days later. She lifted a finger, ultimately choosing to concede. A familiar, weary voice echoed her mind. Wen, congratulations. Xie's corruption level has dwindled to merely 5 points. Wen Mo has also been imprisoned. His identity and past transgressions have been fully unveiled, and he shall not escape death for long. Wen Ci felt a sense of melancholy, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The good news was that her mission was nearing completion. The bad news was that her back seemed irreparably damaged. Ci, you are awake? How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Xie gazed at Wen Ci, feeling a mix of guilt and unease. Alphas and betas were inherently mismatched, unable to provide mutual solace. This ordeal lasting 3 full days had been utterly excessive. Wen Ci did not respond to Xie's queries, instead pulling the blanket around herself, cocooning into a snug ball. Xie felt even more anxious. He cautiously embraced Wen Ci through the blanket, gently soothing her. Ci, my dear Ci, it was my fault. My lack of restraint was entirely to blame. Please do not be angry. Ci, do not shut yourself away. You may have anything you desire. But let us eat something first, shall we? Otherwise, your body will not withstand it. As he spoke, Xie reached to pull back Wen Ci's blanket, fearful that she might cause herself further distress. After a considerable time of coaxing, Wen Ci finally emerged from the blanket, revealing her fluffy head and a portion of her fair face, her beautiful eyes brimming with grievance and accusation. In a muffled voice, she inquired, "Can I truly have whatever I want?" Without hesitation, Xie replied, "Of course." Wen Ci tilted her head and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Can I have a wedding ring as well?" Xie was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing, pulled back to reality by the frantic beating of his heart. He heard himself speak with great restraint, yet his voice could not conceal his delight. All right. The sunlight outside was just perfect on this most ordinary of afternoons. Soft lips met, and a gentle kiss descended upon his own. At last, he had completely acquired the desires he had yearned for throughout 2 lifetimes. Notification: Xie's corruption value 5, current corruption value 0, Congratulations, host. Task completed. Please choose whether to leave this world now. No, a century is but a fleeting moment for a demon who has traversed many realms. Yet for a human, it is a lengthy span, an entire lifetime. Having promised to remain, this time he would indeed stay for eternity. End. Preview the new world. The next realm is a manual for fish farming in a post-apocalyptic world. Indeed, our ACI is a mermaid whose tears transform into pearls and who playfully strikes with her tail. Can you guess what the random punishment in the next world will be? Chapter 39. Extra. He came for me when CI suddenly realized an issue. Initially, he had intended to arrange for 2 doctors to treat his legs and gradually recover. However, those 3 days had nearly instilled a reflex within him. When CZ lifted him, his legs instinctively wrapped around CZ's waist. When C's body tensed slightly, his mind racing to find an explanation for the situation. Yet, CZ remained remarkably composed, one hand supporting his bottom and the other encircling his waist, carrying him off to dine. When CI contemplated this, acknowledging the truth, after all, they had been entangled for 3 entire days, and the fragmented memories of those days continuously resurfaced in his mind, various positions that made his ears flush with embarrassment upon reflection. Hence, CZ was already aware of his leg's recovery, but seemed disinclined to inquire further. What is ACI thinking? 11e J affectionately nuzzled Wen Ci face, gently inquiring. The action pulled Wen Ci back to reality, and he shook his head, saying, "It's nothing, I'm just a bit worried that Wen Mo might come out." Wen Ci opened his mouth, ultimately placing the blame on Wen Mo. He felt that CZ must have known many things. Yet since CZ did not speak of them, there was no need for him to bring them up. After all, his task had been accomplished, and revisiting past matters seemed unnecessary. CZ spoke nonchalantly. "Rest assured, he will not emerge again, nor will he harm you. ACI, no one will ever take you away from me again." Listening to CZ's consistently gentle voice and observing his focused demeanor, when CI momentarily dazed, he suddenly realized that even though CZ's corruption value had been entirely eradicated, his possessiveness remained intense. Acknowledging this, when CI raised his hand to embrace CZ's neck, smiling sweetly as he planted a kiss on his face. "Then I can rest easy, brother Cia. You're all I have now, so please protect me well from now on." CZ, seeing Wen Ci in such a state, felt his spirits lift considerably, responding lightly with an affirmation. CZ did not share with Wen Ci. He has already discerned the identity of his pursuer and is aware of the purpose for which he has traversed into this world. Ci met with Wen Mo for the last time, not to uncover the secret concerning Wen Ci that Wen Mo spoke of. Compared to those secrets that have lost their significance to him, he is far more concerned about Wen Ci's well-being. After exerting considerable effort to rescue the apothecary from Wen Mo's clutches, he was unexpectedly outmaneuvered by Wen Mo. Upon learning of this, CZE confronted the apothecary, delivering a thorough reprimand, which ultimately unveiled the truth. When a potion was first injected into Wen Ci's body, it had irrevocably fused with him. The antidote he acquired could only suppress the effects of the poison within, failing to eradicate it entirely. This was the culmination of Wen Mo's lifelong research, designed to keep Wen Ci perpetually bound to him. Wen Mo utilized his own blood as a catalyst. Once Wen Ci consumed it, his body would swiftly deteriorate. Without the antidote, he would succumb within an hour. For CZE, this was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb. Even if Wen Mo never approached Wen Ci again, his unease lingered. He understood all too well that Wen Mo was a madman through and through. He feared that Wen Mo might still possess a hidden agenda, potentially dragging Wen Ci down with him. Hence, he sought out Wen Mo for a final confrontation. During this encounter, CZE received 2 pieces of auspicious news. Wen Mo had no further schemes, and the poison within Wen Ci had been completely suppressed, granting him ample time to devise a means to eradicate the toxins entirely. Observing CZE's evident relief, Wen Mo could not resist a mocking laugh. "CZE, do you truly believe you have triumphed over me? You are uninterested in his secrets, yet I am compelled to reveal them to you." CZE was disinclined to endure Wen Mo's prattle and turned to depart, only to be halted by Wen Mo's voice, which gripped him like a vice. Siege, he is not the Wen Ci you once knew. He doesn't even belong to this world. Gzi halted, his face a mask of cold composure as he turned to regard Wen Mo, when Mo flashed a smile, seemingly satisfied with Sie's reaction. His tone laced with an inexplicable buoyancy. Surely you do not believe he harbors affection for you? He is merely a strategist from another realm. His purpose in this world is solely to gain your favor. You are but his mission target, devoid of any love. Laughter erupted from Wen Mo, but soon tears cascaded uncontrollably down his cheeks. You must realize he is no ordinary being. Despite being deemed unable to stand, his legs can move again. Can you fathom why? Wen Mo gazed at Siege, a flicker of jealousy in his eyes. Why was it that Siege, oblivious to everything, could be chosen as the target of Wen Ci's endeavors, receiving all his affection? It was he who first encountered Wen Ci in this world, and they were the ones who were truly meant for each other. He knew everything about Wen Ci and was willing to embrace all that he was. By what merit is Wen Ci's chosen one Siege? In a last life, it was thus, and in this life, it remains the same. Gz, do you believe that it was I who orchestrated the events of our previous existence? Wen Mo scoffed, revealing that it was merely a successful conquest on his part, rendering you obsolete. In such a case, do you still dare to harbor feelings for him? Wen Mo's smile was malicious, with a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Siege, the moment your admiration for him reaches its zenith, he will unceremoniously cast you aside, departing from this realm, from your world. Wen Mo articulated each word as though casting a curse. Yet, Siege's unwavering calmness gradually muted his voice. Wen Mo struggled to comprehend why Siege remained so composed after receiving such news. Siege held such affection for Wen Ci, caring deeply for him, even resorting to confinement upon his return. Knowing that Wen Ci is merely a conqueror, poised to leave him once more, shouldn't he be driven to madness? Siege spoke slowly. Wen Mo, I do not believe a single word you utter. The smile on Wen Mo's face froze, leaving him to gaze at Siege with resentment as he turned away. Gz, you will come to regret this. The sound of Wen Mo's furious shout echoed behind him, yet Siege paid it no heed. It was not that he disbelieved Wen Mo's words. Quite the opposite. He believed every syllable. His Ci came into this world for him. This realization caused Siege's lips to involuntarily curve upwards. Thus, he would remain by his side. Siege had resolved that as long as he controlled his affection for Wen Ci would never abandon him. This, to him, was akin to receiving a second piece of good news. Yet, unbeknownst to Siege, love cannot be concealed, and the heartbeat of a devoted heart is beyond control. Until much later, on a particular morning, Siege found himself embracing Wen Ci, showering him with tender kisses and affectionate nuzzles. As he gazed upon the figure nestled in his arms, a sense of contentment washed over him. Today, he had successfully restrained his affection for his beloved. Even though this affection was on the verge of manifesting into something palpable in both Wen Ci's eyes and those of outsiders. Siege reveled in the belief that he was maintaining perfect control. Wen Ci, however, could not fathom what brought Siege such joy each day. Perhaps it was the simple pleasure of waking up to see him every morning. Hence, he indulged Siege's antics further, until he grew somewhat impatient with the incessant affection. He kicked at Siege's abdomen, attempting to halt his actions, only to have his ankle effortlessly seized. Yawning, he tilted his head against the soft pillow, revealing the lingering traces of their shared intimacy upon his neck, and spoke in a muffled tone. Aren't you going to the office today? Siege caressed his ankle with his fingertips. Pausing to explain, today is a day of rest. At last, Wen Ci lifted his eyelids to meet Siege's gaze, a smile gracing his lips. He then kicked at Siege's shoulder, but seamlessly draped his other foot across it. Siege quickly grasped both of his hands with one of his own. Their wrists intertwined. The rings they wore clashed, scattering dazzling reflections. Resting, shall we indulge in an extra meal today? Chapter 1. The Apocalypse. The heartbreaking tale of the mermaid Gurgle, Gurgle, Gurgle. Wen Ci, cradling his fishtail, exhaled a stream of bubbles. He glanced at the instruments, pulsating with intertwining red and green lights. The devices emitted a jarring series of beeps, urgent, brief, yet incessantly repeating, akin to a warning signal. Wen Ci swiftly grasped the nature of his present circumstances. Reflecting on his actions within this world, he folded his hands gently over his abdomen, surrendering himself to the depths of the cultivation period with a serene expression. The entire mermaid lay upon a bed of luminescent pearls, adopting a posture of complete surrender. This was his second task world, a post-apocalyptic realm. The protagonist, Wen Ci, was once an ordinary human. However, endowed with formidable mental prowess. He was ensnared by the villainous Dr. Cheng Yin and dragged into a laboratory, becoming a subject of his sinister experiments. Initially, Cheng Yin devoted time to Wen Ci, but upon failing to procure the desired results, he abandoned Wen Ci and turned his attention to other subjects. Cheng Yin was a madman, having witnessed countless farewells. He believed humanity had become excessively fragile. He aspired to discover a remedy that would liberate humanity from the torment of illness, granting eternal life, and to forge a paradise devoid of suffering and death. Until one day, a batch of deceased subjects was improperly handled, leading to an outbreak of a zombie virus, heralding the onset of the apocalypse. As the protagonist, Wen Ci endured the torment of being a mere experiment, oppressed by other subjects. When the apocalypse struck, all subjects perished, leaving only him alive, and astonishingly, he awakened extraordinary abilities, while the rest of humanity floundered in the chaos of the sudden apocalypse. He had already begun vanquishing zombies and excavating crystal cores to enhance his powers. The original plot trajectory saw Wen Ci leveling up through battles, ultimately reuniting with his parents, exposing the true nature of the villain Cheng Yin, avenging himself, and discovering the uniqueness of his blood, developing a serum capable of eradicating the zombie virus. 3 years later, he would bring an end to the apocalypse, emerging as a revered savior. Conversely, Wen Ci, as the nefarious cannon fodder in this world, was the most favored subject among Cheng Yin's numerous experiments, a little mermaid. Cheng Yin had captured several mermaids, yet Wen Ci was the sole survivor after enduring various experiments, thus receiving special indulgence. As a wicked pawn, Wen Ci found himself powerless against Cheng Yin, deriving pleasure from tormenting other overlooked subjects, venting his frustrations upon them. When the protagonist appeared, he became the only subject Wen Ci bullied. Initially, Wen Ci did not bear the name Wen Ci. He possessed no memories, only the designation assigned by Cheng Yin, number 091. For a considerable duration in the unfolding narrative, he was identified solely by this number until he reclaimed his name upon reuniting with his parents. Yet, it was Wen Ci who bestowed a name upon him. Cheng Yin was aware that Wen Ci took pleasure in tormenting Wen Ci, treating him as nothing more than a mere toy, thus confining them together. Consequently, Wen Ci assumed the role of a malicious pawn in this realm, employing every conceivable tactic to bully Wen Ci. The other experimental subjects reveled in this misfortune, oblivious to the hidden truths. Each night, Wen Ci would entwine his tail around Wen Ci. The merfolk experienced a peculiar phase, and Wen Ci regarded Wen Ci as sustenance and an outlet during this time. In his lucid moments, he commanded Wen Ci to cleanse his tail and seize his food, readily lashing out with his tail when displeased. Yet, in moments of passion, he would embrace Wen Ci affectionately, sweetly calling him brother, evoking a softening of his heart. The tears of the little mermaid transformed into pearls as they fell into the water, often found in Wen Ci's hands, where he would play with them whimsically. 3 days prior to the apocalypse, Wen Ci grew weary of Wen Ci and requested Cheng Yin to dispose of him along with the batch of experimental subjects slated for termination. Naturally, Cheng Yin complied with Wen Ci's seemingly trivial demand. Thus, Wen Ci was discarded alongside the corpses of those experimental subjects that were destined to undergo mutation. Wen Ci had intended to leave this world, believing his task was complete. The first batch of zombies would soon arise, and Wen Ci, remaining in their company, would be poised to eliminate them swiftly post-apocalypse to obtain their cores. This was undoubtedly advantageous for Wen Ci. Moreover, the apocalypse demanded a lack of sentimentality. Wen Ci's feelings for him had deepened. Thus, he felt compelled to sever the ties, ensuring Wen Ci could navigate the impending chaos more effectively. Cheng Yin was not perpetually ensconced in the laboratory. His returns were solely for the purpose of experimentation. As fate would have it, he was absent during the onset of the apocalypse, narrowly escaping disaster. During his absence, Wen Ci had taken excellent care of him, even providing massages for his tail. This phase of abandonment was absent from the narrative. Nevertheless, Wen Ci pondered that they had shared a significant period together. As he prepared to depart, he felt compelled to present Wen Ci with a parting gift. Yet, he was unprepared for the transformation of the seemingly stoic and formidable male lead into a darker incarnation due to this very reason. As Wen Ci felt his tears slip from the corners of his eyes, they too morphed into pearls. He grasped a handful of the pearls beneath him. Indeed, these were the very pearls birthed from his recent sorrow. Since returning to this world, even the slightest emotional fluctuation rendered him unable to contain his tears. As was the case now, listening to the cacophony outside, the chaotic sounds, and the heavy thud against the door, he found himself alone in the laboratory. Devoid of Wen Ci, even without the reminder of 8848, Wen Ci recognized that he had been returned to a pivotal moment, the first day of the apocalypse, the very day of his demise. Bang, bang, bang. The disordered pounding on the door, accompanied by hoarse growls and the sharp sound of claws scraping against the walls, echoed ominously. Bang! A crackling surge of electricity filled the air. The overhead lights flickered erratically before extinguishing completely, plunging the entire laboratory into darkness, where the eerie red and green glows appeared particularly sinister. As 8848 gazed at the seemingly lifeless Wen Ci, still nestled within the nurturing pod, he could no longer contain himself. When one musters some spirit, we performed admirably in our previous world. You must believe in yourself. The trivial male protagonist of an apocalyptic narrative poses no threat. Wen Ci replied with a melancholic tone, "Oh, then tell me, what is Wen Ci's current corruption value?" "Haha, it's at 95, 8,848 responded. According to the newly acquired catastrophic plot, when he returns only to find you devoured by zombies, he will succumb to utter darkness and become a relentless killer. He will slaughter his way to the Tianyi base, fail to reunite with his parents, eliminate Cheng Yin, and then take his own life. Due to his demise, the antidote for the zombie virus will remain undiscovered, leading the entire world towards obliteration." As 8848 elaborated, his voice dwindled. Wen Ci could only manage a faint smile, slowly closing his eyes. "Never mind. A worthless little mermaid like me, devoid of abilities and clean water, cannot survive long in this apocalypse. What shall we do then?" 8848 inquired, concern evident in his tone. "Wen Ci sigid, if only I could inexplicably acquire a formidable ability. Then I could protect both myself and Wen Ci," swiftly alleviating his corruption. "All right, I'll assist you in applying for it." 8,848 replied. Wen Ci abruptly sat up, a smile gracing his lips. "Now that's the spirit. Regardless, in this apocalypse, one must first possess the means of self-preservation." Yet as he smiled, tears began to fall once more. His laughter ceased, and he cradled the pearls that had just emerged from his weeping, lost in contemplation. Something felt amiss. Chapter 2. The Apocalypse. The Weeping Mermaid Xiao Ba. Something seems off about my body. Wen Ci's eyelid twitched, and he could no longer suppress his curiosity. Why am I unable to control my tears? He had been pondering this question earlier. Just moments ago, he felt dejected. Yet now, despite his happiness, he found himself unable to restrain his tears. It was only upon noticing the pearls in his hands that he realized he had been crying. This sensation of being at the mercy of his own body left him disconcerted. "Haha." 8848 chuckled awkwardly. "Did I not mention? Every world comes with random penalties." Wen Ci mused, having nearly forgotten this fact after spending decades in the last world. The penalty in this realm is an intensified form of tear incontinence. 8,848 continued, his voice faltering. Wen Ci smiled faintly, So, if I cannot promptly eliminate Wen Ci's corruption value in this world, will I end up weeping like a little dried fish due to lack of water? 8848 gulped reflexively. Well, that sounds rather appealing. Wen Ci retorted, "Xia oba. Do not provoke me to strike you." 8848 attempted to change the subject. Haha, I have submitted your application to the higher authorities. A response will arrive within 3 business days. Bang! As Wen Ci contemplated expressing further thoughts, the abrupt sound of the laboratory door being forced open abruptly drew him back to reality. Outside, an impenetrable darkness enveloped everything, rendering it impossible for him to discern what was unfolding. He could merely sense countless entities drawing nearer. The guttural growls resonating around him caused a shift in Wen Ci's gaze. As a mermaid, he possessed no extraordinary abilities apart from the capacity to transform his tears into pearls. Surviving Cheng Yan's grotesque experiments was solely attributable to the narrative support. Furthermore, as the malicious pawn who had relentlessly oppressed the male protagonist, he found himself destined to become fodder for the zombies on the very first day of the apocalypse. Being a mermaid incapable of fleeing, the prospect of surviving the clutches of these zombies presented a formidable challenge. Wen Ci swam through the water, pondering how he might escape the jaws of these undead creatures. Little 8, please assist me in checking what useful items are available in the system's marketplace. He was reluctant to be devoured by this horde of zombies before even having the chance to meet Wen Ci in this new world. Fortunately, in such a unique apocalyptic realm, the items available for exchange were plentiful and life-preserving tools were undoubtedly abundant. Don't worry, I'm searching, Little 8 reassured. I found it. Little 8 exclaimed with delight, coinciding with the unsettling sound of mutated experiments' heads rolling to the ground. Wen Ci fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on a particular spot in the darkness. A foul stench permeated the air, a grotesque amalgamation of blood and decay. The raspy growls that had surrounded him were gradually fading away. Just moments ago, someone had burst in and eradicated all the mutated specimens. A few minutes later, tranquility settled over the laboratory. Wen Ci could not discern the intruder's features, but he could barely make out a silhouette. In the stillness of the lab, he felt the other's heartbeat resonating clearly. It's Wen Ci. Little 8's voice echoed in excitement, only to be interrupted by the system's notification. Ding. Wen Ci's corruption value. 1. Current corruption value. 96. Little 8 exclaimed, bewildered. Wen Ci's breathing was heavy as he fixated intently ahead. The darkness obscured his view, yet having spent an extensive period within this laboratory, he was unperturbed by the absence of light. He approached Wen Ci step by step, with each stride causing his corruption value to rise by 1. Ultimately, he halted before the enormous incubation chamber, his corruption value reaching its zenith. Ding. Wen Ci's corruption value. 1. Current corruption value. 100. Little 8 watched in disbelief as Wen Ci's corruption value peaked, nearly convinced that the system had malfunctioned. To him, it seemed that Wen Ci's descent into darkness stemmed from the anticipation of Wen Ci perishing at the hands of the zombies. Yet, with Wen Ci still alive, he expected Wen Ci's corruption value to at least stabilize, if not decline. However, he could not fathom that upon seeing Wen Ci's corruption value continued to escalate uncontrollably. 8848 fell into contemplation, plagued by doubts regarding his own judgment. He hastily cautioned Wen Ci, Wen Ci's corruption value has escalated dramatically, and he has awakened his abilities. It would be effortless for him to eliminate you. Perhaps we should vacate this place at once. His voice resonated with urgency and concern. Even as they prepared for their mission, their foremost priority must be to survive this encounter. It would be unacceptable to be dispatched by the corrupted protagonist upon their arrival in this task realm. Wen Ci did not respond to 8,848's words, a subtle refusal. His gaze remained fixed on Wen Ci, gently swaying his fishtail, creating a soft splash in the water. Wen Ci raised his hand to touch the cultivation chamber, a familiar object he had encountered countless times. I have returned, he murmured softly, his demeanor hardly resembling that of someone whose corruption value had reached its zenith. With a click, the lights flickered back to life, illuminating the laboratory once more. When Ci finally discerned the current state of the room, the floor lay strewn with bodies, grotesquely positioned, their heads severed, chests and skulls gruesomely opened. A foul-smelling green liquid spewed forth, tarnishing the once immaculate laboratory. Having not lingered in this world until its later stages, Wen Ci could not help but frown at the horrific scene. He recognized these figures as experiments, yet their original forms were beyond recognition. Doesn't a Ci adore his brother? Why is he not delighted to see him now? Wen Shu inquired softly, his eerie green eyes fixated on Wen Ci's exquisite silver fishtail. Why the tears, little pearl? Are you frightened? Wen Shu's gaze drifted downward to a multitude of pearls. Just as Wen Ci opened his mouth to respond, a vine gradually slithered in, curling around one of the pearls before his very eyes. Ci's little pearls are becoming ever more exquisite, Wen Shu remarked nonchalantly, as a vine, resembling the thickness of a strand of silk, swayed before Wen Ci, soon ensnaring more pearls. Wen Ci felt a twitch in his eyelids, a foreboding sensation gnawing at him. Dismissing his unease, he resolved to yield for the moment. With this thought, he gazed at Wen Shu, allowing a glimmer of moisture to gather in his eyes. He glided toward Wen Shu, submerging his upper body, his beautiful fish tail gently undulating behind him, and his silver hair billowing gracefully in the water. Through the cultivation chamber, Wen Ci extended his hand to caress Wen Shu's face, his voice soft and tinged with vulnerability. "Brother, it's so filthy here. I am quite afraid." Wen Ci aimed to gauge Wen Shu's sentiment toward him. If Wen Shu truly harbored intentions of vengeance, it would not be too late for him to utilize his tools to escape. Conversely, if a flicker of affection still resided in Wen Shu's heart, this would present a splendid opportunity. While he plotted, he remained oblivious to another vine stealthily creeping into his cultivation chamber. Chapter 3. Apocalypse. The Weeping Mermaid Brother. "Have you come to take me away?" Wen Ci continued to feign a soft, endearing tone as uncontrollable tears cascaded down his cheeks. The tiny mermaid's crystalline droplets transformed into pearls within the water. Even the corners of his eyes were tinged with a faint crimson, evoking an air of pity. Noticing that Wen Shu was ignoring him, he began to toy with the pearls gifted to him by the vines. Wen Ci's visage reflected a hint of anxiety, compounded by the consequence of punishment. This urgency rendered his tears uncontrollable. "Brother, I miss you so much," he sobbed, recalling every sorrowful thought he could muster, weeping with profound despair. Yet, soon enough his tears ceased to flow. Having only just acclimated to his current mermaid tail, he suddenly found himself immobilized. Wen Ci's body stiffened slightly as he turned slowly to glance behind him, only to discover that familiar vines had ensnared his tail without his awareness. The instigator, however, appeared unfazed, continuing to manipulate the pearls with nonchalance. With a subtle flick of his fingers, another vine intertwined itself with the others. "Brother?" Wen Ci's voice trembled as he spun around, his fair, exquisite back pressed against the transparent wall of the incubator, his hands bracing slightly behind him. He thrashed his tail in a futile attempt to evade the vines, but to no avail. Ultimately, he could only suppress his cries, exclaiming, "This thing, it's entangling my tail." Wen Shu observed the pearls cascading down, a faint smile gradually forming at the corners of his lips. "Is that so? How mischievous," he remarked. The vines, as green as his own eyes, showed no signs of relenting, slowly and inexorably wrapping around the silvery tail. They intertwined, weaving a net that perfectly conformed to Wen Ci, rendering him unable to escape. As the vines coiled around his waist, Wen Ci's eyelids twitched. When did this fellow develop such a penchant for mischief? He had previously paid little heed to the unfolding narrative, focusing solely on his own path. He had no inkling of the extraordinary abilities Wen Shu had awakened. Now, ensnared by these vines, his body quivered involuntarily, and this tremor was genuine. In the past, he had always relied on Wen Shu for assistance, particularly in this world where he portrayed a mermaid with mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies, necessitating a meticulous cleaning of his tail each day. No one understood his body better than Wen Shu, not even himself. The vines seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, or perhaps a shared awareness with Wen Shu, effortlessly draining him of all strength. Through the transparent glass, Wen Ci gently caressed Wen Ci's shoulder blades, watching the little mermaid struggle helplessly in the water, observing the pearls tumble one by one, and gazing at the tail he had caressed countless times, now ensnared by the vines. Fixating on the delicate neck of the mermaid, his voice, cold yet laced with allure, pierced the silence. Hasn't Ci always yearned to see the outside world? Shall I take you there? The vines had already wrapped around Wen Ci's wrists, lifting his arms high above his head and binding them together. He was completely ensnared. Wen Ci sighed inwardly. Did he still have any opportunity to refuse in this predicament? Indeed, Wen Ci, without waiting for a response, deftly manipulated the vines to extract him from the incubator. Wen Ci gazed at the disheveled and filthy ground, his pupils constricting suddenly, while his tail trembled uncontrollably. His fish tail was quite lengthy. Had it not been for the strength of these vines, it would have touched the sordid green blood on the ground. The mere thought of his tail becoming sullied drained the color from Wen Ci's fair and delicate face. He yearned to grasp Wen Ci's sleeve, yet Wen Ci turned away without a hint of mercy and walked off. Left with no choice, Wen Ci could only follow, ensnared by the vines. He tilted his head slightly upward, letting out a wistful sigh. It seems he is truly enraged, Xiaoba. How should I appease him? Perhaps I could feign amnesia? The events of the previous world were but remnants of a past life for the male protagonist, who could still shift the blame onto the antagonist through a fleeting dream. Yet now, he had been directly thrust into the very day the narrative commenced. He had undeniably abandoned Wen Ci. This was an immutable truth. The more he pondered, the more despondent he became. Had he known, he would have chosen not to overthink. The protagonist had numerous opportunities, and amidst the treachery of the apocalypse, there would always be someone to teach him the art of severing emotional ties. After all, Wen Ci was the protagonist. No matter the turmoil, he would not perish. Why should he, a mere malicious cannon fodder, fret? Yet here they were, having driven someone to darkness, and he now had to return to rectify the repercussions of that transformation. 8848 contemplated. I fear that the path of amnesia may be impractical, as there are no suitable reasons or opportunities. Perhaps you should reflect more carefully. What words did you utter when you forsook him in this world? At that moment, his affection for you was at 100. The words you spoke and the actions you took must have ignited his descent into darkness. 8848 analyzed earnestly. We can approach this from these angles. Wen Ci fell silent, lost in thought. He muttered in frustration and began to drop small pearls. The act, initially irritating, only compounded his vexation. At this moment, he remained unaware that the pearls he had cast down were being gathered into small baskets woven by the very vines that bound him. 8848 remarked, "Wen, please do not cry. I fear you will truly become a despondent little fish." Wen Ci replied, "Oh, but that would be quite delicious. A limited edition giant fish jerky from the apocalypse, which could serve as sustenance for Wen Ci, allowing him to feast for quite some time." 8848 retorted, "Wen, this is not the time for cold humor." Wen Ci ceased his speech, now focusing intently on recalling the details of the day he abandoned Wen Ci. It was merely a moment when Cheng Yin, while preparing to handle the experimental subjects, had called out to him, saying, "You may dispose of this one as well." At that time, Wen Ci was engaged in washing Wen Ci's tail. Upon hearing his words, he abruptly looked up at him, mouth agape, yet no words escaped his lips. Cheng Yin was somewhat taken aback. "What's this? Have you grown tired of this toy?" Wen Ci responded with a swift flick of his tail across Wen Ci's face and disdainfully returned to his incubator, stating, "Boring. I've lost interest." Merely 6 words. Cheng Yin refrained from inquiring further. Wen Ci recalled that, at that moment, Wen Ci seemed inclined to articulate something. However, Cheng Yin despised complications. Each experimental subject was equipped with a control ring. Should anyone defy orders, the control ring would emit a current, rendering the subject utterly incapable of resistance. Naturally, Wen Ci was no exception. Consequently, he never got the chance to hear what Wen Ci wished to convey. Wen Ci withdrew from his musings with a sigh, relaying everything he remembered to 8848. Was it merely that single utterance that caused his dark transformation? How could he possibly appease him? In the past, during such endeavors, he often assumed the dominant role, leveraging his mermaid nature to effortlessly ensnare Wen Ci. He frequently disregarded Wen Ci's wishes, dragging him into the water whenever he desired. His actions were reckless, and he toyed with Wen Ci. These were undeniable truths. However, Wen Ci felt that Wen Ci also found pleasure in it. Otherwise, how could his fondness for him be so complete? Upon hearing Wen Ci's recollections, 8848 suggested, "It seems that your dismissal of his words became a thorn in his heart, perceiving all your past interactions as mere manipulation. In that case, why not let him play back?" Wen Ci glanced at the vines entwining him, his emotions tangled. "Xiaoba, I believe it's no longer a matter of whether I wish to let it play back. Given the present circumstances, he has lost the control ring over the experimental subjects and awakened his abilities, capable of devising countless ways to end my life." Wen Ci spoke with utmost sincerity. Yet, he knew Wen Ci would not act upon such thoughts, not because he couldn't, but because he simply would not. Wen Ci currently possessed only the memories from the laboratory. All matters of desire had been taught to him by Wen Ci. Therefore, Wen Ci harbored no concerns that he would truly devise intricate methods to toy with him. 8848 countered, "What then? Surely, we cannot remain inactive?" Wen Ci replied, "Then let us do nothing." 8848 was taken aback. Wen Ci's voice radiated a serene acceptance of inaction. Given the circumstances, one must simply resign. After all, from his demeanor, it appears he has no immediate intention of truly harming me. 8848 gazed at Wen Ci, momentarily at a loss for words, and fell silent. Soon, they exited the laboratory. The sky was overcast, devoid of sunlight, and a chilling wind howled, carrying with it a stench of decay and blood. Wen Ci instinctively shivered. It was so cold. "Brother, it is so cold," Wen Ci said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he pitifully implored, "My tail is dirty. Could you please hold me?" Yet, Wen Ci continued to ignore Wen Ci's plea, striding forward with determination. The skin of a mermaid is delicate, particularly for Wen Ci, who had been meticulously nurtured within the confines of a laboratory. With the slightest bump, his skin would bruise and even sustain injuries. The wind outside, laden with sand particles, swiftly chafed his skin to a crimson hue. Coupled with his prolonged absence from a water source, his eyes uncontrollably shed tears, leading to a state of dehydration that rendered his voice increasingly feeble. Once he confirmed that Wen Ci would not turn back, Wen Ci ceased his attempts at conversation. Soon, he spotted a vehicle parked not far off. Wen Ci manipulated the vines to deliver him there. The car door swung open, and at last, Wen Ci beheld the interior's arrangement. The rear of the vehicle had been modified. Apart from the front seats, all others had been removed, replaced by a massive water tank. Alternatively, one might say it was a fish tank that Wen Ci had prepared for him, although this tank was not as spacious as the one Wen Ci had originally occupied. It was ample enough for him. The vines gently placed Wen Ci inside the tank. Upon re-immersing in water, he felt as though he had been revived, bubbling joyfully as he floated. Observing Wen Ci's jubilant demeanor, Wen Ci's eyes narrowed with a hint of amusement. This mermaid, who had once cast him aside, seemed blissfully unaware of the perilous transformation the outside world had undergone. Wen Ci couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. It was rather amusing that there remained a spirit for water play. He pondered whether this once arrogant little face would still bear a smile upon encountering the lurking monsters. The thought of witnessing fear and terror etched upon that familiar countenance brought a subtle curve to Wen Ci's otherwise indifferent expression. How delightful it would be! Suddenly, the sound of splashing water jolted him from his reverie. Glancing at his now drenched attire, Wen Ci felt a flicker of irritation. His gaze fixed on Wen Ci with a sardonic smile. "What? Do you find this tank too small for your liking?" Wen Ci flicked his tail, now soiled by the wind and sand, pouting as he spoke. "Brother, my tail is dirty." Wen Ci paused, memories flooding back of times when Wen Ci had nestled against him, lost in a whirlwind of emotions. The little mermaid, having been bullied, would come to him, clutching his soiled tail in a fit of tears, exclaiming, "My tail is dirty." He would comfort him while gently cleaning it. Now, gazing at the sullied tail before him, Wen Ci forcibly suppressed his instinctive reaction, responding coolly, "Then clean it yourself." Wen Ci withdrew his tail and swam directly to Wen Ci's side. Most of his body submerged in water, his silvery hair damp and cascading behind him, he clung to the edge of the tank. His eyes glistening with unshed tears as he softly implored, "I want my brother to help me." Wen Ci recalled how Wen Ci had once disdainfully claimed to be tired of him. Yet, in the face of Wen Ci's endearing display of affection, he found himself momentarily softening. Ding, Wen Ci's darkening value. 5. Current darkening value. 95. The previously despondent 8848, upon hearing the sudden drop in the darkening value, was instantly invigorated. 1. The darkening value has decreased. It seems this protagonist is quite susceptible to your charms. 8848 chuckled gleefully. Wen Ci remained unaffected, gazing at Wen Ci with unwavering anticipation. Wen Ci merely curled the corners of his lips and spoke gently. Has ACI forgotten what he said? If you find your elder brother uninteresting, how can you expect him to assist you in washing your tail? Wen Ci silently lowered his head, realizing that indeed, it was due to that very statement. ACI. Wen Ci lovingly tousled Wen Ci's hair, his fingers softly caressing his face. The coolness of his fingertips glided downwards, evoking memories of the earlier touch of the vines. Wen Ci grasped his chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. He then leaned closer, whispering in a tone reminiscent of intimate lovers, "The reason I keep you here is not merely for amusement. The world outside is rife with monsters, devoid of food and clean water. After all, you are a mermaid, and your flavor must be quite delectable." Wen Ci's smile was warm, yet the words he uttered sent tremors through Wen Ci's delicate frame. So fragile and pitiable, he trembled at the slightest breeze. As Wen Ci spoke, his gaze fell upon the red marks on Wen Ci's arms, and he casually remarked, "Even if you were to part from your brother, surviving in this apocalypse would prove exceedingly difficult. If ACI wishes to avoid becoming prey for those monsters, he must obediently stay by his brother's side, serving as sustenance. Do you understand?" When Ci protested, "Brother, please don't eat me. I assure you, mermaids are far from delicious." He clutched at Wen Ci's clothing, his eyes shimmering with tears of panic and helplessness. "I truly am not appetizing," he cried, reaching out to embrace Wen Ci, burying his head in his embrace. Wen Ci did not push Wen Ci away. Instead, he observed the gentle rise and fall of Wen Ci's beautiful shoulders, each pearl of tear cascading down. What a pitiable little fish indeed. Chapter 5. Apocalypse. The weeping mermaid stopped crying. "Do you think your tears will soften my heart?" Wen Ci pushed Wen Ci away, his expression inscrutable as he glanced at the pearls scattered on the ground. "I have no time to waste here. This place is, after all, a laboratory and the epicenter of this zombie outbreak. The mutated specimens here are far more formidable than ordinary zombies." Wen Ci had slain numerous zombies upon his earlier entrance, collecting several zombie cores. However, he was uncertain how many specimens remained. Now that he had found Wen Ci, he needed to leave this place swiftly for safety's sake. Wen Ci cast a glance at the small mermaid, who appeared disheartened and despondent, before closing the car door and taking his seat in the driver's position. The vehicle roared to life. Wen Ci could only silently immerse himself in the water, attempting to cleanse his tail. Yet, having been accustomed to being attended to, the little mermaid struggled to understand how to wash his tail without inflicting pain upon himself. Soon, his silvery tail bore crimson marks, accompanied by a searing pain. The little mermaid, cradling his tail, could only whimper in despair. The once empty fish tank soon became adorned with a delicate layer of pearls. "Oh dear, Wen, please don't cry," 8848 said, noticing the increasing number of pearls, feeling a bit flustered. It was the first time he had witnessed Wen Ci in such a state of distress. "Can you stop crying? If it comes to it, we simply want to undertake this task." Wen Ci had been completely engulfed in his own emotions. Coupled with the effects of the punishment buff, his tears flowed freely, rendering him utterly consumed and desperate. Finally, hearing 8848's panicked attempts at comfort, he lifted his eyelids slightly, gazing into the void. Slowly, he spoke. "Why should we not proceed? You've already dropped 10 points in the corruption value on the very first day. This is a splendid beginning, 8848 reassured him. At least he and Wen Ci had no misunderstandings between them, and Wen Ci understood the reasons behind Wen Ci's corruption. There is no need to worry about the corruption value fluctuating erratically like a dance party. 8848 stammered, I thought you were so upset because he frightened you. Wen Ci replied languidly, is it my fault that your punishment buff made me cry? Little 8, after all the tasks we've completed together, how can you still not understand me? Though he was merely an apprentice succubus, he was not a novice in the realm of tasks. He would not be easily intimidated by a few words from Wen Ci. He cannot truly intend to devour me. He merely wishes to see me frightened. Feeling a bit weary from crying, his voice carried a hint of fatigue. He swished his tail, creating a bed of pearls, and explained to 8848. Since he desires to witness my fear and pleas for mercy, I shall display my fear for him. It became evident that Wen Ci genuinely wanted to see him weep and beg for mercy out of fear. Otherwise, he would not have significantly reduced the corruption value so swiftly. Wen Ci reclined upon the pearls, pondering seriously as he addressed 8848, little 8. I suspect I may have been too arrogant before him in the past, which is why he now seeks to assert dominance. 8848 was momentarily speechless, recalling the fierce determination Wen Ci had exhibited when he turned the tables on the antagonist in the previous world. After a considerable pause, 8848 finally managed to utter, well, I was worried for nothing. Wen, I believe even if the task fails and you cannot be promoted, it matters not. With your acting prowess, you could easily become an actor. Wen Ci gently swayed his tail, pausing briefly as he turned over and yawned. We shall see. Once I accumulate enough points and acquire what I desire, then I shall consider it. Curious, 8848 inquired, what is it that you seek? Yet the response was merely the sound of Wen Ci's even breathing. 8848 could hardly believe it. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in conversation, and now Wen Ci had drifted into a deep slumber. However, gazing at the mound of pearls, 8848 remained silent for several moments, ultimately refraining from saying anything further. When Wen Ci awoke again, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, with the distant echoes of zombies' moans faintly audible. In the current circumstances, he was utterly unable to discern the passage of time. Wen Ci cast his gaze around, yet he could not locate Wen Ci. However, he noticed a vine, resembling a bracelet, coiled around his wrist. As the vine gradually tightened, Wen Ci raised an eyebrow, peering through the car window at the surroundings, and inwardly inquired of 8848. Xiaoba, what is the situation now? Where are we? And where has Wen Ci gone? 8848 responded, you're awake. Do you realize you've been asleep for 3 days? Wen Ci. What? Has 3 days truly slipped by in the blink of an eye? His eyelids fluttered, and a sense of foreboding began to stir within him, prompting an instinctive question. What about Wen Ci? Has his corruption value risen? It had taken considerable effort to reduce his corruption value by 10 points. He hoped it hadn't reverted due to his 3-day slumber. With a weary tone, 8848 replied, initially he thought you were dead, and indeed his corruption value did increase. However, once he realized you were merely asleep, it decreased again. Despite observing that you had been asleep for 3 consecutive days with no signs of waking, he still managed to feed you afterward. His corruption value has since dropped another 5 points, leaving it at 85 now. As 8848 sighed heavily, one could sense the exhaustion in his voice. When they could not rouse Wen Ci, it had nearly frightened him to death. Yet, he discovered that while Wen Ci was asleep, he would still eat when food was offered. Each time Wen Ci brought food to Wen Ci's lips, he would obediently open his mouth and consume it. This even led 8848 to briefly suspect that Wen Ci was feigning his condition. However, upon reflection, he deemed there was no need for Wen Ci to resort to such deception. Wen Ci rubbed his belly. Is that so? I have no recollection of it at all. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of hunger. Earlier, his mind had been preoccupied with Wen Ci's corruption value, but now, the hunger he had subconsciously overlooked surged forth with greater intensity. Wen Ci bit his lip, and, as he became acutely aware of his hunger, the The desire to eat grew stronger. How ravenous! How he longed for sustenance. Unaware of Wen Ci's peculiar state. 8848 continued. Wen Ci has slain quite a number of zombies over the past few days, but it is just the beginning. The number of zombies possessing cores is not substantial. I have observed that, thus far, Wen Ci has employed plant and water abilities. Oh, he is currently clearing out the zombies in the nearby shopping mall, where a second-tier zombie resides. He will require some time to handle that. But don't worry. Wen, what are you eating? Stop talking. Chapter 6, Apocalypse. The Crying Mermaid 6 at this moment. Wen Ci could think of nothing but food. He first attempted to bite into the glass tank. The peculiar taste caused him to furrow his brow, and tears began to flow uncontrollably, watching as his tears transformed into small pearls. Wen Ci paused for half a second before reaching out to grasp the tiny pearls and shove them into his mouth. Wen Ci. It's a bit strange, uncertain. Let me try another one. Wen Ci silently cast his gaze upon the pearl bed he had piled up a few days ago. When 8848 regained his senses, he saw Wen Ci incessantly stuffing pearls into his mouth. To those who knew, it was clear that Wen Ci was consuming small pearls. To the uninformed, it might have appeared as if he were indulging in some delectable candy. This sight elicited a sharp exclamation of disbelief from him. Spit it out. Quickly, Wen. Spit it out. Can this thing be eaten? 8848 was anxiously pacing within the system space. He was bewildered as to why Wen Ci had suddenly begun to eat pearls, yet he hastily accessed the system shop, intending to purchase some food for him. Wen Ci was startled by 8848's suddenly elevated voice, causing the pearls in his hand to fall back into the water. Even the vines that had been entwined around his wrist sensed his agitation, growing noticeably larger in an instant. With a dazed expression, Wen Ci stared as the vine, now as thick as his forearm, swiftly coiled around his waist and tail. The vine tightly bound his entire form, seemingly alert and wary. Although Wen Ci could not fathom how he perceived emotions from a vine, the thought undeniably emerged in his mind. Wen, stop eating pearls. Look, there are plenty of delicious foods here. You can have whatever you desire. 8848 frantically shouted, opening the food section of the system shop. Before Wen Ci appeared a luminous screen visible only to him, displaying projections of an array of delectable foods. He swallowed hard, each item looking more appetizing than the last. However, upon glancing at the points marked below, his rationality briefly returned for 3 seconds, prompting him to lower his head and avert his gaze. Yet in doing so, he noticed the vines coiling around him. Though the vine possessed no eyes, Wen Ci felt as if he were engaged in a silent stare-down with it. Narrowing his eyes, longing for the food, he thought that these items appeared equally scrumptious. Sensing a hint of danger, the vine swayed before Wen Ci. It began to shrink, preparing to return to his wrist. Realizing the vine's transformation, Wen Ci promptly seized it, preventing its retreat, and then, with a fervent bite, he sank his teeth into it. Meanwhile, not far away in the marketplace, Wen Ci, who had just dispatched a second-level zombie, was preparing to collect the zombie crystal core when his body suddenly froze. The vines he controlled had become stained with the zombie's blood, yet he himself remained impeccably clean, without a single trace of blood or even a wrinkle on his clothing. His pupils quivered slightly, and a faint blush began to creep onto his previously expressionless face. Although there was nothing around him, he still felt the sensation of being licked at his neck. Following that, a gentle, probing nibble ensued. Despite his legs being free, he felt as if he were ensnared by a soft, fish-like tail. Additionally, it seemed that a pair of delicate, fair hands had slipped beneath his clothing, wandering about his waist. Wen Ci had long since adapted to the apocalypse and learned to suppress unnecessary emotions. This would spare him a great deal of trouble. Yet now, an unexpected sensation caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. His complexion flushed, and his breath became erratic. Wen Ci's eyelashes quivered gently. The principal vine he had left by Wen Ci's side was being gnawed upon. The vine offered no resistance. Wen Ci immediately surmised that it was Wen Ci who was responsible for this. Imagining that Wen Ci, now awake, was embracing and biting the principal vine that shared their feelings, Wen Ci's gaze became somewhat unfocused, and he quickened his hands. He skillfully manipulated the vines to seize a knife, piercing open the chest of a level 2 zombie, rummaging through its insides to extract the crystal core. After forming a water sphere to cleanse the zombie's crystal core, he placed it back into his pocket. As for the sluggish zombies in the distance, Wen Ci merely cast a glance before withdrawing his gaze. Such worthless creatures did not warrant his time. Wen Ci turned towards the 3rd floor. Wen Ci had just awakened and was undoubtedly hungry, so he needed to bring back some food. Help! Save us! Why are you leaving? What will we do without you? Hurry back! Wen Ci heard several terrified and indignant voices, his footsteps hesitating slightly as he glanced back. Oh, he had forgotten that others were present here. However, while he had been killing the zombies, those individuals had remained hidden inside the shop, tightly closing the door. Before he had even approached them, they had been clamoring for him to leave, insisting they wouldn't open the door. Wen Ci had long since lost any memory of his humanity, and moreover, he was here to hunt zombies, not to engage with people. Therefore, he had only cast a cursory glance, noting there were about 20 individuals, most of them robust young men. Just half an hour prior, everyone here had been on guard, clutching their belongings and glaring at him. Yet, upon witnessing Wen Ci effortlessly dispatch a dozen zombies with his vines, their eyes brimmed with hope. Just as they believed Wen Ci would eliminate all the zombies, they saw several more approaching from not far away, and to their dismay, Wen Ci appeared ready to depart. This sent them into a panic, momentarily disregarding all else. Desperate to call him back. It was you who attracted those other monsters by killing the ones you did. You cannot abandon us. Yes. Since you can slay these creatures, you surely can handle the others. Why won't you kill them? Some resorted to moral coercion, while others pleaded tearfully. Please save me. I am still young. I do not wish to die. I have much money. Just save me, and you can have as much as you desire. My son has just turned 1 month old. He is still so small. He cannot live without his father. The monsters are coming. Wen Ci's deep green eyes fixed upon them, absorbing each individual's reaction. His expression remained indifferent as he spoke slowly. Those zombies move slowly. You have hands, feet, and weapons. If you can kill them, then do so. If you cannot, what relevance does it have to me? With that, Wen Ci cast aside such words and resolutely turned to leave. In recent days, he has encountered numerous individuals akin to them, yet he feels little emotional response. Behind him, the cacophony of their frustrated exclamations resonates, but Wen Ci has no intention of turning back. He swiftly proceeds to the supermarket on the 3rd floor, dispatching a few zombies that dare to approach him as he departs. However, he did not anticipate the swift approach of a level 1 zombie, resulting in a moment of unpreparedness that left a smear of blood upon his clothing as he vanquished the creature. Wen Ci's brow furrows deeper. If that delicate and fastidious little mermaid were to see his soiled attire, she would undoubtedly refuse his embrace. Almost instinctively, he yearns to cleanse the blood from his garments. Yet, upon realizing his thoughts, a chill washes over his countenance. In Chapter 7, The Apocalypse, The Crying Mermaid, he reflects, no, he has already taken Wen Ci under his protection. Now, everything concerning Wen Ci belongs to him. In this desolate world, he is the only source of reliance. He shall embrace, kiss, and act as he pleases. Even if Wen Ci is reluctant, he must obediently comply. With a soft pop, the water balloon in his hand bursts as he makes his way back, clutching the food he has recently procured. Upon reaching the vehicle and opening the door, he is greeted by the sight of a little mermaid, entangled in vines, gnawing at a tendril while nestled atop a pile of pearls. The robust vine bears numerous bite marks, with several sections already gnawed away. Observing this scene, Wen Ci's brow furrows even tighter. The main vine trembles as it reaches toward him, yet Wen Ci simultaneously maneuvers the vines to stow the food in the trunk and lifts Wen Ci into his arms. He gently pats Wen Ci's back, speaking in a cold tone. Who permitted you to consume such nonsensical items? Spit it out quickly. The main vine interjects. Does no one truly care? It appears to be somewhat lifeless. Wen Ci forcibly extracts the small piece of vine Wen Ci had bitten into and then offers him a piece of bread. Half an hour later, Wen Ci confond à gravisu. The provisions he retrieved are sufficient for a month's sustenance. Yet they have all been devoured in one sitting by Wen Ci. Cradling Wen Ci's face, he inspects him closely, pressing on his abdomen and squeezing the beautiful mermaid's tail. Despite consuming such an abundance, it seems as though nothing has been ingested. His body shows no signs of change, not even a slight bulge in his stomach. The initially composed Wen Ci now finds himself in a state of agitation. How can you eat so much? Retracting his vines, he murmurs with an undertone of concern. He wishes to conduct a thorough examination of Wen Ci, but his hand is restrained by Wen Ci. No longer ravenous, reason has returned to him. His peripheral gaze sweeps over the remnants of his recent meal, a fleeting silence enveloping them. Wen Ci implores, "Xiaoba, please tell me that my memory was flawed, and I did not actually consume those items." The 8848 system responds weakly. "As much as I wish to deceive you, I cannot." Initially, the 8848 system yearned to leap from its confines to prevent Wen Ci from such actions. The entity known as 8848 remained utterly silent, feeling a profound sense of relief for not possessing a physical form in this diminutive world. Otherwise, he feared that he might be devoured alongside Wen Ci. Wen Ci threatened 8848, then turned his gaze toward Wen Ci, softening his tone as much as possible. "Brother." Wen Ci's attention fell upon a small patch of water stains on Wen Ci's garment, causing his thoughts to momentarily halt. It appeared that the dampness was not of his doing, thus it held no relevance to him. "Brother, where are we?" Wen Ci inquired with a look of confusion and innocence, his tail gently swaying behind him. He had initially intended to act endearingly toward Wen Ci, hoping to divert his attention from the amount he had just consumed. However, his tail, disobedient, merely flicked lightly, creating a substantial splash of water. Those small pearls he had not finished were sent flying with a mere swish, resulting in a cacophony of sounds. The atmosphere grew thick with an eerie silence as Wen Ci observed the pearls embedded within the vehicle, his words caught in his throat. He recalled that he was merely a temperamental yet utterly ineffectual little mermaid who had been consumed by those mutated experiments on the very first day of the apocalypse. Where did he find such strength? Wait a moment, strength. A glimmer of realization sparked in Wen Ci's eyes as he remembered the ability he had requested 8848 to help him obtain. "Little 8, is this supernatural power you procured for me?" It indeed appeared to be exceedingly useful. Wen Ci no longer despised the pearls he had shed in tears. What difference was there between this and wielding an unlimited supply of bullets? The belatedly aware 8848 responded, "Let me take a look." Wen Ci's gaze remained heavy as he fixated on Wen Ci's tail. It was a beautiful appendage, seemingly exquisite yet harmless. Having played with this tail countless times, he was well aware of its softness. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the true power it possessed. Wen Ci's first instinct was to connect this transformation with Wen Ci's recent slumber. He recalled his own experience of being sent away with those experiments, having slept for 2 days only to awaken and discover the changes in his own body. Over the past few days, he had also observed others beginning to awaken their abilities, some succumbing to unconsciousness. Wen Ci desired to keep Wen Ci close, wanting him to rely solely on himself amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. This way, Wen Ci would remain obediently by his side. However, upon realizing that Wen Ci had also awakened his powers and possessed the ability to protect himself, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was merely the awakening of abilities, not an illness. "Brother, my tail has become quite peculiar," Wen Ci lamented, shedding more small pearls, not forgetting his task. He could hide behind Wen Ci, obediently playing the role of his little mermaid. He could feign weakness and vulnerability, appearing utterly incapable of surviving without Wen Ci. Yet, he could not truly be devoid of strength. As Wen Ci instinctively reached out to touch the tail that had swayed before him, he felt an unspoken connection forming. Wen Ci gently bit his finger, which glimmered with a hint of delicate pink as he gazed at Wen Ci. With one hand propped on a pearl, he instinctively directed his tail towards Wen Ci's embrace. His silvery hair partially obscured his face, and a faint blush emanated from the corners of his eyes, presenting an image of innocence and fragility. "Brother," he murmured, as the water from his tail thoroughly drenched Wen Ci's garments. This reminded Wen Ci of the earlier communion with the main vine, flooding his mind with unutterable thoughts. His breath became erratic, particularly upon noticing the small pearl caught in Wen Ci's tail. With glistening eyes, Wen Ci's soft voice trembled as he pleaded, "The pearl is stuck in my tail. Oh, brother, help me." Little Theodore as Ci breathes, sleeps, swishes tail. Wen Ci, quite the clever tactic, but do not presume that this will soften my heart. 8848. The darkening value has decreased again. Wen Ci, I have my own rhythm of revenge. Nurturing him now is merely a component of my grand design. Achi. Chapter 8. Apocalypse. The heartfelt cry of the mermaid, when Ci pressed his lips together, yet reached out to touch the small pearl. Despite his ruthless efficiency in battling zombies, his fingertips trembled slightly now, as if he were engaged in a matter of profound gravity, as he observed the damp pearl resting in his palm. Incongruous thoughts surged in his mind. Though the pearl was enveloped in water, it seemed to radiate warmth, almost burning in his grasp. The body's reactions are unyielding and cannot be deceived, especially not oneself. When Ci tilted his head, initially intending to withdraw, but was ensnared by Wen Ci's tail. He surmised that Wen Ci's awakened abilities rendered him incapable of escaping. Before he realized it, he was abruptly drawn into the water with a splash. The sound of rushing water echoed as Wen Ci's clothes became thoroughly soaked. Wen Ci glided slowly to his rear, wrapping his arms around Wen Ci's waist and resting his head upon his shoulder. "Help me," he mumbled, his breath warm against Wen Ci's ear. Wen Ci felt his heart racing wildly. Their heartbeats intertwined, their breaths mingling in harmony. Ultimately, Wen Ci did not push Wen Ci away. Instead, he guided the vines to close the car door. The vines expanded, tightly coiling around the vehicle. In this apocalypse, such occurrences were commonplace. Even humans had been transformed into zombies by the virus, and the mutated flora and fauna were no exception. In this secluded corner, even if someone happened to pass by, they would remain oblivious to the events unfolding within. The entire vehicle was entwined by vines, nearly shutting out all light. Only a faint glimmer seeped through the interstices of the vines. Breaths became labored, gradually quickening. The tears of the little mermaid fell into the water, transforming into pearls. Those lustrous silver pearls were playfully gripped in Wen Ci's hands. "Ci, you are so obedient," Wen Ci mused, gazing at the dazed little mermaid in his arms. His heart utterly softened. He gently kissed the small mole on Wen Ci's nose, whispering softly, "It was you who first abandoned me, claiming you had grown tired of me. Yet here you are, weeping so pathetically. Little rascal, little fish, do you think this will soften my heart and make me forget the transgressions you have committed against me?" Wen Ci truly lacked the strength to respond. At first, he managed to murmur a few indistinct replies, but soon fell silent altogether. From information gathered from 8848, he learned that during his unconsciousness, Wen Ci had been caring for him daily, seeking nourishment for him, and even tending to his tail. He realized that Wen Ci's affection for him far outweighed any resentment. If Wen Ci truly harbored hatred, keeping him close would be a means of revenge. Yet he exhibited a level of meticulous care that seemed unnecessary for such a motive. Wen Ci was indeed intentional in his actions. There were numerous ways to ease the tension between him and Wen Ci, but direct and intimate contact was undoubtedly the most effective and swiftest approach. Yet, Wen Ci was preoccupied solely with enhancing his physical strength and resilience, confident that he would no longer succumb to unconsciousness after being toyed with by Wen Ci. He overlooked the fact that Wen Ci was the protagonist of this world, endowed with multiple extraordinary powers and exceptional capabilities. In a scenario where both parties were empowered, certain actions would merely prolong their entanglement without altering the ultimate outcome. By the time he recognized this, Wen Ci had already dozed off, nestled against Wen Ci's embrace. Wen Ci, twirling a strand of his silvery hair with his fingertips, spoke in a low tone. "Wen Ci, I will never forgive you, this little rascal, nor will I believe a single word you say. Even if you were to kiss me, entice me, I would remain resolute. Even in slumber." Wen Ci instinctively curled closer to Wen Ci, his tail draping over his leg, letting out a soft whimper. Wen Ci, momentarily taken aback while toying with his hair, felt a pause in his breath. Was the little mermaid still attempting to entice him, even in sleep? This little rascal truly possessed remarkable cunning. However, he would never be easily deceived, nor would he relent. With this thought in mind, Wen Ci maintained a stoic expression as he began to cleanse Wen Ci's tail. This was not an act of excess. Rather, the little rascal was far too delicate. After each encounter, he always had to ensure Wen Ci's tail was spotless, lest it incite the mermaid's ire. If it were merely a matter of a gentle reprimand with his tail, it would be tolerable, for he was not afraid of being struck. However, he dreaded the thought of Wen Ci sulking and refusing to eat. There was nothing more troublesome than coaxing a pouting little mermaid to have a meal. He simply wished to avoid unnecessary complications for himself. Thus, when Wen Ci awoke, he found his tail immaculately cleaned, and beneath him lay a bed of soft aquatic plants, far more comfortable than resting on pearls. Wen Ci disregarded the tendril entwined at the tip of his tail, casually grasping a handful of aquatic plants to inspect. It thrives remarkably well despite lacking roots. It seems this was forcibly conjured by Wen Ci's formidable abilities. Wen Ci had previously assumed that plant manipulation powers were limited to controlling mere vines. He was pleasantly surprised by their efficacy. Regrettably, he wished this ability were his own. Noticing the vehicle in motion, Wen Ci reclined once more. The sensation of possessing extraordinary powers was indeed delightful. Upon awakening from this slumber, he felt no discomfort in his body, as if nothing had transpired at all. Xiao Ba. What is the current status of Wen Ci's corruption level? Has it decreased? Wen Ci recalled a faint sound indicating that the corruption level had indeed declined. However, at that moment, he was preoccupied with Wen Ci grasping his tail, leaving him little room to contemplate anything else. 8848 spoke with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, it has decreased. Wen Ci's corruption level now stands at a mere 75 points. Receiving an anticipated response, Wen Ci raised an eyebrow. Isn't that quite good? Why do I sense a tinge of dissatisfaction in your tone? 8848 replied, voice laced with deeper sorrow. Wen, do you remember what you instructed me to do? I had just begun to comprehend the nature of your powers, yet before I could articulate my thoughts, I was unceremoniously confined to the black room. Wen Ci blinked innocently. Apologies, I had forgotten about your involuntary confinement. In order to safeguard the host's privacy, the system occasionally enforces confinement to the black room during certain circumstances. Drawing from experiences across multiple realms, 8848 could swiftly determine whether Wen Ci was intending to undertake other tasks, thereby allowing for an early logout. Consequently, he could avoid confinement. But this time was rather abrupt. He had no opportunity to react. From a moment when Ci requested Wen Ci's assistance in retrieving pearls, he was forcibly confined. Never mind. I've grown accustomed to it. By the way, Wen, your physical transformation is indeed a result of the powers bestowed from above. Chapter 9, Apocalypse. The Weeping Mermaid. With a shift in topic, 8848 began to elucidate the matter of abilities to Wen Ci. To be precise, it isn't exactly an ability. Rather, it is a buff granted to you, which has adjusted your physical parameters. This buff will increase in potency with the escalation of zombie levels. Currently, the apocalypse has merely commenced, and the highest zombie level is only 3. Thus, the accumulated buff endows you with the physique and strength of a level 3 ability user. Moreover, when this buff reaches level 8, it will undergo a significant upgrade, allowing your tail to seamlessly transform into human legs. With each utterance from 8848, Wen Ci's eyes sparkle brighter. Wait a moment, Xiao Ba, let me confirm. My buff increases in accordance with the zombie levels and does not require zombie cores for upgrades. Correct? Wen Ci acknowledged that he had spoken too hastily earlier. Compared to other abilities, he preferred this buff. Indeed, I even took the liberty to verify this with the authorities above. 8848 harbored some confusion. It was not uncommon for taskers in the apocalyptic world to request special abilities from above. Such abilities were typically allocated based on the tasker's inherent conditions and the requirements of the mission, with a standard processing time of 3 days. Thus, initially, 8848 did not associate Wen Ci's fainting with a matter of abilities. However, Shortly after he submitted his application, an exceptionally potent buff was assigned to Wen Ci, which intensified in accordance with the rising levels of the most formidable zombies. This was not merely a buff, it was akin to a glitch in the system. 8848 momentarily suspected a mistake had been made, yet repeated confirmations yielded no discrepancies. Once assured there were indeed no issues, 8848 chose not to dwell on the matter, as it ultimately benefited them. Observing Wen Ci's delighted demeanor, 8848 cautioned, however, the side effect is that your appetite will significantly increase. If you do not eat sufficiently, you will revert to your previous behavior of consuming anything within reach until satiated. Yet, food is scarce in the apocalypse. Relying solely on the supplies we gather along the way won't sustain us for long. When we must swiftly settle at the Tianyi base. Moreover, there are Wen Ci's biological parents there. Once their family is reunited, the dark value will likely diminish further. Wen Ci thoughtfully nodded, then twisted his tail, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Soon, he held a handful of small pearls, and in the midst of 8848's bewildered gaze, he silently began to stuff the pearls into his mouth. Wait, what are you doing? 8848 exclaimed in astonishment. Wen Ci responded with unabashed confidence, self-sufficiency. Besides, I still possess an enhanced version of the Terran Continent's buff. These pearls are of no use in the apocalypse. I might as well consume them. 8848 gazed at Wen Ci with a complex mix of emotions. He wished to voice something, but found himself at a loss for words. Wen Ci chewed on the small pearls and remarked, eating these pearls is no different than eating candy. They simply lack flavor. In the end, 8848 could only muster, you truly are remarkable. The two buffs compounded, causing him to encounter a glitch. Wen Ci desired to see Wen Ci, but discovered that his tail could not propel him. He released the pearls from his grasp and turned to seize a nearby vine, which seemed to tremble slightly in his hold. At that moment, Wen Ci, who was driving, glanced back at him. There are some snacks beside you, if you're hungry. You can eat those instead of gnawing on the vine. There are several warehouses ahead. I will clear the zombies inside shortly, so you stay put in the car. Wen Ci's tone was calm. Wen Ci quietly relinquished the vine, which promptly slipped away from his tail. He swam to the edge of the fish tank and softly inquired, Brother, where are we going? Wen Ci replied indifferently, Wherever the road takes us. Wen Ci pondered, but what if we run out of food? Wen Ci let out a soft chuckle, remarking, Oh, but there's still you, isn't there? Did I not mention? You are my reserve food. Should I truly find myself devoid of sustenance, I would have no choice but to feast upon you. He spoke these words with an air of nonchalance, attempting to frighten Wen Ci. However, Wen Ci perceived no trace of intimidation in his words and playfully dropped small pearls instead. Through the rearview mirror, Wen Ci observed the little mermaid's eyes widen in disbelief. Pearls rolled within the vehicle, with a couple even bouncing to rest at his feet. Humph, the little mermaid mumbled. Lowering his head, his tail ceasing its movement, his voice muffled as he choked out, I dislike you. His tone was barely a whisper, as if afraid of being overheard by Wen Ci. Yet, ever since awakening his extraordinary abilities, Wen Ci had not only gained formidable physical strength, but also possessed remarkably heightened senses. Those three words pierced Wen Ci's heart like a tiny thorn. A pang of regret washed over him. Had he spoken too harshly? Wen Ci was merely a young mermaid, raised in a laboratory, utterly naive. As one of the few experimental subjects that Chang Yin deemed satisfactory, Wen Ci had grown accustomed to indulgence. Dislike was dislike, and affection was affection. He expressed his desires without reservation, never concealing his emotions. Yet, here he was, instilling fear within him. Wen Ci abruptly halted his thoughts. Wait, what was he even contemplating? Wen Ci was merely reacting to the apocalypse outside, witnessing the grotesque sight of zombies. It was only due to his own formidable strength that Wen Ci felt helpless and thus submissive to him. He had always regarded Wen Ci as a mere plaything, having long since grown weary of him. How could he possibly soften at the utterance of dislike? Wen Ci inwardly chastised himself, forcing himself not to glance back at Wen Ci, especially as he caught sight of the approaching zombies through the car window. His expression hardened. Wen Ci, however, paid no heed to Wen Ci's reaction. He feigned disappointment, silently sinking to the bottom, concealing his tail among the water plants, and began to blow bubbles. Wen Ci swiftly brought the vehicle to a halt before a few warehouses. Vines re-wrapped around Wen Ci's tail, adopting a protective stance. The car had long been modified by Wen Ci, boasting excellent soundproofing, yet Wen Ci could still hear the zombies' growls from outside. How unpleasant, Wen Ci thought to himself, covering his ears. Yet this was insufficient, for the zombies' cacophony was painfully piercing. He pushed aside the vines entangled in his tail, curling himself into a ball and wrapping himself thickly with water plants. Much better, he mused. The vines he had displaced returned, enveloping him once more. Thus, when Wen Ci returned to the car, after dispatching all the zombies, he opened the door to find a bundle of water plants bound by vines resting in the fish tank. Wen Ci's temples throbbed with tension. He took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. Wen Ci, the once entwined vines, sensing his anger, retreated hastily. With an impassive expression, Wen Ci pushed aside the aquatic mass, fixing his gaze on the immense cluster of fish beneath it while pinning down Wen Ci's tail. Are you intent on suffocating yourself? Wen Ci's tone was far from gentle, his emerald eyes still tinged with irritation. His vines, which shared his sentiments yet lacked intellect, coiled around Wen Ci, regardless of his transformation into a fish-like entity. Wen Ci dared not dwell on the thought. If he had not swiftly dealt with those zombies and returned promptly, would Wen Ci have suffocated here? Wen Ci's fair visage flushed with a hint of red as he gazed at him in confusion, seemingly oblivious to his ire, instinctively reaching out for an embrace. Brother, hug me, Wen Ci cooed softly, provoking a tremor in Wen Ci's heart. This affection was reserved for moments when Wen Ci was lost in a haze of emotions. Yet now, they were not engaged in such intimacy. Wen Ci lifted his arms, enveloping Wen Ci in a tender embrace, lowering his forehead to meet Wen Ci's. You're a bit warm, he noted, realizing the boy must be dazed from the heat, hence his need for comfort. Wen Ci brushed aside a fleeting pang of disappointment and gently placed Wen Ci back into the water. I've already dealt with those zombies. We shall rest here tonight, he declared, striding towards the rear of the vehicle. I will prepare some food. You stay here obediently. In the apocalyptic world, water was a precious commodity. Yet for one endowed with hydrokinesis like Wen Ci, it was manageable. First, he absorbed the energy from the zombie cores he had collected over the past few days, feeling his previously depleted mental strength rejuvenate. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively cleared away the corpses of the undead and washed the ground thoroughly with water, applying perfume repeatedly until the loathsome stench of blood dissipated entirely, leaving him satisfied. After the meal, Wen Ci initially intended to entwine the vehicle with vines for camouflage and rest inside until dawn. However, upon observing Wen Ci and recalling his previous words, he reconsidered. After a brief contemplation, his gaze returned to the nearby warehouses. As an amnesiac experiment, Wen Ci possessed no recollections of the outside world. His actions stemmed purely from instinct. He was unaware of the external circumstances and layout, merely wandering without direction. However, continuing aimlessly was not a viable solution. They needed to settle down. The locations of these warehouses seemed somewhat secluded, and the zombies they had encountered likely belonged to those who once guarded them. It appeared to be a suitable refuge, at least as a temporary sanctuary. Resolute in his decision, Wen Ci ventured into the warehouses for inspection. Inside the adjacent two warehouses were various odds and ends, while the largest held numerous bags of seeds. Yet, in a world where the soil was tainted, these seeds held little promise. The smaller warehouse at the back appeared to be the residence of the individuals who once guarded it, furnished with several beds and various daily necessities. After a mere 3 seconds of contemplation, Wen Ci deftly manipulated the vines to transfer the seeds from the large warehouse to the adjacent two. He then meticulously cleaned the largest warehouse, ensuring it was spotless and fragrant with perfume. Once he ascertained that no unpleasant odors lingered, he carefully moved Wen Ci's fish tank and brought him into the grand repository. We shall reside here for the next few days. Tomorrow, I will explore the surroundings for anything else of interest. Wen Ci sat beside Wen Ci, envisioning their shared future. Wen Ci leaned against the edge of the fish tank, his fish tail gently stirring the water into ripples, as he gazed intently at Wen Ci. All right. 8848 was perplexed as to why Wen Ci consented to allow Wen Ci to stay here. When one, should we not expedite his journey to the Tianyi base to reunite with his parents? Why linger here? Wen Ci replied slowly. Have you forgotten that the apocalypse has only just begun? The Tianyi base is not yet fully established. He continued. Moreover, Wen Ci's ability level is alarmingly low. In the original narrative, he had only returned to the Tianyi base after his powers had escalated to level 6. Even then, many conspired against him, unable to tolerate his presence. He was originally a test subject, his physique already distinguishing him from normal individuals. Furthermore, Cheng Yin has maliciously accused him of being a high-level zombie. As for me, being a mermaid, I doubt his parents could safeguard us if he brought me to meet them now. In the apocalypse, strength is paramount. This is not the time to rush back for familial recognition. What is far more crucial is to enhance Wen Ci's abilities. Only in the face of absolute strength will the machinations of others become mere idle talk. 8848 conceded, that makes a great deal of sense. No longer fixated on the matter, 8848 observed as Wen Ci and Wen Ci settled into the warehouses. However, they did not remain there constantly. The following morning, Wen Ci left the main vine to accompany Wen Ci in the warehouse while he drove out to survey the nearby area. On the first day, he was reluctant to stray too far from Wen Ci. On the second day, he returned with a fresh batch of supplies and rearranged the entire warehouse. By the third day, he brought back an even larger fish tank, which dwarfed Wen Ci's original incubator, occupying nearly a quarter of the warehouse's space. He placed it in the corner, filled it with water, and then gently placed Wen Ci inside. Wen Ci immediately wrapped his arms around Wen Ci, burying his head in the crook of his neck and nuzzling against him, before planting a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, brother. You are the best. I like you the most. His eyes sparkled as he looked up at Wen Ci, playfully coiling his tail around his waist and pulling him into the vast fish tank. This newfound space was ample, allowing them considerable freedom to explore. Under Wen Ci's intentional guidance, Wen Ci even discovered a new function of the vines. The days have passed for over a month. Each time Wen Ci returns, he brings back various items, and the once dilapidated warehouse has begun to resemble a home. Regardless of what Wen Ci presents, Wen Ci always embraces him, showering him with affection and praise. When he notices that Wen Ci is not too fatigued, he playfully entwines his tail around him, inviting him to savor the small pearls together. Wen Ci's darkening value has been painstakingly increased to 60 by Wen Ci's tender affections. Even 8848 cannot help but exclaim, Wen, you truly are remarkable. If Wen Ci possessed a tail, it would likely soar to the heavens. Wen Ci's aquarium has been meticulously arranged by Wen Ci. He lies within his grand shell, toying with the pearls in his hand. In just over a month, Wen Ci feels his strength has significantly amplified. 8848 informs him that the highest level zombies now reach level 5, and naturally, their buffs have also improved. Meanwhile, Wen Ci's abilities are at level 4 for the plant category and level 3 for the water category. In a world where most individuals barely reach levels 1 or 2, only just realizing that zombie cores can elevate their powers, Wen Ci, as the male protagonist, seems to be ascending at an extraordinary rate. Yet, it remains insufficient. Far from enough. Wen Ci yearns to assist Wen Ci in hunting the current zombie king. With a level 5 zombie core, Wen Ci's abilities would surely surpass the threshold. Unfortunately, they have no knowledge of the zombie king's whereabouts. Wen Ci sighs in disappointment. Xiao Ba, can't you assist me in locating it? 8848 replies earnestly. Wen, I truly cannot lower the cost below 50 points. Wen Ci retorts, a single task only grants me 300 points. 8848 responds, there's nothing to be done. The system has its fixed prices. Moreover, during this time, I have already attracted enough zombies for Wen Ci. He has nearly eradicated all the zombies within 100 miles. With a sigh, 8848 laments that they can only blame the low levels of those zombies, as there are hardly any cores to be found. Wen Ci likely cannot comprehend why every outing results in encountering hordes of zombies, as if they are inexhaustible. He remains oblivious to the fact that these zombies have been drawn by 8848 who has sprinted tirelessly across the miles. Yet, Wen Ci is perceptive enough to sense that something is amiss, an invisible force seemingly orchestrating events from behind. Additionally, his time spent scavenging for supplies has diminished. Now that their resources are plentiful, even if they remained in the warehouse, they would have enough provisions to last 3 months. Aside from dedicating an hour each day to scout the surroundings, Wen Ci spends the rest of his time in the warehouse, keeping Wen Ci company. Observing Wen Ci's disque. 8848 comforts him. Wen, do not fret too much. Most of the zombies are merely level 1 or 2, and encountering a level 3 or 4 zombie is a rare occurrence. Hardly a challenge for Wen Ci. Although the 5th level zombies exist, there is only one, and since it cannot be found, let us consider it non-existent. Moreover, if it were not for Wen Ci's numerous abilities, he would not have absorbed so much energy from the zombie cores, and he would still be at the 4th level. Indeed, although they remain unaware of his other powers, it is evident that Wen Ci possesses abilities beyond just plant and water manipulation. The narrative does not specify the exact number of Wen Ci's abilities, yet Wen Ci is not overly concerned with such matters. A commotion arises outside, prompting Wen Ci to lift his head. Have they returned so soon? It has barely been a while since they left. 8848's tone turns serious. It's not Wen Ci, it's a group of survivors. I just detected that among them are 5 ordinary people and 7 ability users. Among these ability users, 4 are clad in similar attire, bearing the insignia of the Nanchuan base. 8848 swiftly assesses the situation outside and relays all pertinent information to Wen Ci. The leader is a 3rd-level ability user, while the other 3 are 2nd level. The remaining 3 are akin to the other survivors, but are all 1st-level ability users. There are a total of 4 vehicles, each with substantial capacity and a considerable amount of supplies. It appears they are from the Nanchuan base, out seeking resources and have encountered this group of survivors, intending to take them back. As 8848 observes the ability users conferring, he prepares to check the situation inside the warehouse, suddenly exclaiming, Wen, they are coming. Before Wen Ci could react, the main vine, which had been obediently coiling around his wrist, sprang into action. He watched as the vine transformed into an arm as robust as that of an adult male, shooting forth like an unstrung arrow. Wen Ci heard the rush of wind beside him, followed by an uproar outside. What the hell is that? Watch out, boss. What is this, a mutated plant? Don't come any closer, 8848 remarked. Oh, I almost forgot about this vine. The little one is quite formidable. It has already turned the outside into chaos. Wen Ci replied, then let us take advantage of the situation. The main vine, sensing no zombie presence among them, refrained from directly taking their lives. Instead, it surged forth, driving them away, and instantly rooted itself before the warehouse, sprouting countless tendrils. Its size visibly expanded 100-fold, wrapping around the entire warehouse, leaving them no chance to approach. The previously panicked group stood frozen, momentarily hesitant to act. Even Gu Xingchuan, who was accustomed to dealing with zombies, gazed at this scene, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Am I still dreaming? Is this real? A youth beside Gu Xingchuan swallowed hard, having expected the zombies to be outrageous enough, only to be confronted with something even more absurd. Another young man furrowed his brow. What do we do now? The entity before them did not seem inclined to attack. It merely wished to prevent them from approaching the warehouse. Gu Xingchuan quickly regained his composure. In that case, let us depart from here. Remarkably, they had encountered no zombies along the way, perhaps due to this unidentified mutated plant. Document this matter. Report it upon our return. Gu Xingchuan calmly instructed, glancing at the survivors behind him, who appeared somewhat weakened. You two lead the survivors back slowly, and do not provoke this creature. I will cover our retreat. He spoke while keeping a vigilant eye on the vine before him, relieved that it showed no intention of aggression until they reached their vehicle. Gu Xingchuan cast a long, contemplative look at the warehouse ensnared by the vines. His intuition hinted that something of great significance lay within. Otherwise, it would not be so fiercely guarded by this mutated plant. However, he possessed the self-awareness to recognize that he was no match for this formidable organism. Suppressing his burgeoning curiosity, He merely contemplated the situation. When reinforcements arrived to eradicate the mutated plant, he would return for a closer inspection. Just as they were about to depart, a thunderous roar echoed in their ears, accompanied by a lightning strike that split the sky. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically, their pupils constricting in alarm. This is not good. Chapter 12. Apocalypse. The Weeping Mermaid. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, only one rain had fallen, a bizarre green rain, each drop infused with the virus. It was this very rainfall that plunged the world into utter desolation, tainting both water sources and soil. The sky of the apocalypse remained perpetually overcast, devoid of sunlight, and now the prospect of rain once more instilled a sense of trepidation among the group. Boss, we cannot return in time, and there is nowhere else to take refuge. We do not know how long this rain will last. Gu Xingchuan's expression darkened as he listened to the words of those beside him, his gaze shifting to several other warehouses. The young man sensed his thoughts and hesitated before suggesting, "Shall we take shelter in the adjacent warehouse?" The mutated plant showed no signs of aggression. It merely seeks to guard that particular warehouse, so the others should be safe. If we remain exposed in this situation, we risk unforeseen dangers. Another youth in the back interrupted, "But what if this rain causes the mutated plant to evolve? Staying here would lead us to certain doom." As their debate unfolded, the first raindrops began to pelt the ground. This peculiar rainfall was still ominous, the dark red droplets splattering against the earth like blossoms of blood. The stifling air was thick with a metallic scent. Heartbeats quickened, and the anguished cries of the survivors from nearby vehicles pierced the air, each voice echoing painfully in Gu Xingchuan's mind, causing him a throbbing headache. Enough! Gu Xingchuan inhaled deeply. We shall seek refuge in that warehouse. Move swiftly and quietly, and avoid getting too close to the mutated plant. Ultimately, they chose the warehouse farthest from Wen Ci to escape the impending storm. When 8848 informed Wen Ci of the situation, Wen Ci merely furrowed his brow and inquired, "What about Wen Shu? What is the nature of this rain? Surely he hasn't encountered any mishaps?" 8848 patiently reassured him, "Wen, do not fret. He is already on his way back and will be fine. This rain merely serves to elevate some lower-tier zombies and awaken latent abilities in the higher-tier ones." Wen Ci remarked, "The heavenly principles of this world truly seem unperturbed by the potential destruction of their own realm. High-level zombies are impervious to pain, they're blood-rife with viruses, and they possess remarkable speed and ferocity in their attacks. This alone poses a significant challenge, yet now they are to gain extraordinary powers as well." The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Wen Ci. If this trend continues, ordinary individuals devoid of abilities will find it exceedingly difficult to survive in this world. 8848 replied, "Such is the nature of the many-world's evolution, survival of the fittest, a law of nature. I cannot say whether they will endure. All I know is that without Wen Shu, the zombie virus cannot be eradicated, leading to mission failure and the impending collapse of our world. The post-apocalyptic reality is inherently ruthless. However, from the onset of the apocalypse, Wen Shu had sheltered Wen Ci by creating a sanctuary amidst the chaos. Yet, others were not as fortunate. The main vine remained tightly entwined around the warehouse, allowing the blood-red rain to wash over it. Under the relentless downpour, the once green tendrils transformed into a dark hue. The initially soft protrusions on the vines gradually morphed into formidable black thorns, exuding an aura of aggression. The rain intensified. Although Gu Xingchuan and his group had taken refuge inside the warehouse, they refrained from disembarking from their vehicle. They were uncertain of the external conditions and whether the mutated plant might launch an unexpected attack. Tension hung thick in the air as a few survivors huddled together, trembling in fear, none daring to utter a word. Gu Xingchuan managed to contact the head of the Nanchuan base and briefly outlined the current predicament. His fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel before he ended the communication and glanced through the window. The rain poured in, resembling a thick, viscous stream of blood that soaked the items within the warehouse. This bizarre crimson rain arrived with ferocity, but mercifully subsided after a mere 10 minutes. As the rain ceased, the dawn emerged clearer than before, devoid of the earlier gloom, yet still lacking sunlight. Wonderful, Chief. The rain has finally stopped. Let us return swiftly. Gu Xingchuan's tense expression relaxed slightly as he nodded in agreement. Indeed. Both the location and the rain exuded an unsettling aura. They needed to return to the base post-haste. However, just as they prepared to leave, a series of sounds indicating something had ruptured from within reached their ears. Gu Xingchuan's gaze shifted to the rearview mirror, and upon discerning the situation, his countenance altered abruptly. This is bad. The contents inside have mutated. The scene was undeniably strange. The interior had merely housed some seeds. Yet, it seemed the seeds at the bottom had been contaminated by the rainwater. Familiar vegetables exhibited an alarming rate of growth, their appearance now tinged with an eerie darkness. The leaves of the vegetables were enveloped in a thick, murky black liquid, rolling ominously towards their vehicle. In addition to those bizarre plants, there were also insects, once minuscule, now grotesquely magnified dozens of times. The incessant buzzing in Gu Xingchuan's ears rendered his expression grim. They hastily accelerated the car, attempting to escape their dire predicament. However, the rolling vegetables swiftly blocked the warehouse's exit ahead of them. What monstrous creatures! Get away! Quickly! Move aside! Ugh, the stench! The young man exclaimed, his voice tinged with a chill. The mutated vegetables showed no intent to attack, yet they constricted the space around them. Clenching his teeth, Gu Xingchuan raised his hand to open the car door. As his black boots met the ground, a wave of foul odor assaulted him. Suppressing the urge to retch, he hurled fireballs towards the abominable entities. The other empowered individuals soon reacted, disembarking to clear the clutter within the warehouse. Yet, the accumulation of these aberrations proved relentless. As each seed mutated, the inventory multiplied. Their powers, not particularly potent, waned rapidly, leaving them fatigued and overwhelmed. As their space dwindled, the air grew thin, inducing a sense of disorientation. Just as beads of cold sweat formed on Gu Xingchuan's forehead, and he bit into his lip, fearing he would perish within that warehouse, an explosion rocked the structure. Despite the absence of storm clouds, dozens of bolts of lightning descended from the clear sky, obliterating the menacing entities surrounding them. The few empowered individuals who managed to breathe anew were left in a state of bewilderment. Wait, had they just been struck by lightning? The mutated vegetables, which had moments ago threatened to engulf them, were now ensnared by numerous vines, rendering them immobile. Gu Xingchuan's complexion paled, his gaze vacant, his body rigid. He struggled to comprehend the unfolding events when a cold voice pierced through the chaos. May I borrow a flame? Almost instinctively, Gu Xingchuan raised his hand, conjuring a flickering ball of fire. In an instant, several vines entwined around his fiery orb. What on earth is ensnaring my flame? He thought, realizing something was amiss. Before he could articulate his confusion, he watched as the vines, now ablaze, rapidly ensnared the mutated monstrosities. Along with the vines that had previously intertwined with them, they ignited in a conflagration. Amidst the anguished cries of the aberrations, the flames painted the sky a crimson hue. The fire illuminated every face, casting a warm glow upon their pallid features. In a matter of mere minutes, the very entities that had nearly suffocated them were reduced to mere ashes before their eyes. Several individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities reflected on the recent events with lingering trepidation, instinctively turning their gaze towards Wen Ci. In this apocalyptic world, where water is a scarce resource, those who have managed to survive thus far are, to some extent, in a state of disarray. Yet, the youth before them, appearing to be merely in his early 20s, donned a pristine white shirt and black trousers. Coupled with his handsome visage, he exuded an air of freshness and cleanliness that seemed incongruous with the harsh realities of this desolate existence. Gu Xingchuan swallowed hard, his eyes fixated on Wen Ci, brimming with fervent desire. The lightning they had witnessed moments ago was undoubtedly a manifestation of the boy's powers. Additionally, the vines hinted at a botanical ability. In a world ravaged by despair, his ability to maintain such cleanliness suggested he might also possess water-related powers. 3 types of abilities, and such formidable strength. Gu Xingchuan's heart raced with anticipation. Since the onset of the apocalypse, numerous bases, large and small, had emerged, yet only a handful could be deemed truly significant. These major strongholds not only sheltered survivors, but also sought to recruit those with extraordinary abilities. In this lawless era, the path to survival lay in the re-establishment of order. In a world where zombies and gifted individuals coexisted, it was only through absolute strength that one could command authority. As Gu Xingchuan approached Wen Ci, a friendly smile graced his face. "Greetings, I am Gu Xingchuan from the Nanchuan base." He extended his hand, adding, "Thank you for saving us earlier. May I know your name?" Wen Ci furrowed his brow, clearly uninterested in engaging with him. However, when asked for his name, he lifted his gaze slightly, responding coolly, "Wen Ci." After a brief pause, he elaborated, "One from Wen Ci, and Shu from Kersu." Gu Xingchuan was unfamiliar with Wen Ci, yet an instinctual understanding told him this person held significance for Wen Ci. He withdrew his hand, complimenting, "That is a lovely name." A subtle smile graced Wen Ci's lips. "I think so too." Gu Xingchuan praised the name given to Wen Ci by Wen Ci, finding the former slightly more agreeable, though it did not alter Wen Ci's reluctance to engage further. Casting a glance at their vehicle, Wen Ci spoke in a monotone, "Let us go. I'll give you 10 minutes. If I see you here after that." His words trailed off, yet the vines that silently encircled behind them conveyed a clear warning. With that, he turned away without a backward glance, unwilling to let such a powerful individual slip away. Gu Xingchuan pressed on, his tone urgent. "Wait, I recognize your strength, but this place is far from safe. Would you consider returning to the base with us? The Nanchuan base is quite substantial, with all infrastructures restored. It will be preferable to remaining here. If you value solitude, I could arrange for a private residence, ensuring you would not be disturbed. Moreover, we have ample food and supplies." Finally, Wen Ci halted, turning back to face him, his eyes filled with palpable impatience. With merely a glance, Gu Xingchuan fell silent. No one dared to utter a word. All eyes were fixated on Wen Ci as he approached the mutated plant. The very plant that had instilled fear moments ago shrank instantaneously when Wen Ci placed his hand upon it. The onlookers were astonished. What they had presumed to be a fierce mutated plant was merely a manifestation of the extraordinary abilities possessed by this youth named Wen Ci. "Goodness, our leader. This Wen Ci is truly remarkable," remarked a young man, slowly approaching Gu Xingchuan, his eyes wide with admiration. Another youth, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "If our Nanchuan base had such a powerful ability user, our strength would undoubtedly surge." Gu Xingchuan responded, "Clearly, he has no intention of returning with us. Let's depart." The young man frowned. "Leader, are we truly going to abandon him? Perhaps we should persuade him further?" Glancing at the time, Gu Xingchuan replied, "We have 5 minutes left. If we linger any longer, those vines may very well endanger our lives." The young man fell quiet, silently boarding the vehicle alongside them. As they drove away, Gu Xingchuan felt a twinge of regret. With Wen Ci's reluctance, they could not forcibly take him back, even if they entertained such an idea. They lacked the strength to do so. Wen Ci disregarded his main vine and hurried towards Wen Ci. With 8848 present, Wen Ci was well aware of the events that had transpired outside. As he gazed at Wen Ci, he felt no surprise, merely tilting his head and softly inquiring, "Brother, you've returned?" Wen Ci remained silent, his expression grave as he lifted Wen Ci from the water, meticulously inspecting him, especially scrutinizing his tail, ensuring there were no injuries. Wen Ci finally exhaled in relief and gently placed the bewildered little merman back into the water. Wen Ci blinked. "What's wrong?" Wen Ci resumed his indifferent demeanor, stating simply, "Nothing." Noticing the troubled look on his brother's face, Wen Ci furrowed his brow slightly, calling out with concern, "Brother." He recalled the zombie crystal nuclei Wen Ci had given him a play with some time ago. Turning back, he rummaged through the pile of small pearls, extracting the zombie crystal nuclei, and returned to Wen Ci, cradling them in his hands. "Brother, this is for you." Wen Ci was taken aback. To him, it seemed Wen Ci had awakened an ability, though its nature remained unknown. Wen Ci had been well protected, never having the opportunity to use his powers. Nevertheless, Wen Shu intended to find some zombie crystal nuclei for Wen Ci to enhance his abilities. However, he did not anticipate that Wen Ci had concealed all the nuclei within those small pearls. Wen Shu felt a mixture of exasperation and helplessness. Little silly fish. Do you realize how important these are? Or do you not know how to absorb the energy within? Wen Ci, uninterested in Wen Shu's seemingly superfluous words, pressed his soft, damp lips against Wen Shu's, effectively silencing him. Wen Shu's pupils constricted slightly, momentarily caught off guard, unable to react in any other way. Wen Ci lowered his gaze, fixating on their intertwined hands and the zombie crystal cores in his palm, which shimmered like precious gems. He stubbornly murmured, "I understand their significance. Hence, I shall reserve them all for my brother." Wen Shu's mind momentarily went blank, as if something had exploded within his consciousness, causing his pupils to quiver. The chime of the 8848 system echoed with delight. Ding, Wen Shu's corruption value. 5, current corruption value. 55. Wen Ci gazed at Wen Shu with bright eyes, placing all the zombie crystal cores into his hands before grasping them tightly. "All for my brother." Wen Shu was taken aback, not due to Wen Ci's words, but because he could distinctly sense the energy from the crystal cores actively merging into his body. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. The sole variable was Wen Ci. Thus, it was evident that his little merman was not oblivious to how to absorb the energy within. He had merely gathered these zombie crystal cores, understanding their utmost importance to ability users, solely to bestow them upon him. Wen Shu's heart softened profoundly, completely forgetting that he had originally sought these crystal cores himself. The depleted zombie crystal cores crumbled into dust with a gentle press of his fingers. Wen Shu felt a pang at the tip of his nose, his voice raspy as he finally summoned the courage to ask the question he had suppressed deep within his heart. "Haven't you grown tired of me? Why do you still wish to leave these things for me?" If it were merely out of fear that he felt compelled to remain by his side, there was no need to offer him these treasures. Wen Ci pressed his lips together, at a loss for how to elucidate the matter. After all, he was responsible for both the words spoken and the actions taken. It was an undeniable truth. He lowered his gaze, his tail gently swaying behind him. The atmosphere between them grew tense due to his silence. The 8848 system, having just witnessed a decline in the corruption value, was now apprehensive upon observing their awkward demeanor. "1, you must explain to him quickly. It took immense effort to stabilize the corruption value. What if it rises again?" As the saying goes, what one fears often comes to pass. The moment the 8848 system's words fell, a familiar voice that nearly sent it into despair resounded. "Ding, Wen Shu's corruption value. 10, current corruption value. 65. 8848. Wen. You will have to console him on your own." With a sigh, 8848 refrained from saying more and quietly logged off. Wen Ci fixed his gaze upon Wen Shu, who tenderly caressed his hair. His previously aloof demeanor softened to an extraordinary degree. He bore no semblance of someone whose corruption value had just surged. "Little mischief maker, you want to even condescend to deceive me." Even if Wen Ci had fabricated a trivial excuse, riddled with flaws, Wen Shu would have been willing to believe it. Yet, ironically, Wen Ci was unwilling to utter even a single falsehood to comfort him. Wen Shu cradled Wen Ci's face in both hands. In the depths of those emerald eyes lay emotions that eluded Wen Ci's understanding, simmering like a tempest poised to rend the very fabric of existence. He lowered his gaze and pressed his lips gently against the small mole on Wen Ci's nose, before capturing his lips in a fervent kiss, unyielding and impossible to refuse. He claimed everything that belonged to Wen Ci. The corners of Wen Ci's eyes quivered, a faint flush creeping in, tears cascading down. He parted his lips, yearning to articulate something, yet Wen Shu was evidently disinclined to entertain his words. As Wen Ci's lips slightly parted, it offered an opportunity for Wen Shu to seize. "Ah Ci, ah Ci," Wen Shu whispered repeatedly, his voice a soft murmur that resonated with a haunting light in his gaze. "It's all right, Ah Ci. Even if you don't love me, it's fine. You can only be mine. You shall never escape me." The silver tail was firmly grasped by a broad, powerful hand, and the calloused fingertips tenderly caressed it. Wen Ci's body trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Wen Shu's other hand encircled his waist, leaving no room for resistance or escape. Or perhaps it was that Wen Ci had never contemplated fleeing at all. Given his current strength, if he truly desired to break free from Wen Shu, it would be a trivial task. Yet, he had no intention of doing so. Wen Ci merely offered a token struggle, his voice quivering as he called out, "Brother Wen Shu." It had been ages since he last uttered Wen Shu's name, the name he had personally bestowed upon him during their first encounter, a moment that marked both their initial meeting and their first experience together. It had been a mere exchange of a few words. He had given Wen Shu a new name and subsequently drawn him into his nurturing embrace. At that time, Wen Shu was utterly naive, blissfully unaware of matters of love. Wen Ci had been his guide in such affairs, and indeed, Wen Shu proved to be an exemplary pupil, displaying remarkable aptitude. After a single attempt, he grasped the nuances and even learned to extrapolate. The poor little mermaid, bullied to the point of shedding pearls, was a sight reminiscent of the present moment. Wen Shu swallowed hard, pressing his lips against the corner of Wen Ci's eye. "Ah, Ci, be good, don't cry," he cooed tenderly, showing no sign of halting his advances. The anatomical structures of mermaids and humans may differ, yet they were astonishingly compatible. Time seemed to lose its meaning. Wen Ci felt disoriented, barely able to distinguish between reality and illusion. Wen Shu maintained his composed demeanor, although an unusual sentiment flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Wen Ci's pupils dilated, his damp lips slightly parted, yet he could not articulate a single coherent word. Only at that moment did Wen Ci truly believe that Wen Shu's dark tendencies had indeed escalated. "Wen, you've been lying there for 3 hours. Are you all right?" 8848 inquired, unable to restrain his concern as he observed Wen Ci motionless within the grand shell. "Perhaps you should purchase some ointment from the system shop. It only requires 30 points for a box." Wen Ci slowly closed his eyes, releasing a stream of bubbles. "No need, I just need a moment to rest." Points were a scarce commodity, so it was prudent to conserve them whenever possible. 8848 hesitated, stating, "I believe your health is in decline." "For 2 full days. I struggled unsuccessfully to connect online." Wen Ci exclaimed in frustration, "His lack of restraint is intolerable. Such behavior is unbecoming of a human being." The last time he felt this overwhelmed was due to his little apprentice, who transformed into a serpent in the realm of cultivation. During a critical period for his apprentice, he found himself ensnared by the serpent's tail, confined within the cave for an entire month. Since departing from that world, Wen Ci had refrained from reflecting on that month-long ordeal. Yet now, after merely 2 days of torment from Wen Shu, those memories resurfaced. Wen Ci's tone turned earnest and grave. "Xiao Ba, I suspect Wen Shu is not human. He may very well be a zombie." Chapter 15. Apocalypse. The Weeping Mermaid. Wen Ci's eyes reddened as he declared vehemently, "He is nothing more than a machine resembling a human, transformed by a viral infection." 8848 gasped in disbelief. "Is this truly something he can hear?" 8848 added, "Wen, while your words may hold some truth, they are rather crude." Gazing at his slightly reddened scales, Wen Ci coldly smiled. "I merely speak the truth." His once silver, beautiful tail now bore several scales tinged with faint crimson, drawing unwelcome attention. He was on the verge of becoming the first little succubus to perish in this task world due to such a predicament. Was he not even permitted to voice his grievances? Wen Ci inquired, "So what of his darkening value? Has it diminished?" After enduring so much, one would expect his ire to have subsided. 8848 remained silent. Eventually, it weakly replied, "It remains at 65. No change." Wen Ci reacted with disbelief. After all this, why has he not calmed down? Furrowing his brow, he pondered where things had gone awry. He had always believed that the male lead in this world was easier to placate than the one from the previous realm. Throughout this time, he had been indulging Wen Shu daily, and the darkening value had been decreasing swiftly. Yet now, not only had it rebounded, but he also seemed utterly unappeasable. Wen Ci felt a headache coming on. 8848 attempted to console him. "Fear not, Wen. At least he is still alive and well." With you by his side, there is no need to worry about him dragging the antagonist down with him, leading to the collapse of this world. After some thought, 8848 proposed, perhaps you should take Wen Ci to the Tianyi base? The area is now mostly devoid of zombies, and whenever he ventures out in search of supplies, he often encounters various superhumans and survivors. However, he shows little regard for anyone else's well-being besides yours, and avoids interacting with them altogether. Currently, Wen Ci possesses the greatest strength among all superhumans, but his isolation is unsustainable. 8848 expressed with concern. I fear he intends to remain here with you indefinitely. Wen Ci, Gurgul, Gurgul. 8848. Wen, I am earnestly analyzing this with you. Please refrain from blowing bubbles. Wen Ci, are you suggesting that Wen Ci takes me, a mermaid, to the base? Have you forgotten that Changyin has been under protection since the apocalypse began and is currently at the Tianyi base? I acknowledge that Wen Ci is indeed formidable, but that alone is insufficient. He must grow even stronger. Wen Ci silently grabbed a handful of small pearls and popped them into his mouth. At the very least, he should be powerful enough to contend with a base's supernatural beings alone. 8848. Wen, he is merely the protagonist. He is not a deity. The protagonist possesses innate talent, complemented by the halo of being the main character, which may grant him greater fortune, yet he cannot wield such overwhelming powers. Wen Ci, then let's find a place rife with zombies and gradually level up. You are not wrong. It is indeed time for him to interact with others. Suddenly, Wen Ci shifted his tone. I recall you mentioned that once my buff reaches level 8, my tail could transform into legs, correct? 8848. Wen, I understand what you were thinking, but currently, the highest level of zombies is only level 5. Zombies require crystal cores to level up, but they lack human intellect and cannot navigate these complexities. Based on the current progress, it will take at least another 6 months for level 8 zombies to appear. After pondering, 8848 opened the system shop. By the way, I remember there was a potion in the system shop that could transform a mermaid's tail into legs. It was originally used in a fairy tale world and should work in the apocalypse as well. It costs 88 points for the basic version and 150 points for the version with side effects. What do you think, Wen? Wen Ci glanced at his tail, then at the enormous fish tank. Gritting his teeth, he asked what are the side effects. Whether for Wen Ci or for himself, he had to transform his tail into legs. Being a mermaid in the apocalypse was exceedingly conspicuous, and lacking legs made everything inconvenient. 8848. Oh, the side effect is that every 8 hours, your legs must be submerged in water. Otherwise, they will revert back to a tail. Additionally, you cannot stand or walk for extended periods, or else your legs will ache and weaken, forcing you to lie in bed for an entire day and night. Yes, that is how it is. Wen Ci exhaled in relief. That is bearable. Please help me exchange for this task item. The basic version will suffice. As Wen Ci watched a small, pale pink pearl appear in his hand, he swallowed it without hesitation. Immediately, he felt a warm sensation flowing through his body. Then, he witnessed his silver tail transform into a pair of slender, elegant legs. Wen Ci attempted to swim using his legs in the water, and, after becoming accustomed to them, he slowly stepped out of the fish tank. Fortunately, the supplies Wen Ci had brought back were all stored in this massive warehouse. Wen Ci walked barefoot on the ground, leaving a trail of water behind. The main vine that had been entwined around his wrist seemed to have undergone some change. As soon as Wen Ci sensed the tendril departing from the fish tank, it instinctively coiled around him, ultimately entangling one of his legs. He had no doubt that should he dare to step beyond the threshold of the warehouse, this vine would immediately swell, ensnaring him tightly and leaving him no chance of escape. Yet, at that moment, his sole desire was to find a set of clothing to wear. Previously, as a merman, he had no need for garments, but now, transformed into human form, he was obliged to don attire. His legs were proportionate and elongated, his skin pale, with faint silver scales etched upon his calves. Now entwined by the black tendrils, an uncanny beauty emanated from the juxtaposition. Amongst a pile of supplies, he discovered a stash of clothing, sifting through until he finally selected a deep crimson shirt. These garments had been procured by Wen Ci for himself. standing nearly 6'3". Wen Ci's build was vastly different from Wen Ci's, who stood just above 5'6". The disparity in their physiques rendered the clothing excessively loose on Wen Ci. The shirt was satisfactory, but he found himself perplexed when it came to selecting trousers. As he held 2 pairs in hand, contemplating his choice, the sound of a vehicle's roar echoed from outside, followed by hurried footsteps and the tightening grip of the tendril around his thigh. The door swung open. Wen Ci turned slightly to glance back, and the previously stoic Wen Ci found himself momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. The youth's delicate and beautiful visage displayed a hint of bewilderment. His silver, slightly curled hair cascaded down to his waist. Clad solely in a loose dark crimson shirt, he had managed to fasten a few buttons, revealing his exquisite collarbones and a glimpse of his chest. The deep red of the shirt accentuated the pallor of his skin, barely concealing his long, well-proportioned legs. The black tendrils spiraled around his legs, ascending from his ankles, still adorned with traces of silver scales, all the way to the top of his thighs. The youth tilted his head slightly, and his silver hair arched gracefully in the air with the motion. He blinked lightly, his voice soft and tinged with confusion as he called out, "Brother?" Wen Ci finally regained his composure, watching as Wen Ci, in his presence, pulled the tendril down to fashion a bow. A smile graced Wen Ci's lips, and he beckoned with a curl of his finger. The tendril instantly shrank, swiftly returning to him, vanishing into the palm of his hand. With the tendril retracted, Wen Ci approached Wen Ci. Wen Ci lifted his gaze to meet Wen Ci's. Before Wen Ci could utter a word, Wen Ci's eyes curved into a gentle smile, and he extended his arms, signaling for an embrace. "Brother, hug me." Before Wen Ci could make a decision, his body reacted instinctively, lifting Wen Ci into his arms. Supporting Wen Ci's form with his hands beneath his hips, he felt a thin layer of callus against his palms, while Wen Ci was clad only in a delicate shirt. Instinctively, Wen Ci wrapped his legs around Wen Ci's waist. Wen Ci's hands shifted ever so slightly. Wen Ci's eyelashes fluttered as she softly hummed near his ear, "Brother, tickles." The delicate skin of the little mermaid remained tender. Even with her fishtail transformed into legs, there was no change to her sensitivity. The only torment she endured after the onset of the apocalypse was the journey from the laboratory with Wen Ci. Wen Ci's grip was unexpectedly harsh, and the thin layer of calluses was somewhat irritating. This caused Wen Ci's body to tremble slightly. Yet, it seemed as if Wen Ci had discovered a switch, his amusement deepening as his hands continued their relentless motion. "Is that so? Then let brother help you." Wen Ci realized the man was being deliberately provocative. The silver strands of hair concealed her slightly flushed ear tips. She gazed at Wen Ci with a look of grievance, yearning to denounce his misdeeds. But as soon as she spoke, tears began to fall uncontrollably. Wen Ci felt a surge of panic and sighed, yet maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. He cradled Wen Ci and returned to the fish tank, placing her gently on his bed. "What's wrong? Does it hurt? Let me see." As he spoke, he reached to lift Wen Ci's clothing to inspect her back. Wen Ci clutched her shirt tightly, her eyes reddening as she stared at him, articulating each word with difficulty. "You're too fierce." Wen Ci, realizing his actions over the past days, felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "Be good. I will apply some medicine." He retrieved the ointment he had specially sought out that day. After some coaxing, he finally managed to persuade Wen Ci to lie down on the bed. With patience, he tenderly applied the medicine, his gaze lingering on her legs. Once he had completed the task, he half-held Wen Ci in his arms, inquiring, "What happened to your tail? How did it suddenly become legs? Do you feel unwell?" He suddenly recalled that since Wen Ci had awakened last time, her appetite had increased significantly. However, after confirming there were no adverse effects on her body, he had disregarded it. Wen Ci's eyes appeared innocent and bewildered. "I don't know either. It just changed like this all of a sudden. But now I have legs, so I needn't worry about being discovered. Aren't you happy, brother?" Her head rested on Wen Ci's shoulder, her soft voice tinged with a hint of excitement. "I can finally leave this place." Wen Ci, who had been deeply contemplating what could have caused such a transformation, momentarily paused at her words. He gazed solemnly at her legs, such beautiful legs. The skin was so fair and tender that a gentle touch would leave behind marks of his own. As he thought this, he acted upon it, grasping her ankle with his hand. A slight pressure resulted in a ring of red marks, as if to leave a certain imprint. Such exquisite legs deserved more than a mere mark. Previously, she had only possessed a beautiful fishtail, visible solely to him. The little mermaid could go nowhere in the apocalypse but remain by his side. Yet now, with these legs, she could potentially leave him at any moment. She would no longer stay beside him out of fear, playing along as before. Even the thought of remaining by his side was inconceivable. Wen Ci would depart, abandoning him. Much like in the laboratory days, he had long grown weary of him. Ding. Wen Ci's corruption value, 10. Current corruption value, 75. In Wen Ci's emerald gaze surged obscurity and madness. It was not until a small pearl fell into his hand that he heard the aggrieved voice of the little mermaid, choking with emotion. You hurt me. Wen Ci snapped back to reality, casting a deep, penetrating glance at Wen Ci before retracting his hand. He maintained his usual calm demeanor, even going so far as to patiently inquire, where does a Ci wish to go? Wen Ci smiled faintly. I assent it better to stay here. The outside world is fraught with danger. Here, your brother will protect you. Why do you wish to leave, a Ci? You dislike those monsters, do you not? Initially puzzled as to why Wen Ci's corruption value had inexplicably increased, Wen Ci now grasped the situation upon hearing his words. He took the initiative to embrace Wen Ci, burrowing into his embrace, and murmured, Brother, do not be angry. I do not wish to leave you. I merely feel we should find another place. I enjoy being with you, but I do not want to remain here indefinitely. Wen Ci paused slightly, noting Wen Ci's lack of response. He nuzzled closer to his neck, tilting his head to gaze up at him. Brother, let us search for those beautiful little stones. You once mentioned how useful they are. It has been a long time since you brought any back. Wen Ci's eyes sparkled with sincerity, his voice earnest. No one could resist the charms of a little succubus, especially when she was genuinely considering Wen Ci's feelings. Since they are not here, we shall seek them elsewhere. There must be some to be found. Wen Ci stared silently at Wen Ci, seemingly discerning the truth behind his words. Ultimately, he merely smiled, shattering the heavy silence. Very well, then let us find those beautiful stones elsewhere. Wen Ci observed that Wen Ci's corruption value showed no signs of decline, leaving him disheartened. He should not have assumed that Wen Ci, whose corruption value had steadily decreased since arriving in this world, was easily appeased. He was far more difficult to placate than the individual from the previous world. Wen Ci sighed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Perhaps Wen Ci did not truly believe his words, suspecting he would eventually leave. Nevertheless, it mattered not. They had ample time. If he did not trust him, then he would create opportunities to ensure Wen Ci knew he would never abandon him. Chapter 17. The Apocalypse. The Crying Mermaid. Wen Ci exhibited remarkable decisiveness. When Wen Ci expressed a desire to leave, the very next day, he sought out clothing suitable for Wen Ci to wear. Additionally, he procured a larger RV. Wen Ci was not curious as to how Wen Ci had acquired such a vehicle. After all, the protagonist's aura was, in essence, a fortuitous advantage. Moreover, Wen Ci had realized that Wen Ci's legs could not endure for long periods. They required immersion in water at intervals, or they would revert to a fishtail. Upon recognizing the dilemma, Wen Ci tenderly cradled Wen Ci, whispering sweet reassurances. He informed Wen Ci of his hydrokinetic abilities, promising to provide a pure source of water amidst the apocalypse, urging him not to fear. Yet, Wen Ci pondered over Wen Ci's declining darkness value. Ding! Wen Ci's darkness value. 5. Current darkness value. 70. Wen Ci huffed. I certainly do not wish to witness his tail transform into legs. He ought to refrain from incessantly clutching my legs at night. Internally, Wen Ci scolded Wen Ci several times. Ever since his fishtail had metamorphosed into legs, they had unlocked a plethora of previously inconvenient possibilities. Rubbing his somewhat sore legs, he glanced at Wen Ci, who was busy cooking. He began to suspect that this fellow might be deliberately tormenting him, ensuring he remained tethered to him. For instance, at this moment, not only did he wish to explore the outside world, but he simply longed to lie in bed, awaiting Wen Ci's attentive offerings. Wen Ci felt no qualms about relishing Wen Ci's care and ministrations. After all, it was Wen Ci who had transformed him in such a manner. Nevertheless, Wen Ci had to concede that Wen Ci's capacity for learning was indeed remarkable, whether it was cooking or other culinary endeavors. Wen Ci seemed to have diligently honed various cooking techniques unbeknownst to Wen Ci. Particularly, his mastery of frying fish was exceptional. Wen Ci consistently achieved the most perfect fish, perfectly timing and applying the right amount of pressure. At the most opportune moment, he would pour water into the pan, submerging the perfectly fried fish, transforming the ordinary water into a rich, creamy fish broth. Ultimately, Wen Ci devoured it all with great relish. In his quest to explore more techniques for cooking fish, Wen Ci had indeed squandered considerable time. It took him an entire week to meticulously organize everything. On the day they prepared to leave, Wen Ci rose early to prepare breakfast. Although the RV was spacious, its storage capacity was limited, hence Wen Ci did not take all their supplies. Moreover, he had carefully adorned the resting area with delicate yet largely impractical trinkets. However, the greatest value of those items lay in their ability to please Wen Ci. The cozy interior of the RV stood in stark contrast to the bleak, humid atmosphere of the apocalyptic world outside, resembling two entirely different realms. Yet, Wen Ci felt that this was still insufficient. His little mermaid deserved a better place, a larger and more exquisitely beautiful room. He began to realize that he should not confine Wen Ci to that warehouse. Although he had taken great care to decorate it, it was utterly unworthy of Wen Ci. A sense of regret welled up within Wen Ci. Even now, he believed that Wen Ci sought to lower his guard in order to seize an opportunity to escape. Nonetheless, he instinctively considered Wen Ci's needs, wishing for him to experience a more comfortable existence amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. Having tidied everything and prepared breakfast, Wen Ci observed Wen Ci, who was still nestled in bed, clutching the crumpled blanket in his arms and sleeping soundly. His gaze shifted several times before he approached the bedside, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss at the corner of Wen Ci's eye. What does it matter if one wishes to leave him? He is indifferent to Wen Ci harboring such thoughts and will not grant her the opportunity. I see. It's time to rise for breakfast. Wen Ci spoke gently, simultaneously removing the blanket cradled in Wen Ci's arms and lifting her up, still in a drowsy haze. Wen Ci instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist and rested her hands on his shoulders, nuzzling against him with soft murmurs. The corners of Wen Ci's lips curved in barely concealed delight as he cautiously carried Wen Ci to the dining table, beginning to feed her. It was tea until Wen Ci was fully awake that she took the bowl and chopstick from him to eat independently. Watching Wen Ci seated on his lap, a pang of regret filled Wen Ci's heart. He yearned for everything about her to belong to him, wishing to possess all that she was, so that she would rely solely on him in all matters. Only then would her thoughts of leaving him completely dissipate. Unbeknownst to Wen Ci were the dark thoughts dwelling within Wen Ci. She simply swung her legs playfully. To facilitate soaking her legs, Wen Ci had selected very short pants for her. The loose clothing concealed much, yet her legs were undeniably alluring, especially the ambiguous red marks that hinted at their impure relationship. After breakfast, Wen Ci carried Wen Ci to the caravan, which was a significant upgrade from the previous vehicle. With a simple pull of the curtain, she could view the world outside. After tidying up briefly, Wen Ci entered the bedroom of the caravan. Wen Ci sat cross-legged on the bed, tilting her head in curiosity. "Aren't you going to drive, brother?" Wen Ci remained silent, merely beckoning with a finger. In the next moment, the vehicle roared to life, yet he retained his calm demeanor. Wen Ci's eyelids fluttered. "Did you instruct your vine to drive?" Wen Ci smiled slightly. "What's wrong? Do you not enjoy having your brother accompany you?" The main vine, driving at the moment. Since Wen Ci's fear of a delayed response, causing Wen Ci's dark tendencies to rise. Thus, without hesitation, she leaped to his side, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head on his shoulder. "Of course not. I adore my brother, but it feels a bit dangerous with no one behind the wheel." Wen Ci's fingers entwined and played with Wen Ci's hair as he leaned down to kiss the small mole on her nose. "It's all right. I've trained for this period and it will be fine. Be good, Ci. Look at the gift I prepared for you. You will surely love it. As he spoke, he produced a beautifully crafted box. Wen Ci, intrigued, leaned closer, but her expression shifted upon seeing the contents within. System warm reminder. Your reading duration has reached the standard. You may give this book a 5-star review. Indeed, one has open ratings today. Although the initial ratings for new books are generally low, they will gradually improve. Yet, I still desire a few 5-star reviews QAQ. Oh, my dear darlings. May I see your kind reviews? By the way, I also wish to receive a few free little gifts, covering face, shy smile, pulling out pocket yes. Just place them here. Chapter 18. The End Times. The Weeping Mermaid, what is this? Wen Ci gazed at the box before him, containing several exquisite pairs of decorative pieces resembling ear clips. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly suppressed it, feigning ignorance as he inquired. What are these for? As a succubus, especially one who had been led by the male protagonist to experience a myriad of pleasures in the previous world, no one understood the purpose of these items better than Wen Ci. Yet, as a mermaid who had spent her entire existence within a laboratory, she could hardly claim to have encountered such objects. Wen Ci's gaze towards Wen Shu shifted subtly. To his surprise, this fellow not only ventured out daily in search of supplies, but also sought out these adornments. Wen Shu, oblivious to Wen Ci's emotional transformation, casually picked up a pair of pearl-like accessories. Merely adornments, he thought, as his eyes swept over Wen Ci's collarbone and descended slightly, suggestively remarking, "Do you like them? Achi, I have many more styles. If you fancy any, you are welcome to try them on." Wen Ci felt a surge of indignation. He wanted to report him. What a villain. This male protagonist was indeed a wicked man, brazenly attempting to entice this naive little mermaid. Internally cursing, Wen Ci maintained an outward appearance of bewilderment. "I like them." His eyes sparkled as he clung to Wen Shu, planting a kiss on his face, playfully declaring, "As long as it's from you, I like it." However, Wen Shu remained unmoved by Wen Ci's affectionate display. Instead, he continued to coax her. "In that case, let me help you wear them." Wen Ci knelt on the bed, blinking and nodding obediently, all right. As if joking, he was not truly the clueless little mermaid he pretended to be. After all, they were merely decorative items. Wen Ci reassured himself internally. Yet as he fixed his gaze on the two pearls in Wen Shu's palm, a flicker of trepidation arose. Given the heightened sensitivity of his body in this world, he was uncertain whether donning the pearl clips would be bearable. Minutes passed. Wen Shu observed the small pearls he had acquired in exchange for the larger ones, a faint smile curling at his lips. How did so many small pearls go missing? Such beautiful little pearls cannot be wasted. He recalled that a Ci seemed to enjoy consuming her own pearls. Thus, he said, "If that's the case, let us eat them again." Wen Ci's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he slightly turned his head away. What had provoked this fellow? How could he, with such an indifferent expression, utter such words and engage in such actions? The answer did not reveal itself until Wen Ci was on the verge of losing consciousness. Wen Shu tenderly kissed the ends of her hair, his slightly husky voice whispering in her ear, intimate and suggestive. "Didn't you say you grew bored of me? Achi, if that's the case, let us explore something new every day, shall we?" Having spoken, Wen Shu fell silent, watching the slumbering Wen Ci in his embrace. He had not anticipated an answer from her. Her response held little significance for him, though he was unaware of this truth. Wen Ci had not yet succumbed to a deep slumber, and he had clearly heard every word spoken. His eyelids fluttered ever so slightly. Had he known better, he would have refrained from uttering those words. No, had he not expressed his boredom, Cheng Yin would undoubtedly have refrained from sending Wen Shu away. He lamented that he should have taken Wen Shu away discreetly. However, he had been thoroughly exhausted from the vigorous activities Wen Shu had coaxed him into, and he soon fell asleep. Wen Ci had thought that the embellishments were the pinnacle of extravagance, but the following day revealed that it was merely the beginning. Wen Shu was indeed a man of his word, providing him with a daily dose of novelty. Wen Ci marveled at Wen Shu's seemingly boundless energy. During the day, they battled zombies, and, at night, he was still greeted with fresh experiences. The only piece of good news was that when Shu's darkening value had finally shown signs of fluctuation, dipping slightly to 60, but then stagnating on that precipice. Xiao Ba. I feel we cannot continue like this, Wen Ci declared with mounting frustration after enduring this for over a month, as he produced the 8,848 device. He gazed through the window at Wen Shu, who was engaged in slaying zombies, and spoke with grave seriousness. You must help me devise a plan. If this persists, I shall truly become a dried fish. The punitive buff this world imposed upon him was akin to tears of despair. The slightest emotional disturbance would set off a cascade of tears. When Shu continued to introduce him to an array of fresh experiences each day, leaving him with a surplus of tears to consume. 8848 offered consolation. Fear not, when Shu possesses water-based powers. He replenishes your moisture daily. You shall not truly desiccate into a dried fish. Yet, the comfort proved ineffectual. When Ci smiled faintly, it is no longer a matter of lacking water. The predicament lies in his culinary prowess. His skills in frying and sautéing fish are too adept for the fish to endure. When Ci cast a wistful gaze at the distant Wen Shu. Every day, he brews fish soup without consuming it himself. Understanding dawned on 8848. Is this permissible to hear? Is this even appropriate to say? Please refrain from uttering such things while bearing that countenance. 8848 exclaimed in exasperation. It is crucial to note that, for the convenience of the taskers, upon entering a new realm, their identity information is automatically corrected to reflect their true selves, aside from the roles they play. When Ci navigated each world with his own visage and name, with his physical data being his own, albeit with slight adjustments according to the character design. 8848 was uncertain of how other succubi fared, but hearing when Ci articulate such sentiments with utmost seriousness often left him fraught with despair. Wen Ci marked, after all this time, you are still unaccustomed. Perhaps you should read more novels. If all else fails, consider a herbal remedy. Persisting in this manner is unsustainable. 8848 could only respond with a muted reaction. When Ci continued, now, returning to the matter at hand, is there any medicine in the system shop that could render someone impotent for a time? The sentiment remained unchanged. He Wen Ci? Absolutely under no circumstances shall I allow myself to be the first little succubus to perish in bed. 8848. While it is indeed possible, I believe that if Wen Shu suddenly realizes he is unable to continue, his darkening value will undoubtedly increase. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Wen Ci, which holds greater importance to me, my dignity as a succubus or the darkening value? 8848. 80 points. I assure you he Wen Ci be able to cook for 3 months. Wen Ci. However, on the other hand, the task supersedes all else. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Ci resolutely declined. It seems prudent to devise a way for Wen Shu to exercise some restraint. He still needed to accumulate points to purchase that item. Wen Ci pondered his words, preparing to have a thorough discussion with Wen Shu upon his return. Even though his current state was significantly improved compared to when he was in the laboratory, it could not withstand being dragged daily by Wen Shu to fry vegetables and grill fish. Yet he did not wait long for Wen Shu's return. Instead, he witnessed 2 vehicles come to a stop near him. Chapter 19, Apocalypse. The Weeping Mermaid, 19, initially taken aback, Wen Ci soon narrowed his eyes. Engrossed in conversation with 8848, he had momentarily overlooked the presence of others around Wen Shu, ignoring the vehicles parked not far behind him. Wen Shu expertly controlled the vines to pierce through the chest of the last zombie. He excavated from the chest and brain of the creature a level 3 zombie crystal core. A month had passed, and the highest zombie level in this apocalypse had reached level 6, making level 3 zombies quite common. However, after that fateful rain, the mobility and strength of these zombies had notably increased. Zombies of level 4 and above had even developed special abilities, making them formidable adversaries. Zhao Jiamo had originally set out with his small team to scavenge for supplies, intending to bypass the area upon detecting the zombies. However, upon witnessing a young boy skillfully battling the undead with vines, they were taken aback. The youth's adept manipulation of the vines indicated that he was at least a level 3 ability user. Yet, the number of zombies surrounding him was considerable, making it a daunting task for even a level 3 ability user to eliminate them all. Zhao Zhimo contemplated intervening to assist and potentially escort the boy back to their base. He did not anticipate the boy's methods to be so ruthless and proficient. Dozens of zombies fell effortlessly beneath his strikes, and the youth emerged unscathed, not even a corner of his garment soiled. This piqued Zhao Zhimo's intense curiosity. Thus, he instructed his team to halt the vehicles, neither advancing nor retreating, but observing from a distance. Zhao Zhimo scrutinized Wen Ci, silently calculating the time. 23 zombies, 7 of which were level 3. The boy had dispatched them in merely 17 minutes. Simultaneously, as he vanquished the zombies, he expertly manipulated the vines to extract the cores from within them. Their attention had been drawn to this area due to the numerous zombie corpses encountered along the way. Though the boy appeared youthful, his powers were astonishingly formidable. What was ostensibly a plant-based ability, typically lacking in lethality, manifested remarkable potency in his hands. In Zhao Zhimo's eyes, a flicker of fervent light emerged, and his heartbeat quickened significantly. Beyond mere admiration for the strong, he felt a surge of anticipation and desire. Such a formidable ability wielder he had never heard of in any other base, suggesting that this individual had yet to affiliate with any group. If this person were to join their Tianyi base, their captain would soon decimate the zombies. Should we approach to observe? Bai Ji, noticing that her captain's gaze was almost glued to the youth not far away, could no longer restrain herself and offered a gentle reminder. Zhao Zhimo, as if awakening from a dream, returned to reality, raising his hand in a mock gesture of calm, clearing his throat softly before speaking. Thus, they drove closer to Wen Ci, observing him as he dispatched the last zombie, extracted its crystal core, and meticulously washed it with water before placing it into a small pouch at his waist, which appeared to bulge with numerous cores. The individuals trailing behind Zhao Zhimo could not help but cast envious glances, their greed apparent, yet they ultimately forced themselves to avert their gaze. Zhao Zhimo approached him with a smile, extending his hand in a thoroughly amicable manner. Hello. Wen Ci had encountered an abundance of selfish and avaricious individuals in this apocalyptic world. The looks from those earlier were unmistakably laced with desire, which he found distasteful. Thus, when Zhao Zhimo reached out in greeting, Wen Ci ignored him entirely, turning away to depart. As he contemplated the journey ahead, he realized that entering the city meant facing a plethora of zombies outside, and undoubtedly even more within. He needed to return to prepare a meal for Wen Ci before seeking new supplies in the city. Zhao Zhimo's hand lingered in the air, the atmosphere thick with the stench of blood and an awkward silence. A disgruntled whisper came from behind. What a prideful attitude, just because he has a bit of power. Bai Ji shot a glare at the speaker, who promptly fell silent. She walked over to Zhao Zhimo, offering comfort. It's all right, Captain, since he chooses to disregard us. Let's return. Otherwise, we won't make it back to the base before nightfall. Another young man in the group agreed. Indeed, Captain, we must return to report. And with this heavy scent, more zombies will surely be drawn here. Though initially, the others had hoped to bring Wen Ci back to the base. Even wishing to recruit him into their ranks, his temperament was decidedly off-putting. If he were to join their team, it was uncertain how many troubles might arise. Watching as Wen Ci returned to his vehicle, Zhao Zhimo inhaled deeply, retracting his hand, and hastily approached Wen Ci. Wait, are you heading into the city? Zhao Zhimo's voice succeeded in halting Wen Ci's steps. Turning to face the approaching Zhao Zhimo, Wen Ci's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes glimmered with caution. The vines coiling around his wrist stirred restlessly. He coldly responded, Do not come any closer. With a swift sound, the vines sliced through the air. The black vines plunged fiercely into the ground beside Zhao Zhimo, brimming with foreboding, effectively halting his attempt to advance. Captain, what on earth is wrong with you? Are you all right, Captain? A few individuals in the distance expressed their discontent upon witnessing the scene, just as they sought to approach and assess Zhao Zhimo's condition. He raised a hand to deter them. Stay back. Zhao Zhimo barked sharply. His gaze was fixated on the ground beneath him, where where the earth was slightly bulging and cracked. A cold sweat suddenly beating on his forehead. Something was writhing beneath his feet, those very black vines. Zhao Zhima felt a pang of regret. He believed he should not have provoked this unpredictable individual. As he contemplated his chances of retreating unscathed, the window of a mobile home was pushed open. A young boy poked his head out, his silvery hair cascading gently with the motion. The boyish voice was soft and slightly puzzled as he inquired, "Brother, what is the matter?" Zhao Zhima's pupils quivered. Upon hearing that voice, he instinctively looked up, momentarily entranced. What adorable boy! The youth had porcelain-white skin and an exquisitely beautiful visage, his delicate, soft lips tinged with a faint pink hue, and his slightly curled silver hair flowed behind him, with a few strands falling in front. Yet, the most striking feature was not his appearance, but his pair of pristine eyes. Those bright, innocent eyes, filled with curiosity, gazed at them with an unwavering clarity, devoid of the slightest hint of desolation. This boy with such eyes seemed entirely out of place in this apocalyptic world. It was as if this realm, ravaged by a rampant virus and transformed into a Hell's Cape, had left him untouched. All eyes were drawn to this boy. Every breath momentarily stilled, until the cold, piercing tendrils of the black vines began to creep up their spines, coiling around their necks. The suffocating sensation around their throats snapped them back to reality, their gazes retracting. It was as if they had been yanked back into the depths of hell. Their eyes now filled solely with terror and dread of death. "Captain!" Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, yet they dared not move. Even swallowing was done with utmost caution, fearful that the thorns on the vines might pierce their flesh and claim their lives. Zhao Zhima had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this. He instinctively turned his head towards Wen Ci, forcing a strained smile. "I apologize. We mean no harm. We merely wish to caution you that there are many zombies within the city, and nightfall is imminent. Entering the city now is perilous. Since the onset of the apocalypse, as dusk fell, the sky always turned a deep shade of black, nearly devoid of any light. In such conditions, the danger posed by zombies, which could move without relying on sight, escalated dramatically for humanity. Some places have become desolate, while in others, the number of zombies is simply incalculable. Venturing into a city teeming with the undead after dusk is undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Even though they had just witnessed the formidable power and ruthless methods of Wen Ci, they did not believe he could survive amidst such hordes of zombies. Zhao Zhima was left with nothing but regret, realizing that his well-intentioned warning had ultimately become a death knell for them. The supplies they had painstakingly located had yet to be returned to the base. "Brother, are they from the base?" Wen Ci inquired, glancing at the insignia of the Tian-E base on the clothing of those before him. "Brother, why don't we also head to this base?" Wen Ci suggested with a cheerful smile, "We've already dispatched quite a number of zombies along the way. It feels rather tedious to keep stopping and starting." Even now, Wen Ci remained uncertain about the extent of Wen Ci's various abilities and the strength of the other's powers. Nevertheless, he was reassured that Wen Ci's plant-based ability had reached level 6, making him the only level 6 ability user in this apocalyptic world. The water and lightning abilities, which had only been showcased once before, had attained levels 5 and 4, respectively. Given the current circumstances, Wen Ci was no longer concerned that Wen Ci would face exclusion or sabotage upon arriving at the Tian-E base. As for Changyan, the individual under the base's special protection, they would not encounter him anytime soon. Once Wen Ci established himself within the base, it would be the opportune moment to unveil Changyan's true nature, using this antagonist as a stepping stone for Wen Ci to become the savior of the apocalypse. Wen Ci pondered this while smiling at Wen Ci, eagerly awaiting his response. Wen Ci merely gestured with his fingers, causing the black vines that had ensnared the necks of several ability users to retract instantaneously, vanishing entirely. This left the ability users momentarily bewildered, instinctively reaching for their necks. Had it not been for the lingering pain and redness at their throats, they might have thought the entire episode was merely a dream. However, they quickly regained their composure, daring neither to approach Wen Ci nor to meet Wen Ci's gaze. Wen Ci glanced at Zhao Zhima, who stood closest to him, and spoke in a calm tone. Tiani Base? I have heard of it. Cheng Yin is there as well, regarded as a key protected individual, with everyone anticipating his development of a cure for the zombie virus. However, he rarely allows others to interact with Wen Ci, so Wen Ci likely remains unaware of this matter. Perhaps it is merely coincidence. Reflecting on Cheng Yin, who had treated him and Wen Ci as mere subjects for experimentation. Wen Shu's expression darkened once more. Ding. Wen Shu's corruption value. 10. Current corruption value. 70. Wen Ci struggled to maintain his smile, particularly as a lump formed in his throat, his emotions fluctuating so intensely that he nearly lost control of his tears. He pressed his nails into his palms, fighting the urge to weep. He could not let others witness his tears turn into pearls. What on earth was Wen Shu thinking? Why had his corruption value risen again? Did he truly have such an aversion to going to Tiani Base? Wen Ci found himself at a loss. As Wen Shu reminisced about various experiences in the laboratory, a cold smile crept across his lips. To Cheng Yin, he was merely a futile experiment, yet Wen Ci was different. He absolutely could not allow Wen Ci to appear before Cheng Yin. One could only speculate what madness that lunatic might unleash. He wanted to refuse, and had already concocted a suitable rejection in his mind. However, as Wen Shu lifted his gaze, he met Wen Ci's misty, tear-filled eyes, tinged with a faint blush that conveyed a sense of grievance. All words became lodged in his throat, and not a single syllable could escape his lips. Wen Shu's thoughts momentarily faltered. After a mere 3 seconds of eye contact, he ultimately relented. He sighed lightly, a mixture of resignation and indulgence in his tone. All right. Since you wish to go, let us see. In certain respects, Wen Shu shared Wen Ci's sentiments. Given Cheng Yin's current standing, the personnel at the base would undoubtedly prohibit him from meeting strangers. Since Wen Ci wished to go, they would indeed take a look, though it was not imperative to remain there. Wen Ci shook his head, his voice filled with joy. Yea, I knew you were the best, brother. Wen Shu chuckled softly, the previously icy demeanor dissipating in an instant. Several ability users were taken aback by the rapid transformation of his expression, momentarily rendered speechless. Zhao Jiamo was the first to regain composure, his gaze flitting between the two, gradually brightening. He cleared his throat and spoke with a smile. Excellent. Our Tiani base welcomes you both. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Jiamo, the captain of the 3rd Squad at Tiani Base, a level 4 wind ability user. These are my team members. Wen Shu raised a hand to interrupt him, his demeanor returning to its prior coldness. An evident shift from before. I am Wen Shu, one of Wen Ci, and Shu of uniqueness. A question mark slowly appeared above Zhao Jiamo's head. While he understood the reasoning, it seemed he had never heard of Wen Ci. Was he a notable figure? At that moment, the boy perched at the window chimed in with a smile. I am Wen Ci, one of Wen Shu, and Ci of farewell. Zhao Jiamo. Why is my nose suddenly so itchy? Oh, it turns out a red ball has stuck to it. Could these two truly be brothers? What kind of siblings introduce themselves in such a manner? Zhao Jiamo, bewildered and profoundly astonished, harbored his doubts unvoiced. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. What splendid names. Both are quite remarkable. It appears your relationship is quite strong. Wen Shu glanced at him once more, remaining silent, yet his gaze clearly conveyed, you have discernment. Thus, Zhao Jiamo's smile gained an additional layer of sincerity. Wen Ci's mood also improved significantly. He noted that after his self-introduction, the system's notification sound echoed once more. Ding. Wen Shu's corruption value 5, current corruption value 65, Chapter 21, Apocalypse, the Heartbreaking Mermaid. Wen Ci watched as Wen Shu approached the RV, silently retreating his head. With Wen Shu's possessiveness so pronounced, the presence of others meant he could finally enjoy a moment's respite tonight. Wen Ci reclined onto the bed, clutching a pillow and rolling several times on the soft mattress. This not only propelled the narrative forward, but also safeguarded his waist, preventing him from being reduced to a mere dried fish. A double-edged sword indeed. Creak. The door was swung open by Wen Shu. Observing Wen Ci, who was tumbling about on the bed with his head buried in the pillow, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Ci appeared to be quite delighted. Did he truly wish to go to that base? Wen Shu chuckled, but before he could approach Wen Ci, A black vine swiftly advanced. The vine deftly coiled around Wen Ci's ankle, climbing up his calf and binding his legs tightly. Before Wen Ci could react, his legs were already being lifted by the vine. At that moment, he resembled a fish on a cutting board, and the once soft bed seemed to transform into a cold slab. Wen Shu yanked the pillow from Wen Ci's embrace, staring at it for several seconds, suppressing the urge to tear it apart. I was merely thinking that once we reached that base, we could settle down there, Wen Ci said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at Wen Shu, his voice barely a whisper. With no one else around, he allowed his tears to fall freely, forming a collection of small pearls upon the bed. Then we would have our own home, and we wouldn't need to wander every day. As Wen Ci spoke, his voice grew softer, laced with a hint of grievance and accusation. Wen Shu's heart softened, and he loosened the vine, embracing Wen Ci with a resigned sigh. Didn't you say you wanted to find beautiful stones? These are all lovely stones that your brother brought back for you today. Don't you like them? Wen Ci disregarded the zombie crystal cores Wen Shu pressed into his hands, focusing intently on him. But I just want us to have a home. He continued. That previous place hardly counted as a home. I once saw in a small booklet that houses outside are beautiful little abodes filled with many wonderful things. Leaning his head on Wen Shu's shoulder, Wen Ci began to enumerate. The things that others possess must not be lacking in our future home. His fingers danced in the air, his voice tinged with excitement as he and Wen Shu envisioned what their home would contain. Each word was intertwined with Wen Shu. Every plan encompassed him. In a fleeting moment, Wen Shu felt as if he could truly see the home that Wen Ci envisioned, a sanctuary that belonged to them. A vague and indescribable sentiment blossomed within him. He could not articulate what it was, yet he found no aversion to it. On the contrary, he felt a burgeoning anticipation for a home amidst the chaos of this apocalyptic world. If they had a home. Ding. Wen Shu's corruption value. 5. Current corruption value. 60. As Wen Ci heard the sound of the corruption value decreasing, the corners of his lips subtly lifted. So, dear brother, I don't really wish to go to that base, nor do I have much desire to meet others. Wen Ci intertwined his fingers with Wen Shu's, his voice soft and gentle, his eyes sparkling with light. No one would doubt the authenticity of his words. All I desire is a place to settle down, a home that belongs to us. The bases are filled with numerous houses, and there aren't that many zombies, making them the most suitable places for us to establish a home. Wen Shu could feel his heart racing, nearly leaping from his chest. Yet he cleared his throat, feigning calmness as he spoke. Well, if that is your wish, then let us go. At that moment, Wen Shu had entirely forgotten his previous intention of merely taking Wen Ci for a brief tour of the Tianyi base before departing. It was until they were on the way to the base with Zhao Zhimo that he recalled this thought. However, glancing at Wen Ci, who was using zombie crystal cores to construct a house of vines, he ultimately dismissed it. Never mind, I can always find an opportunity to eliminate Cheng Yan. All the experimental subjects in the lab are dead. The only ones aware of Wen Ci's identity as a mermaid, apart from himself, are Cheng Yan and him. If escaping from that lunatic with Wen Ci proves impossible, then he must be killed. Once Cheng Yan is dead, no one will know of Wen Ci's true identity. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Wen Shu's eyes. Nevertheless, he had no intention of recklessly pursuing Cheng Yan. This matter required careful planning. Moreover, it must be executed perfectly, leaving no chance for Cheng Yan to retaliate. Brother, look, Wen Ci smiled sweetly and innocently. He placed a zombie crystal core and a lustrous white pearl in front of the house he had built. Our home should look beautiful like this. Wen Shu reined in his thoughts and responded with a smile. Yes, brother will ensure that you have the most beautiful home. Wen Ci sensed a shift in Wen Shu's emotions, his gaze flickering momentarily. So, he feigned casualness and turned to gaze out the window, lamenting, unfortunately, there are so many zombies now, and the outside world has become chaotic. Our home will also exist in this turmoil. If only it could be in a beautiful world. He spoke lightly, yet from the corner of his eye, he observed Wen Shu's reaction. Receiving no desired response, Wen Ci withdrew his gaze and changed the subject, engaging Wen Shu in other conversation. Little did he know, Wen Shu absorbed every word he uttered, committing them to memory. Under Zhao Zhimo's guidance, they arrived at Tiani base just before darkness fully enveloped the sky. The gatekeepers of the base exchanged astonished glances as they noticed a camper following the vehicle that belonged to the base. It was until Zhao Ji and Mo opened the door and stepped out that they regained their composure and hurried over. Captain Zhao, you've returned. Captain Zhao, who is this? Zhao Jiamo explained. We encountered them on the way back. They are a pair of brothers. The elder is Wen Ci, and the younger is Wen Ci. Speaking in a hushed tone, his expression serious, Zhao Jiamo cautioned, the elder possesses dual abilities and is exceptionally strong. If they are willing to remain at our base, it is anticipated that they will soon ascend to the management level. So please be cautious. The gatekeeper promptly assured. Captain Zhao, rest assured, we will not offend him. Zhao Ji and Mo fell into a momentary silence, his emotions swirling. I believe it is best not to offend Wen Ci. The gatekeeper, curious, inquired, is Wen Ci more formidable than Wen Ci? Zhao Jiamo thought of the delicate youth and glanced towards the RV, slowly shaking his head. No, it is merely that they share a strong bond. Before the gatekeeper could say more, the door of the RV swung open, revealing two individuals. One was strikingly handsome, clad in a black, casual outfit, yet his demeanor was aloof, his indifferent gaze sweeping over them with a hint of wariness. He stepped slightly forward, shielding the other youth behind him. The boy he protected wore a white, casual outfit, and his exquisitely beautiful face was tinged with a delicate blush. His innocent gaze and silvery long hair, cascading behind him, lent him an endearing and harmless appearance. Astonishingly, someone gasped, jolting everyone back to reality. The crowd coughed awkwardly, attempting to conceal their earlier distraction, yet their peripheral glances could not help but linger upon the two brothers. They were truly extraordinary, each more captivating than the other. Almost unreal. What was more striking was their pristine appearance. Their skin was in remarkable condition, evidently having fared well in the apocalypse, and their formidable strength was beyond doubt. Clearing his throat, someone suggested, well, nightfall is approaching. Captain Zhao, perhaps you should lead them for a checkup. Following the recent rain that had caused the zombies to evolve, individuals bitten and infected by zombies would no longer immediately turn into zombies. A latent period could now exist. Therefore, whether newcomers or those returning from missions, everyone must undergo a checkup before entering the base. Zhao Jiamo approached them, elucidating the situation, while Wen Ci furrowed his brow. He wished to speak, but Wen Ci beside him simply stifled a yawn, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, softly murmuring, "Brother, I am tired." Wen Ci swallowed his words, ultimately complying with the procedure for the checkup and registration. The individual responsible for data entry could not resist stealing several glances at them. Wen Ci was aware of having inadvertently revealed his plant and water abilities in their presence. Thus he registered only these two powers. Although dual ability users are rare in the apocalypse, they are not non-existent, especially in a large base like Tiani. However, Wen Ci, being somewhat reclusive, evidently lacked a clear understanding of the power levels among ability users. Consequently, the person tasked with registration escorted him to the ability testing room. The so-called testing room was merely a space where ability users could harness their powers to assess the energy fluctuations they produced. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Ci restrained himself. He did not wish to attract undue attention. The attendant observed the energy fluctuations, noting the fifth-level plant and water abilities, and fell into deep thought. It is important to note that the enhancement of an ability is currently only achievable through the energy contained within zombie crystal cores. The more abilities an extraordinary individual possesses, the greater their reliance on zombie crystal cores, leading to a notably sluggish progression in their powers. Presently, within the entirety of the Tiani base, they are aware of both dual and triple elemental abilities. However, none have reached a level exceeding 5. Yet, now, a level 5 dual elemental ability user has arrived. The official, trembling, recorded Wen Ci's information, swallowing hard several times to calm his nerves. He then turned to Wen Ci with a smile, his demeanor markedly more enthusiastic than before. After hastily completing the personal information entry, he eagerly inquired, what are your abilities? Wen Ci smiled faintly, responding, does one need abilities to gain entry? The official was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the chilling gaze from Wen Shu, and hurriedly replied, of course not. Our Tianyi base welcomes all survivors. We do not discriminate or exclude anyone. Those without abilities are certainly welcome. However, in this apocalyptic era, ability users are tasked with gathering supplies, hunting zombies, and protecting the base, thus facing greater dangers, and we provide correspondingly greater benefits. Mr. Wen is a dual-element ability user, and based on the benefits we offer to ability users at our base, we have arranged suitable accommodations for you. As he spoke, the official's fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly turning the screen towards them. A two-story small villa. Those marked in green are unoccupied and available for selection. Once the two made their selection, the official stated that he would register their fingerprint information so they could move in immediately. Wen Shu chose the most remote location, surrounded by other small villas that were vacant, which suited him perfectly. After completing the formalities, they emerged to find Zhao Zhimo still waiting for them. Zhao Zhimo approached with a smile, asking, so, have you chosen your residence? It's getting dark, and since you are unfamiliar with the area, I can guide you. No need, Wen Shu replied, casting a glance at Zhao Zhimo, resolutely declining. Although they would not be needing their RV for the time being, he did not wish for anyone to intrude upon the space shared with Wen Ci. Zhao Zhimo nodded, stepping back to watch them leave. More precisely, he observed them board the RV, which then drove away, controlled by a black vine. Initially, he paid little attention to this detail. However, as the vine drove past him, it lowered the window and extended a segment, making a playful waving gesture. Now it's must smile Flotza. He turned away, expressionless, internally reassuring himself, it's fine, it's fine. It's the apocalypse. It's perfectly normal for plants to drive. Normal, indeed? Is this how plant abilities are utilized? Is this how vines operate? Zhao Zhimo felt he had encountered many absurdities, yet he was still taken aback by Wen Shu's actions. Moreover, he pressed his hand against his twitching eyelid. For some inexplicable reason, since these two had registered their information upon entering the base, his eyelid had been incessantly twitching. It is unlikely that anything will go amiss. Wen Shu, accompanied by Wen Ci, drove for over an hour before arriving at the quaint double-story cottage assigned to them by the authorities. Although night had completely descended, the base was illuminated with bright lights. Along the way, they encountered numerous other ability users and survivors, all casting curious and inquisitive glances at their vehicle. Wen Ci, feeling somewhat fatigued, succumbed to slumber in Wen Shu's embrace before they even reached their destination. With a hint of helplessness, Wen Shu held Wen Ci while deftly manipulating vines to unload their belongings from the car. The cottage was accompanied by a small garden, which, albeit devoid of flowers, featured only barren soil. Standing before the quaint abode with Wen Ci nestled in his arms, Wen Shu's gaze was clouded with ambiguity. It indeed resembled a home more than the previous warehouse. Recalling Wen Ci's earlier words stirred something within him, prompting him to carry Wen Ci inside. The interior was equipped with basic amenities, yet, having been uninhabited for an extended period, a layer of dust had settled. Wen Shu glanced at the vines, which instinctively began to tidy up the space. The main vine split into hundreds of tendrils, all working in synchrony to clean the entire cottage in mere minutes. Satisfied, Wen Shu ascended to the second floor, gently placing Wen Ci on the newly prepared bed. We shall have a home. Chapter 23. The End Times. The Crying Mermaid. Wen Ci awoke in Wen Shu's embrace, momentarily silenced by the sight of his loose-fitting top and the absence of his pants. Furthermore, his legs felt slightly damp, with water stains lingering on the floor. After a few seconds of mental disarray, he recollected the fact that his legs were still reliant on water. It seemed that Wen Shu had carried him into the water upon discovering his legs had transformed into a fishtail. With a light click of his tongue, Wen Ci mused about how long it would take for that level 6 zombie to ascend to level 8. Once that occurred, he would no longer need to rely on water to sustain his legs. Although he had contemplated capturing that zombie and relentlessly feeding it crystal cores to hasten its evolution, He knew Wen Ci's possessiveness was too intense. The mere act of glancing at others would provoke Wen Ci's ire, let alone bringing another zombie home. If he truly attempted to raise one, Wen Ci would undoubtedly lose his composure. With a sigh, Wen Ci's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sound of a heavy object dropping outside. Instinctively, he attempted to rise and investigate, only to be gently pulled back into Wen Ci's embrace. With his head nestled against Wen Ci's shoulder, Wen Ci nuzzled lightly. "Darling, sleep a little longer." Observing Wen Ci in this state, Wen Ci couldn't help but chuckle softly, recalling how tireless he had been throughout their journey. "Now you decide to rest? I didn't see you take a proper break along the way," Wen Ci murmured, almost to himself. As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind, causing him to pause momentarily, his gaze lingering on a particular spot. With a hand raised, an irresistible urge to touch emerged. Wen Ci murmured softly. Could it be that after enduring for so long, he has finally reached his limit? During this period, Wen Ci had thoroughly exhausted the little demon. If he truly had reached his breaking point, it would be quite understandable. However, a faint sting in Wen Ci's collarbone made him whimper, and he cast aside those chaotic thoughts. Upon regaining his composure, he discovered that Wen Ci had, at some point, completely awakened and was now gazing intently at him. Wen Ci looked at the culprit, who had bitten him, with tear-filled eyes, accusingly saying, "You bit me." Wen Ci raised his hand to catch the small pearl that fell from Wen Ci. "Why are you crying again? Are you worried that I am unwell?" Wen Ci misinterpreted Wen Ci's accusation and, with an enigmatic smile, suggested, "Shall we give it a try now?" With a calm demeanor, he toyed with the pearl and continued, "But you can rest assured." Wen Ci was abruptly silenced by Wen Ci, who covered his mouth with a flushed, annoyed expression, exclaiming, "Enough! Don't say that!" Wen Ci raised an eyebrow. Wen Ci's pupils trembled, his eyes wide with shock as he quickly withdrew his hand. Yet, Wen Ci merely smiled faintly, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of his actions. Wen Ci bit his lip in silence, his cheeks flushed, a delicate rosy hue enveloping him. A thought blossomed in Wen Ci's mind, akin to a smooth, pink pearl. Such a precious gem deserved to be hidden away. Wen Ci, evidently upset, stood up, looking down at him with a stern gaze, yet unable to utter a single word. In the past, whenever he angered Wen Ci, the latter would swat him with his tail. But now, with his tail transformed into legs, he had no means to retaliate. Wen Ci felt a twinge of regret, but concealed it well. Ci, giving up halfway is not a good habit. One must see things through to the end. Do you understand? Wen Ci gently coaxed, adding, "But even if you forget, it's all right. I will assist you in completing what you have left unfinished." What a vexatious individual. How could he now speak so earnestly? Wen Ci longed for the days when the protagonist would blush at just a few playful words. Frustrated, he wished to curse but found himself lacking strength. Instead, he silently gave Wen Ci the finger in his mind, and he also had a rather terrifying dream. Chapter 24, Apocalypse. The crying mermaid startled awake from a nightmare. Wen Ci abruptly opened his eyes. He breathed softly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. Outside, the sky remained shrouded in gray, making it impossible to discern the time. Wen Ci pursed his dry lips, realizing he was alone. Wen Ci seemed to have vanished, and a plate of food still radiating warmth lay on the bedside table. He rubbed his stomach and, while slowly consuming the meal, reached out mentally to contact 8848. Xiaoba, where has Wen Ci gone? 8848. Oh, Zhao GMO just visited. I took him to familiarize himself with the base and invited him to join their third squad. However, Wen Ci declined. Yet he has met Yi Ji, who is his father and the current commander of Tianyi base. Wen Ci paused slightly in his action of chewing the meatball. So they met so soon? Did they recognize each other? 8848. Not yet. Wen Ci was abducted by human traffickers when he was very young. Later, during the process of their capture, he was abandoned and thus became a complete orphan. His parents held a respectable status, and had it not been for this misfortune, Chengyan wouldn't have found it so easy to bring Wen Ci back for experimentation. But I observed that they interacted quite well. Perhaps it's the allure of blood ties. With a sigh, 8848 glanced at Wen Ci, who was silently eating, and cautiously inquired, "Wen, are you all right?" Wen Ci. Oh, aside for not feeling too well, everything else is quite good. 8848. When Shu has finally met his father, even though they have yet to recognize each other, it is merely a matter of time. Wen Ci felt joy for him. Yet, recalling the dream he had, his happiness dissipated. In the dream, he was pinned down by Wen Shu in various places. Ultimately, the mission failed, and he departed from that world, becoming the first little succubus to die in bed during a mission. Upon returning to the main world, he not only had to retake those courses at the Succubus Academy, but was also harshly ridiculed by his roommate. Even a management agency documented this incident as a typical example of mission failure, ensuring that all mission participants were aware of the succubus who was defeated in bed by the mission target during an internship. It was truly terrifying. Noticing that when Ci appeared somewhat distracted yet reluctant to elaborate, 8848 refrained from pressing further. After finishing his meal, when Ci prepared to visit Tiani base. However, as he opened his door, a small vine wrapped around his ankle. The vine swiftly climbed up his leg, ultimately encircling his wrist like a bracelet. When Ci fell into a brief silence, staring at the vine before saying, "Be good, and I will go out to take a look. I won't abandon you." The vine remained still, merely tightening its grip around his wrist. When Ci lowered his gaze and gently kissed the vine, it gradually loosened its hold and, in his presence, blossomed into a small white flower, which visibly transformed into pink. 8848, haha, Wen, this little thing is shy. But this is the main vine, the one that shares a connection with Wen Shu's body. Is it all right for you to kiss it like that? 8848 teased. I sense that the male lead in this world has quite the strong desires. Are you not afraid that Wen Shu might return and pin you down for another round? When Ci gazed at the pinkish-white flower, seemingly lost in thought, and slowly raised his hand to pinch it gently. His cool fingertips delicately brushed against the petals, moving gracefully across the flower's core, leaving a trace of pollen on his fingertip. When Ci gently tasted the pollen on his fingertips, chuckling softly, "It tastes delightful." The main vine seemed to comprehend his words, and instantly, several delicate blossoms erupted from its dark tendrils, their tender pinkish-white petals blushing vividly. 8848 quickly intervened. Wen, stop playing around. Wen Shu is about to turn red. Do you know that flowers are part of plants? 8848's sentence abruptly halted as he observed Wen Ci's expression, which resembled that of a mischievous little fox. It became evident that Wen Ci was intentionally teasing. Gazing at the vine that had coiled around his wrist but had now gone completely limp, Wen Ci let out a soft snort. Did this little thing truly believe it could prevent him from leaving? Initially, the main vine could only resonate with Wen Shu's body. However, as Wen Shu's abilities grew stronger, the main vine not only resonated with his body, but could also hear the surrounding sounds through its tendrils. At this moment, everything Wen Ci said and did in front of the main vine was crystal clear to Wen Shu, who was far away in the reception room. Observing the amiable and articulate Yi seated across from him, Wen Shu felt an involuntary stiffness in his body, shifting his legs uncomfortably. Taking a deep breath, he interrupted Yi, standing up and speaking in a calm tone. "I apologize, Mr. Yi, but I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave." Yi, perplexed by the sudden change in demeanor from the person who had been engaging so pleasantly only moments before, did not press further. Instead, he smiled and stood to accompany Wen Shu, saying, "Very well, allow me to see you out." As he watched Wen Shu depart, Yi couldn't resist reaching out to pat him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Xiao Shu, if you need anything at the base or find anything uncomfortable, please don't hesitate to let me know." Wen Shu was not fond of being touched by others, yet for some inexplicable reason, when he first met Yi, he felt an unusual sense of affinity. This feeling made him receptive to Yi's closeness and contact. A gentle touch like this elicited no significant reaction from him. Wen Shu nodded slightly and turned to leave. Yi stood still, gazing at Wen Shu's retreating figure for an extended moment. Zhao Zi Montak, who had been waiting outside, approached him, speaking with conviction. "Mr. Yi seems quite fond of him." Zhao Jiemo saw nothing amiss in this sentiment. After all, admiration for the strong is a natural inclination in people. Although young, Wen Shu's prowess was undeniable. Yi chuckled softly, I merely find him endearing. Had my son been alive, he would likely be of a similar age. Zhao Jiamo nodded thoughtfully. I understand. However, Mr. Yi, might the excuse of feeling a connection be a tad cliched? Yi Ji. Zhao Jiamo remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Yi Ji's expression, continuing his analysis earnestly. If we wish to keep him at the Tiani base, we should approach it through his brother. That Wen Ci appears somewhat frail. Bai Ji possesses healing abilities. Perhaps we could have her check on him? As long as Wen Ci remains at our base, Wen Shu won't be taken by others. Outzi Montauk pauset momentarily, grinding his teeth before scoffing, especially that scoundrel from the Nanchuan base. Gu Xingchuan, that shameless wretch. Who knows how many spies he has infiltrated into our base. I brought people back last night, and they received the news by today. They talk about friendly exchanges between bases, claiming they will come tomorrow to deliver supplies. Zhao Jiamo seethed. That bastard is just attempting to steal our people. Bah, it wasn't enough that he snatched away 2 of our level 5 abilities last time. If he manages to take more this time, I'll share his surname. Yi Ji patted Zhao Jiamo's shoulder, prompting him to realize his earlier outburst, and he calmed down considerably. Attempting to explain, Mr. Yi, I was just... Yi Ji smiled. Since they are graciously bringing us supplies, ensure you entertain them properly. Reciprocity is essential. We must not let them leave empty-handed. As for Wen Ci, I shall personally meet him tomorrow. Zhao Jiamo pondered this notion of reciprocity. Chapter 25. Apocalypse. The Weeping Mermaid. When Wen Shu located Wen Ci, he found him encircled by a group of ability users. The striking silver hue amidst the raucous crowd caught Wen Shu's attention, tightening his chest and cooling his gaze, his steps faltering in a moment of panic. Achi. He waved his hand, and several vines swiftly parted the throng before him. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, his pace slowed. The anticipated scenario of Wen Ci being bullied did not unfold. On the contrary, 5 youths lay on the ground, bound by vines, moaning in agony, their faces marred and their garments torn by the sharp thorns. Wen Ci stood amidst the crowd, black vines coiling around his arms, his expression tranquil. Yet, upon spotting Wen Shu, his eyes sparkled, and disregarding Wen Shu's slowed approach, he rushed towards him. Brother. Wen Ci leaped into Wen Shu's embrace, nuzzling against his waist, then pointed at the incapacitated ability users on the ground, pouting it was them. They bullied me. The incapacitated ability users, the onlookers among the other ability users. Wen Shu held Wen Ci tenderly, his voice soothing, yet concealed from Wen Ci's view. His gaze toward the assailants was icy, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. Do not worry. With your brother here, no one shall bully you. As his words fell, the vines binding the assailants tightened instantly. Ugh! The assaulters writhed in torment, their faces contorted in agony from the relentless grip of the vines. They gritted their teeth, and one could no longer restrain himself, shouting, Are you blind? Can't you see I'm the one being attacked? Wen Shu's expression remained indifferent. I can see. You were merely struck lightly. The enraged ability user exclaimed, Damn it! If it weren't for these cursed vines restraining me, preventing me from using my abilities, I would ensure these 2 do not leave here alive today. TSK. Who would have thought that brat Wang Wei would find himself in such a predicament? Who allowed him to consistently bully the newly arrived survivors, relying solely on the fact that his brother is the vice-captain of the first team? It seems he has finally encountered a formidable opponent. I must say, one cannot entirely blame Wang Wei. After all, how could anyone resist the allure of such a striking newcomer? It is surprising that beneath such a delicate exterior lies a plant-based ability with considerable aggression. What a twist! He is merely an ordinary person devoid of powers, while the vines belong to his brother, who is rumored to possess dual abilities and is quite formidable. Goodness, they are brothers? They may not resemble each other much, but it is undeniable that both are exceptionally handsome. How thrilling it is to discover they are siblings. My apologies. My mind was flooded with trivial thoughts just now. I find myself curious as to why his brother's abilities manifest in him. The younger brother is breathtaking, and the elder brother is powerful. If I could have a chance with either of them, I would gladly wake up one day as a level 6 dual ability user. I possess psychic abilities, and I can sense that they share a unique bond that goes beyond ordinary sibling ties. I advise you to abandon any ulterior motives." As the murmurs of the crowd reached his ears, Wen Ci couldn't help but frown. He was particularly unsettled by the whispers that expressed a covetous interest in Wen Ci. Unfamiliar with the concept of idle chatter, Wen Ci felt an icy chill envelop him whenever he heard people profess their admiration for Wen Ci. This cold aura prompted the onlookers to instinctively step back, creating distance between themselves and him. Meanwhile, Wen Ci seemed unfazed. He gently lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Wen Ci. "Brother, you are so impressive. Thankfully, you left me those vines. Otherwise, I would have surely been bullied today." Wen Ci intended to feign innocence and seek comfort from Wen Ci, but he had forgotten that he was currently in a state where tears could easily betray him. As he attempted to act, tears genuinely began to well up in his eyes, threatening to spill over. This sudden display caused Wen Ci to panic. As he cupped Wen Ci's face in his hands, carefully wiping away the tears that were on the verge of falling. Noticing the droplets transforming into small pearls in his palms, and feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him, Wen Ci's anxiety intensified. He could not allow anyone to witness Wen Ci's tears turning into pearls. "Ah, Ci, darling, please don't cry. Let's go back for now, all right?" Even in this moment of distress, Wen Ci maintained a gentle tone. He softly comforted Wen Ci while simultaneously controlling the vines, ready to deal with the several ability users on the ground, intending to carry Wen Ci away. At that very moment, a furious shout erupted from the other side of the crowd. "Xiao Wei, who did this to you?" A young man pushed his way through the throng, followed closely by 3 men and 2 women. "Brother, save me. This damned vine is choking me." Upon seeing his brother, Wang Wei's eyes sparkled with hope as he urgently pleaded for help. "Hurry, save me, brother. Qi Yi, please help me." Those around him, sensing a glimmer of salvation, began to shout in unison. "Captain Qi, you have finally arrived. These two are using their abilities in the base. They have violated the base's regulations. Expel them at once." "Captain Qi, please save us." We merely regarded him as a newcomer, hoping to give him a brief introduction to the base, yet he immediately resorted to violence against us. Wang Kai rushed directly toward Wang Wei, attempting to free him from the encroaching tendrils. Qi Heming leisurely navigated through the crowd, standing before them. The individuals beside him scrutinized Wen Ci and Wen Ci with curiosity, not sparing a single glance at those on the ground. Wen Ci leaned against Wen Ci, casting a glance back, momentarily locking eyes with the short-haired girl, whose gaze flickered with a hint of blue light. The girl paused, intrigue dawning in her eyes. She nudged Qi Heming's arm and whispered, "Captain, these two are extraordinary. Perhaps you could devise a way to recruit them into our squad." Qi Heming replied nonchalantly, "They are individuals brought back by Zhao Zhimo. Do you expect me to steal them from him?" The girl smiled brightly. "Aren't you curious? My precognitive abilities have reached level 5, and I used to wield them with ease. However, when I merely glanced into that boy's eyes, my powers were involuntarily triggered, and I witnessed." Chapter 26, Apocalypse. The Weeping Mermaid. The girl abruptly ceased her speech, successfully piquing Qi Heming's curiosity. He pressed, "What did you see?" She slowly opened her once vibrant black eyes, her tone light yet grave, an expanse of emptiness. "I cannot discern any future concerning them." Qi Heming responded, "Indeed?" The girl chuckled softly. "Captain, do not take this lightly. I have only encountered such a phenomenon with Dr. Chung." Noticing the dullness in her eyes, Qi Heming sighed and called over another girl. "Xiao Shui, please escort her back. For the next 3 days, you are relieved from missions. Take good care of her." The girl raised 5 fingers and shook them. "My abilities have been overexerted. I fear I will need 5 days to recuperate." Qi Heming agreed. "Very well. 5 days it is. Was it you who injured my brother?" Before he could formulate a proper invitation for the other party to join his squad, he saw Wang Kai storming toward them, filled with rage. Wang Kai was a formidable figure, his eyes ablaze with fury and intent, veins bulging on his arms, fists clenched and surrounded by an ethereal glow of fire. "Release my brother at once, or you shall face the consequences." Wang Kai gritted his teeth, the anguished cries of his brother echoing behind him. pushing him toward the brink of madness. The tendrils ensnaring Wang Wei were bizarre in nature. Even Wang Kai had never encountered such a plant-based ability. Its offensive capabilities were astonishing. He had intended to use fire to sever the tendrils, yet to his shock, they sprouted vicious thorns upon contact with the flames. The sharp spikes pierced through flesh, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. The cries of agony resonating like a haunting melody. This horrifying scene successfully drew Chi Hemming's thoughts back to the present. Chi Hemming's eyelids twitched, almost causing him to forget about the situation at hand. Two extraordinary individuals approached him, inquiring, "Captain, those two appear quite formidable. Should we assist Brother Wang?" Chi Hemming cast a sidelong glance at them and asked, "Are you particularly close to Wang Kai?" Realizing the reason behind his sudden inquiry, they hesitantly replied, "Our relationship isn't that strong, but after all, Brother Wang is the vice captain." Although they harbored no fondness for Wang Kai, he was still a member of their team. Chi Hemming pointed towards Wen Ci and remarked, "Do you see that? If all goes well, he shall be your vice captain. As for Wang Kai, I was unaware that we had such an individual in our squad." The two fell silent, a dawning realization washing over them. They quickly retrieved their communicators, one reaching out to other team members and the other contacting the individual responsible for registrations. Observing that his other two teammates were quite perceptive, Chi Hemming felt a considerable easing of his mood. Regarding Wang Kai, if it were not for the latter's dual elemental abilities of fire and wind, which proved useful during missions, he would have long since expelled him from the team. Chi Hemming was not oblivious to Wang Wei's misdeeds, which he committed under the pretext of being Wang Kai's brother. However, those incidents had never reached his attention nor affected him, hence he remained indifferent. As tensions escalated, onlookers began to disperse. Some, fearing personal repercussions, chose to leave and refrain from involving themselves in the fray, while others retreated to a distance, eager to continue observing. A few began discreetly contacting the base's authorities to report the unfolding events. The extraordinary individuals inherently possessed formidable powers, and engaging in brawls within the base constituted a breach of its regulations. The spectators' eyes gleamed with excitement and schadenfreude. Wen Ci frowned slightly as he noticed Wang Kai charging towards him. Maintaining his composure, he merely raised his hand. A colossal water sphere enveloped Wang Kai entirely. Wang Kai was momentarily taken aback as the flames surrounding him were instantaneously extinguished, forcing him to suppress his anger. This revelation brought him back to reality, as he belatedly recognized that the youth before him was a dual elemental wielder of water and plants. The water element naturally countered his fire abilities, especially considering that Wen Ci's prowess surpassed his own. Realizing this, Wang Kai felt no remorse, his eyes ablaze with resentment. His body trembled uncontrollably, glaring fiercely at Wen Ci, his mouth moving as if to threaten him. However, Wen Ci denied him that opportunity. With a snap of his fingers, a massive vine surged from the ground. Swiftly penetrating the water sphere, the vine ensnared Wang Kai tightly, silencing him, leaving only muffled cries of indignation resonating from within the water sphere. Wen Ci's brow furrowed deeply. These individuals were increasingly irksome. He tightened the grip of the vine, contemplating the possibility of eliminating them altogether. The sharp thorns pierced through flesh, and even the water sphere encasing Wang Kai began to take on a crimson hue. Heavens, are we truly on the verge of murder here? Alas, this is dire. The base will not tolerate such a violent esper who resorts to killing at the slightest provocation. My goodness, Wang Kai is a dual-element esper, and I recall his fire abilities have reached level 4, yet he exhibits no resistance whatsoever. This individual is truly formidable. I merely came to witness the spectacle. Can anyone elucidate what transpired? Why has it escalated to murder? I know. Do you see that silver-haired figure at the back? That is his brother. Although he lacks abilities, his striking appearance caught Wang Wei's attention. Indeed, Wang Wei, having been rejected, attempted to forcibly take him away, only to be met with a sudden onslaught of vines that left him beaten and bound. TSK, he deserves it. Wang Wei has bullied other survivors under the protection of his brother, even preying on some espers. Today, He has finally encountered his match. However, fighting within the base violates its rules. Resorting to murder would surely result in expulsion. Are you not aware? Previously, an Esper, emboldened by his high ability level, seized a crystal core from another Esper, and in the process, accidentally killed him. Such morally deficient Espers, once expelled, only pose a greater risk. Thus he was sent to Dr. Cheng's laboratory. Wen Ci absorbed all the conversations around him, his eyes narrowing as he grasped Wen Shu's hand, softly speaking, "Brother, that is enough. It is inappropriate to kill in front of so many people." Wen Shu felt the warmth of his brother's palm, his eyelashes fluttering. Yet his expression remained cold. They all deserve to die. Wen Ci, considering that Wen Shu is destined to be the savior of this world, sighed helplessly. "I do not argue that they do not deserve it." He gently poked Wen Shu's palm with his finger, patiently explaining, "But humans are not the same as zombies. Brother, such blatant killing is somewhat impolite." Wen Ci had already instructed 8848 to investigate the two individuals. He understood that given their actions, dying once would not suffice. Not even 10 times. Yet he would not allow these two to tarnish Wen Shu's reputation. Wen Shu is the protagonist of this world, destined to be its savior. Even if he is not revered by all, he must not be misconstrued as a wrathful, vicious, bloodthirsty individual. Wen Ci felt the need to find an opportunity to properly guide Wen Shu. Encounters with such individuals should be discreetly dealt with. There is no need to jeopardize oneself for a couple of worthless beings. Observing Wen Shu's firm grip and pursed lips, Wen Ci held both of his hands. Softening his tone, Brother Wen Shu's gaze remained heavy on Wen Ci, but he ultimately relented. He withdrew the vines. The Espers finally seized a moment to breathe, leaving hastily with no hesitation. Cough, cough, cough. Only Wang Wei and Wang Kai remained, both in disarray, violently coughing and spitting blood. Yet, Wen Ci could not find joy in the situation. For as Wen Shu spared these individuals, his darkening value ascended once more. The sound of a bell rings. Wen Shu's corruption value. 5. Current corruption value. 65. Wen Ci remarked. When 1. Those people were destined to perish. What purpose does it serve to persuade him to spare them? Now look where we are. You flirt with another man, and his corruption value has risen again. Wen Ci's eyelids twitched. Is that the same thing? Did you not hear what those people just said? If Wen Shu truly eliminates them today, his reputation as a wrathful and savage individual will echo throughout the entire base by tomorrow. I would rather he not find himself at odds with his family before even reconciling with them. At worst, we could take him tonight to deal with those people. Wen Ci paused slightly. Moreover, this is an apocalypse, not a realm of immortality. There are rules within the base. Killing indiscriminately is quite impolite. 8848 responded. Wen, I can see that you have a point, but you should consider how to appease him. Additionally, I must remind you that the commotion you caused earlier was rather loud. Someone has gone to find Yi, and Cheng Yan is accompanying him. However, due to Cheng Yan's unique status now, he is protecting those around him and does not allow them to approach you, merely observing from a distance. Wen Ci's expression darkened. There were many eyes upon them, and he felt a particularly intense gaze among them. Just then, a group of people approached swiftly, led by a man and a woman. 8848 explained to Wen Ci. The two in the front, the man is Yi, and the woman is Chu Yu. They are Wen Shu's biological parents. Zhao Zhimo fell a step behind Yi, with other ability users trailing after him. The group quickly converged upon them, almost encircling them entirely. Qi Hemming had not anticipated the situation would escalate in this manner. He raised an eyebrow and swiftly moved to Wen Shu's side. Qi Hemming stepped forward, adopting a protective stance to shield them from Yi, who was approaching. He smiled and spoke. It is merely a trivial altercation. Why has Mr. You come in person? Chu Yu glanced at the still wet bloodstains on the ground and scoffed. A trivial altercation? Yet I have heard it was nearly fatal. Qi Hemming shrugged, his tone innocent. It was just a bit of fun. After all, no one was harmed, right? As he spoke, Qi Hemming glanced at the two brothers on the ground, feeling a twinge of regret. How unfortunate that they had not succeeded in eliminating those two. As the captain of the first squad, Qi Hemming had contributed significantly to the base and thus enjoyed greater privileges. Even if Wen Shu were to kill those two here today, he had ways to protect them. Or perhaps Qi Heming's earlier inaction, even allowing Wang Kai's behavior to continue, was part of his plan. If Wen Ci truly committed murder, he would surely be sent to the laboratory according to the base's regulations. As long as he intervened at this moment to rescue them, it would be quite natural for him to invite them into his team. In doing so, he would acquire a dual-ability powerhouse while eliminating a useless individual. Unfortunately, why did Wen Ci choose to refrain from acting? Qi Heming pondered regretfully, yet managed to maintain a smile on his face. Yiji had not anticipated that only a short while after parting ways with Wen Ci, such a significant incident would erupt. Whether it was due to consideration of Wen Ci's inherent strength or his burgeoning fondness for him, he did not wish to escalate the matter further. Thus, he echoed Qi Heming's sentiment, suggesting that since the two newcomers might not fully comprehend the base's regulations, and no serious harm had occurred, perhaps it would be best to let the matter slide. As he spoke, Yiji cast a glance at Zhao Jiamo, instructing Jiamo, please take them around the base and help them familiarize themselves with the regulations. Zhao Jiamo promptly responded, rest assured, Mr. Yi. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and Wang Kai, who felt completely overlooked, interjected, base chief. How can you show them favoritism simply because they are newcomers? Indeed, my brother and I nearly lost our lives at their hands. Chuyu scoffed, intending to voice her thoughts. But her gaze fell upon the two individuals shielded by Qi Heming, causing her to momentarily pause. She scrutinized Wen Ci's face, finding it somewhat familiar. As she pondered, a flicker of recognition stirred within her, but she could not recall where she had encountered him before. Nevertheless, her demeanor softened, and after a brief pause, she spoke with conviction. Considering we nearly faced a fatal incident, how can this matter simply be brushed aside? Wang Wei and Wang Kai's eyes lit up at Chu Yu's words, for she was known throughout the base for her intolerance of injustice. In the past, when an ability user had caused a fatality, he had initially relied on his high ability level, dismissing the base's regulations entirely. At that time, some in management had contemplated whether to downplay the incident. However, Chu had vehemently reprimanded everyone who defended that ability user, personally incapacitating him and sending him to the laboratory, ensuring he had no opportunity to seek revenge. As both Wang Wei and Wang Kai looked at Chu Yu with eager anticipation, she turned her gaze toward them, her expression cold. I do not believe these two children are the sort to provoke trouble without cause. They must have been the ones who acted first. She casually summoned an individual, instructing, go inquire about the events that transpired to compel these children to resort to such measures. Wang Wei and Wang Kai exchanged bewildered glances, exclaiming, wait, is this correct? Even Yiji, who had intended to offer a few words of persuasion, was taken aback by Chu Yu's reaction. Meanwhile, the summoned ability user quickly responded, acknowledging the command before making his way toward the onlookers in the distance. Those individuals, maintaining a safe distance, were unaware of the unfolding drama, but when confronted, they recounted the events in detail. Those who had past grievances with Wang Wei, as well as those who disdained him, eagerly divulged all the misdeeds he had committed in the past. Previously, with Wang Kai as his older brother to shield him, nothing had ever escalated. Moreover, the management was not easily accessible to ordinary enhancers like them, leaving the higher-ups oblivious to the actions of Wang Wei and his companions. Yet, now presented with a golden opportunity, they certainly would not let it slip away. Upon returning to Chu Yu's side, the individual wore a serious expression. He cast a cold glance at Wang Wei and Wang Kai, recounting everything he had just learned. Initially, when Chu Yu noticed Wen Ci and found him familiar, she instinctively leaned toward him. She believed that these two individuals must have provoked Wen Ci, resulting in his outburst. Little did she know that they had engaged in numerous unsavory activities within the base. With each revelation from the informant, the pallor of Wang Wei and Wang Kai's faces deepened. Eventually, their faces turned completely ashen, their eyes filled with dread and anxiety. No, that's not true. They're all fabricating lies. How could my brother possibly do such things? Indeed, it's all slander. I have never committed such acts. They are merely defaming me. Captain, you know. Wang Kai suddenly turned to Qi Heming, his eyes brimming with desperation, tears mingling with blood as they rolled down his cheeks. His voice trembled. I have undertaken countless missions. You have witnessed how much I have sacrificed for the base and our team. You know me. How could I possibly do such things? In that moment, all eyes fell upon Ci Hemming. He approached them, looking down at the two in utter disarray, and sighed in resignation. Gui. While we were indeed once teammates, some matters are not within my purview to decide. I am unaware of what you may have done behind our backs. But today, as events are clear, you were the one who initiated the violence against them. Ci Hemming's tone was calm, laced with a hint of amusement. Yet, Wen Ci's pupils trembled, his mouth agape, utterly speechless. He realized he had been abandoned by Ci Hemming by the first team. This realization brought forth a hoarse, maniacal laughter from Wen Ci, tears of blood flowing more profusely. Beside him, Wang Wei was completely panicked, clinging to him in desperate supplication. Brother, please stop laughing. Speak to me. In the base, using 1S abilities to bully ordinary survivors is absolutely intolerable. They were all too aware of the consequences of violating the base's regulations. Thus, they had hoped for Wen Ci to face repercussions. Yet, they never anticipated the situation would unfold this way. Ci Hemming turned to Chu Yu, offering a slight smile. Wen Ci has long been expelled from our team due to his questionable character. I sincerely apologize for not recognizing his actions sooner as the captain of the first team. However, since he has violated the regulations of the base, it is only natural that he should be punished in accordance with the rules, and I have no objections. Should there be anything further to investigate, I will certainly cooperate fully and will not show any favoritism due to past camaraderie. Ci Hemming's nonchalant remarks completely severed all of Wen Ci's avenues for retreat. Yiji cast a profound glance at Ci Hemming, but ultimately refrained from saying anything. In light of this, let us take these two individuals back for further inquiry. GMO, please verify the specifics. If the allegations prove true, then we shall proceed with the punishment as dictated by base regulations. Observing their reactions, Yiji had already formed a strong suspicion. Yet he entrusted the matter to Zhao GMO for confirmation. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhao GMO responded decisively. Understood, Mr. Yi. Zhu Yi Ue, frowning at the bloodstains on the ground, called over two more individuals to clean the area. With that, a farcical episode came to a close. Ci Hemming turned to face Wen Ci and Wen Ci, a flicker of remorse crossing his features. I apologize. It is my failure to manage them properly. But I assure you such incidents will not recur. Ci Hemming paused briefly to introduce himself. I am Ci Hemming, the captain of the first squad at Tianyi Base. I'm not sure if you two. Before he could finish, Zhao GMO placed a hand on his shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie, drawing him into an embrace. Oh, Ci Hemming, why are you still here? I need to investigate those two, and since you are Wen Ci's former captain, you might as well accompany me. Ci Hemming frowned in displeasure and turned his head, meeting Zhao GMO's eyes, which were filled with warning. Zhao GMO chuckled. Come on, Captain Ci. Do not disturb their rest. Ci Hemming, utterly shameless, was comparable to Gu Xingchuan, attempting to undermine him right before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, most of the crowd had dispersed, leaving only Wen Ci, Wen Ci, Yi Ji, and Chu Yu. Wen Ci had initially intended to leave with Wen Ci, but ever since Yi Ji and Chu Yu's arrival, he found himself rooted to the spot. It was a curious sensation, akin to the first time he had encountered Yi Ji. Wen Ci could not articulate why, yet he felt an irresistible urge to gaze upon these two individuals a moment longer. As for Wen Ci, there was no need for elaboration. Having finally reunited with his biological parents, he longed for a swift acknowledgement of their relationship. Ahem, Chu Yu sensed the awkward atmosphere and sought to alleviate it. Since you have just entered the base, how about I show you around? Yizei ripiet, himeme. But I have just assigned Zhao GMO. Chu Yu interjected, TSK. Isn't he off investigating those too? I happen to have some free time today. What's wrong with taking them on a little tour of the base? Yi Ji found Chu Yu's demeanor rather perplexing and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yet, Chu Yu smiled warmly at the two. I was rather brusque earlier and failed to grasp the situation. May I consider this an opportunity for amends? How about dinner at my place this evening? My culinary skills are quite commendable. Since marrying, Yi Ji had not had the pleasure of tasting Chu Yu's cooking. Yi Ji, regardless of who you are, Get off my wife immediately. Chapter 29. Apocalypse. The heartbroken mermaid, Chuyu, felt a twitch in her eyelids and, unable to suppress herself, delivered a sharp slap to Yi Ji's head. What nonsense is he spouting day after day? Yi Ji, without a trace of dignity before outsiders, covered his forehead and let out a soft hiss, lamenting, "This isn't home. At least show me some respect, dear wife." Wen Ci remarked, for some reason, "This feels oddly familiar." Wen Ci responded, "Excellent." Now he no longer needs to worry about Wen Ci's parents. This familial atmosphere will surely lower Wen Ci's darkening tendencies once they recognize each other. With this thought, Wen Ci subtly inquired of 8848, little 8, "How do you suppose they will recognize each other in the storyline? Can I expedite this part of the plot?" 8848 replied, "Let me check. It's due to a birthmark on Wen Ci's lower back. Their recognition happens quite early. In the original narrative, by that time, Wen Ci had already formed his own team at the Tianyi base and gained a certain level of prestige. However, Cheng Yin intentionally requested a level 9 zombie for research. As the strongest ability user in the base, Wen Ci was the leader of that mission. But there were 2 level 9 zombies in that location, one of which was also Cheng Yin's experiment that he deliberately released. As 8848 reviewed the plot, he explained, Cheng Yin had arranged for an undercover agent among those who went. When Ci was betrayed and gravely injured, he escaped by the skin of his teeth. And while being treated, Chu noticed his birthmark, which led to their recognition. Afterward, it was Wen Ci who found the traitor and exposed Cheng Yan's true nature. Suddenly realizing something amiss, 8848 exclaimed, "Wait a moment, Wen, it seems we might have stirred up trouble." Wen Ci responded, With a sheepish smile, 8848 weakly confessed. There are 2 teams involved, one led by Wen Ci and the other being the first team. The traitor is the vice captain, Wang Kai, from the first team. Wen Ci fell silent. He stated, "Little 8, we must trust Cheng Yan. After all, he is a villain and will surely find others." "Perhaps," 8848 replied. "Moreover, setting aside the plot, the current circumstances are still advantageous for our mission." 8848 fell silent. The 2 shared a tacit understanding and chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Chu had successfully persuaded Wen Ci to join them for dinner that evening. Wen Ci quietly grasped Wen Ci's hand, observing his silence and pondering his thoughts. He softly stated, "If you do not wish to go, we need not attend." Feeling a twinge of regret for having so readily agreed to this arrangement, he watched the retreating figures of Yi Ji and Chuyu. Wen Ci blinked and gently replied, "I am fine with it, brother. As long as I am with you, I am willing to go anywhere." Wen Ci's heart softened, yet he could not shake off the sense of unease. Why was it that he found himself unable to treat those 2 with the same ease he displayed towards others? This question lingered in his mind until the evening, when Wen Ci took Wen Ci out for dinner and later returned to their small detached house. Lying in bed, he still could not come to a resolution. Moreover, Wen Ci distinctly sensed the extra care that Yi Ji and Chuyu bestowed upon them. The following morning, Chuyu personally brought them a generous assortment of items. She found herself increasingly fond of Wen Ci and Wen Ci. Were it not for the fear of being too forward, she would have eagerly desired for them to acknowledge her as their sister. However, this unexpected enthusiasm left Wen Ci quite flustered. He had never experienced such feelings before, instinctively resisting, yet unable to reject the affection. This caused him considerable discomfort. In contrast, Wen Ci was delighted. Although Wen Ci appeared troubled, his darkening aura had diminished by 5 points, stabilizing at a more manageable 60. Consequently, Wen Ci lacked the energy to provoke him at night, granting him ample time to rest. After Zhao Zhimo and Qi Himing separately approached them to invite them to join their teams, only to be declined. Wen Ci contemplated the idea of having Wen Ci form his own team. However, he had yet to find suitable candidates, though he did encounter a familiar face. Gu Xingchuan had originally come to deliver supplies to the Tianyi base, as Cheng Yan was currently the only individual who might develop a cure for the zombie virus. Since Cheng Yan had no intentions of leaving the Tianyi base, they at the Nanchuan base had to consider the situation with greater caution. Yet, upon Gu Xingchuan's arrival at the Tianyi base, He quickly heard about the newly arrived dual ability user, who brought along a frail, yet strikingly beautiful younger brother, cherished like a precious gem. Both were dual ability users. Yet the plant-based abilities possessed an exceptionally aggressive nature, capable of easily overpowering Wang Kai. Qi Himing and Zhao Ji Mo simultaneously extended invitations to him, but he found none of them appealing. He was particularly favored by the base leaders, earning a degree of reverence from the other management personnel. All these occurrences piqued Gu Xingchuan's curiosity about the individual in question. Thus, he devised an excuse to settle at the Tianyi base. The others had no objections, especially since he had just delivered supplies. Only Zhao Jiamo was perturbed, convinced that Gu Xingchuan intended to stay and undermine their efforts, which infuriated him, though he had to maintain a facade of cordiality. On the third day of Gu Xingchuan's stay, he finally encountered the legendary dual ability user. But who could enlighten him as to why this dual ability user was none other than Wen Ci? How fortuitous it was that they met again. After numerous attempts to wait for Wen Ci and Wen Ci's appearance, Gu Xingchuan's lips twitched as he awkwardly greeted them. Recalling the recent rumors, he nearly rolled his eyes. Initially, he had harbored doubts about Wen Ci when he first heard those words. Yet, Wen Ci was undeniably a tri-ability user. Wen Ci stared at Gu Xingchuan for a few seconds, suddenly remembering. This individual has praised the name chosen by Wen Ci, appreciating its elegance. However, observing Wen Ci's curious scrutiny of him, Wen Ci felt a twinge of displeasure. He coldly uttered a single syllable as a response. Then, grasping Wen Ci's hand, he forcibly redirected his attention. Let us go. Wen Ci, retracting his gaze, obediently nodded. Oh. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, an irate voice erupted from the other side. Damn it. Gu Xingchuan, you shameless bastard. I knew you were up to no good. Like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. A dark, shadowy figure streaked past them, leaving Wen Ci and Wen Ci momentarily stunned. Wait, did something just fly by? Gu Xingchuan was utterly disoriented, feeling the ground tremble beneath him as a vicious wind, laden with murderous intent, suddenly surged forth. With a brutal kick from Zhao Zimuo, Gu Xingchuan was sent crashing to the ground, his waist severely injured. Clutching his wounded side, his eyelids twitching, he glared at Zhao Zimuo, gritting his teeth. Zhao Zimuo, are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhao Zimuo, gripping his collar, smirked coldly. You shameless scoundrel. It's one thing to have deceived and lured away several ability users from our base, but now you dare to return. Gu Xingchuan rolled his eyes, indignantly retorting, what nonsense are you spouting? How can you say I deceived anyone? They willingly came with us, lured by the benefits of our base. And which of your eyes saw me seducing your ability users? Zhao Zimuo glanced at Wen Ci and Wen Ci, both of whom had witnessed it all. He raised two fingers, bent them, pointing to his eyes, then at Gu Xingchuan. Don't think I'm unaware. I've been watching you for days. And just when I thought I had you cornered, you slip away to complete a task. Gu Xingchuan's eyelids twitched violently as he stared in disbelief, his voice nearly cracking. What? So that mechanical dog that bit my backside the other day was your doing? Zhao Zimuo fell silent, quietly releasing Gu Xingchuan's collar and adjusting his clothing. All right, you should head back now. Don't wander around. There are plenty of patrolling mechanical dogs inside the base, and it would be unfortunate if you got bitten again. Gu Xingchuan scoffed. What are you so nervous about? Answer me. Zhao Zimuo, look into my eyes. Zhao Zimuo disregarded Gu Xingchuan's fury, turning his gaze to Wen Ci and the others still engrossed in the commotion, laughing heartily. Ah, you're just in time. Mister, Yi and the others are looking for you. I'm here to take you to them. Unacknowledged, Gu Xingchuan muttered scoff. Wen Ci showed little reaction. I know. Wen Ci smiled sweetly. Thank you, we were just about to head over, so let us go together. Gu Xingchuan had already managed to rise from the ground. Wait, I'm going with you. Originally, he had no intention of undermining them. After all, their southern base was not particularly in need of a dual-element adept. However, this individual was Wen Ci. He was acutely aware that Wen Ci was not merely a dual-element adept, but rather a tri-element one, and he fully understood the extent of Wen Ci's formidable strength. Gu Xingchuan, already restless, found his desire to poach heightened to an extreme after being forcefully kicked by Zhao Zhimai. Zhao Zhimai, with a wary gaze, inquired, "What are you planning? This is a private matter for our base. What business do you have here?" Gu Xingchuan, with a faint smile while pointing at the shoe print on his clothing, replied, "Zhao Zhimai, I am still a guest at your base. How can you treat your guest this way and question my intentions?" Observing Zhao Zhimai's displeasure, Gu Xingchuan felt elated and continued, "Of course, I intend to report this." While the two continued their heated argument, Wen Ci wished to observe the spectacle. But when Shu directly lifted Wen Ci, cradling him in his arms. Startled by the sudden elevation, Wen Ci exclaimed. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already in the car, held by Wen Shu. With an indifferent expression, Wen Shu stated, "Since they wish to quarrel, let them do so at their leisure." Wen Ci obediently seated himself in the passenger seat, replying, The atmosphere within the vehicle was tranquil. Half an hour later, when Shu suddenly spoke, "ACI, do you like them very much?" Tilting his head in curiosity, Wen Ci asked, "Who do you mean, brother?" When Shu tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "Those two from earlier, and the others at this base. Do you like them?" Initially, Wen Shu had intended to find an opportunity to eliminate Cheng Yin, ensuring that the secret of Wen Ci being a mermaid would remain undisclosed forever. Yet now, everyone regarded Cheng Yin as a lifeline. He was so well protected that Wen Shu had no chance of approaching him. However, Wen Ci was unable to maintain his human form completely. If he did not immerse his legs in water, every 8 hours, they would revert to a fishtail. Additionally, any tears he shed would transform into pearls. Unfortunately, Wen Ci was rather prone to tears. A slight provocation or minor accident would cause his tears to flow abundantly. Recently, when Shu had been suppressing himself, refraining from any excessive actions for fear of making Wen Ci cry, fearing that others might notice something amiss, and worrying that Cheng Yin could uncover Wen Ci's identity and act upon it. Such thoughts were unbearable for Wen Shu. Unaware of Wen Shu's internal turmoil, Wen Ci sensed his unusual mood. He gently placed his hand over Wen Shu's, his eyes brightening as he earnestly replied, "I do like it. Being able to live here with you, of course, I'm fond of it." His voice was soft and measured. "I was born in a laboratory and have never seen the outside world, only hearing about it from the other test subjects. Therefore, I have always wondered what the outside world would be like, piecing together an image of it from their descriptions. Brother, this world is different from the one I imagined. Yet, being able to stay with you, having a home with you, brings me great joy." Listening to Wen Ci's words, Wen Shu's emotions were tinged with complexity. He was reminded once again of the words spoken by Wen Ci. That phrase of abandonment pierced his heart like a minute thorn, embedding itself deeply within him. Even though he was reluctant to dwell on it, the pain from that tiny thorn would occasionally resurface. Wen Ci continued to speak to herself, remarking on the starkness of the little courtyard, lamenting its unappealing appearance, and wishing for flowers to be planted within it. In a world ravaged by a virus, where both flora and soil had succumbed to contamination, the notion of cultivating flowers in the courtyard seemed ludicrous. Nevertheless, Wen Shu responded affirmatively, suggesting that they procure some seeds the following day, assuring her that once the flowers bloomed, the courtyard would no longer appear unsightly. Wen Ci smiled lightly, her lips curving into a gentle grin. "That sounds wonderful." The atmosphere in the vehicle lightened considerably, and soon they arrived at the conference hall. Awaiting them were not only Yi, but also Qi Hemming. "Xiao Shu, Xiao Ci, you have arrived," Yi said, glancing at the documents in his hands. His brow furrowed, betraying a serious demeanor. Upon seeing Wen Ci and Wen Shu enter, he promptly stood and approached them briskly, with Qi Hemming trailing closely behind, his expression equally stern. "Wen Shu, you are finally here." Chapter 31, Apocalypse. The weeping mermaid, Qi Hemming, seemed poised to speak, but was silenced by a mere glance from Yi. Clearing his throat, Yi continued amidst their puzzled gazes. "Qi Hemming, please take Xiao Ci to get something to eat. I need to have a private conversation with Xiao Shu." Qi Hemming nodded, his tone softening as he turned to Wen Ci, almost adopting a tone of coaxing. "You must be hungry, right? How about I take you to get some food?" Wen Ci and Wen Shu exchanged a glance without uttering a word. although they were unaware of the specifics. The reactions of the two men suggested that the matter at hand was of considerable importance. Wen Ci gently patted Wen Ci's hand and reassured her in a soft voice, "It's all right, Ci. Just wait for me." Wen Ci ceased her inquiries and followed Ci hemming as he led her away. On the other side of a glass door, Wen Ci could not discern the sounds of their conversation. Ci hemming poured her a glass of water and smiled, saying, "Just wait here. I will fetch you something to eat." Once Ci hemming departed, Wen Ci activated her device, calling out, "8848, listen in on their conversation for me." 8848 responded, "Understood." When one. At the moment 8848 spoke, Wen Ci felt her senses heighten significantly. In her absence, Wen Ci directed a straightforward inquiry at Yiji. "Why the urgency in summoning us at this hour? What has transpired?" Yiji did not respond immediately, but instead guided him to a seat on the sofa. They sat closely together, and Yiji's tone grew low and serious. "Xiao Shu, I heard from Zhao GMO that you initially encountered each other in City A." Wen Ci, wishing to avoid any circumlocution, replied directly, "If there is something you need, please state it plainly. I will not refuse what I can do." Wen Ci cherished her current life and the sanctuary of this base, genuinely intending to remain there with him, harboring no desire to leave. Even at night, she would instinctively curl up in his embrace while they slept. During this period, Wen Ci has acquired considerable information about the Tianyi base and is naturally aware of the privileges granted to Yiji and his companions. However, in this world, no good comes without cause. Since they have enjoyed these privileges, it is only fitting that when they require his assistance, he will not refuse. Ci hemming returned to sit beside the two after delivering food to Wen Ci. Unlike Yiji, he bore fewer concerns and, upon hearing Wen Ci's words, spoke candidly. A zombie king has emerged in City A. Based on our estimates and calculations, its level has likely surpassed 6 and reached 7. Moreover, City A has long since fallen, with a significant number of zombies within. At the current rate, that zombie will soon ascend to an 8th level zombie. Wen Ci, you have come from that area, so you must know that the distance between us is not great. If we do not eliminate that zombie king, it could lead to significant troubles. Ci hemming paused slightly before continuing. Wen Ci, we have assembled a small team to eradicate that zombie king. Your strength is formidable, and we would like to invite you to join us. Wen Ci did not hesitate in the slightest. Certainly, since the apocalypse began, Wen Ci has dispatched numerous zombies, possessing little concept of their levels or his own abilities. To him, zombies were merely distinguished by those he could easily dispatch and those that required more effort. The privileges enjoyed by the supernatural beings at Tianyi Base are earned through their contributions in exterminating zombies and procuring resources for the construction of the base. They have been here for some time, and aiding in the extermination of Zombie King is merely a matter of time and effort, nothing too daunting. Yiji's expression softened. This task will be arduous for you. Ci hemming, please share the information regarding the Zombie King with Wen Ci and devise a detailed plan before we set out. Although Yiji spoke to Ci hemming, his gaze remained fixed on Wen Ci. Ci hemming, sensing the subtle tension, merely nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will." Yiji's gaze on Wen Ci was profound and intricate as he slowly declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, your safety is paramount. You must return safely." Wen Ci turned to glance at Wen Ci, who was seated in the corner, eating. His eyes softened. "I will certainly return safely. However, during my absence, I have but one request. You must not allow Ci to leave his residence, nor permit anyone to disturb him." Both Ci hemming and Yiji found his request somewhat peculiar, but did not refuse. Yiji sighed. "Fear not. With me here, no one shall bully Xiao Ci." The three quickly finalized their plans. Meanwhile, when Ci overheard their conversation through 8848, appearing calm on the surface while a torrent of complex emotions surged within. 8848 prompted, "One, are you not going to do something? If that soon-to-be 8th level zombie king is indeed slain by them, how long will it take for your leg to return to normal?" With a cold smile, Wen Ci remarked, "My legs may be in this state, yet I find myself more intrigued by why the plot has unfolded prematurely." It suddenly dawned on him that sending Wen Ci to confront the zombie king was undoubtedly orchestrated by Cheng Yan from behind the scenes. On that day, 8848 mentioned that Chang Yen had observed them from a distance. Given Chang Yan's nature, it was impossible for him not to feel curiosity, and such curiosity would inevitably lead to an investigation. However, despite the passage of time, Chang Yen remained conspicuously silent. Wen Ci surmised that Chang Yen must be concocting something grand, yet he never anticipated that the plot would be advanced to such an extent. 8848 pondered seriously, but when one, the current plot lacks substantial reference. Moreover, advancing the plot might be advantageous, as it allows Wen Shu to reunite with his parents sooner. As for Chang Yen, the mere thought that Wen Shu was recognized due to a severe injury, revealing the birthmark on his back, made Wen Ci frown. There were myriad ways for them to discover the birthmark, and it certainly did not necessitate inflicting grave harm. While lost in thought about how to navigate this plot, 8848 suddenly emitted a sharp cry, ah. Wen, this room is under surveillance. Startled, Wen Ci nearly dropped his cup and replied resignedly, Xiaoba. Could you refrain from being so dramatic? It's quite normal for a place like this to have cameras. With a tone laced with despair, 8848 retorted. But Chang Yen is watching you through the surveillance. Maintaining his composure, Wen Ci calmly took a sip of water and replied, oh. In his previous life, he had endured constant scrutiny from the antagonist via surveillance. Being observed by Chang Yen now was hardly a significant concern. Why are you so unfazed? Queried 8848. Well, what should I do? Should I give him the finger through the camera? Wen Ci replied nonchalantly. But what if I told you he is not merely watching you through the surveillance? Wen Ci lifted his gaze, intrigued. With a serious tone, 8848 continued. He is not just observing you. He is documenting everything about you. It appears he has long recognized you, and his lack of interference these past days is due to his ongoing observation and recording. Moreover, judging by his reactions, he seems to be more interested in you than in the now formidable ability-wielding Wen Shu. As 8848 spoke, he forwarded the content displayed on Chang Yan's screen to Wen Ci. Look, your name is highlighted in red, and he has circled your legs multiple times. Wen, perhaps you should accompany Wen Shu this time. I fear that if you remain alone at the base, that perverse Chang Yen might resort to severing your legs. With clenched teeth, 8848 added, he has been fixated on your legs. Wen Ci's expression darkened. I understand. More than the highlighted information pertaining to himself, he was far more concerned about the details regarding Wen Shu. In the narrative, Chang Yen instructs Wen Shu to confront the zombie king, having sensed the threat Wen Shu posed to him and wishing to eliminate him. However, the timing of this plot twist is accelerated as Chang Yen seeks to assess the extent of Wen Shu's extraordinary abilities. To this day, Chang Yen perceives both of them as his possessions, mere subjects of his experiments. With a faint smile gracing his lips, he sits cross-legged, propping his head on one hand while leisurely twirling a pen with the other. He observes through the surveillance cameras, capturing every nuance of Wen Shu and Wen Ci's reactions, missing not a single flicker of emotion upon their faces. How intriguing! Chang Yen muses, his eyes sparkling with unmasked excitement and amusement. The laboratory, which housed all his ardent endeavors, has been utterly destroyed. Yet, remarkably, two subjects have survived. One was his most favored experiment, while the other was once deemed unworthy. A mermaid and a human, they have astonishingly persevered together. Chang Yan's gaze lingers on the obedient youth seated on the sofa, filled with curiosity about what transformations have transpired within him. The once arrogant little mermaid, who had always regarded him with disdain, now exhibits such docility. Most notably, that exquisite fishtail has transformed into human legs. How utterly fascinating. And then there is Wen Shu. Chang Yen is not surprised by Wen Shu awakening dual abilities. In fact, he believes his power must extend beyond this. After all, it was his recognition of Wen Shu's formidable mental strength that led him to bring him to the laboratory. Unfortunately, no matter the tests he conducted, there was no response. It was unexpected that, amidst the rampant spread of the zombie virus, Wen Shu's formidable mental prowess would catalyze the emergence of equally potent abilities. Even more surprising is the fact that despite Wen Ci's previous abandonment of Wen Shu continues to protect him ardently. His two subjects seem to have developed sentiments unbeknownst to him. Cheng Yan's gaze remains fixed on the screen until they depart, before he lowers his eyes with a soft chuckle and rises leisurely. The surveillance monitor no longer reflects their figures, yet his mind is still consumed by thoughts of Wen Ci's legs, those long, graceful limbs that he scrutinizes repeatedly. They are undeniably beautiful, marked with remnants of lingering intimacy. Cheng Yan is well aware that, within the laboratory, Wen Shu served as an outlet for Wen Ci during his vulnerable moments. Thus, it is not difficult to deduce how those marks came to be. However, he is genuinely intrigued as to how Wen Ci's fishtail metamorphosed into legs. Might it also be linked to the zombie virus? Could he have awakened a unique ability as well? Contemplating his records on the abilities of those endowed with powers, Cheng Yan feels an exhilarating rush of fervor coursing through his veins at the emergence of this entirely new and unknown ability. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that this perilous mission means Wen Shu would undoubtedly refrain from bringing Wen Ci along. Once Wen Shu departs the base, he possesses countless methods and means to extricate Wen Ci. As the final barrier is breached, Cheng Yan fixes his gaze upon the enormous incubation chamber before him. Inside, there exists a zombie, specifically one that has been forcibly transformed into a zombie by Wang Kai. Ever since the previous incident involving Wang Wei and Wang Kai, emboldened by their identities as supernatural beings, committed various misdeeds, they were sent directly to Cheng Yan's laboratory. Naturally, Cheng Yan did not squander the opportunity presented by Wang Kai's body. He drew upon the experience of the previous failed transformation of a supernatural being into a zombie. This time, he deceived Wang Kai through Wang Wei, leading him to willingly accept the injection of the zombie virus, thus becoming a zombie himself. However, after Wang Kai's transformation, Cheng Yan forcibly converted Wang Wei into a zombie as well, extracting his zombie crystal core to feed to Wang Kai. Furthermore, the numerous zombie crystal cores that he acquired under the pretense of researching the zombie virus were all fed to Wang Kai. In a mere fortnight, Wang Kai, a dual-element supernatural being, had already surpassed the strength of the previous supernatural being he had transformed into a zombie. Cheng Yan glanced at the incubator where he had placed his other subjects, tossing a few zombie crystal cores to Wang Kai. Yet, this was still insufficient. A zombie is, after all, devoid of any rationality, merely an ugly creature that feeds on human flesh. Compared to these two, he yearned for the other two. Observing Wang Kai ravenously gnawing at the zombie crystal cores, while another restless zombie emitted unsettling hissing sounds, Cheng Yan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, concealing the madness lurking within his gaze. His attention lingered on the two empty incubators, a slow smile curling at the corners of his lips. As his experimental subjects, they ought to obediently return to his laboratory. Meanwhile, upon returning home with Wen Shu, Wen Ci immediately tasked 8848 with checking for surveillance cameras in their residence. Upon receiving the reassuring answer that none existed, he breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish for Cheng Yan to monitor him and Wen Shu during their intimate moments. "What's wrong, Ci? Are you feeling unwell?" Wen Shu had just filled the bathtub with water and emerged to find Wen Ci lost in thought on the sofa. Wen Ci slightly lifted his gaze to him, tilting his head in curiosity, and asked, "Brother, what did they say to you? Why did Uncle Yi mention that we could reach out to him for anything? Are you leaving, brother?" Wen Shu, unusually silent, finally responded nonchalantly, "It's nothing." As he spoke, he effortlessly scooped Wen Ci into his arms and carried him toward the bathroom, intending to soak his legs. Wen Ci, resolute in his decision to accompany Wen Shu this time, did not wait for his response and tugged at his collar. Brother Wen Ci's eyes fell, a small tear rolling down onto the bathroom floor as he choked back a sob. "Are you going to abandon me?" "Of course not. How could I ever abandon you?" Wen Shu, witnessing the tears streaming from Wen Ci's eyes, felt an immediate surge of panic and instinctively refuted. He longed to hold Wen Ci close, to keep him safe at all times. How could he possibly let him go? Observing Wen Ci's sorrowful state, his mind raced to devise ways to comfort him. Yet, something felt amiss. Why would Wen Ci suddenly express such concerns? Could it be that someone spoke of something in front of Wen Ci? Contemplating this possibility, Wen Shu's eyes narrowed instantly, and the atmosphere around him turned frigid. His expression darkened, yet he endeavored to soften his tone as he patiently inquired. Why would Ci ask such a question? Did someone say something to you? As he spoke, he gently placed Wen Ci on the side table. Observing the faint silver scales emerging around Wen Ci's ankles, Wen Shu carefully removed his clothes. Ci, dear, do not heed the nonsensical chatter of others. Your brother will never abandon you. The transformation of Wen Ci's legs back into a fishtail occurred rapidly, as Wen Shu assisted in shedding his garments. The formerly fair legs morphed into a shimmering silver tail. The magnificent tail nearly filled half of the bathtub, prompting Wen Shu to caress it involuntarily. Such a good boy. So beautiful. Wen Ci wrapped his arms around Wen Shu's neck, affectionately nuzzling against his face. Then, will you always accompany me, taking me wherever you go? Wen Ci gazed at Wen Shu with his enchanting, misty eyes, brimming with trust and dependence. Wen Shu's heart softened in an instant, of course. However, he soon recalled his promise to Yi Ji to confront the zombie king. Thus, he hesitated slightly, cradling Wen Ci as he placed him in the bathtub, wetting his tail, while speaking softly, "But brother has to go on a mission in a couple of days. It's quite perilous this time, and I cannot take you along. But rest assured, brother will return swiftly to be with you." Wen Ci stared intently at Wen Shu, his lips pressed tightly together, eyes shining with a clear accusation and grievance. As his tail flicked, water splashed onto Wen Shu's clothes. With one hand soothingly stroking Wen Ci's tail and the other propping himself against the bathtub's edge, he leaned in to kiss the little mole on Wen Ci's nose. Ci, be a good boy, all right? Brother won't be gone too long. Wen Ci muffled his protest. I don't want to be apart from you. Take me with you. I can help. Wen Shu fell silent. Wen Ci seldom made requests of him, and he found it difficult to refuse. However, after conversing with Qi Hemming, he understood the complexities of the situation. If it were merely a high-level zombie, it would indeed not pose much of a challenge. Yet, the problem was that City A was swarming with zombies, and aside from the known highest-ranking zombie king, no one could ascertain how many more high-level zombies lurked within. There was no way he could permit Wen Ci to accompany him to City A. Wen Shu hesitated briefly, and Wen Ci's tears began to fall anew. The silver pearl splashed into the water, drawing Wen Shu's thoughts back. Ci, dear, don't cry. Gazing at the tearful Wen Ci, his heart melted completely. Yet he remained resolute. This time is truly dangerous. If you find yourself bored alone, you may stay with Mr. Yi and his family for a while. They will take good care of you. Wen Shu was momentarily taken aback by his own words. After all, he had not known Yi Ji and the others for very long. From the very beginning, a sense of peculiarity arose, gradually evolving into an unforced acceptance. Even he was unaware of the moment when his trust in them reached such an extent that he felt secure in the knowledge that, even in his absence, Wen Ci would remain safe by their side. Wen Shu's emotions were somewhat complex. With a subtle twitch of his nose, Wen Ci had yet to transform his fishtail back into legs. Yet this did not hinder him from effortlessly flipping over and pinning Wen Shu into the bathtub. Momentarily taken aback, Wen Shu instinctively wrapped his arms around Wen Ci's waist to protect him, fearful of any potential mishap. See? Wen Ci appeared excessively gentle and vulnerable before Wen Shu, to the point where he nearly forgot that Wen Ci had awakened his extraordinary abilities since the onset of the apocalypse. Although the nature of Wen Ci's powers remained a mystery, it was evident that his strength was formidable. As Wen Shu's breath grew heavier, it was at that moment that Wen Ci's fishtail transformed back into legs, with only a hint of scales remaining at his ankles, glimmering softly under the light. This particular bathtub was specially prepared for Wen Ci by Wen Shu, ample enough to comfortably accommodate both of them. Upon regaining his legs, Wen Ci showed no intention of leaving, instead choosing to straddle Wen Shu in that very position. His hands pressed against Wen Shu's shoulders, his cascading silver hair billowing around him like a waterfall, obscuring much of his form. Yet, the allure of the partially concealed was often more stirring than complete transparency. Despite their numerous intimate exchanges, having grown intimately familiar with each other, Wen Shu felt his ears flush at the sight of Wen Ci. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Wen Ci had consistently presented himself as obedient and gentle in Wen Shu's presence, often taking the initiative in such matters. In a moment of reverie, Wen Shu recalled their time in the laboratory, where all the experimental subjects spoke of Wen Ci's foul temper, emboldened by Cheng Yan's indulgence. Yet, Wen Shu found him utterly endearing. Those subjects expressed gratitude for Wen Shu's presence, which had curbed Wen Ci's tendency to bully them. Little did they know, Wen Shu relished it as well. He longed for Wen Ci's gaze to remain solely upon him, never sharing a fragment with anyone else. Just as now, with his undivided attention focused on Wen Shu, his eyes reflecting only him, Wen Shu's expression grew dreamy, a faint obsession shimmering in his gaze. Slowly, he raised his hand to caress Wen Ci's face, his fingertips grazing the soft, moist lips. I see. Wen Shu had restrained himself for far too long, all his desires confined within. And now, as Wen Ci leaned down to kiss his lips, he thought, but I do not wish to part with you. I want to be with you forever, no matter when or where. His usually soft voice carried a hint of temptation, causing Wen Shu's heart to tremble. Don't you want to be with me forever? Let me join you, please. Wen Ci gently leaned closer to Wen Shu's ear, his silver hair brushing against his lips. Wen Shu, dear brother, please don't leave me all alone. Wen Shu felt his mind go blank, his breath momentarily suspended. He grasped Wen Ci's waist, neither rejecting nor agreeing. Yet he was well aware that the answer resided within him. No one could refuse such tender words. Pearls fell into the water, creating ripples upon the surface. As more and more pearls descended, the water grew increasingly tumultuous. Black vines nearly filled the entire bathroom, blooming with delicate pinkish-white flowers. An unusual fragrance lingered in the air. Chapter 34. The End Times. The Weeping Mermaid what? Chi Hemming exclaimed, rising from the table in shock. Disbelief etched across his face as he fixed his gaze upon Wen Shu. Wen Shu, did I hear you correctly? You mean to say that this time we had to take Wen Ci along? Chi Hemming laughed in exasperation. Wen Shu, I recognize your prowess, but are you aware of how perilous this mission is? Do you comprehend the number of zombies that await us? The 15 supernatural beings we have selected are the strongest within the base, while Wen Ci is merely an ordinary person devoid of any abilities. It would be far safer for him to remain at the base. Have you considered what he would do if you insist on bringing him along? As Chi Hemming continued, he felt an increasing headache, raising a hand to massage his temples. Wen Shu, did we not agree that Wen Ci would stay at the base, with Misty looking after him? How is it that after just one night, you have changed your mind and insist on taking him with you? Furthermore, you must understand what it means to bring an ordinary person into a city teeming with zombies. Suddenly, Chi Hemming paused, a ludicrous suspicion surfacing in his mind. Yet the moment his eyes met Wen Shu's, that notion dissipated. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure and reseated himself before Wen Shu, attempting to soften his tone. Can you enlighten me as to why you feel it imperative to bring him along? Wen Shu cared for Wen Ci's safety more than anyone else. He would never allow Wen Ci to take such risks unless there were other motives at play. Once Chi Hemming had calmed down, his expression remained serious. Wen Shu, although you are reluctant to join our team, I have always regarded you and Xiao Ci as friends. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I will assist you. Alternatively, you could provide me with a compelling reason that would persuade me to allow him to participate in this mission. As the captain of this operation, I will not make any irresponsible decisions, not just for you and Xiao Ci, but for all the other supernatural beings involved. Once Chi Hemming had finished speaking, Wen Shu slowly began, first and foremost, no matter what transpires, I will ensure that a CI remains safe. It will not interfere with the mission. Secondly, a CI possesses the ability to protect himself and does not require your safeguarding. Wen Shu's light remark caused Chi Hemming's pupils to quiver, a flicker of light passing through his eyes. Are you implying that he possesses abilities as well? Yet, during registration, he clearly stated that he was. Chi Hemming opened his mouth, only to swallow his words. It dawned on him. Before them, Wen Ci always appeared fragile and harmless. Coupled with the fact that he had claimed to possess no abilities during registration, the information recorded was that of an ordinary person. Wen Ci always kept Wen Ci closely guarded, allowing no one to draw near. He treated Wen Ci with utmost care, as if he were a fragile porcelain doll. Consequently, others perceived Wen Ci as a delicate and frail youth. Yet now, Wen Ci revealed that the seemingly weak boy was, in fact, an extraordinary ability user. Chi Hemming felt a tangle of emotions, but inquired, what is his ability, and what is its level? Sensing that Wen Ci might misinterpret his curiosity, he quickly added, rest assured, since he chose not to disclose it initially, he must have his reasons. I shall not pry into your private matters, nor divulge this to anyone else. With a sigh of resignation, Chi Hemming continued, I merely wish to ascertain the nature and level of his ability, so that we may respond swiftly should an unforeseen circumstance arise. Wen Ci fell silent for a few seconds. I do not know. He was uncertain of the type and level of Wen Ci's ability, nor could he ascertain whether the transformation of his tail into legs was related to his powers. Chi Hemming, perplexed, responded, what is the meaning of this? He added, Wen Ci, I truly cannot afford to indulge you any longer. Wen Ci replied, however, it is comparable to mine. Had it not been for my own experience with Wen Ci, I would never have consented to his inclusion. After all, Wen Ci's safety is my utmost priority above all else. Chi Hemming remarked. That being said, he smiled slightly. Should we arrange a separate vehicle for the two of you? With abilities akin to Wen Ci's, it was conceivable that Wen Ci could assist in combating zombies. Wen Ci nodded. Thank you. Even after seeing Wen Ci off, Chi Hemming's spirits remained unsettled. Zhao Zimuo, passing by, noticed Chi Hemming standing at the door, gazing outside, and inquired curiously, what captures your attention? With a long sigh, Chi Hemming replied, nothing much, merely realizing that you have indeed chosen the right person. He patted Zhao Zimuo's shoulder, his gaze sincere. Zhao Zimuo, I shall no longer assert that anyone can be chosen. It would only lead to your detriment. Zhao Zimuo pointed at himself, bewildered, In a few days, we will embark on a mission and will take Wen Ci and Wen Ci along. Please arrange for an additional vehicle. Zhao Zimuo responded, Chi Hemming, have you been driven mad by that shameless Gu Xingchuan? What's wrong with Gu Xingchuan? Chi Hemming asked, puzzled. Zhao Zimuo, confused, replied, are you not bringing them along because Gu Xingchuan seeks to undermine you? To prevent unnecessary panic. Only those involved in the mission against the Zombie King were privy to the details. Zhao Zimuo assumed they were merely venturing out for supplies. Yet, he was somewhat surprised that Chi Hemming would include Wen Ci, beyond knowing that Gu Xingchuan intended to meddle. Zhao Zimuo could not fathom why Chi Hemming would take a seemingly ordinary person without abilities on such a mission. Chi Hemming remained silent. Chi Hemming smiled with a facade of politeness, yet concealed a deeper amusement beneath. I was unaware before, but now the truth is clear. The Nanchuan base indeed exhibits a remarkable lack of urgency. Gu Xingchuan has resided at our base for quite some time, yet they have made no effort to retrieve him. Zhao Jiamo, I must say, you are rather lacking in initiative. Chi Hemming continued with a smile. Such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. You ought to directly persuade Gu Xingchuan to defect, ensuring he remains at our base indefinitely, thus alleviating any concerns regarding potential betrayal. Zhao Jiamo rolled his eyes, forcefully swatting away, Chi Hemming's hand resting on his shoulder, retorting fiercely, if you wish for him to stay at our base, then I shall relocate to the Nanchuan base. Chi Hemming pondered thoughtfully. That does not seem implausible. His ability to sway allegiances surpasses yours. If you were to join our base, Chi Hemming, goodness, my waist. Zhao Jiamo, what on earth are you doing? Chapter 35, Apocalypse. The Weeping Mermaid. Chi Hemming was uncertain how he communicated with the other ability users. However, on the day they were set to embark on their mission, Wen Ci arrived with Wen Ci before the other ability users. Despite the noticeable shift in their gazes, they ultimately remained silent, merely boarding the arranged vehicle. The demeanor of the other ability users was distinctly indifferent, yet Wen Ci and Wen Ci paid them no heed. Only one short-haired girl, adorned with sunglasses, caught Wen Ci's attention. He noticed her glancing at him multiple times, but each time he turned to meet her gaze, she would hurriedly avert her eyes, seemingly anxious about locking eyes with him. Wen Ci narrowed his eyes. Little 8, What is up with that girl? If I recall correctly, she appeared alongside Chi Hemming last time, but I haven't seen her since. 8848. Let me check. Her name is Yushihua, and her ability is precognition. Wen Ci. She seems a bit frightened of me. 8848. Be confident. 1. Remove the seams from your statement. Wen Ci. But I haven't done anything to her, or perhaps her ability has revealed something she shouldn't have seen. Wen Ci recalled the previous world where he had also been reborn, even encountering a villain who was aware of his status as a tasker. This Yushihua possessed the gift of foresight and now appeared both curious and fearful of him. Surely, she couldn't have discerned his identity as a tasker? 8848 reassured him. Do not worry, that is not the case. You are no longer just an ordinary malevolent pawn. You are a malevolent pawn capable of standing alongside the protagonist through thick and thin. In essence, you possess the script of the protagonist. Even if Yushihua has precognitive abilities, she cannot foresee the futures of the protagonist and the villain. Upon hearing 8,848's words, Wen Ci felt a measure of relief. He was keen to avoid any blunders akin to those in the previous world that might expose his identity as a tasker. He glanced at Wen Shu, who was driving, and his thoughts shifted. More importantly, he must ensure that Wen Shu remained oblivious to his true identity as a tasker. Once Wen Shu realized that Wen Ci's strength was formidable, he seemed to grasp that Wen Ci did not necessarily need to rely on him to survive in this apocalyptic world. Yet, Wen Ci chose to stay by his side, motivated solely by his care for Wen Shu, by his own desires. This realization diminished Wen Shu's darkening value by 10 points. However, he still retained a significant 50. Wen Ci contemplated seizing this opportunity to unveil Cheng Yan's true nature, which would also facilitate an early reunion between Wen Shu and his parents. At that juncture, it was anticipated that his darkening value would further decrease. Yet, Wen Ci did not harbor the illusion that resolving these matters would entirely eradicate Wen Shu's darkening value. Nevertheless, he had ample time to accompany him until such a time as his darkening value was completely alleviated. City A was not far from the Tianyi base. It required a considerable half-day's journey. By the time they arrived in City A, the sky had begun to darken. In stark contrast to the brightly illuminated Tianyi base, this city was enveloped in a nauseating stench, plunging into darkness as night fell. City A was not insignificant in size, and locating the specific whereabouts of the zombie king proved to be a troublesome endeavor. Thus, the first order of business upon entering City A was to find suitable accommodations to settle down. As the group drove deeper into the city, they encountered few zombies on the outskirts, and those present were of a relatively low level, moving sluggishly. These inferior zombies extinguished any desire to disembark and eliminate them, prompting the group to accelerate and leave them far behind. Before long, they discovered a fitting location, a secluded cluster of independent villas, distant from the city center. The villas were sparsely populated, with minimal zombie presence. Chi Hemming, accompanied by several ability users, swiftly cleared the surrounding zombies and chose a well-equipped villa for their stay. Prior to their departure to the base, Wen Ci had only a fleeting encounter with these ability users, but now, having settled in, he took the opportunity to observe them more closely. Originally, there were 15 ability users on this mission, making a total of 16 when he was included. However, most of the ability users bore expressions devoid of emotion and exhibited little desire for interaction with one another. After a hasty meal, they retreated to their assigned rooms to rest. Chi Hemming approached them, offering 2 bottles of water. In the early days of forming the team, camaraderie had flourished, with everyone eager to support one another. With a resigned smile and a sigh, he gazed out at the darkening sky, expressing a sense of melancholy. However, prolonged exposure to the apocalypse has altered our essence. Initially, we fought to survive. Then we strove for a better existence. And now, we merely perform tasks in a state of numbness. Taking a seat beside them, Chi Hemming unscrewed a bottle and drank deeply, murmuring with downcast eyes. I wonder when such days will come to an end, and whether there will ever be a day to see the sun again. In the absence of light, he found himself no better off than those around him. Wen Ci cast a glance at Wen Shu, noticing him lost in thought while staring at the bottle of water. He leaned closer to Wen Ci, resting his head on his shoulder, and spoke softly in a voice only the two could hear. "Brother, I feel as though I have never seen the sun. You've been outside, so you must have seen it, right? Can you tell me about it? I've heard others say that the sun is warm and beautiful. Is that true?" In a fleeting moment of bewilderment, a wave of bittersweet emotion washed over Wen Ci as he met the earnest gaze of Wen Ci. A flicker of illumination flashed through his mind. Images of a mermaid, confined as a mere specimen within the sterile confines of a laboratory, having never beheld the outside world, nor even the sun. Many aspects that Wen Ci had previously overlooked suddenly intertwined in this moment. He recollected his return to the lab, where Wen Ci seemed unsurprised by his continued existence. Memories surfaced of Wen Ci repeatedly seeking his affection, expressing a sincere desire to create a home together. Vivid scenes from the past resurfaced in his mind. His little mermaid, clearly so invested in him, fond of him, fully aware of the perilous nature of their surroundings, yet still resolutely choosing to accompany him without hesitation. How could a mermaid who needed to hold him, even in sleep, possibly grow weary of his presence or wish to part ways? A hypothesis began to take shape within Wen Ci's thoughts. What if, from the very beginning, Wen Ci had intended for him to escape the laboratory? Only useless, discarded specimens would be cast out by Changyan. It would only be if Wen Ci had grown tired of him that he would be allowed to leave that place. As a brief aside, today I have two matters to discuss. The first is that I received a new manuscript today. Some of you may have already seen it. But alas, its content cannot be shared publicly. How embarrassing. So it remains in its usual place. The second matter is that I expect to meet the enchanting senior brother Wen next week, although I cannot include it in the book. I found a spot for it and I have something to say, though due to size constraints, it cannot be fully revealed. However, this is of little concern. Let us appreciate the beauty of Wen from the next world. With such a stunning Wen, is there truly no one willing to offer a small gift to buy him, some candied hawthorn? A hint, rubbing hands, covering face, chapter 36, Apocalypse. The mermaid who cries 36, ding. Wen Ci's corruption value, 20, current corruption value, 30 Oh my goodness. 8,848 repeatedly confirmed this, ultimately widening his eyes in disbelief, his voice rising to a sharp pitch. Wen, did you see that? Wen Ci's corruption value dropped by 20 points. Confusion and astonishment filled 8,848's voice. Wen Ci's corruption value had been remarkably stable, and they had prepared for a prolonged struggle with him. A sudden drop of 20 points was unexpectedly abrupt. Wen Ci paused briefly, quickly regaining his composure. 8848 continued to fret. A sudden decline in corruption value like this could mean he is planning something significant? Or is there an issue with the corruption value detection? 8,848 replayed their recent actions and conversations, still perplexed as to why Wen Ci's corruption value had plummeted without warning. Just as he began to suspect this was a glitch worthy of reporting, Wen Ci spoke slowly. Perhaps he has conjured up something truly extraordinary in his mind. 8,848 looked on in confusion. Wen, have you been up to something behind my back? I haven't done anything at all. Wen Ci paused. I merely offered him some subtle hints. The thorn in his heart stems from the words I uttered to drive him out of the laboratory. This deed is undeniably mine. And those words were indeed spoken by me. Wen Ci's gaze flickered, and a slight smile graced his lips. However, my intention was always to expel him from the laboratory. It was the only viable solution. Once he comprehends this matter, that thorn will naturally be extracted. It appears that Wen Ci has finally come to this realization. All the groundwork laid meticulously from the very beginning has not been in vain. As long as Wen Ci is willing to reflect, he will recall those details and recognize that his true purpose was merely to facilitate his departure from the laboratory. 8848 fell silent. After a while, he managed to utter, "Then why didn't you just tell him directly when he first asked?" 8848 remembered vividly. Because Wen Ci failed to clarify, Wen Ci's darkness quotient had risen significantly. Had he explained things back then, perhaps the darkness quotient would have already diminished. Wen Ci inquired earnestly, "Xiaoba, when will you upgrade your mainframe?" Some matters only yield the best results when one comes to terms with them on their own. Do you think a mere light explanation could suffice to diminish the darkness quotient so drastically? 8848 fell silent. Wen Ci continued, "Moreover, I am merely an arrogant little mermaid, doing as I please. Why should I feel compelled to explain my actions?" 8848 sincerely remarked, "Wen, I truly feel foolish. It's no wonder you can manipulate the male protagonists of these worlds so effortlessly." At this point, 8848 was entirely unconcerned about their mission. He couldn't even bear to imagine how many male protagonists would eagerly become Wen Ci's loyal companions in the future. Wen Ci did not respond to his words. As he heard Wen Shu's low, husky voice, "ACI, are you?" Wen Shu's voice was somewhat hoarse and tremulous, yet the question lingered on his lips, unspoken after several cycles of contemplation. He should have realized it long ago. His little mermaid yearned to escape that laboratory, but was unable to do so. Thus, he ultimately had to resort to that method to send him away. And what had he done? He questioned him, doubted him, and even bullied him. A wave of bitterness surged within Wen Shu, akin to a heavy stone pressing against his heart, making it difficult to breathe. Even though he had surmised the truth, he dare not voice it. Wen Ci simply took Wen Shu's hand and pressed his forehead against his cheek, inquiring with concern, "Brother, what troubles you?" Wen Shu took a deep breath, stifling the urge to cry, tightening his grip on Wen Ci's hand. "I am fine. It's all right. There is still time." His ACI remained by his side, and he still had the opportunity to make amends. Originally intent on preserving his own integrity amidst the apocalypse, Wen Shu now felt a surge of other emotions. He yearned to bring an end to this apocalypse, desiring a return to normalcy so that his beloved ACI could bask in the warmth of the sun. Chi Hemming sensed their unease and offered a reassuring smile, saying, "But do not fret too much. This calamity will eventually come to an end. Dr. Chung has developed a serum that can inhibit the spread of the zombie virus. Although it is still in its nascent stages, it remains our beacon of hope." Clutching a water bottle, Chi Hemming gazed out at the ominous sky, his eyes glimmering with determination and anticipation. "One day, I will discover a cure to completely eradicate the zombie virus, and when that moment arrives, the apocalypse will cease, and everything will return to normal." Wen Ci's heart and mind were solely occupied by Wen Shu, rendering him indifferent to Chi Hemming's words. Observing Chi Hemming's deification of Chung Yen, Wen Shu's expression darkened. It appeared that to rid themselves of that madman, it was essential for everyone to recognize his true nature. "All right, you all should rest early. Tomorrow we shall seek out that zombie king," Chi Hemming remarked, noticing their lack of response. He rose, offered a few more words of caution, and retreated to his room. The villa was expansive, with numerous rooms, each endowed to a different ability user. Yet, Wen Ci and Wen Shu chose to share the same quarters. With practiced ease, Wen Shu used water to soothe Wen Ci's legs before lifting him into bed. This night, Wen Shu was particularly silent, holding him tighter than usual. Wen Ci simply allowed himself to be embraced, wrapping his arms around Wen Shu's waist. Finding solace in this secure position, and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Wen Shu remained wide awake, cradling him closely. Noticing Wen Ci's steady breathing, he leaned down, placing a tender kiss on Wen Ci's forehead, his voice a husky whisper, "ACI, your brother will ensure you see the sun. One day, we will fill the garden with flowers of your choosing, and perhaps even keep a few little fish." In his dreams, Wen Ci seemed to sense something, softly murmuring in response, as if acknowledging Wen Shu's words. A hint of joy returned to Wen Shu's eyes. The following day, as dawn painted the sky with hues of light, Chi Hemming prepared them for their expedition to find the zombie king. Once in the vehicle, Wen Shu re-wrapped his main vine around Wen Ci's wrist. "We will encounter numerous zombies. Try not to exit the vehicle, and be sure to protect yourself. Understood?" Though he was aware of Wen Ci's formidable strength, he felt compelled to reiterate his concerns. Wen Ci clasped Wen Shu's hand against his cheek, his eyes crescent-shaped as he nuzzled against it. "I understand, brother." Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Chi Hemming was at the wheel, with Yu Shihua sitting in the passenger seat, seemingly resting yet remaining ever vigilant. The ability users in the back were busy checking their weapons. Despite their powers, they were aware that their abilities could deplete. Thus, they refrained from using them unnecessarily, preferring to rely on their armaments. A middle-aged man gripped the gun in his hand, casting a furtive glance through the rearview mirror at the vehicle trailing them, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Yu Shihua, are you certain that bringing along that frail, ordinary person will ensure the success of our mission? If it were not for your precognitive abilities and your explicit assurance that taking Wen Ci would facilitate our task, we would never have agreed to involve a powerless individual in such a perilous venture. After all, they were amidst a horde of zombies, and a moment's inattention could lead to a catastrophic encirclement. They had no desire to be distracted by the need to protect an ordinary person in such critical circumstances. Yu Shihua adjusted her sunglasses and spoke leisurely. Lao He, if you doubt my abilities, feel free to say so. Lao He was momentarily at a loss for words. You know that that's not my intent. They never questioned Yu Shihua's abilities on numerous occasions. It was her foresight that had enabled them to escape from the jaws of death amidst swarms of the undead. Qi Hemming interjected, enough of this. With Wen Shu present, we Wen Ci need to concern ourselves with protecting Wen Ci. Let us focus. He then turned his attention to the girl seated in the back, who possessed psychic abilities. Can you sense the exact location of the Zombie King? The girl stared vacantly out the window, lost in thought, but snapped back to attention at Qi Hemming's words. Clearing her throat softly, I've expanded my psychic field, but I can only scan a radius of 5 kilometers. Currently, I have not located the Zombie King. Qi Hemming replied, if you Haven T found it, then you Haven T. Why are you blushing? The girl, her gaze evasive, muttered vaguely, it's nothing. Just feels like a CP I ship is actually real. Lao He puzzled asked, what is CP? Qi Hemming inquired. What do you mean, real? Yu Shihua's interest peaked, though? Have you seen something you shouldn't have? Care to share? The girl continued to gaze out the window, cleared her throat, and whispered 3 words. They kissed. The car's occupants were left bewildered. What do you mean they kissed? Who kissed whom? Yu Shihua nodded knowingly. Well, that certainly is real. However, given that we are in an apocalypse, even a little interspecies romance isn't much of a concern. Lao Hai et Kalim, Hu? What on earth does that mean? What is this interspecies thing? Am I really getting old? He couldn't help but mumble to himself, beginning to doubt whether he was truly aging. Finally grasping the conversation, Qi Hemming's eyelids twitched. You two should read less of those peculiar books. Indulging in nonsense will only lead you astray. The girl smiled. Captain, you don't understand. Consuming a variety of narratives ensures my nutritional balance. Besides, if they kissed, why shouldn't I indulge a little? This brief interlude lightened the somber atmosphere within the vehicle. Meanwhile, Wen Ci and Wen Shu remained unaware of the unfolding situation. Wen Shu concentrated on driving, sending a small vine atop the vehicle to observe their surroundings. Wen Ci was still attempting to directly ascertain the precise location of the Zombie King from 8848. Xiaoba. You see, previously we were at a loss because we did not know where the Zombie King was, hence the need for points to locate it specifically. However, now that the Zombie King is right here, and the area isn't extensive, it shouldn't consume too much system energy. Could you assist me in finding it? 8848 replied. I understand the reasoning, but points are a clear directive from above. Wen Ci sighed, oh come on, you've been my system for so long. Discussing points is rather disheartening. 8848 retorted, When I recall in a former world you wagered with me, stating that discussing feelings often diminishes points. Wen Ci continued to coax. That was because our bond wasn't as profound back then. It's different now. You are my cherished little system, and our relationship certainly cannot be quantified by points. While finding the Zombie King may require energy expenditure, once we complete the task, your energy will be replenished, won't it? Feeling a tad bashful, 8848 responded. You do make a valid point. I shall assist you. A faint smile graced Wen Ci's lips. Splendid. Another point saved. And remember to keep an eye out for the zombie that Cheng Yin secretly released. I'd rather not be ambushed from behind. Realizing belatedly that she might have been deceived, 8848 fell silent for a few seconds, but ultimately acquiesced. All right. The vehicle carrying the group sped towards the city center. encountering an increasing number of zombies along the way, with occasional appearances of advanced zombies. These advanced zombies moved with remarkable speed and even possessed peculiar abilities, making it impossible to simply shake them off. They had to be dealt with before proceeding. Fortunately, the energy contained within the crystal cores of advanced zombies surpassed that of ordinary ones. Thus, each ability user engaged in the battle with enthusiasm, some even becoming so engrossed that they nearly forgot the task at hand, only to be called back to order by Qi Hemming. Wen Ci sat in the vehicle alongside Yu Shihua. They exchanged a glance across the car, but Yu Shihua quickly averted her gaze. Wen Ci pondered, can this ability user truly not foresee his future? Is he truly that formidable? Yu Shihua still could not shake the memory of the last time she merely exchanged a glance with Wen Ci, losing control of her powers and suffering blindness for several days. Consequently, for this mission, she had specially ordered a pair of sunglasses. Through the car window, Yu Shihua gazed at Qi Hemming outside and recalled the recent occasion when he approached her, asking for her assistance in deceiving others. Having grown up together, their bond was stronger than with anyone else, and their trust was profound. Therefore, even though Qi Hemming did not provide a reason, she refrained from questioning him. Her intuition had always been remarkably accurate, and it whispered to her that these two individuals, devoid of a future, might just become the new future of this world. Perhaps they are akin to the protagonists in those apocalyptic novels. If that is the case, then clinging to their thighs would surely be of no consequence. As Yushi was contemplating this, a voice, tinged with urgency, pierced the air. "Captain, something is amiss." In an instant, all eyes converged upon the youth. He hastily approached Qi Hemming, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his trembling hands still gripping the firearm. Yet he spoke with composure. "Captain, I just surveyed the surroundings. The zombies that besieged us earlier were numerous. However, it seems as though they have received some sort of directive. They show no intention of attacking us, but rather seem intent on drawing our attention." The others, initially slow to grasp the situation, quickly realized the gravity of the matter, and their expressions turned serious. Indeed, the zombies we have encountered before were mindless and never retreated. They were solely driven by the scent of living flesh, attacking with reckless abandon. This is indeed peculiar. Just now, I was so consumed by rage that I pursued those two zombies. If you had pulled me back, I would have followed them. Could it be that they are fleeing towards a specific direction? Are they attempting to lure us away? Surely not. These mindless zombies cannot be controlled. What force could possibly manipulate them? I suspect it is the Zombie King at play, another ventured. "Qi, what shall we do next? Should we investigate further?" The group engaged in fervent discussion, ultimately directing their gaze back to Qi Hemming, awaiting his decision. He stared intently in the direction from which the zombies had fled, his expression grave. At that moment, the zombies returned, and their numbers had increased, though most remained of the lower tier. The previously relieved, supernatural beings now wore expressions of concern. If their earlier speculations were mere doubts, the return of these zombies, spurred by their failure to pursue, validated their fears. Yet, the mindless lower-tier zombies were oblivious to such intricacies. The only plausible explanation was that the Zombie King lurking in the shadows had detected their presence and was employing these lower-tier zombies to lure them closer. They had initially perceived this so-called Zombie King as merely a higher-tier zombie endowed with abilities. However, it now became evident that this entity not only commanded the lower-tier zombies but also utilized them as bait. Exchanging glances filled with trepidation, the group tightened their grips on their weapons. Dispatching the lower-tier zombies was hardly a daunting task. Yet, they were human, and human stamina could be depleted. If they exhausted themselves battling these lesser zombies, confronting the Zombie King would become an insurmountable challenge. Qi Hemming recognized the peril of the situation. Gritting his teeth, "Let us get to the vehicle." Their transport had been specially modified. These lower-tier zombies posed no threat to it. However, with the increasing number of zombies, attempting to force their way out would also prove to be a challenging endeavor. As Yu Shihua observed Qi Hemming returning to the vehicle, she took a deep breath. "I have noticed that there are fewer zombies fleeing in that direction," she remarked with a grim expression, pointing towards the distance. "To escape from this horde of zombies, we can only take that route." The other ability users remained silent, while Chi Hemming let out a cold laugh, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. In that case, we must first capture the Zombie King. Meanwhile, Wen Ci swiftly returned to the vehicle and shut the door. Unlike the other ability users, Wen Ci's clothing remained immaculate, showing no signs of blood. His gaze, cold and detached, swept over the horde of crazed zombies closing in. ACI, do not look outside. The dark mass of zombies and the ominous sky created an exceptionally eerie atmosphere, accompanied by the incessant, jarring sounds of their shrieks. At that moment, 8848 spoke seriously. 1-1. The precise location of the Zombie King is 10 kilometers away from you. The zombie released by Chang Yen is still 50 kilometers from you and is charging this way, likely influenced by the Zombie King. These lower-tier zombies are indeed bait sent forth by the Zombie King. That zombie was initially drawn here, but, sensing that you would be difficult to handle, sought to use these lower-tier zombies to wear you down. Wen Ci was enveloped in the howling wind and the zombies' roars, slightly turning his head to glance outside. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at the vehicle with a deafening scream, its mouth emitting ghastly sounds. The decaying visage pressed against the window, its bluish-white eyes nearly bulging out, with blood vessels prominently visible. Wen Ci grimaced in disgust, thinking how filthy. Yet considering Wen Ci beside him, his voice trembled slightly. Brother, do not fear, ACI. I won't let these filthy creatures touch you. Wen Ci reassured gently, while deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, flinging the zombie away. However, as one was cast off, another relentless wave of zombies surged forward. They had no chance to look back, forced to accelerate and collide onward. Wen Ci kept pace with the two other vehicles, slightly lowering the window and controlling the vines to stretch through the gap. Several tendrils filled the small opening, effectively preventing the zombies from approaching them. Wen Ci blinked, lavishly praising his brother with admiration and trust shining in his eyes. Wow, brother, you are amazing. As he spoke, he produced a bottle of water and a cloth, handing it to one of the vines. The vine paused momentarily, bewildered. Wen Ci smiled brightly. Since you're out there already, could you help wipe the window? It's so dirty. The vine responded. Is this appropriate? Without uttering a word, Wen Ci merely moved his fingers, and the vine, as if resigned to its fate, began to clean the window. Meanwhile, they maneuvered to join the two other vehicles, squeezing in between them. Wen Ci controlled the vines, assisting in clearing away the other zombies in the process. Faced with the grateful gazes of others, Wen Ci did not return a single glance. His intentions were not altruistic. Rather, the vantage point he occupied allowed them to behold fewer zombies, sparing Wen Ci from undue fright. The others remained oblivious to Wen Ci's thoughts. Yet with the assistance of the vines, their spirits undeniably lifted. However, when they turned their curious and admiring eyes towards the vines, they were taken aback to find two of them engaged in an absurd task, washing a car. Washing a car. The group repeatedly confirmed the sight before them, their eyes widening in disbelief. Chi Hemming could not help but twitch his lips in incredulity. In such a tense moment, how could those two be preoccupied with washing a car? Was this appropriate? Chapter 39. Apocalypse. The crying mermaid Wen Ci paid no mind to the astonished stares of the others. He gazed at the now pristine car window and patted the vine, praising, such a good boy. Beside him, Wen Ci feigned nonchalance, casting a brief glance before averting his gaze. Ahem. Wen Ci tilted his head to look at Wen Ci, finding him reminiscent of a dog yearning for its masteress approval. With a smile lighting up his eyes, he blurted, "You're quite good too." Suddenly aware of his own words, Wen Ci noted that Wen Ci seemed unperturbed by the compliment. Instead, a light smile graced his lips as he softly murmured an acknowledgement. Just then, the crowd, who had initially found the scene bizarre, witnessed something even more peculiar. The spiky black vines suddenly blossomed into delicate pink and white flowers, an incongruity against the current grim tableau. How strange, despite the darkness and the multitude of zombies. Why did I feel as though bubbles of pink were surfacing in the air? To my surprise, these vines can bloom? Remarkably, the flowers are quite beautiful. I wonder if they can be used in a dish. It was astonishing to witness someone washing a car while battling zombies in this apocalyptic setting. Absurd, ludicrous. yet utterly delightful. This was undeniably cool. Sister Yu was right. With those two together, this task would surely be accomplished smoothly. Goodness, those vines are even extracting zombie cores. Whoever told me that plant-based abilities lacked significant offensive power? Their potency is astounding. The onlookers gazed at them with renewed fervor, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating considerably. Chi Hemming's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, a breath of relief escaping his lips. Just as the group began to ease, the girl with psychic abilities suddenly grew serious. Captain, my psychic field seems to have detected the Zombie King. Moreover, we are currently heading in its direction. She continued. It is located within that department store in the city center, but there are numerous high-level zombies inside. At this distance, I cannot ascertain its precise location. Her words cast a heavy pall over the others. Looking through the car window, they noted that while there had been many zombies ahead, only a few remained now, all dealt with by Wen Ci's vines. A multitude of zombies pursued them, leaving behind a gruesome scene of blood-soaked remnants and severed heads rolling across the ground. Chi Hemming glanced through the shattered rearview mirror before averting his gaze, nodding. All right, the number of zombies has diminished. Let us slow our pace and take a moment to recuperate. A fierce battle awaits us shortly. Wen Ci lowered his gaze, earnestly advising Wen Ci, Achi, you must stay close to me and not stray too far. Wen Ci obediently nodded, replying, all right, brother. Meanwhile, the black vine coiling around his wrist tightened somewhat. Soon, they arrived at the department store. Perhaps due to the presence of numerous high-level zombies within, there were hardly any wandering outside the building. Upon disembarking, Chi Hemming and his group swiftly dealt with the attracted zombies. The psychic ability user stood at the forefront, his tone grave. Almost every floor harbors high-level zombies, and there is more than one, all above level 4. I can confirm the presence of a zombie king within, yet I am unable to ascertain its precise location. Chi Hemming took a deep breath. In that case, we shall enter together. Even if we cannot locate the zombie king, we must ensure these high-level zombies do not survive. Otherwise, a new zombie king will inevitably arise. Wen Ci quietly listened to their arrangements, fixating on the towering department store, lost in thought. Xiao Ba, do you recall the ancient world we once visited? Wen Ci lowered his eyes, rolling up his sleeve. In that world, the male protagonist practiced insect cultivation. This building resembles a colossal container for such cultivation. 8848 nodded. Indeed, but are you truly resolved to assist them in eliminating the Zombie King? Given the current environment, if this Zombie King remains alive, it won't be long before it ascends to level 8. At that point, your legs. Wen Ci gently massaged his wrist, interrupting 8848's words. Provide me with the precise location of that Zombie King. 8848 ceased further discussion. It is in the supermarket on the 13th floor. Here is its specific location's perspective. By the way, keep an eye on the time. If your legs do not submerge within an hour, they will revert to a mermaid's tail. Wen Ci momentarily paused. The transformation of his legs into a tail occurred in an instant, yet reverting from a tail back to legs required some time. Should other abilities users here witness this? Understood. Wen Ci reined in his thoughts and approached Chi Hemming, stating, the Zombie King resides in the supermarket on the 13th floor. Upon uttering these words, a hush fell over the group as they stared at him in silence. After all, to them, Wen Ci was merely an ordinary individual devoid of abilities. Their agreement to include him stemmed from their faith in the foresight of Yu Shihua. Chi Hemming was different. He recognized that Wen Ci possessed abilities, yet he remained unaware of their true nature. Almost instinctively, he glanced at Wen Ci, who silently averted his gaze. Do not look at him. He too was oblivious to what abilities his dear Ci possessed. Lao He could not contain his curiosity. Are you so certain? Are you also a psychic? Wen Ci raised an eyebrow. No, replied the dark-skinned man with a smile. You speak as if it were true. Wen Ci lightly responded, oh, I can see it. As he spoke, he tapped the main vine on his wrist. The vine, upon receiving the command, instantly enlarged in his hand, tracing a path upon the ground under his guidance. They would follow this route, which had the fewest zombies and would take the least time, first eliminating the Zombie King, then systematically dealing with the advanced zombies. The girl with psychic abilities examined the surroundings carefully before turning to Wen Ci with bright eyes. I just narrowed my psychic field and found that by taking this route, we will indeed encounter far fewer zombies. This revelation left not only the dark-skinned man, but also the others in silence, their gazes towards Wen Ci shifting with intrigue. Someone mumbled, "I thought he was just an ordinary person. I never expected these two brothers to be so extraordinary." Ci Hemming, with a smirk, clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back. "In that case, let us proceed." When Shu noticed the growing intensity in the glances directed at Wen Ci, which displeased him. With a stern expression, he stepped beside Wen Ci, intertwining their fingers and casting a warning look at the others. Only when those individuals sheepishly averted their gaze did Wen Shu relax his grip, calmly instructing, "Stay close to me." Wen Ci replied, "Amen." The other ability users trailing behind observed their interaction with peculiar expressions. They understood the underlying logic, yet wondered if slaying zombies required hand-holding. Did it offer some kind of buff? Several confused ability users exchanged glances, seemingly making a silent resolution. They resolutely grasped the hands of those beside them, mirroring the actions of the two in front, and entered together. Yu Shihua exchanged glances with another girl, the corners of her mouth twitching, a look of disbelief crossing her face. The last in line, Ci Hemming, muttered, "I can hardly bear to look. I hope this is just my imagination." Chapter 40. Apocalypse. The Weeping Mermaid. The group cautiously entered the department store. Wen Ci and Wen Shu led the way, with Ci Hemming bringing up the rear. The girl with foresight, Yu Shihua, and a male healer held their weapons tightly, shielded by the other ability users in the middle. Wen Shu manipulated his vines, and before most zombies could approach, they were dispatched, their cores extracted. The ability users following him, though already familiar with his prowess in controlling vines to eliminate zombies, couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle before them. The vines seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, dancing in the air, creating a barrier between them and the zombies, clearing a path for their passage. This afforded them ample time to rest and acclimatize to their surroundings. Wen Ci sensed the fervent gazes of the ability users behind him and smiled subtly. Excellent, just as it should be, admiration and reverence. Wen Shu was the true savior. This was what he rightfully deserved. Instead of harboring vigilance and fear, the other superhumans did not have any intentions of relying on Wen Shu for protection. After all, according to the rules, whoever slays a zombie claims its crystal core. They had no thoughts of seizing the crystal cores from Wen Shu's hands and could only take it upon themselves to eliminate the remaining zombies. Moreover, they were acutely aware of the immense toll that prolonged use of their abilities exacted on a superhuman. Wen Shu, you should take a moment to rest and conserve your strength. Ci Hemming fired a shot at a zombie approaching from a distance. The other superhumans promptly armed themselves to confront the remaining zombies. Wen Shu merely cast a glance their way, with no intention of intervening. Ultimately, his sole concern was to safeguard Wen Ci. The fate of these individuals, whom he had only recently met, was of little significance to him. Under Wen Ci's guidance, the group swiftly ascended to the 13th floor, arriving at the supermarket where the zombie king resided. However, before they could approach, a deafening and frantic roar reverberated through the air. Everyone instinctively gasped, feeling as though their eardrums might shatter, and they instinctively covered their ears. Yet, the sound was so piercing that merely covering their ears proved futile. As the zombies' roar subsided, the group remained momentarily stunned until a resounding crash echoed. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the zombie king unexpectedly leaped before them, its decaying form exuding an unbearable stench. The zombie king's eyes had fallen out, leaving behind two gaping holes filled with rotting flesh, from which green liquid oozed. It cackled sinisterly, a piece of bloody flesh tumbling from its mouth and rolling across the ground. The zombie king tilted its head, facing them, its claws scraping against the wall, leaving behind long, deep gashes. Even those superhumans who frequently encountered zombies were nearly overwhelmed by the indescribable stench that permeated the air. Goodness, I have never encountered such a foul-smelling zombie. Someone exclaimed in frustration. I can't take it anymore. Let us finish this quickly. I fear I might die here from the stench before the zombie even gets to me. With that, someone swore and charged forward. The gunshot jolting everyone's attention back to the task at hand. This was both an attack and a test. He aimed to gauge the strength of the Zombie King. The shot was directed at the creature's chest, as typically, the crystal core resided either in the chest or the head of a zombie. The higher the zombie's level, the more resilient its body became. However, the weapons they wielded were specially developed by the base to combat advanced zombies. Yet the Zombie King showed no inclination to evade. The bullet left no mark upon its body. A strange, eerie laugh filled the air as the Zombie King lunged toward them. Its speed was so astonishing that none of them had time to react. All they saw was a fleeting shadow and felt a rancid gust of wind. Gee! Wen Ci's pupils constricted sharply, his instincts propelling him into action before his mind could comprehend the situation. Tendrils entwined around Wen Ci's waist, and Wen Ci instinctively shifted his position, sheltering him within his embrace. Although he was not a speed-type ability user and could not match the velocity of the Zombie King, the vine still intercepted its assault. The other ability users were somewhat affected, their jaws clenched, eyes sharpening with vigilance and a palpable intent to kill. Ci hemming barked at the girl beside him, who was clutching her arm. Quickly, use your mental domain to locate its core. The zombie's core was its lifeline. These creatures would not perish easily, nor would they feel the slightest pain, especially with such an advanced zombie. Even if half its body were obliterated, it could still rise to attack humans, unless its core was extracted. Others restrain this zombie. Do not let it escape. When Shu glanced back at the ability users engaged in combat with the zombie, his expression darkening. Zombies of this caliber possessed abilities, yet they were entirely unaware of what this particular zombie's power entailed. A CI, stay here and do not approach. When Shu positioned Wen Ci in a relatively safe spot, the main vine swelling significantly to envelop him. I will assist. With that, Wen Shu lowered his gaze and dashed towards the direction of the Zombie King, preceding him with the droplets of water floating nearby, transforming into icy blades, which surged towards the Zombie King in a flurry. Everyone momentarily froze, realizing that Wen Shu was a dual-element user of water and plants. They were astonished to see that his water ability could directly convert water into ice. Despite the Zombie King's swift evasion, several icy blades still pierced its body. Its movements were momentarily hindered, and then the ground trembled as a few black vines suddenly emerged, tightly ensnaring the Zombie King. Simultaneously, the girl with mental abilities exclaimed in terror, "Captain, I cannot locate its core." The faces of the ability users grew increasingly grim. How can this be? Without the core, it's akin to a human without a heart. What do we do? How can we kill it without the core? Sister Yu, please, you must determine how to slay this Zombie King. All eyes turned to Yu Shihua, who possessed precognitive abilities and could foresee how this Zombie King would meet its demise. Taking a deep breath, Yu Shihua removed her sunglasses, fixing her gaze on the Zombie King as visions flooded her mind. However, the images that surfaced caused her complexion to drain of color. Chapter 41, Apocalypse. The Weeping Mermaid, what did you see? This was the first time Qi Hemming had witnessed Yu Shihua in such a state, an ominous premonition stirring within him as he hurried to her side. Yu Shihua inhaled deeply, pulling her thoughts back from the visions as calmly as she could. I saw the building collapse and countless zombies rushing towards us. This thing cannot be killed. Yu Shihua's voice trembled as she beheld the injuries inflicted upon everyone around her, witnessing a landscape of ruins enveloped in dust, and a horde of zombies advancing ominously towards them. In the final image, a figure stood atop the debris, vines grotesquely sprouting from the collapsed buildings behind. It was one person, Wen Shu. Yu Shihua longed to utter more, yet darkness engulfed her vision. The excessive consumption of her powers had momentarily robbed her of light. The other ability users, upon hearing Yu Shihua assert that this Zombie King could not be killed, wore expressions of grave concern. Yet she grasped Qi Hemming's wrist and declared, Wen Shu can vanquish it." Although she could not discern the chaos unfolding behind her, she could still perceive those dark vines, vines that belonged to Wen Shu. Wen Shu's prowess was beyond question, and no one doubted Yu Shihua's words. Their gazes shifted once more to Wen Ci. At that moment, the zombie king emitted a ghastly noise. A burst of eerie green flames erupted from its body, insidious and chilling, incinerating the black vines entirely. The rasping roars of zombies echoed incessantly in her ears, as both the upper and lower floors of the building teemed with zombies flocking towards them. This department store was predominantly inhabited by advanced zombies, and as more and more approached, the group had no choice but to channel all their strength into combating them. Chi Hemming's gaze fell upon Wen Ci, who was shielded by the vines not far away. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly brought Yu Shihua over. Wen Ci, I can't see anything right now. Please keep an eye on her for me. Thank you. After speaking, Chi Hemming turned to leave, but did not stray far. Zombies fell one after another, yet their numbers showed no sign of dwindling. Wen Ci's expression turned cold. He merely wished for Wen Ci to rescue them from peril and solidify her identity as the savior. If everyone perished here, it would all be in vain. Xiao Ba, where's the zombie king's crystal core? How can we destroy it? 8848 promptly replied. When one, I have scanned it. This zombie king possesses 3 crystal cores, located in the lower abdomen, heart, and brain. To kill it, all 3 must be extracted simultaneously. As Wen Ci pondered how to extract all 3 cores at once, a gun was thrust into his hand. It was Yu Shihua. Chi Hemming knew that the vine surrounding Wen Ci would protect him, which is why he had sent Yu Shihua over. Yet now, she was handing him her weapon. Yu Shihua's complexion was pale, her eyes vacant. Yet she managed a reassuring smile, saying, Do not worry. With Wen Ci here, we will not perish. Wen Ci glanced at Wen Ci, who was simultaneously controlling ice spikes and the vines. Do you trust him so completely? Yu Shihua fell silent for a few moments before responding with unwavering conviction. I saw him shatter that zombie king. The last image etched in her mind was of the zombie king being crushed into a grotesque mass. The scene left her profoundly shaken, and in an instant, she lost all sense of light. Only now, belatedly, did she come to realize that the dismembered remains were those of the zombie king. A flicker of recognition brightened Wen Ci's eyes. Indeed, if extracting all 3 crystal cores simultaneously proved impossible, then it would be far simpler to crush this zombie king instead. Wen Ci's abilities fell short of achieving such a feat, but he could. Wen Ci was unwilling to squander any more time here. After all, his legs could not afford to wait much longer. Rising to his feet, he gently patted the thick black vine and softly spoke. Be a dear and grow a bit larger, will you? Oh, and please lift this young lady higher, so she isn't harmed by those zombies. The main vine obediently nuzzled Wen Ci's cheek, then began to swell visibly, sprouting dozens of tendrils. Yu Shihua, was Wen Ci speaking to her? Before she could comprehend the unfolding events, several tendrils wrapped around her waist and hoisted her aloft. Wait, this development seems rather amiss. In her blindness, Yu Shihua felt utterly bewildered, instinctively clutching the tendrils around her. As the relentless assault from numerous high-level zombies wore down the energy of the ability users, they found themselves increasingly fatigued. The 2 healers sank powerless to the ground, sweat beading on their foreheads, their eyes reflecting profound despair. Wen Ci's expression was equally grim. Initially, he had maintained a safe distance from the zombies, ensuring that their blood did not tarnish his attire. Now, however, his sole desire was to eliminate these undead creatures and hasten back to Wen Ci's side. He had reserved the most aggressive vine for Wen Ci. Yet anxiety lingered in his heart for his companion. Thunderous crashes echoed, followed by the sound of walls crumbling, startling even the zombies into a brief pause. The thick black tendrils surged wildly, nearly filling every passage, piercing through the entirety of the department store. The group recalled Yu Shihua's earlier warnings. The building would collapse, and countless zombies would rush towards them. The department store, already thrown into chaos by the clash of abilities, was now further ravaged by these robust black vines. The zombies momentarily hesitated, then resumed their relentless assault. Everyone snapped back to reality, disregarding all else as they used the vines to fend off the attackers. Wen Ci's heart raced, instinctively searching for Wen Ci's form. Achi, his voice trembled, dreading the sight of something he could not bear to witness. Amidst the turmoil, the hidden zombie king had accurately honed in on Wen Ci's location. It seemed the zombie king understood that these vines were manifestations of Wen Ci's abilities. Emitting a series of guttural growls, it charged toward Wen Ci, propelled by a gust of putrid wind. Wen Ci swiftly sidestepped the attack, leaping onto another vine. The relentless zombie king pursued him closely, prompting Wen Ci to grit his teeth in determination. His extraordinary power had indeed been excessively consumed, yet now, gazing at the zombie king that obstructed his pursuit of Wen Ci, a fierce glint of murderous intent surfaced in his usually indifferent eyes. Seeking death, a purple lightning bolt tore through the air, striking fiercely towards the zombie king and the other zombies crawling along the vines. The roar of the zombie king was deafening, causing those zombies that had been besieging them to involuntarily retreat. What the hell? How does this kid possess lightning abilities too? Damn it. Just because you have lightning powers, does that make you formidable? Strike the zombies. Why are you aiming at me? Chapter 42. Apocalypse. The crying mermaid, the 13th floor, had descended into utter chaos. Chi Hemming watched as Wen Ci, nearly driven mad with the desire to eliminate the zombie king, tightened his heart, while the other superhumans fared no better. Just as they despaired, contemplating whether they would perish first at the hands of the zombies or be accidentally slain by their teammates' wild attacks, several robust vines suddenly sprang forth, ensnaring them. Immediately, they were lifted high and hurled away, landing on another vine. Damn it! My brain is going to be shaken to pieces. My legs! My legs! Oh no! Are they going to break? Please, can we avoid that thorn poking my backside? They were tossed around by the vines, evading the strikes of lightning, ice spikes, and other zombie assaults. From the initial fright and panic, they gradually fell silent, their expletives extinguished. Chi Hemming mused, "How serene. Why do I feel as if a grandmother brewing soup is beckoning to him?" He seemed to be on the brink of death. Uncertain, he inhaled deeply to check. Chi Hemming took a deep breath. The stench of decay mingled with the metallic tang of blood overwhelmed him, and he could no longer suppress his nausea. Ugh. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed in his ears, and an ominous premonition surged within him. His stomach churned violently, yet he shouted towards Wen Ci. "Wen Ci, stay calm. If this collapses, Wen Ci will be buried too." Chi Hemming wished to say more, but he caught a glimpse of a silver flash darting past him. Wait, what just flew by? His eyelids twitched as he instinctively sought out that fleeting silver. He saw Wen Ci almost materialize on that enormous black vine. Initially, Wen Ci, having exhausted his abilities, was struggling against the onslaught of the zombie king and the other zombies. However, the moment those high-ranking zombies hurled fireballs towards Wen Ci, his gaze hardened. Given his current physical state, he could not evade entirely. Yet, he sensed a ripple in the air around him for an instant. Then, those fireballs vanished in a thin air, only to reappear behind the zombie king, crashing down upon it. Wen Ci had somehow appeared behind Wen Ci, cradling him in his arms. With his eyes wide open, Chi Hemming, still conscious and witnessing the spectacle, felt his heart tremble. Such speed surpassed even that of a 5th-level speed-type superhuman. The flames that had previously vanished into thin air suddenly reappeared. Chi Hemming found his gaze completely captivated by a glimmer of silvery light. However, he had no time for contemplation, as he soon witnessed the walls around him fracturing at an alarming pace. The already precarious building collapsed with a deafening roar, sending tremors through the ground. Not only did the department store they occupied crumble, but the surrounding skyscrapers also fell into ruin, transforming into a desolate wasteland. Dust enveloped the air, rendering it impossible for Chi Hemming to open his eyes. The tremendous noise of the collapse threatened to shatter his eardrums, leaving him momentarily oblivious to everything else. Meanwhile, Wen Ci was equally startled by Wen Ci's sudden appearance behind him, instinctively grasping Wen Ci's wrist. Countless thick black vines intertwined amidst the rubble, creating an eerily surreal scene beneath the swirling dust. Wen Ci's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Ah, Ci, I'm glad you're unharmed." Although he had long known that Wen Ci's abilities were on par with his own, The current situation still sent his heart racing. Wen Ci observed the disheveled Wen Shu and spoke softly, "Brother, you've gotten so dirty." Wen Shu instinctively withdrew his hand, slightly turning his head to evade Wen Ci's gaze, fearful of seeing the disdain he dreaded. Yet, Wen Ci pulled him closer, burying his head into the crook of Wen Shu's neck and gently nuzzling against him. In the midst of the ruins, they embraced tightly. "It's all right, brother. It doesn't matter if you're dirty. I will help you clean up," Wen Ci said, brushing his lips against the corner of Wen Shu's mouth. "As long as it's you, brother, it doesn't matter how you look." This kiss, delicate as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, caused Wen Shu to swallow hard. Ding! Wen Shu's corruption value. 5. Current corruption value. 25, 8848 chimed joyously. Wonderful, Wen. The corruption value has decreased. Brother. Wen Ci's lips curved upward slightly, eager to say more, but his tears began to fall uncontrollably, each silver pearl cascading down onto the black vines. They were so glaring, so impossible to ignore. Fortunately, the other ability users appeared to have lost consciousness, unaware of the chaos around them. "Ci, please don't cry," Wen Shu murmured in a flustered tone, attempting to wipe away the tears that had not yet transformed into pearls. However, upon seeing the bloodstains on his fingertips, his hand hesitated in midair. Wen Ci sensed his apprehension and uncertainty, grasping his wrist and leaning closer to nuzzle against him. "It's all right, brother." Wen Ci's eyes glimmered gently as a small pearl rolled into Wen Shu's palm, his voice soft and obedient. "As long as it's you, brother. It doesn't matter if you make me dirty." 8848 interjected. Wen, that doesn't sound quite right, does it? Was there something that just ran a red light?" Wen Ci retorted. "Mind your own business regarding matters of adult succubi, you little system." 8848 responded. Now you tell me to mind my own business. But you didn't have this attitude when you asked me to locate the Zombie King's exact position." With a huff of annoyance, 8848 reminded. "Enough with the whining. The Zombie King is still alive. Moreover, the zombies released by Chung Yan are approaching us." Adopting a serious tone, 8848 continued. Wen, you are in trouble. My system has detected that all the zombies in City A are converging towards this location. It appears that if you wish to leave here alive today, a citywide slaughter is your only option. Wen Ci could not shake the feeling that there was an undercurrent of excitement and anticipation in 8848's voice, though he chose not to dwell on such thoughts. Shortly after 8848's warning, he noticed the ground beginning to tremble, as if some colossal entity was drawing near. The main vine that once belonged to Wen Shu was now entirely under Wen Ci's control. The zombies buried beneath the rubble had long been unearthed by Wen Ci, who had utilized the vines to extract their crystalline cores. Those with abilities had been relocated to a relatively safe area. Wen Ci released Wen Shu, saying, "Stay here obediently, brother." He affectionately kissed the tip of Wen Shu's ear, then turned and leapt down from the vine, stepping over the debris as he approached the abilities users. Yu Shihua had been safeguarded early on. Aside from her eyes, which remained unseen, she had sustained minimal injuries. Sensing someone nearby, and recalling the visions she had witnessed, her eyelashes fluttered gently as she tentatively spoke. Wen Ci squatted before her, offering a wry smile. "I apologize for disappointing you. It is I." Yu Shihua's dull eyes were filled with disbelief as she exclaimed, "Wait, why is it Wen Ci? I clearly saw those black vines."